Chapter 1 The Crossing. Thara Parsi Tori off the mind. Thara Parsi Tori off the mind. Thara Parsi Tori off the mind. Important things must be repeated thrice. Where am I? How did I get through? What hell? Why are me hands osmal? What shappening tome? Have I crossed over? As hutered these thoughts, Hannah tis a dirty, patched up by Ofabarte tor 9 years old sitting in our holo, surrounded by some weeds. In the midst of his bewilderment, a sudden pain shot through his sheet, and a flood of memory is urged into his consciousness. The sharpern jolted him, causing him to clutch his sheet and roll to the side, curling goop into the grass. After approximately 3 minutes, he gradually gained his composure. New, unfamiliar memory has begun to take shape in his mind, after spending about half an hour sorting through his memories, he realized that he had indeed crossed over to parallel world settling of resistance sequence Japan. However, the specific details about these world were rescant, as the original owner of his body was quite and little in knowledge. All he knew was that the original owner had been without parents since he could remember, unaware of fate, and had lived with his grandmother. Eventually, his grandmother passed away, and in her deathbed, she used him to accompany a man from a neighbouring village to Shanghai to find his aunt. This body's original name was Subai, known as Bai Shelor, who had just done it 9 years old. There were no substantial memories to help him understand this world. He could and liar call sneaking peeks at you obeding at the eastern edge of the village jewel, not just unseen the memory was particular live of it. Yerton thing Greme Ned unchanged the invasion of Japanese had bacon, in his previous life, he heard of 10 listened to his grandfather and his experiences during the equally of the atrocities committed by Japanese filled him with rage, and vowed that if ever had chance, he would seek revenge, regardless of the consequences or costs. Once he confirmed that he had indeed crossed over, Bizarre Lua began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a flat expanse of land, with few trees around, only a perch of weeds stole at himself that Bizarre Lua could not for them how heard ender dupen thizera. Influenced by his grandfather, he hard followed in his footsteps and become a Sadia. After 7 years of rigorous training and honing his skills, he hard successfully completed many overseas missions. At the age of 27, he became a squad leader of Dragon Soul Special Forces, holding the rank of Major. Before crossing over, he had been drinking with his comrades in Themis Hall, bidding farewell to Tutur May Tesso cold Nollingers or Vaged Wanderers. After a night of heavy drinking, he awoke to find himself in this strange world, uncertain if it was similar to his previous one. Though he had faced many training tasks, by Luo had read some novels about crossing over, yet, he clearly met he conditions hadn't been hit by a truck or anything of the sort. Suddenly, a thought struck him. System loading estimated loading to me and how. To his surprise, the system responded to a scowl. Bizarre had been worried about how his 8 or 9-year-old body could protect itself in such a war toner. Now, with the system, things might become easy. With this thought, he lay back down, waiting patiently for the system to finish loading. After all, in this unfamiliar world, it was burden to remain still for that maybe it was better to wait for the system to complete its loading. Moreover, from his memories, he knew had fled to this blessy because at the village we had rested with Timon from the neighbouring village had been ravaged with Japanese. He had panicked and sought refuge in this perch of grass. Consequently, he and the man from the neighbouring village had become separated, and he had no idea after him and had escaped. Fortunately, the Japanese heart attack that night had been during the day. Bizarre Lua doubted he or Dave managed to flee at all. System loading complete. After an unknown period, the notification finally issued in his mind just as his stomach began to grumble. Before he called asking I think the system's voice continued. Host, this system is collect the slaughter agent system by eliminating enemies, you can parents, which can be exchanged for all sorts of items from our previous life. You can check the exchangerties in the parent smile, to pernet, simply think of penmal. Upon hearing this, Bizarre Lu immediately without open mal, and apertures and bling a shopping website materialized in his mind. It was divided into 5 main categories: daily necessities, food, military equipment, vehicles, and special items. He quickly navigated to the food category. He was hungry before he appeared our variety of food and beverages, ranging from our slice of bread to whole roasted lumber camel. Do we have our parents now? Can he exchange them? As he pondered at this, he noticed he'd had left con rough the per displayed points 500. Without waiting for the system to respond, I immediately selected a piece of bread and a bottle of water, beginning to eat and drink. He observed the point change, noting patently 0.0002 point had been deducted, as I hope relief washed over him. It seemed the points were quite resilient. Host's initial points of 500 exchanges were possible. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, has Udden lie a cold Taten line in ovals often featured beginner gift packs, he quickly inquired, do I have a beginner gift pack? The initial gift pack has been issued. Open initial gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have received a customized Glock G26 pistol, 4 spare magazines, and 500 rounds of 9 ammunition. Slaughter agent exclusive Egony optimization liquid 1 after consumption. Upon reaching adulthood at 18, physical attribute scan reach for veti method average a human method or fuse a drink directly. Initial points 500 already issued. Master Ryan pistol shooting system monitoring grade level 1. Reward shave been issued, the host can retrieve items from the Steam inventory at any time, but once arrived, they cannot be returned. Upon receiving this information, Baizeo Luoas did not time and directly claim it his words. In the next moment, a compact's hand gun appeared in his hand, filling due to Thebrim. The magazines and spare ammunition fell to the ground, but Baizeo Luo didn't mind, they wouldn't break anyway. He opened a box containing a green liquid Kuti David Brunt life force. Without hesitation, Hegel pet it down, smacking his lips afterward, sweet. Before he called for Lysa worth a moment, he felt her warmth spreading through his body, but there was no pain nor discomfort. His skin flushed, and wisps of smoke burning tries from his dishevelled hair. Her sensed a surge of power radiating from his abdomen, expanding throughout his body. After a while, he noticed that his strength had significantly increased, and he felt sturdier, even a bitler. Dos these stemmer v personal attribute panel? System personal panel has been generated. Name by Luo. Age 8 years and 8 months. Comprehensive physical quality 0.8, adult range 0.7 to 1.5. Height 1.28 meters. Weight 30 kilogram. Skills pistol expert, rifle proficient, sniper beginner, driving beginner. Thesis skills will be detailed later. Reef necessary theory, a combination of past experiences and system awards. Items customized Glock 261, bullets 500, spare magazines 4. P.S. New author, if you have suggestions, feel free to further them. If my writing doesn't resonate, please begin laying a critique. Your support is appreciated. Chapter 2 Investigation. Upon seeing the comprehensive physical color tie displayed on the panel, Baizeo Luo felt an immense joy. Initially, he thought the enhancement wouldn't be substantial, but to his surprise, it matched her Tofanava jolt. This greatly exceeded his expectations. Such physical pro significant alleviated their challenge posed by the Iagage. Otherwise, with this previous full physique, he might have struggled to hand leaving the coil of his small handgun. After glancing at the skill section, Baizeo Luo felt that this 7 years of military service had been in vain. Even his most proficient rifle skills were only rated as proficient in the system skill levels beginner, proficient, expert, master, and his special driving skills were real soon like the beginner level. What exactly was the system monitoring grado? And what was its level? Not understanding his system, what is the purpose of the system monitoring grado? System monitoring grade level 1, range 100 meters. After marking a character's occupation radar, a Reddit will appear within a 100 meter range. For example, marking Japanese soldiers, spies, or wait staff. The level 1 radar can only mark only occupation at a time, and the range is limited to 100 meters. Tip grade to the next level, 1000 slaughter points are required. Baizeo Luo and Harley, with this, capturing spies would become much easier, and as the level increases, Thranju will expand even further. He thought for a moment and decided to mark the Japanese soldiers for now could adjust it latter reef needed. His primary aim in marking the Japanese way so investigative evaluation from wiki had escaped a night before to see if those later devil shadowed. After understanding these systems' basic functions, Baizeo Luo finally had to meet Oeker Minathi Hargun in his hand. With the magazine loaded, he had a total of 5 magazines filled with ammunition. Each magazine contained 10 rounds. Alt the gun was small. It was indeed most suitable for Baizeo Luo, given his small hands a larger gun would be difficult to manage. Moreover, despite its compact size, it came equipped with a variable dosight, tactical flashlight, and silencer. The silencer was not only of those long TPS from his previous life it weighs a mere 3 centimeters long. By luo silent li praised thesis stem for its quality. With the bullets loaded, by lua glancer durand, sonu ni bi, on venture the printer thuids, ready to test the gun and find the right feel. Thifat seemed wasteful twos bullets, this step was essential, especially since you wanted to experiment with the pistol proficiency granted bithe system to the ermergi thadem privet compared to 4. In his previous life, combined with these stems words, his shargun skill shot wretched the expertlevel, current lie highest skill level. After walking for about in minutes, by luo spotted door their tree approximately 50 meters away. This distance was within the fictiverange of the Hargon and Heim data branch, squeezing Tatrigger. Ding! The branch snapped cleanly. In that moment, by luo felt hasted different from his previous self. Old Haufis body was not as on a days that been after 7 years of rigorous training. He cold sense that his hooting accuracy was far beyond what the hard previous lie achieved. Hettis did his hooting while moving and found that he could clearly perceive a significant gap between his past and present abilities. The Hargun's maximum effective range weighs about 150 meters, and he called height for a shot. For moving targets, he could effectively shoot at around 130 meters, however, Theshwish wouldn't footwall. Otherwise, by luo felt the cold half shot even faster during his practice. Old Haute were cloth shoes, they were quite large. Moreover, they had holes in them, exposing his big toes, which was quitier cito by Sholawar. These stems hortzelens approved to beremer kably effective designs were barely adable beyontometers. By luoglan see dathis clothis and decided to visit ham all to bnu ort fitan shoes, primary lito query backpack, ash had no hairy to store rethagunan ammunition. After somer deliberation, by luo purchase the staff clothing, pants, and shoes to be calaf the common full zera. He also butterdirk night camouflage outfit similar to what frequently were in his previous life, along with shoes and a quick response backpack that could not only carry items butyl so quickly conversion to bulletproof vest, maximizing its tactical potential. Finally, he bought a Glock 18C, 217 round magazines, 250 round drums, and 300 round softback ammunition. Coupled with a specialized submachine gun kit 4th Glock, he was well equipped for both firepower and accuracy. The items cost by Shallow over for 50 points, leaving him with less than 50 points remaining. After organizing everything, he assembled the Hargun accessories and did to magazines, feeling that he was now adequately prepared. He then began to make his way back to what direction he had fled the night before, glancing at the tactical watch he had exchanged for in the system, noting that it was already past 5 p.m. After walking for about an hour, he finally spotted a small village approximately 500 meters ahead. It was not particularly large, consisting mainly of earthen houses, numbering around several dozen. From his Maries, ha called Tothy had escaped from this rivalry the night before. By luo jave theoria from a distances mhausesha bin reduced toashes, while yether still emit head wisps of black smoke. The entire village appeared durally silent, with no signs of life. As she crept closer, Bezirolier Izidis Glock 18C, taking advantage of the 13's very blisko panther modified kit to gain a clearer view. Still, Hezanun, approaching within 100 meters, these monitoring grade are also failed to display no signs of Japanese soldiers. Beziroli were read cautious, not daring tolith his gartharn hetherally got heavily perimeter for confirming that the little devil shaden deedolft. He holstered his weapon and surveyed the scattered bodies of the villages lying on the ground. Clenching his teeth, Hasilant live out Tatons at Forlan were buried, he will follow the trail left with Japanese index axes revenge. By Saralua walked around, hoping to find any surviving villagers. Halfway through, Hazudin live out of something and stopped in his tracks. System, change your radar detection to mark villagers. Change complete. In the next moment, by Lu noticed Deridota appearing on the radar within time at her head. He hurried over, but upon reaching the location, have found no living villagers round. Just as she was puzzled, he caught sight of a nearby well, realizing something, he rushed over and shone the flashlight from a shandgun in Tathuel. To his astonishment, Hespatidajo floating in theatre, her large eyes gazing you per them. Hold on to the bucket, I'll pull you up, by Lu occluded after retracting his gun. The girl, without hesitation, grasped the bucket, and de successful I pull it here up. As by Zyar Luo located the girl, he couldn't shake at feeling that something ways off, seeks abited neither the leaf of having survived north fear of Timasaki instead, Shazim met a bit dim-witted. But her was not he mettered were on that. What's your name? The girl glanced at Bai Xiaoluo. Stupid girl. Bai Xiaoluo was at a loss for words, internally lamenting that she indeed seemed rather foolish. Where's I a home? You should change it half though so it clothes. The stupid girl looked at Bai Xiaoluo and then at her own clothes. I only have his own outfit, me misgoni tunny toish, she said, pointing at her small house if that had been burnie to the ground. Bai Xiaoluo slips twitched indeed, if it turned it tosh. With another option, he looked in twirlative lion tax house and found some clothes for her to corn Jane to. It was already late October, and the nights were quite a killy, in Thyzera, catching ackled cow be quite a troublesome. Although Bai Xiaoluo ackled exchange for some medicine, it was better to avoid falling ill if possible. It would be quite uncomfortable, wouldn't it? Chapter 3, The Foolish Girl. After the foolish girl changed her clothes, Bai Luo surveyed the surrounding environment and ultimately decided to bury the deceased villagers beside a withered tree at the edge of the village. Upon returning to the village, he observed the foolish girl still munching on a large flatbread he had given her, her expression vacant and dazed. Even as she glanced at the lifeless bodies nearby, she exhibited little sorrow. Yet, within her gaze, a flicker of melancholy was discernible. Bai Luo approached her. The foolish girl paused her eating and turned her gaze towards Bai Luo. Where are your parents? Are they among these people? After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head, not wishing to pry further and risk touching upon her sorrowful memories. Bai Luo refrained from asking more questions. Instead, he inquired, how old are you? Where do you plan to go next? Do you have any relatives or friends to turn to? I have none. I have no parents. I used to feed the mules and work the fields for old man Wang in the village. He provided me with food. Old man Wang said I am 17 now and quite strong. Can I follow you from now on? I have nowhere else to go. I only need food, as she replied, raising the remnants of her flatbread. At that moment, Bai Luo realized that the flatbread in her hand was nearly finished, and he was taken aback. That flatbread could have sufficed for an adult's 2 meals, yet the foolish girl had consumed it all in such a short time. However, he dismissed this thought, for with a marketplace at his disposal, providing her with another flatbread, or even a roasted chicken or duck, was hardly a concern yet. Regarding her claim of substantial strength, Bai Luo scrutinized her slender frame, finding her assertion rather unconvincing. The simpleton appears to be rather tall, nearly reaching a height of 1.7 meters. Her eyes are quite large, complemented by long eyelashes. Her skin is remarkably fair, showing no signs of tanning despite years of laboring in the fields, although her hands bear numerous calluses. Yet, her slender frame and somewhat gaunt face lead Bai Luo to estimate that she probably does not weigh more than 40 kilograms. As he glanced at himself, he noticed that his height barely reached her chest, prompting a sigh. After watching her finish her meal, he inquired, Are you full? Do you want more? I'm only half full. I won't eat any more, but I feel energized now, she replied, patting her flat stomach. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo was inwardly astonished. This girl could certainly eat. After devouring such a large pancake and drinking a whole bottle of water, she claimed to be only half full. It seemed that she would be quite a burden to support. Without further contemplation, he instructed her to help carry the deceased villagers to the back of the village. Initially, he had intended for each of them to carry one person. However, he was taken aback by her genuine strength, as she effortlessly whisked one body away with each hand, while he, despite his small stature, could barely manage to carry them one by one, let alone run. The simpleton was indeed speaking the truth when she said she would follow him. Although she did not voice it, he sensed that she was secretly hoping he would take her to another village and provide her with some money, ensuring that the villagers would look after her. He felt he was acting in good conscience. Despite her petite frame, her spirit was that of a nearly 30-year-old adult. In contrast, the naive simpleton, still akin to a child, was merely 17, still in high school, basking in the affection of her parents and indulging in their love. Meanwhile, in this wretched era, Bai Luo resolved to keep the simpleton by his side, for he did not lack for food, and she would not perceive him as a child. She was obedient, strong, and capable of assisting him greatly, never questioning his words. She simply did as instructed, proving to be even more reliable than a mule. Moreover, given that his own body was that of a 9-year-old, many things were inconvenient, and having the simpleton around served as a cover. As dawn approached, they finally buried all the villagers. Bailuo selected a relatively undamaged courtyard, exchanging some resources for 2 roast chickens and 2 bowls of rice. He consumed half a chicken, leaving the remainder of the rice and chicken for the simpleton, who would have devoured even the bones if Bailuo had not promised her more roast chicken in the future. This reinforced his determination to keep her close, for she had not once inquired about the source of the food. She was simply content as long as there was something to eat, never prying into other matters. Bailuo, recalling some intelligence testing questions he had learned in a past life, estimated her intelligence to be roughly equivalent to that of a child aged 7 to 9. Upon this realization, he felt a twinge of sympathy as he glanced at the simpleton, who, sensing his gaze, tilted her head to look at him for a brief moment before returning to gnawing on the now meatless chicken bones. Bailuo's lips twitched, mentally reassuring himself that being simple-minded was advantageous. She was obedient, not overly inquisitive, and did whatever he asked. With this thought, he allowed a smile to play on his lips, though his heart simmered with anger at the deceased villagers. He activated the system's monitoring radar, altering the target to the Japanese soldiers. Finally, he settled down to sleep, preparing to track the trail left by the Japanese the following morning along with the simpleton. Had his points not been depleted, he would have easily exchanged for a vehicle to pursue them more swiftly. However, driving posed a challenge, as he would likely need to stand to reach the accelerator due to his height. The next day, while it was still dimly lit, Bailuo roused the simpleton, who had been resting beside him, and handed her 5 large meat buns. The 2 of them ate while following the traces left by the Japanese soldiers. Despite the passage of a day, the soldiers' footprints were still quite discernible. The patterns left by their military boots were easily distinguishable from the ordinary citizens' footprints, making the tracking process effortless. The simpleton informed him that there were dozens of soldiers, leading Bailuo to surmise that it was a small squad of Japanese troops, numbering between 50 to 70 individuals. After some consideration, he exchanged for an assault backpack and 10 M67 grenades, pretending to retrieve them from his own backpack to hand to the simpleton. She looked at him with curiosity, perceiving his backpack as a treasure chest. Without hesitation, she mimicked his actions and slung the items over her back. Bailuo deliberated but ultimately decided against providing her with firearms for the time being. He would wait until he had the opportunity to seize a Type 38 rifle and teach her some shooting techniques then. Moreover, his points were dwindling, leaving him with only 32 points, 1 point per grenade. He stuffed the grenades into the simpleton's backpack, keeping 2 for himself. Meanwhile, he inwardly lamented the lack of a spatial feature in his own system, wishing it could store items instead of requiring him to carry them. Upon reaching 100 kills, the system will grant a personal space reward. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Bailuo was startled, yet joy surged within him as he realized this potential. However, killing 100 individuals would not be an easy feat. It would require patience. System, how many points do I earn for killing a Japanese soldier? He suddenly pondered. If he could accumulate enough points, he could easily exchange for a young boy. 1,000 kills would pose no problem. 0.5 points for killing a Japanese soldier. Special Japanese soldiers yield bonus points. What constitutes a special Japanese soldier? Officers of the rank of lieutenant and above. Upon hearing this, Bailuo's eyes brightened. He refrained from asking further questions and quickened his pace, continuing to follow the trail left by the Japanese soldiers. He felt no concern about them returning to the city, as their direction was opposite to the route back. Chapter 4: The Battle at Darhu Village. At this moment, approximately 5 kilometers ahead of Bailuo, 2 factions were engaged in fierce combat at the entrance of Darhu Village. Juzi, have the villagers retreated into the mountains? A robust man in his 30s shouted towards a young man in his 20s, who was stationed not far behind. Captain, the villagers are reluctant to abandon their possessions. Their retreat is exceedingly slow. It will likely take another half an hour for them to reach the mountains. Upon hearing this, the sturdy man's expression grew grave. His troops had been in combat with the Japanese for 2 hours, having pushed from the high slopes at the village entrance into the heart of the village. Nearly 40 of his men had already fallen. Although the Japanese numbered just over 50, His own side had more than 200 soldiers, yet only a little over 100 rifles among them. The rest wielded machetes with no substantial heavy weaponry, merely some antiquated rifles. Had it not been for a makeshift cannon, their position would have surely crumbled by now. In the next instant, a loud explosion echoed through the air as the makeshift cannon was overturned by a shell from a Japanese mortar. Now, the sole threat to the Japanese within the village had been eliminated. Gritting his teeth, the sturdy man bellowed to the surrounding soldiers, "Fall back into the village, engage in street fighting. We must delay them for at least another half-hour to buy time for the villagers." Understood, the soldiers responded swiftly to their captain's orders, retreating in organized groups towards the densely clustered buildings. Meanwhile, Bailuo, less than 3 kilometers from the village, suddenly heard a loud explosion emanating from the front. "Is that the sound of an explosion? Are they engaged in combat?" He murmured to himself, realizing that someone was fighting the Japanese. He immediately called out to the dim-witted girl trailing behind him, "Dumpling, keep up." With that, he sprinted ahead. The girl quickly followed, easily keeping pace with Bailuo despite his short legs. After a little over 10 minutes of frantic running, Bailuo finally caught sight of the village ahead. The gunfire had not ceased, indicating that the Japanese were still clashing with the villagers. However, the intensity of the exchange appeared to have diminished significantly, suggesting that those fighting the Japanese were either running low on ammunition or had nearly exhausted their numbers. Bailuo climbed up a small rise at the village entrance, where numerous signs of battle remained. It became evident that the initial conflict had occurred at this very location, but now, given the sound of gunfire, the Japanese had nearly advanced to the village's far end. The corpses scattered on the ground were predominantly clad in the attire of ordinary villagers, with most of the weapons nearby being hunting rifles or antiquated firearms. It seemed likely that these were members of a local guerrilla unit or a militia. Bailuo crouched on the earthen embankment, surveying the situation at the village entrance. About 50 meters ahead, near a corner, lay several Japanese soldiers. Some were clutching their wounds and wailing in agony, while others lay still, likely deceased or unconscious. 3 remaining soldiers stood guard nearby. Without hesitation, Bailuo opened his quick-response backpack, retrieved a bulletproof vest, and secured it to his chest. He then drew his Glock 18, deploying the folding stock of the submachine gun, and unleashed a series of precise shots at the 3 standing Japanese soldiers 50 meters away. Thanks to the suppressor, the soldiers were struck down without even hearing the gunfire. A quick glance at his detection radar revealed that aside from the 5 wounded soldiers, all other Japanese were still within the village. Bailuo swiftly redirected his aim, sending the injured soldiers to their demise. After ensuring there were no surviving Japanese soldiers at the village entrance, he led Dumpling to the corner where the Japanese had previously been. Confirming their deaths, he handed her one of their rifles, collected several rounds of ammunition, and gathered a total of 5 grenades. A glance at the detection radar displayed only 15 red dots, indicating that there were not merely 15 Japanese soldiers remaining, but that Bailuo's radar had a detection range of only 100 meters. Noticing a cluster of about 6 or 7 red dots in the village, Bailuo resolved to eliminate this group first, surmising they were either the Japanese commander or a mortar position. He instructed Dumpling to wait, retrieving 4 M67 grenades from her backpack and fastening them to his bulletproof vest. Silently, he approached the target location and dispatched 2 sentries along the way. Ding, 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 the Glock spat fire as he dispatched the 2 soldiers. Fortunately, the nearby gunfire masked the sound of their fall, preventing the remaining Japanese from taking notice. After neutralizing the sentries, Bailuo pressed against the wall, stealthily advancing to the corner behind his target. Crouching low, he peered around the edge and confirmed his suspicions. The Japanese commander and the mortar crew were indeed present, totaling 7 soldiers. Calculating the distance to the mortar position at over 30 meters, Bailuo swiftly pulled out an M67 grenade, disengaged the safety pin, and hurled it towards them. The grenade soared through the air, landing beside one of the soldiers, who, upon noticing the smoking grenade at his feet, cried out in panic, "A grenade!" before attempting to leap away. But it was too late. With a thunderous explosion, the soldier was struck midair by shrapnel and fell to the ground, twitching before becoming still. The 4 soldiers nearby had no time to escape, perishing in the blast, including the commander. In the aftermath of the explosion, only 2 Japanese soldiers further back survived, groaning in agony from their wounds. Hearing the detonation, 6 soldiers turned back to investigate. Upon arriving at the scene of devastation, they found their squad leader sprawled on the ground, his head obliterated, clearly beyond salvation. Only 2 injured comrades remained. Writhing in pain, 2 of the 6 soldiers stepped forward to carry the wounded away to safety, while the remaining 4 stood guard, weapons drawn. Bai Luo seized the opportunity, pulling out another grenade and timing his throw perfectly. Boom! The grenade detonated, sending shrapnel flying. Upon hearing the explosion, Bai Luo sprang from his hiding spot, executing a tactical roll to a kneeling position, and unleashed a volley of shots at the remaining soldiers. Ding, 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 ding. He observed the fallen Japanese soldiers lying motionless on the ground, yet he remained vigilant, swiftly reloading his magazine with a drum. The 2 explosions had undoubtedly attracted the Japanese's attention, and an imminent confrontation loomed. After reloading, Bai Luo replaced his Glock-S magazine and cautiously approached the fallen soldiers, ensuring to deliver a finishing shot to each, adhering to the principle of eliminating any potential threats. Having witnessed the consequences of failing to do so in countless dramas from his past life, he understood the importance of securing the battlefield. A glance at his detection radar revealed 5 more Japanese soldiers advancing in his direction, 3 straight ahead and 2 from a side alley. Observing their movements, Bai Luo quickly darted towards the side alley. As soon as the 2 soldiers emerged, he fired 2 rounds, sending them crashing to the ground. Concerned that his handgun might not suffice, he delivered 2 more shots to their chests. As the saying goes, 2 shots to the chest, 1 to the head, a sight even the gods would shake their heads at. In the midst of finishing off the 2 soldiers, the other 3 Japanese came into view. Without granting them a moment to react, Bai Luo unleashed a flurry of shots, ding, 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 each shot finding its mark, ensuring a swift end for the Japanese soldiers. Chapter 5 The guerrilla squad. At this moment in the village, Wang Wu sensed that the artillery fire from the Japanese had ceased. It was time to prepare for the impending urban warfare. However, in the brief interlude, his side had suffered an additional 20 casualties. Furthermore, their ammunition was running low. Wang Wu decisively commanded his troops to brace for the enemy's assault, yet after a while, no Japanese soldiers advanced. From a distance, only a machine gun was stationed to blockade the alleyway, leaving Wang Wu perplexed. Nevertheless, he regarded this as a fortuitous delay, hoping to buy time for the villagers to evacuate, and it seemed the moment for departure was drawing near. Just moments ago, Juzi had returned with news that the civilians had retreated into the mountains, indicating they could also withdraw. Just as Wang Wu contemplated leaving, he heard the sounds of gunfire and explosions emanating from the rear of the enemy's blocking position. Bai Luo was in a predicament. He had been somewhat reckless and was spotted by a Japanese soldier. Now, radar indicated that there were still 22 enemy combatants, most of whom were encircling his position. He raised his weapons, suppressing the advancing Japanese soldiers, and swiftly retrieved the last M67 grenade from his backpack, pulling the pin and tossing it in the direction of the enemy. Without a backward glance, he maneuvered to break through from the flank, where the enemy presence was scant, with only 2 soldiers present. With 2 shots, the 2 Japanese soldiers fell, and without time to reload, he charged toward the village's entrance where the daft girl lingered. As he emerged from the alley, he spotted her peering cautiously from the opposite side. A smirk crossed his face. The girl had quite the audacity, remaining unafraid amidst the fierce gunfire. He quickly dashed to her side, rifled through her backpack, and secured 4 more grenades to his gear. Without delay, he urged her to run towards the high ground at the village entrance. Should the enemy dare to emerge, his marksmanship would ensure their demise. Indeed, scarcely had Bai Luo descended the slope when 4 or 5 Japanese soldiers charged forth. Without hesitation, he dispatched them with precision, sending each one crashing to the ground. The remaining enemy soldiers, cowed by his marksmanship, hesitated to reveal themselves, and a tense silence enveloped the scene. Meanwhile, Wang Wu recognized something was amiss. The enemy presence had dwindled significantly, with only a single machine gun suppressing their position while other firepower was scant. It was evident that external forces were restraining the Japanese troops, but who could it be? Wang Wu had no time to ponder further. He instructed his men to launch a counteroffensive while the machine gun was reloading. As he intentionally provoked the enemy to fire, the machine gun fell silent, indicating a change of ammunition. Wang Wu's eyes lit up. The opportunity had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he led the charge forward and, as he had surmised, only 4 Japanese soldiers remained. After eliminating them, he quickly scoured the area for supplies and ammunition, heading towards the village entrance. At the same time, Japanese Corporal Watanabe Mayu was in a quandary. With his squad leader deceased, he now held the highest rank in the dwindling unit. He promptly ordered a gathering, only to discover that over half of his men were casualties. Coupled with the soldiers stationed at the alley's blockade, he found himself with fewer than 20 comrades. Contemplating retreat, he was interrupted by the sound of sporadic gunfire from behind. When silence fell, Watanabe knew that the 4 soldiers at the rear had likely met a grim fate. This realization solidified Watanabe's resolve. He immediately directed his men to maneuver past the village entrance, evading the sniper's line of sight, and began their withdrawal. Bai Luo, observing the movements on his radar, understood the enemy's intentions all too well. He could not allow them to escape so easily. Swiftly, he circled to the side, but the lack of cover on the village's flanks forced him to wait on the slope for the enemy to show themselves. Within the village, Wang Wu and his uninjured guerrilla fighters had replenished their supplies and ammunition and were making their way towards the village entrance, inadvertently colliding with the Japanese soldiers attempting to withdraw from the side. As Bai Luo rounded the eastern flank, the sound of gunfire erupted from the village, and he surmised that the Japanese were engaging with the armed villagers once more. Bai Luo seized the opportunity to strike. He stealthily approached the village wall and unleashed a barrage of grenades at the red dots detected on his radar. Having recently exchanged for 10 additional grenades, he unleashed approximately 12, ensuring that all red dots on the radar had vanished. Indeed, the fallen Japanese soldiers were the preferable kind. Battle concluded. The host has eliminated 39 Japanese soldiers, earning 195 points. The host has achieved the 10-man kill achievement, rewarded with 1 silver filigree Mauser C96. The system's voice resonated within his mind. A pleasant surprise awaited him. The name of the weapon echoed in his memory. In his previous life, he had often seen it featured in anti-Japanese war dramas, such as Double Gun Li Xianyang and Railway Guerrilla, where its appearances were frequent. His grandfather had even carved a wooden model of the gun for him in his youth. Suddenly, footsteps echoed around him, and Bai Luo recognized that the villagers engaged in combat with the Japanese were approaching. Wang Wu, startled by the recent events, was exchanging fire with the enemy when a rain of grenades began to fall outside the wall, their power surpassing that of the Japanese hand grenades. The Japanese soldiers were decimated in the explosion, and when the bombardment ceased, Wang Wu rushed his men to reload their weapons. Upon closer inspection, he found the aftermath of carnage to be horrific, with some soldiers unable to withstand the gruesome sight and vomiting. Faced with this scene, Wang Wu resolved to meet the hero who had unleashed the grenades from outside the wall. Bai Luo aimed his weapon at the source of the footsteps, and the first figure to emerge was none other than Wang Wu himself. As Wang Wu passed over the wall, he beheld a youth of modest stature, adorned with an unfamiliar helmet. The weapon the boy wielded was also foreign to him, and his dark green attire was complemented by a tactical vest bearing a holstered pistol and 2 grenades reminiscent of the Japanese explosive devices. Overall, Wang Wu perceived the boy as spirited, capable, and enigmatic, strikingly youthful, appearing even younger than his nephew. This revelation left Wang Wu somewhat astonished, though he maintained a composed facade. Steeling himself, he extended his hand and expressed, "Young brother, thank you. Your assistance has been invaluable in eliminating the Japanese soldiers. Thank you." Bai Luo hesitated momentarily before removing his tactical gloves and shaking Wang Wu's hand. Observing the boy's hand, which was barely larger than half of his own, Wang Wu wondered if such a hand could even wield a firearm. "Greetings. I too am here to avenge the village ahead. These Japanese soldiers are my foes as well," Bai Luo replied, retracting his hand as he spoke. "I followed their footprints here, but the previous village has already been razed by the Japanese." Wang Wu felt a pang of sorrow at this revelation, yet he was powerless to alter the past. He understood that without the warnings from the few survivors of Li village, he would not have had time to evacuate the civilians. At that moment, Bai Luo gestured toward the hillside, and the daft girl promptly emerged, startling Wang Wu, who, upon realizing she was not an enemy, sighed in relief. As she approached, Bai Luo noticed she was burdened with 2 Type 38 rifles, strapped horizontally across the back of her assault pack. Wang Wu, regaining his composure, inquired, "Young brother, how shall we divide this weaponry?" Chapter 6. Wang Wu. Upon hearing Wang Wu's words, Bai Luo pondered momentarily. He truly held no regard for these firearms and thought it better to give them to Wang Wu for a profitable sale. With this in mind, Bai Luo spoke up, "I shall take these 2 rifles, and I would like to procure a generous supply of ammunition. The remainder can be left for you." Bai Luo intended to use these rifles to teach the foolish girl how to shoot and for the occasional hunting expedition. Wang Wu, filled with delight at Bai Luo's decision, promptly instructed Juzi to gather several boxes of ammunition to bring over. In no time, Juzi arrived, carrying a handful of rounds salvaged from the enemy's corpses. Bai Luo emptied the bullets onto the ground, revealing approximately 200 rounds. He did not hesitate to take as many as he could, as they were primarily for the foolish girl's practice, and such ammunition could also be confiscated from the enemy. Were Wang Wu to discover that these bullets were intended for the dim-witted girl's training, he would likely be heartbroken, considering that each of his guerrilla fighters was allotted merely 15 rounds on average. Bai Luo proceeded to stow the bullets into the foolish girl's backpack and turned to Wang Wu, saying, "Brother, since there appears to be nothing pressing, we shall take our leave." Just as he was about to turn away, Wang Wu urgently called out, "Young brother, wait, why not stay for a meal before you depart? After such an extended period of fighting, I believe you must be famished." "Where do you intend to go? I am quite familiar with the area surrounding here and can escort you afterwards." Upon hearing this, Bai Luo remained composed, but the foolish girl's eye sparkled at the mention of food. "Xiao Luo, I'm hungry," she exclaimed. Bai Luo, taken aback, thought to himself, "It's only been less than 2 hours, can 5 large buns truly be insufficient?" His curiosity about the depths of the foolish girl's appetite deepened, and he resolved to ascertain just how much she could consume when the opportunity arose. Though he maintained an indifferent expression, he had little interest in lingering for a meal, as food was scarce within the ranks of the resistance fighters. However, he was indeed unfamiliar with the surrounding environment. Thus he acquiesced, walking alongside Wang Wu as he inquired, "May I ask your esteemed surname?" "I am Bai Luo, but you may call me Xiao Luo. My name is Wang Wu, the captain of the guerrilla forces in the vicinity of Dahui village." "May I ask where you hail from? Forgive my ignorance, but I do not believe there are any armed groups in the area dressed as you are," Wang Wu queried. Bai Luo, unfazed by the inquiry, had anticipated such questions from Wang Wu, considering that the local guerrilla forces would naturally wish to understand the presence of an armed individual in their territory. "Brother Wang, do not jest. I am alone. These weapons were brought to me by others from abroad, and I prefer not to elaborate further," Bai Luo replied. Wang Wu, respecting the young man's privacy, said nothing further, aware that everyone harbors their own secrets, especially after barely half a day of acquaintance. Upon reaching a courtyard, Wang Wu gestured for Bai Luo and the foolish girl to take a seat while he hurriedly arranged for a meal and the cleanup of the battlefield, simultaneously preparing to withdraw from Dahui village into Dahui mountain to prevent any retaliatory actions from the enemy. Sitting in the courtyard, Bai Luo found himself growing bored and decided to take out an empty magazine and some bullets to teach the foolish girl how to load ammunition. Observing her grasp the technique, he called out to the system, open personal panel, name, Bai Luo age, 8 years and 8 months overall physical fitness, 0. 9 height, 1. 28 meters, weight, 30 kilograms, skills. Expert in pistol handling, proficient in rifle usage, and so forth. Inventory, 1 silver-plated ornate Mauser C96, points, 227. Bai Luo glanced at his personal panel and noticed that his physical attributes had increased by 0. 1. A sense of quiet delight washed over him. Only with enhanced physicality could the combat skills he had learned in his previous life be effectively utilized. Otherwise, when it came to close-quarters combat, a lack of strength would hinder his ability to swiftly eliminate foes, rendering the experience rather unenjoyable. While one-on-one encounters were manageable, situations requiring stealth could become exceedingly uncomfortable. "Xiao Luo, it's ready," called out the simple-minded girl beside him, as she handed over the remaining bullets along with a fully loaded magazine. Bai Luo reached out to accept them and affixed the magazine to his chest rig. He placed the drum on the side of his backpack for easy access and stowed the ballistic vest back into his rapid response bag. He then secured the quick-draw holster for his handgun to his thigh and tucked a spare magazine into his waist belt. Once everything was in order, he noticed a guerrilla fighter named Juzi nearby, whose eyes gleamed with an intense curiosity. When Bai Luo's gaze met his, Juzi hesitated momentarily before asking, "Little brother, may I see your gun?" Having never encountered such a compact and refined firearm, his eyes betrayed a longing. What man does not harbor a fondness for guns? Observing Juzi's expression and the shotgun tucked at his waist, an idea struck Bai Luo. "Sure, but could you spare me some shotgun shells?" "Just 10 will suffice." Upon hearing this, Juzi promptly retrieved over 10 rounds from his pocket and handed them to Bai Luo, who then drew his Glock 26 and offered it to him. "If you're interested, you can take a few shots. There are 10 rounds in it." Juzi was taken aback. The gun appeared quite diminutive, yet he was astonished to learn it could hold 10 rounds, matching the capacity of his own magazine. "System, extract the Mauser C96 into my backpack." In the next moment, Bai Luo felt a shift in the weight of his backpack. He opened it to reveal a gleaming Mauser pistol and couldn't he help but scoff. While the pistol was aesthetically pleasing, it was hardly practical. Drawing it at night would make it glint like a mirror under the moonlight. He then pulled back the bolt, loading the bullets one by one. After finishing, he noticed Juzi's intense gaze fixed on the Mauser in his hands. Bai Luo, observing Juzi's rapt attention, suggested, "Shall we find a spot to test the gun?" Without hesitation, Juzi led Bai Luo to the village entrance, where he propped a piece of wood atop a dirt mound. After returning, he signaled for Bai Luo to commence firing. Bai Luo, exuding nonchalance, raised the gun with one hand, only to awkwardly realize that his hand was too small to reach the trigger. Juzi, noticing this, turned away, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Amused by his own predicament, Bai Luo adjusted his grip to use both hands. With expert proficiency in handling handguns, he took aim at a stationary target 30 meters away, still holding the weapon firmly. The sound of a bang, bang, bang echoed as he emptied the magazine within moments, each shot finding its mark. Juzi turned at the sound of gunfire, witnessing Bai Luo's remarkable accuracy. The bullet struck the wooden target center, eliciting profound respect for the marksmanship of this seemingly 10-year-old child. He couldn't fathom how such a young boy had honed his skills. Having finished, Bai Luo rated the Mauser poorly, not for any particular reason, but because the sun's glare had nearly caused him to miss his target. With little inclination to further examine the firearm, he gestured to Juzi that it was his turn to shoot. Juzi raised his Glock 26, noticing a reflective surface with a red dot in the center. As he aimed, the red dot aligned perfectly with the distant piece of wood with a ding. The recoil of the gun resonated in his hand, accompanied by the unmistakable vibration of the wood from the impact. Juzi realized he had hit his target. However, he was puzzled by the absence of any sound. Chapter 7, The Transaction. Who fired the shot? What on earth happened? Before Juzi could recover from the astonishment of the gunshot, the voice of Wang Wu echoed from a distance. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Wu was seen sprinting towards them, accompanied by several guerrilla fighters. "Captain Wang, my apologies, I was just testing the gun," Bai Luo called back, raising the Mauser pistol in his hand as a gesture. Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Wang Wu felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking that perhaps the Japanese were not upon them once more. However, as he approached, he caught sight of the gleaming silver weapon in Bai Luo's grasp, and he found himself unable to look away. Internally, he marveled, "Wow, this gun is truly exquisite." He couldn't help but wonder where this young lad had acquired such an array of peculiar firearms that he had never before encountered. While he recognized this particular model, he was taken aback by its remarkable craftsmanship. Perhaps he might consider trading his own firearm for this child's. It would certainly impress the division commander at the guerrilla headquarters, saving him from the embarrassment of brandishing a mere flower-patterned rifle in front of him. Lost in thought, he instinctively reached out, intent on seizing the pistol from Bai Luo. Noticing Wang Wu's intentions, Bai Luo swiftly tucked the gun behind him, denying Wang Wu the opportunity. Realizing his actions were inappropriate, Wang Wu awkwardly withdrew his hand and rubbed his nose, clearing his throat self-consciously. Seizing the moment, Juzi dashed over. "Little Luo, why does your gun make no sound?" Wang Wu, taken aback by Juzi's question, replied, "If you don't fire it, how could it make a sound?" Without further ado, he confiscated the Glock 26 from Juzi's hand. The instant he took hold of the weapon, he sensed something was amiss. The gun was remarkably light, nearly the same length as his palm. Its design was quite peculiar, featuring a small cylindrical extension at the front and a tiny mirror atop it, alongside another small cylinder beneath the barrel. He couldn't help but admire the gun's intricate design, although it seemed rather delicate, perhaps more suited for a lady. "Little Luo, may I fire a few rounds?" Bai Luo gestured nonchalantly. Wang Wu, upon seeing this, aimed the weapon and quickly discerned the purpose of the small mirror. After a brief moment, he pulled the trigger. With a soft ding, the diminutive firearm vibrated in his hand, leaving Wang Wu astonished. He knew he had fired, and the spent casing lay at his feet, yet the gun emitted no sound. No, not entirely silent, it produced a noise so minimal it could be likened to a mere whisper. Wang Wu stared in disbelief at Bai Luo, who remained silent, then took the Glock 26 back from Wang Wu, removed the silencer, and handed it back to him, urging him to fire again. Upon receiving the weapon, Wang Wu noted that it had become even shorter. He refrained from questioning Bai Luo about the purpose of the cylindrical attachment and aimed it once more at the target, pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Wu continued firing until the magazine was empty, his gaze fixated on the small cylinder in Bai Luo's possession. This is a silencer. Its workings may be complex, but all you need to know is that it reduces the sound produced when the gun is fired, just like the first shot you just took, Bai Luo explained. Wang Wu, taken aback by Bai Luo's explanation, had never imagined that a simple tube could silence a gunshot. However, he did not dwell on it for long. Amidst the cacophony of battle, the silencer held little significance for him. His attention once again shifted to the firearm strapped to Bai Luo's back. Compared to the small weapon in his hand, he was far more enamored with the one on Bai Luo. With a hint of embarrassment, he spoke. "Little Luo, I have a favor to ask. Could you let me take a look at that mirrored box of yours?" Bai Luo, smiling, obliged without hesitation, drawing the firearm from his waist and presenting it to Wang Wu. Wang Wu's face lit up with joy as he praised Bai Luo for his generosity. After returning the Glock 26 to Bai Luo, he took hold of the dazzling Mauser C96. The gleam in his eyes rivaled that of a man gazing upon his beloved. The gun featured exquisite engravings, enhancing its allure even further. Wang Wu found himself increasingly enamored, wishing to exchange his own weapon for Bai Luo's, but glancing at his own firearm, he noted its worn condition, the rifling nearly worn away, and its damage. Yet, he simply could not resist. "Little Luo, are you willing to part with this gun? I could offer something else in exchange," Wang Wu proposed. Bai Luo chuckled inwardly, recognizing the reluctance in Wang Wu's eyes. He understood the attachment Wang Wu had to the firearm. However, to Bai Luo, this gun served little practical purpose, merely a decorative piece for his collection. "What does Captain Wang wish to trade for?" "I have no shortage of weapons, I need no food, and as for money, that is unnecessary. This gun is silver-plated, and I trust you are aware of its value, especially considering the intricate craftsmanship," Bai Luo replied. Wang Wu, upon hearing this, realized he could not afford such a firearm and, with a heavy heart, resigned himself to the fact that he would not acquire it. Just as he was about to return the gun to Bai Luo, he heard Bai Luo present his request. "I require a map of Su Province. I plan to travel to Haishur. Would you consider trading it for a map of Su Province, or perhaps you could provide me with directions to Haishur?" Bai Luo articulated. Wang Wu's expression shifted from disappointment to excitement. "Little Luo, a map is unnecessary. We are also heading to Su City in 2 weeks, which is conveniently located next to Shanghai. You can travel with us. What do you say?" Bai Luo's eyes brightened at this offer. "Deal." With that, he pushed the firearm that Wang Wu had half extended back into his arms. "The gun is yours now. Let us return for a meal." Bai Luo turned and walked towards the courtyard they had just come from. Upon entering the courtyard, Bai Luo's smile faltered as he beheld a sight that left him speechless. The silly girl was already engaged in a clean plate initiative, with only 4 empty bowls remaining on the table, devoid of even a trace of residue. Beside her was a basket, containing remnants that suggested it had once held steamed buns, though he could only wonder how many had been consumed. Wang Wu soon followed him inside, and upon seeing the barren table, he too was taken aback, quickly understanding the situation as he noticed the remnants of food stuck to the silly girl's mouth. Laughing heartily, he exclaimed, "This girl has quite the appetite. That's a good thing. I'll have someone bring another serving." "That won't be necessary," Bai Luo waved his hand dismissively. He then unzipped his backpack, feigning to retrieve something, and exchanged points in the rewards store for 6 large meat buns. He handed 2 each to Wang Wu and Juzi, keeping 2 for himself. Just as he was about to take a bite, he noticed the silly girl staring longingly at the buns in his hands, prompting him to offer her one of his. Internally, he scoffed, "Is this girl's stomach a bottomless pit?" She devoured a meal meant for 4 yet remains unsatisfied. In the days that followed, Bai Luo took the silly girl on morning runs, teaching her some basic tactical maneuvers, though the more complex ones were beyond her grasp. However, her appetite had not been in vain. Her physical fitness had risen to level 1, allowing her to carry a load of 25 kilograms, yet she still huffed and puffed after a 15-kilometer run. Initially, she bore a weight of 20 kilograms, but one day, as mealtime approached and she found Bai Luo lagging behind, she simply slung her backpack in front of her chest and carried Bai Luo all the way back to the guerrilla base in the mountains. Adding Bai Luo's weight along with the burden she carries, this foolish girl is effectively shouldering a load equivalent to 75 kilograms, traversing a distance of 7.5 kilometers without so much as a pause. This revelation left Bai Luo astonished, deeming it quite extraordinary. Furthermore, upon her return, she exhibited only a slight breathlessness, indicating that this was not the limit of her capabilities. This led Bai Luo to accurately assess the role of this foolish girl as a machine gunner. In everyday scenarios, she could also serve as a sturdy mule, provided she is well fed. Chapter 8. Training. During the subsequent period of training, Bai Luo gradually began to increase the weight for the simple-minded girl. As Bai Luo continuously enhanced her diet with additional nourishment and meat, the once gaunt and emaciated visage of the girl slowly transformed, gaining a more rounded appearance. However, instead of exchanging for a firearm from the system's marketplace, he borrowed a Czech-style light machine gun from Wang Wu for her to carry initially. The load, which began at 20 kilograms, was now increased to a formidable 90 kilograms, allowing her to run alongside Bai Luo, who bore a weight of 40 kilograms, with comparable agility. A week later, Bai Luo enlisted a few guerrilla fighters to assist in setting up a dynamic shooting range under his guidance. He began instructing the girl on the fundamentals of simple dynamic shooting techniques, utilizing the Czech light machine gun, emphasizing that while precision might be lacking, firepower would compensate for it. In the interim, Wang Wu, out of sheer curiosity, decided to observe how a boy under the age of 9 could train a girl with an intellect similarly under 9. To his astonishment, he became captivated by the scene and shamelessly urged his subordinates to join him in observing and learning, hoping to receive guidance once the training concluded. Of course, there was a price to pay. The light machine gun, initially borrowed, had now rightfully become the girl's possession. Bai Luo did not impose stringent demands for precision regarding the girl's shooting skills, understanding that machine gunners primarily rely on suppressive fire. As long as she could manage to hit the target with at least one shot during a single burst, it would suffice. Today marked the 12th day of training, with only 3 days remaining until their departure for Sioux City. As dusk approached, Bai Luo approached the girl, cradling a significant weapon in his arms. He handed it to her, stating, "Here, take this, it will be your gun from now on." The girl gazed at Bai Luo with a look of bewilderment before extending her hand to accept the firearm, which was the M249 light machine gun produced in America in a later era. "After dinner, I will teach you how to use it," Bai Luo remarked before lowering his head to commence his meal. This M249 had been custom-ordered from the system, equipped with a silencer, measuring 85 centimeters in length, and featuring a vertical grip in place of the original bipod. Considering the girl's limited cognitive abilities, a fixed 2x standard scope was employed, and the stock was replaced with a collapsible version, while the barrel was enhanced with advanced technology from the system. After a continuous discharge of 10,000 rounds, the weapon will begin to heat up, necessitating a replacement of the barrel. To conserve points, the caliber has also been altered to the Czech-style light machine gun 7.92 mm, making it more convenient to collect ammunition. The total expenditure on firearms and accessories amounted to 118 points, in addition to which 2 ammunition drums containing 200 rounds each and a 350-round belt were redeemed, costing another 37.5 points. After indulging in some meals during this period, a mere 69 points remained. Sighing inwardly, Bai Luo lamented the return to a state of deprivation. However, With only 3 days left before departure, he pondered whether there would be ample opportunities to earn points along the way. Considering the multitude of checkpoints and bunkers, wouldn't it be feasible to eliminate a few? Should Wang Wu become aware of Bai Luo's musings, it is uncertain whether he would still be able to smile. Finally, on the night of the third day, shortly after 10 p.m., Bai Luo received notification from Wang Wu to prepare for departure. He roused the dozing Xiaoyu beside him, only to be met with her innocent query, "Is it time to eat?" This left Bai Luo both exasperated and amused. The two swiftly organized their gear, refraining from equipping Xiaoyu with excessive items. They merely exchanged for a durable combat jacket from the lifestyle category and a pair of tactical boots from the military category. A complete set of Russian heavy-duty body armor was procured for protection, as machine gunners were often targets of animosity, all for the reasonable price of 22 points, emphasizing both safety and cost-effectiveness. However, the weight of the bulletproof vest was somewhat unwieldy, a burden only Xiaoyu, with her mule-like attributes, could bear comfortably. In less than 5 minutes, the duo was ready and headed out together at the base's entrance. Upon seeing Xiaoyu's attire, Wang Wu felt a wave of speechlessness. Why was she still wearing a vest? It appeared quite substantial, yet did she not feel the chill? The weather in November had begun to turn cold, and it was likely that snow would soon follow. They were currently in the northern region of Su Province, near Shu City, tasked with picking up a group of technicians near Huai City to escort them to Su City. Due to the large number of personnel and the fact that Su Province had already fallen, the largest guerrilla force was naturally under Wang Wu's command. Thus, the responsibility of this mission fell squarely on his shoulders. With Wang Wu's command to commence, they set forth towards the southeast, guided by guerrilla soldiers dispatched from Huai City. Around 1 o'clock in the early morning, the group arrived at their first rest point. The guerrilla soldier from Huai City, named Shuang Piyu, who served as a courier for the Red Party, greeted them. "Old Wang, why are you bringing along 2 young recruits? One of them is hardly taller than my rifle." "Old Wang, do you have any idea how arduous this mission is?" "Old Zhuang, they are not my soldiers. They are merely accompanying us on the journey. I assure you, these 2 youngsters will not hinder our progress. Their combat skills are no less impressive than yours. Don't inquire further, it's a long story." Zhuang opened his mouth to respond but ultimately refrained, trusting Wang Wu and choosing not to press the matter. At that moment, Bai Luo rested his head on Xiaoyu's lap, contemplating how to locate his aunt in Shanghai, knowing only that her name was Bai Xiumei and that she operated a clothing store in the French concession. Beyond that, he was entirely ignorant. He was uncertain if the elder of the neighboring village was still alive, having seen no evidence of him during the recovery of bodies. He presumed the elder was likely still among the living. Although he had traversed into this body, he had also inherited its emotions. His grandmother had entrusted him with a letter, instructing him to deliver it to his aunt, the contents of which he had not examined, as the previous owner of this body was illiterate, and he had no desire to read it. Lost in thought, a droplet of water suddenly fell onto his forehead. Initially believing it to be rain, he soon realized it was merely Xiaoyu, dozing with her head lowered, drooling onto him. As another droplet threatened to fall, Bai Luo swiftly rolled off Xiaoyu's lap, inadvertently waking her. With bleary eyes, Xiaoyu gazed at Bai Luo and murmured, "Xiao Luo, aren't you going to lie down?" Bai Luo's mouth twitched. "No, you rest for a bit. I'll wake you when it's time to depart." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu promptly reclined backward, using her backpack as a pillow, seemingly unbothered by the discomfort of the machine gun pressing against her. This scene caught Wang Wu's attention, prompting him to beckon Bai Luo over. Upon approaching, Bai Luo inquired, "Uncle Wang, what is it?" Since learning that Bai Luo was not yet 9 years old, Wang Wu had insisted that Bai Luo address him as uncle. Initially resistant due to the disparity in their ages, Bai Luo eventually relented, yielding to Wang Wu's insistence. This shift had fostered a deepening bond between them, coupled with Bai Luo's respect for these valiant anti-Japanese heroes. "Xiao Luo, this is your Uncle Zhuang, who has come from Huai City to guide us. We will be traveling primarily at night, and the route has already been mapped out. The journey from here to Su City spans several hundred kilometers. Do you think you can manage?" Upon hearing this, Bai Luo initially contemplated playing around with a couple of watchtowers, but he realized that such whims would likely have to wait. He was not in a hurry, for once he reached Shanghai, he could indulge to his heart's content. After all, that city was a haven where even a stray brick could strike a spy, and with the presence of surveillance radar, the risk of misidentification was minimal. Working for the military intelligence would surely lead to rapid advancement. Not a problem, Uncle Wang, you know me well enough, this distance poses no challenge for me. He then nodded respect. Sensing his involvement was no longer necessary, Bai Luo ambled back to Sharnu's side, resuming his place beside her. Chapter 9, Arrival at Huai City. After resting for approximately 20 minutes, Wang Wu glanced at his watch and addressed Zhuang Piyu, it is about time. Let us set off. Indeed, let us proceed, the weather is growing colder, and the soldiers are likely to suffer from the chill if they spend the night outdoors. Once we reach the next rest point, as the command to assemble was given, the soldiers began to gather and prepare for departure. By the time the convoy reached the second rest point, snow had begun to fall from the sky. Although it was not heavy, it showed no signs of abating. Finally, on the night of the third day, shortly after 9 o'clock, they arrived at Huai City, now blanketed in a thick layer of white snow. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was adorned in silver, punctuated only by the occasional green pine tree scattered throughout this wintry tableau. Comrade Wang Wu, you have finally arrived. It has been a hard journey, Bai Luo called out as he spotted a middle-aged man in his 40s, distinguished and bespectacled, hastily approaching the troops. Wang Wu immediately saluted and extended his hands in greeting. The journey has been relatively uneventful. I have brought the team here, consisting of a total of 203 personnel, ready to follow your command. What are the specific tasks we are to undertake? No need to rush. Let us first arrange for the comrades to rest, and we shall discuss matters further. Xiao Li, come here and ensure the guerrilla fighters get some rest and warm themselves with hot water. The secretary gestured to a soldier behind him. Our mission is quite perilous and the journey long. What will happen if we encounter danger? Secretary Wang, this child is on his way to Shanghai to join relatives. There is no one left at his home. It would not be safe for him to travel alone. The secretary hesitated upon hearing this. Can this child withstand such a long journey? Rest assured, Secretary, this child is quite resilient and not so delicate, Wang Wu assured him. Seeing Wang Wu's confidence, the secretary chose not to press the issue further. After all, they were primarily escorting a group of doctors and nurses to establish a logistical hospital at the rear. Having an extra child along would not make much difference, especially since Wang Wu seemed certain that the child would not impede their progress. Meanwhile, Bai Luo had not overheard the conversation between the secretary and Wang Wu, as he was following Xiao Li in search of a place to rest and drink some water. It was already November, and the weather had turned cold with the onset of snow, albeit light. Under Xiao Li's guidance, the group found a low-lying area deep within the forest. Turning a corner, Bai Luo discovered a hidden haven. This depression was flanked by a mountain on one side and featured a natural cave on the other. Upon entering, they found the space ample, with numerous pathways branching off, likely leaving those unfamiliar with the area lost for some time. The soldiers were divided into two groups upon entering the cave, and Bai Luo followed behind a pillar into a side chamber. Inside, he saw 7 or 8 individuals who had already kindled a fire, with a large pot suspended above it. The temperature within the cave was noticeably warmer than outside, and the ground was not damp. Bai Luo scanned the surroundings and chose a spot against the cave wall to set down his pack, prompting the simple-minded girl to do the same. He opened his backpack, retrieved his water bottle, and made his way toward the central campfire. The soldiers tending the fire noticed the young boy approaching with the water bottle and quickly stepped forward to take it from him, offering to drink some water to warm yourself. Soon, someone will bring over vegetable soup and flatbreads, they said as they filled the bottle. Bai Luo expressed his gratitude and headed back toward the simple-minded girl. She had already taken out the lunchbox he had given her and was gnawing on a cold bun. Approaching her, he poured some hot water into her container. The girl, undeterred by the cold, bit into the hard bun with gusto, her strong teeth serving her well. Outside the cave, the secretary and Wang Wu were making their way over, engaged in conversation. Secretary, from what you've said, this mission appears quite formidable, with over 40 doctors and nurses, and the temperature is only dropping. We still have over 400 kilometers to reach Sioux City. Will this group of doctors and nurses be able to endure? Furthermore, we must traverse several blocked zones along the way. Have you dispatched personnel to manage this? Rest assured, arrangements have been made for the journey. With the cold weather, the enemy patrols have diminished, and comrades have been assigned to monitor the checkpoints in the blocked zones. Originally, your presence was not required. While our numbers are few, our plans are sound. However, due to an operation on the Sioux City side, we could not spare any personnel, hence your deployment. That is good to hear, Wang Wu nodded. By the way, Secretary, how long? Once they do, we will rest for the night and set off at dawn, taking the route behind the mountains where there are no enemy checkpoints. They have not arrived yet? Wang Wu inquired, surprised. Not yet. The large group is moving slowly. The team sent to escort them has reported that they will not arrive until around midnight at the earliest. I hope they arrive safely, the secretary murmured, then steeled himself, leading Wang Wu toward the cave. Upon seeing the cave entrance, Wang Wu could not help but exclaim, Secretary Wang, your choice of location is truly remarkable. The secretary smiled but did not respond to the compliment. Let us eat something. You have been on the march for 3 days, you must be exhausted. Feeling the fatigue settling in, Wang Wu chose not to speak further and followed the secretary to eat and recuperate. For the next half-month, vigilance would be paramount. Today marked the 2nd year of the War of Resistance, and the entire Sioux province had fallen. One could only wonder when the enemy would be driven back to their homeland. Around 11:30 at night, more than 10 miles to the east of the guerrilla forces encampment in Huai City, 2 groups were engaged in fierce combat, one in pursuit and the other in flight. Quick, quick, keep up. Follow me to the southeast towards that forested area, our team is located there. In the distance, about 200 meters behind the retreating faction, dozens of men and women were seen fleeing in a state of panic. Chapter 10, Unexpected Appearance. Jiang Cheng was extremely agitated. Having just passed the final blockade, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a patrol of enemy soldiers. Fortunately, he managed to evade them in time, believing it to be a narrow escape. Little did he anticipate that this patrol was accompanied by a pack of wolfhounds. Typically, there would be no patrols at this hour, let alone with dogs. Jiang Cheng could scarcely ponder whether the information had been leaked or if his luck had simply run out. The only solace was that this was the last line of defense, and merely 10 miles away lay the encampment of his guerrilla unit. With this thought in mind, Jiang Cheng reached out to assist a female nurse who was struggling to keep pace, urging her on. Hurry, hold on. Our team is just ahead in the mountains. We have less than 10 miles to go, just a little longer. As he shouted, he glanced back, noting that his original contingent of 50 had dwindled to just over 30, while the enemy had swelled from a mere 10 to over 100, likely reinforcements responding to the gunfire from the checkpoint. Anxiety gripped Jiang Cheng's heart. In normal circumstances, if it were just his squad, his familiarity with the terrain would enable them to slip away through the woods, but now, they had over 40 medical personnel in tow, lacking the stamina to sustain such a flight. Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang. Suddenly, 2 urgent calls echoed from the cave where the Huai City guerrilla unit was based. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingyuan's eye snapped open from a feigned slumber. What is it? He replied, turning towards the source of the voices. Secretary Wang, the sentries on the perimeter report that there is a dense sound of gunfire coming from the northwest. The noise is growing louder, there's a skirmish underway, and it is approaching our encampment. A panting Xiao Li, who had previously guided them, reported, breathless from running. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingyuan's heart sank. He could not afford to let Xiao Li continue. Xiao Li, go notify the team to assemble, I will find Captain Wang. Without waiting for a response, he hurried towards Wang Wu's resting area. Upon arrival, he found that Wang Wu and their soldiers had already risen. Xiao Li's urgent shouts had reverberated through the quiet cave, signaling an emergency. Wang Wu, having heard the commotion, quickly gathered the troops and prepared to inquire with Wang Mingyuan about the situation. Just as the assembly was complete, they spotted Wang Mingyuan rushing towards them. Wang Wu, without further ado, there's gunfire to the northwest. It is likely that our team sent to provide support has encountered the enemy. We must move immediately to assist. With that, Wang Mingyuan hurried off to alert the other personnel, standing nearby. Bai Luo heard the news as well. Without hesitation, he extracted a chest plate from his quick response backpack, secured his. Then he swiftly followed the team out of the cave. Once outside, the sound of gunfire from the northwest was becoming increasingly distinct. Wang Mingyuan led the assembled Hui City guerrilla unit down the mountainside. Wang Wu, seeing this, immediately followed with his troops, while Bai Luo and the bewildered girl trailed closely behind. Although it was midnight and the snow had ceased, visibility remained good. The bright moonlight bathed the ground, reflecting off the snow, allowing shapes to be discerned from 100 meters away. Not long after, they spotted several figures stumbling toward them. Wang Mingyuan, at the forefront, felt a slight relief upon recognizing that the leading figure was none other than Zhang Cheng, whom he had sent to provide support. He rushed forward. Zhang Cheng, what is the situation? Secretary Wang, we were discovered while crossing the last blockade, and now there are at least 100 enemy soldiers in pursuit, Zhang Cheng replied. Shichu and his men are currently holding them at bay, he continued. He then turned to Wang Wu, who quickly grasped the implication and led the team to establish a defensive position at the edge of a sparse grove, approximately 20 meters ahead, to delay the enemy and buy time for the medical personnel to withdraw. Bai Luo, along with the bewildered girl, crouched in a small depression near the forest's edge. Before long, they observed several figures rushing towards them, firing their weapons as they ran. Recognizing that the enemy was closing in, Bai Luo swiftly retrieved over 10 grenades from the bewildered girl's backpack, preparing to unleash a significant strike while the enemy remained unaware of their ambush. He instructed the bewildered girl not to fire until the enemy reached the open ground. Once prepared, Bai Luo raised his head and saw a dense throng of enemy soldiers in the distance. To his astonishment, it was not merely 100, there were at least 300 of them. As the first wave of enemies burst into the clearing, Bai Luo wasted no time and hurled 2 M67 grenades, knowing the shrapnel's lethal radius was 15 meters, unleashing chaos upon the advancing foes. With 2 resounding explosions, the 8 or 9 enemy soldiers who had just surged forward were immediately propelled into the air. Only 2 of the soldiers at the periphery let out cries of anguish, while the others lay motionless on. From a distance, one could observe a dark crimson stain gradually spreading beneath them, saturating the pristine white snow, a fitting retribution for the transgressions they had committed upon this land. Following the detonations, the gunfire from the opposing side abruptly ceased, but mere seconds later, a more ferocious barrage erupted. Captain Ono Taro, the leader of this squadron, received a call from the outpost informing him of a group of approximately 100 individuals crossing the blockade. He swiftly gathered his troops and set off in pursuit. Before long, they encountered the incoming squad led by Lieutenant Iwabun, who, having heard of a large number of unidentified personnel breaching the checkpoint, also joined the chase. Thus, the assembly of over 300 individuals that Bai Luo now beheld was formed. Upon witnessing his soldiers being instantaneously felled by the explosion, Ono Taro was struck with fear and hastily took refuge behind a tree, while his subordinate troops also dropped to the ground, fearing the presence of a minefield ahead. Noticing movement among the trees across from them, Ono Taro promptly commanded his men to open fire. Bai Luo, observing the enemy scrambling for cover, chose not to pursue further. He lamented the missed opportunity, as it was entirely reasonable for both sides to spot each other. Unlike the portrayals in modern dramas, where one might lie beneath a tree, exposing half their body while the enemy passes by obliviously, the situation was far more realistic here. Seeing the enemy engage in a defensive battle brought a sense of relief to Wang Wu, who then glanced in Bai Luo's direction. Such a formidable grenade could only belong to Bai Luo. The primary objective now was to buy time. The longer the delay, the safer the group of doctors and nurses would be. At that moment, Xiaoli came running from the rear. Captain Wang, once the doctors penetrate deeper into the mountains, the enemy will no longer be able to pursue them. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu nodded and continued to focus on the enemy ahead, ordering his soldiers to conserve ammunition and only. Chapter 11, Frenzied Precision Shooting. Bai Luo also heard the command relayed by Wang Wu, yet he chose to disregard it. They were short on ammunition, but he possessed ample supplies. Moreover, the lives of the enemy were nothing more than a means for him to survive. Raising his Glock 18C, he switched it to semi-automatic mode, unfolded the stock, and unleashed a series of precise shots toward the opposing forces. Clink, 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 the sound through the... Upon witnessing the young boy, with spent cartridges ejecting from his weapon, they noted the surprisingly subdued noise. They had heard from Juicy that the child's firearm could fire continuously with minimal sound, a claim they had previously dismissed as mere bravado. Now, they were witnessing it firsthand. As enemy soldiers fell one after another, the gunfire from the opposition remained scarce. Xiao Yitaro was struck with alarm. Could it be that the opposing side were all sharpshooters? Contemplating this, he shouted, "Artillery, where's the mortar?" Responding to his call, a Japanese sergeant crawled over, stating, "Yes, sir, we are in a wooded area. Mortars cannot be deployed here as branches may obstruct them, leading to friendly fire." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yitaro erupted in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Damn it!" Yet, he found himself powerless to alter the situation. After expending an entire magazine, Bailuo noted that the enemy had ceased to show themselves. He smirked, thinking that the enemy displayed no semblance of the samurai spirit. He had hoped to witness the famed banzai charge, but it seemed they were unwilling to oblige. The standoff continued for nearly 10 minutes. Observing the situation, Wang Wu pondered whether a retreat might be in order. Just then, a squad of enemy soldiers charged forth, closing the gap of 50 meters in mere moments. This reckless banzai charge proved effective against the riflemen who could only fire once before needing to reload. As the guerrillas finished their shots, they prepared to fix bayonets and engage in close combat. At that moment, a hissing sound pierced the air. Bailuo had seized the M249 from Sharnu, directing a sweeping barrage at the advancing foes. In an instant, a significant portion of the enemy ranks fell, leaving Bailuo paid little heed to the few sporadic shots he fired, his machine gun delivering a lethal verdict upon the enemy. Except for a few who lay low, the remaining adversaries met their end at the hands of the divine. The M249, intended for Sharnu, had been modified by Bailuo. The stock was adjustable, and the distance between the grip and trigger was shortened, precisely for this kind of scenario. This proved to be a substantial gain. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Jingbian Yilang was left to stranded. Just moments ago, it had been his subordinate's squad executing the banzai charge, and he had believed that a mere 50-meter stretch of open ground would be easily overcome by their imperial courage. Yet, he was oblivious to the weaponry employed by the opposition, which unleashed such relentless firepower that in less than 2 minutes, more than half of his elite squad of over 50 soldiers lay dead. Peering through the gaps in the trees, he could see only a few soldiers lying motionless behind the corpses of their comrades. Xiao Yitaro's mouth hung agape. When Jingbian Yilang had proposed this plan, he had deemed it a sound strategy. Now he cursed himself for not foreseeing the potential repercussions. They had lost so many imperial warriors to the enemy's sharpshooters in vain. However, he felt a twinge of relief. Had he been the one to orchestrate the charge, his entire squad would likely have been disbanded. Both sides paused their fire. Wang Wu was taken aback. He had seen the weapon carried by Sharnu but had not anticipated the terrifying rate of fire and prolonged firepower it possessed, especially. Glancing at his watch, Wang Wu realized the time was nearly up. He signaled for the troops to regroup and retreat. Bailuo remained still, simply tossing a grenade into the pile of corpses in the open area. With a resounding bang, several anguished cries followed. Those few astute enemy soldiers also met their fate. After discarding the grenade, he aimed his weapon at the trees opposite him, wary of any enemy attempt to counterattack while the guerrilla. However, Bailuo's concerns were unfounded. The enemy's heavy firepower was rendered ineffective, as their machine guns would be swiftly silenced by Bailuo before they could be properly deployed. Noticing the enemy's inactivity, the guerrilla fighters completed their withdrawal. Bailuo, Sharnu, and several nearby comrades rose and retreated into the depths of the forest. Jingbian Yilang and Xiao Yitaro, peering through the gaps in the trees, witnessed the guerrillas retreat but were powerless to intervene. After approximately 20 minutes, they cautiously emerged, for the weapons Bailuo had employed were equipped with silencers. rendering the gunfire inaudible and the muzzle flashes imperceptible. They could only deduce Bai Luo's shooting positions by analyzing. Upon discovering an array of spent shell casings scattered around, Bai Luo recognized that among them were the remnants of Czech light machine gun ammunition, specifically the 7.92 caliber rounds. Another type appeared to be pistol cartridges, though he could not ascertain the precise model. He could only collect them to transport to the command post, hoping to atone for his past misdeeds. Meanwhile, both he and his companion pondered the silence surrounding the machine gun, which exhibited a sustained and formidable firepower. The ground bore witness to at least 100 machine gun casings, accompanied by a multitude of cylindrical metal fragments. At that moment, Bai Luo had no time to contemplate the actions of the enemy, as he was preoccupied with examining his system. Battle concluded. Host has eliminated 87 Japanese soldiers, earning 435 points. Host has achieved the milestone of 50 kills, rewarded with advanced battlefield first aid proficiency, and a battlefield medical kit. Host has accomplished the feat of 100 kills, rewarded with a personal space. He immediately delved into it and sensed a 2M grey expanse within his mind. With a mere thought, he stored his Glock 26 inside. And the next instant, he felt the presence of his Glock 26, resting quietly in his. A playful spirit ignited within him, prompting him to experiment with it several times. After indulging in this amusement, he extracted his skills, instantly infusing his mind with a wealth of knowledge. His body began to transform. He clenched his fists, sensing the subtle changes in his hands, as if he had indeed undergone years of sniper training and battlefield medical practice. After regaining his composure, he retrieved the med. Seizing the moment while the surrounding soldiers were oblivious to his actions, he then extracted the Ruger Mark IV from his personal space. He couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. While he had been rewarded with sniper proficiency, the prize was a .22 caliber toy pistol. The sole advantage lay in its reduced noise when equipped with a suppressor. Following a system upgrade, the suppressor's efficacy was enhanced. Aiming at the ground, he fired a shot, and the simpleton behind him exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Bai Luo could hardly hear the shot clearly. Using this weapon to surprise foes would undoubtedly be quite exhilarating. Chapter 12, The Girl Yang Ying. After playing for a while longer, Bai Luo soon found his enthusiasm waning. He cast aside his distractions and concentrated intently on following the front line. After approximately 20 minutes of weaving through the forest, Bai Luo realized he had lost all sense of direction, merely keeping pace with the guerrilla fighters. At that moment, a sentry from the rear of the line relayed a message. He also dispatched individuals ahead to scout the path, hoping to establish contact with Secretary Wang. After issuing these commands, Wang Wu scanned the ranks. It wasn't long before he spotted the foolish girl and Bai Luo within the group, instructing Juzi to continue leading the team while he approached Bai Luo. As Wang Wu drew near, he inquired, "Xiao Luo, what kind of gun is that foolish girl using? I've never seen one like it before." He continued, "Is there any chance you could procure another for your Uncle Wang? You can set any terms you wish." With that, his gaze remained fixated on the M249 slung across the foolish girl's back. Startled by the attention, the girl quickly retrieved the M249 from her backpack and held it tightly in her arms. Hurrying, Wang Wu reluctantly diverted his gaze back to Bai Luo, who found the situation amusing. "Uncle Wang, this is the only one I managed to hide outside. I can't carry more than this, can I?" Wang Wu sensed Bai Luo's evasiveness. The boy's air of mystery, coupled with his weapons and gear, gave Wang Wu the impression they were designed specifically for combat. Even his attire, a blend of dark greens and blacks, would render him nearly indistinguishable when prone in the grass during spring or summer. Noticing Wang Wu's struggle to respond, Bai Luo swiftly redirected the conversation. "Uncle Wang, have Secretary Wang and the others informed you where to meet up?" he asked. "We can't just wander aimlessly through the mountains, can we? Even if Secretary Wang hasn't led that group there, he would have left a couple of scouts behind." Upon hearing this, Bai Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that Wang Wu had not pressed further about the origin of his weapon. He could not outright tell Wang Wu that he had acquired it from the system, fearing it would lead Wang Wu to believe he had lost his mind or was merely deceiving him. After another 10 minutes of trudging through the snow-covered terrain, the path uphill had become perilously slick. The journey was exceptionally arduous. As they approached the station, approximately 200 meters away, they spotted Xiao Li coming towards them. Captain Wang, Secretary, the enemy has suffered considerable losses and will likely retaliate, Wang Wu remarked, casting a glance at the machine gun in the foolish girl's arms. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li promptly moved to the front of the line to lead the way. Throughout the journey, the group maintained a solemn silence, their eyes fixed on the ground as they pressed onward. Finally, just as dawn broke, they caught up with Secretary Wang's contingent. A cluster of individuals rested at the edge of the forest, safe for the moment, as the north side of the mountains offered them a temporary reprieve from enemy pursuit. Observing the exhausted female nurses, Secretary Wang permitted them a moment to recuperate and refuel. Seeing that Wang Wu and his men had returned safely eased his anxiety. He had feared they might fall prey to the enemy. Wang Wu, how goes it? Are you unharmed? Were there significant casualties? Secretary Wang inquired urgently, casting a keen eye over the soldiers behind Wang Wu. Noting that their numbers appeared consistent with before, the young boy had also returned safely, which brought him considerable relief. We are fine, Secretary. Only 2 soldiers sustained minor injuries, which have been treated, Wang Mingyuan reassured him. With that, Secretary Wang felt a weight lift from his chest. Surely, you haven't eaten yet, there's just made noodle soup up ahead, nice and warm. Let us ensure the soldiers have something to fill their bellies. Wang Wu gestured for the soldiers to partake in the meal, while he pulled Wang Mingyuan aside. Secretary, the enemy has discovered our movements and will undoubtedly be on high alert. We must evacuate this area swiftly to prevent retaliation. Wang Wu, I have already made arrangements. We are merely awaiting your arrival. After the meal, we shall depart, although the enemy typically does not venture this way in the north. At this moment, Bai Luo sat beside the foolish girl by the fire, savoring a bowl of wild vegetable soup. Given his youth, his bowl overflowed with dumplings and greens. After consuming about half, he felt satisfied and poured the remainder into the foolish girl's nearly empty bowl, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Leaning back against the foolish girl's backpack, he closed his eyes to rest. The foolish girl, undeterred by the remnants of Bai Luo's meal, eagerly dug in with her chopsticks. Little one, is such a young child really participating in the war? Bai Luo had not been resting long before a soft, inquisitive voice broke the silence. He cracked one eye open to see a girl with short hair and a delicate appearance, likely in her early 20s. He chose not to respond, closing his eyes again to resume his rest. Noticing Bai Luo's disinterest, the girl smiled and removed her scarf, draping it over him. Feeling the motion, Bai Luo slightly opened his eyes to see that. You should keep it for yourself, he replied. After a moment's thought, he reached into his backpack, using it as a cover to retrieve 3 energy bars. He handed one to the girl, kept one for himself, and offered another to the foolish girl. Having previously tasted these bars, the foolish girl grinned foolishly and eagerly unwrapped hers. The girl, taken aback by the chocolate in her hand, instinctively returned it. Sister, isn't he hungry? I've grown up and don't eat sweets. You keep it, little comrade. Bai Luo rolled his eyes, feeling as though she was treating him like a child. I'm Bai Luo. If you don't want the candy, then just toss it away. The girl paused, then smiled. I'll hold onto it for you. If you want some later, just ask. I'm Yang Ying. As she spoke, she readjusted the scarf over Bai Luo once more. This time, he did not protest, seizing the opportunity to rest, aware of the uncertain challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 13, Journey to Sioux City. Yang Ying gazed at the resting Bai Luo, whose eyes were closed in slumber, and reflected on the fact that if her brother were still alive, he would be of a similar age. In truth, Bai Luo was mistaken. Yang Ying was not a nurse, but rather a highly skilled surgeon. At the tender age of 23, she possessed 8 years of medical experience. It was at the age of 15. The impetus for her pursuit of medicine stemmed from the tragic fate of her brother. During the chaotic era of warlords, he was struck in the abdomen by a stray bullet and, lacking timely medical intervention, succumbed to excessive blood loss. This harrowing event solidified her resolve to study medicine, as she could no longer bear to witness her loved ones suffer and perish due to the absence of prompt treatment. As Yang Ying sat quietly beside Bai Luo, she occasionally brushed off the snow that had fallen from the trees. Meanwhile, Wang Wu approached after conferring with Wang Mingyuan about their forthcoming route. Upon witnessing the scene, he inquired, "May I ask your name, miss? Do you know Xiao Luo?" Yang Ying, roused from her reverie, replied, Greetings, I am Yang Ying, you may call me Yang Ying or Dr. Yang. If he were alive, he would be slightly older than him. This is our first encounter, she added. And what do you go by? Wang Wu inquired. Has he enlisted at such a young age? I am Wang Wu, the captain of the guerrilla forces in Chu City. Xiao Luo is not one of our members, however, he has been traveling alongside us and has previously assisted us, so we are currently escorting you to Sioux City. Do not let his youth deceive you. He has already claimed the lives of no fewer than 50 Japanese soldiers yesterday. He is undoubtedly a little killing machine. Yang Ying gasped in astonishment, he killed so many enemies. He cannot be more than 8 or 9 years old. Wang Wu, noticing her shock, nodded earnestly. I witnessed it with my own eyes, I was not far from him at the time. Yang Ying still found it hard to believe that a child of such tender years could take down over 50 foes. How did he manage that? With a gun, he must not even be as tall as one. Yang Ying could not help but ask out of curiosity. Wang Wu, seemingly struck by a thought, chuckled softly. Captain Wang, what is so amusing? Yang Ying inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Wang Wu, barely containing his laughter, explained, previously, I made a point to measure it, and indeed, it was approximately his height. He chuckled again, though he stifled it to avoid waking Bai Luo. And what of his weapon? Surely it did not get lost yesterday. Yang Ying scrutinized. It is possible he has stowed it away in his backpack, but you may take a look at another one. He gestured towards Sharnu, who was cradling an M249 in her sleep. Yang Ying glanced at it, realizing it was unfamiliar to her, distinctly different from contemporary firearms, with some materials feeling non-metallic. However, her interest in weapons was minimal, and she merely observed it briefly. At that moment, Wang Wu drew his Mauser C96 from his waist, captivating Yang Ying's attention with its exquisite design. This was a firearm she recognized and I have no idea where he procured it, he is quite the enigma. Take a look at his thigh, there lies a smaller firearm, that one is even more unfamiliar to me. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying slightly shifted her position and indeed spotted a gun tucked within its holster, revealing Wang Wu continued to converse with Yang Ying, gaining a deeper understanding of her and her fellow doctors, who had congregated under the banner of the Red Party to establish a field hospital at their base. After resting for approximately an hour, Bai Luo was called to rise as they needed to set off again. They were at risk of a sudden Japanese raid. The previous night had resulted in heavy losses for the enemy, ensuring they would send reinforcements to hunt them down. After a brief period of organization, the group resumed their journey towards Sioux City. Their pace was swift, as they had already clashed with the enemy. To prevent pursuit by Japanese mobile troops, they opted for intermittent rests, hiding in the woods during the day and traveling at night. By the third day, Bai Luo had grown weary of the wild vegetables and the hard, unyielding cornmeal buns. On the fourth day, seizing an opportunity when the group was distracted, he ventured out and successfully hunted several wild rabbits and a few pheasants. He even took the time to teach the cook how to dig a smokeless stove. In gratitude, the cook prepared a pot of wild chicken, though half of it ended up in Sharnu's stomach. During these days, Bai Luo and Yang Ying became more familiar with one another. He even tore off a piece of chicken leg to share with her. Learning of her expertise as a surgeon, they engaged in discussions about battlefield first aid and the management of acute injuries, which left Yang Ying utterly astonished. From that point onwards, Yang Ying frequently sought out Bai Luo to delve deeper into these topics, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. What had begun as a simple validation of the battlefield first aid provided by the system had resulted in him being besieged by inquiries. On the 9th day, while hunting, Bai Luo encountered 2 large wild boars. Unfortunately, due to the insufficient power of his ammunition, he failed to bring them down immediately, and the boars fled several miles. By the time he finally caught up with them, he regretted not bringing Sharnu along and had to resort to fashioning a sled to drag the boar back to the group. Upon his return, Bai Luo realized it was time to change weapons. Although he had successfully hunted the boars, he knew that if he faced an enemy and failed to kill them with one shot, it could prove disastrous. Fortunately, he still had plenty of points remaining and accessed the system's store. Ultimately, he settled on a firearm that was perfectly suited to his current physique, the MCX Rattler short-barreled assault rifle. He exchanged the necessary tactical package, suppressor, tactical flashlight, a 3-6x variable scope with night vision capabilities, a side-mounted red dot sight, 12 magazines, and stocked up on 1,000 rounds of ammunition. This expenditure totaled 146 points, and after accounting for other daily essentials, he still had 330 points remaining. This newfound abundance of points gave Bai Luo a touch of anxiety. Chapter 14, Parting the wild boar that Bai Luo hunted elicited a jubilant cheer from the entire team. Although they had previously captured a considerable number of wild chickens and rabbits, it was still insufficient for a group of the guerrilla fighters could only indulge in a sip of meat broth, as most of the flesh was allocated to the doctors, nurses, and the wounded to replenish their strength. However, this hefty wild boar, weighing over 300 pounds, allowed each soldier to enjoy a hearty portion of succulent meat. Finally, on the 16th day of their departure, the group arrived at an abandoned village on the outskirts of Sioux City. After ensuring everyone was settled, Secretary Wang disguised himself and ventured into the city to contact the local underground leader of the Red Party. Bai Luo wandered nearby, preparing to accompany his companion, Xiaoyu, into the city once Secretary Wang returned. "Uncle Wang, do you have any money?" Bai Luo suddenly realized he had no coins on him, so he approached Wang Wu, mustering the courage to ask for a loan. Wang Wu was momentarily taken aback, searching his person until he produced $2 silver. With an awkward smile, he said, "Little Luo, this is all I have. I rarely have need for it. Should I ask Secretary Wang for some when he returns?" Bai Luo understood the situation Wang Wu was in and felt hesitant to press further, contemplating how he might repay him later with some points he could exchange for supplies. At that moment, Yan Ying approached, her demeanor not particularly cheerful, likely due to the impending separation from Bai Luo. Though she felt reluctant, she understood that Bai Luo was not her biological brother and that she could not take him with her. He had to find his own family. She walked over to Bai Luo and retrieved a small cloth pouch from her bag, handing it to him. Bai Luo was taken aback and, upon opening it, discovered it contained at least several dozen silver dollars. "Sister," he began, but was interrupted by Yan Ying. "If you still recognize me as your sister, then take it. I have no use for it at the rear." With that, she forcefully tucked the pouch into the side pocket of Bai Luo's backpack. Bai Luo felt a warmth in his heart. Although Yan Ying was not his biological sister, she had cared for him as if he were her own, willing to give him everything she had. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped aside, removed his backpack, and took out various items and equipment. Knowing Yan Ying was a doctor, he selected some frequently used surgical instruments from his medical supplies and exchanged several boxes of penicillin. He then remembered the Ruger Mark IV in his space and added it, along with 4 matching magazines and a staggering 2,000 rounds of .22 caliber ammunition, which, despite their quantity, weighed less than 8 pounds. He also exchanged for numerous high-calorie chocolate bars, stuffing them all into the backpack until it was bursting at the seams. Once he was satisfied, Bai Luo approached Yan Ying and offered her the pack. Yan Ying hesitated for a moment, about to refuse. "Sister, even though you are not my biological sister, I can see that you regard me as your own brother. I haven't rejected your offer, so please do not reject mine. Everything inside is something you will need," he insisted, disregarding her reaction as he helped her strap on the backpack and showed her how to use it. "Sister, when you encounter enemies, there are 2 straps on the shoulders of this backpack. Pull them firmly, and the chest armor will deploy quickly," he demonstrated as he spoke, explaining how to retract it afterward. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "Sister, this backpack is bulletproof." Yan Ying stared at him in astonishment, realizing that her brother was indeed as mysterious as Captain Wang had described. Before she could respond, Bai Luo handed her the Ruger Mark IV.AS. Yan Ying looked down at the firearm in her hands. It resembled the small arms used by the Japanese, yet was evidently of superior craftsmanship. She detached the magazine, noticing the ammunition was distinctly smaller. Bai Luo observed her adeptness in handling the magazine, suggesting she had experience with firearms. He then instructed her on how to load the gun and where the safety was, indicating she could fire it if she wished. Concerned that the gunshot might attract attention, especially so close to Sioux City, Yang Ying hesitated, but Bai Luo reassured her that the weapon produced a very quiet sound. After hearing this, she resolved to give it a try. She raised the gun, aimed, and squeezed the trigger, producing a soft click as the firing pin struck the cartridge. A small hole appeared in the tree trunk she had aimed at, and the recoil was minimal, a stark contrast. Yang Ying's face lit up with joy as she examined the gun, and Bai Luo noticed her delight, indicating she was quite fond of it. He informed her that the backpack contained 2,000 rounds of ammunition, which left her in shock. She hefted the backpack, surprised that it did not feel as heavy as she had expected for that amount of ammunition. She recalled the compact cartridges she had seen earlier and suddenly understood. Bai Luo then removed the Kevlar helmet from his head and placed it on Yang Ying's. "Brother, you've given me everything. What about you?" she asked, noticing he had relinquished all his belongings to her. "I am heading to Shanghai, and I won't need these items anymore. This backpack is too conspicuous for my journey, so it's perfect for you." In truth, Bai Luo could have stored these items in his personal space, but for someone who had treated him like a brother in just over 10 days, he felt no guilt in bending the truth. Yang Ying, upon hearing this, ceased her objections but continued to gaze at Bai Luo in silence. Her intense stare unnerved him slightly. "Sister, I'm just going to Shanghai to find my aunt. I still have a letter from Grandma to deliver to her. Once I find my aunt, I promise I will come looking for you when I can. You must keep your word." "Rest assured, I would never deceive you," Bai Luo replied, prompting Yang Ying to finally withdraw her gaze. Parting is always tinged with sadness. After approximately 3 hours, Secretary Wang returned with the local authorities of Sioux City. Wang Wu hurried to greet them, and after some discussions, it was decided that at 1 o'clock in the morning, the group of doctors would be transported from Wujiang in Sioux City to Zhejiang Province, where the Red Party's main forces awaited. Wang Wu and his team would remain behind to assist the intelligence operatives in Shanghai. Hearing this, Wang Wu couldn't help but express his surprise, thinking he might never see this young man again, only to realize he might also head to Shanghai now. In the early hours past 2 o'clock, the Sioux City leader, Old Jiang, shone a flashlight across the lake's surface. Before long, 2 large wooden boats slowly approached the shore from the pitch-black waters. Upon docking, Old Jiang conveyed a few instructions to the boatmen before signaling the doctors and nurses to board first. Each boat could accommodate around 10 people, and Bai Luo estimated they would need to make 2 trips to transport everyone. Yang Ying noticed this and chose not to board immediately, wanting to spend a little more time with Bai Luo, uncertain of when they might meet again. Embracing him, she silently watched as the boats glided toward the center of the lake. As the boat re-emerged, it marked the moment of their separation, making Yang Ying tighten her grip around Bai Luo instinctively. Chapter 15, Aunt Bai Xiumei. "Sir, could you kindly direct me to CFA Road in the French concession?" Bai Luo inquired of a man in his 50s who was steaming buns at a stall. It had been 3 days since Bai Luo parted ways with Wang Wu and the others. He and Sharnu had finally arrived in Shanghai last night, opting for a modest inn for the night. They awoke early to inquire about their route. Bai Luo knew only that his aunt's shop was located in the French concession, with little else in terms of information. Nevertheless, he was confident that finding his aunt's tailor shop would not prove too difficult. After the middle-aged man finished packing some buns for another customer, he turned his gaze upon the young boy, no older than 10, and the girl beside him, who appeared to be around 16 or 17. "Are you from out of town?" "Yes, we've come to seek refuge with relatives. Our hometown was ravaged by the Japanese invaders," Bai Luo replied. "The damned Japanese," the man muttered under his breath upon hearing Bai Luo's response. He then retrieved 2 buns from the nearby steamer and handed them over. "You must be hungry. Have some. They are on me." As he spoke, he placed 1 bun in each of their hands. Before Bai Luo could protest, Sharnu had already devoured half of hers. Seeing this, Bai Luo couldn't help but grimace. The man chuckled at Sharnu's enthusiasm. "The French concession isn't far from here. Just walk straight ahead for half an hour until you reach a fork in the road, then turn left. That'll take you to the concession." Bai Luo, who was also nibbling on a bun, nodded vigorously at the bun shop owner's directions. After finishing, he expressed his gratitude and placed a silver dollar on the stall. The middle-aged owner was about to refuse, but Bai Luo had already dashed off with Sharniu. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, Bai Luo and Sharniu had dressed as beggars, with their belongings concealed in Bai Luo's spatial pouch. They fashioned makeshift bundles for camouflage inside the cloud-patterned Chipao shop in the French concession. Bai Xiumei was attending to the last wave of customers when one of them selected a woolen shawl. She found a spot to sit and called out to the tailor at the side, "Old Shu, could you fry up a couple of dishes? It's lunchtime." "Of course, Madam Boss," Old Shu replied, setting down the neatly arranged fabric to step out and order food. Just then, two figures appeared at the entrance. Old Shu approached them, but before he could speak, Bai Luo asked, "Is there a Bai Xiumei here?" This was already Bai Luo's sixth inquiry, and he hadn't anticipated the abundance of clothing shops in the vicinity. If this shop did indeed yield results, he would take Sharniu to a nearby restaurant for a meal and continue searching in the afternoon. Old Shu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the name. Bai Xiumei was indeed the real name of the shop's owner, who was now using the alias Bai Qingping. However, seeing that the inquirers were just two children, he felt reluctant to send them away. "Children, do you have business with Bai Xiumei?" Bai Luo perked up at this response, sensing hope. "She is my aunt. I've come to seek her out." At that moment, Bai Xiumei, known as Bai Qingping now, heard the commotion by the door and emerged from the back room. Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, she focused her gaze on the small figure at the entrance, her expression shifting from shock to joy. "Is that you, little Radish?" she exclaimed, rushing to the door to examine the child closely. Despite Bai Luo's efforts to appear like a beggar, his once pristine face now marred with dirt, Bai Xiumei could still discern her brother's likeness in him. Unable to contain her emotions, she embraced Bai Luo tightly. "Little Radish, I am your aunt." "How did you come here? What of your grandmother?" she asked, tears streaming down her cheeks as she tightened her grip around him. Bai Luo, feeling quite overwhelmed and unable to react, was caught in her embrace. Just as he contemplated breaking free, he heard her voice and realized that this woman holding him was indeed his aunt. Finally, he had found her point. 2 hours later, Bai Xiumei watched as Sharniu devoured her food with gusto. "Radish, you should eat as well. Don't you go hungry," she urged. After listening to Bai Luo's tale, she wiped her tears, feeling an immense sorrow upon realizing that her mother was no longer alive. She would never have a mother again. The thought brought fresh tears to her eyes. After some time, having regained her composure, she looked at Bai Luo, who was enjoying his meal, and a smile of contentment spread across her face. She recalled how little Radish had been unable to walk when she last saw him. Having read her mother's letter, she now looked at the two dirty children and decided to take them home in the afternoon for a proper wash. In the afternoon, Bai Xiumei brought Sharniu and Bai Luo back to her home, which was located in an alley directly behind the shop, conveniently close for her to oversee the store. After bathing and changing into clothes prepared by Bai Xiumei, Sharniu had already fallen asleep on the bed, while Bai Luo surveyed the layout of the house and the surrounding environment. As a former Special Forces soldier, Bai Luo understood the importance of familiarizing himself with the terrain in an unfamiliar environment before devising multiple escape routes. Bai Xiumei had also informed Bai Luo that she was now called Bai Qingping. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo sensed that his aunt must have her own secrets, but he was not particularly concerned with the specifics. Given the affection she had shown him, Bai Luo was certain that Bai Xiumei would not harm him. That was sufficient. Everyone had their own secrets, and so did he. Seeing Bai Luo accept her new name without further inquiry, Bai Xiumei felt a sense of relief and gratitude. After admonishing him not to wander off carelessly, she hurried back to the shop. Upon her return, Old Shu approached her and quietly asked, "Is that child a relative of yours?" "Yes, he is my brother's child. His grandmother told him before she passed that I was in Shanghai, and he has come to seek refuge. It would be quite perilous for them if the Japanese were to discover them here." Bai Xiumei hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. Old Shu felt a wave of relief upon her affirmation. After all, It was indeed inconvenient for members of their underground party to be caring for children in enemy-occupied territory. He planned to discuss with the organization later that evening to determine when the evacuation could occur. At that moment, Bai Luo was blissfully unaware that just after traveling a great distance to find his aunt, she was already contemplating sending him away. He could only wonder whether he would laugh or cry upon receiving such news. Instead, he was meandering around his aunt's house, completely disregarding her admonition to stay indoors, as if the warning had been carried away by the wind. After circling the area several times, Bai Luo gained a clear understanding of the house's layout and the exits of a few alleys. His next objective was to ascertain the location of the Japanese concession. Chapter 16, The Identity of Bai Xiumei. Upon returning to her aunt's residence, Bai Luo entered her room and retrieved her gear from her personal space. She had already given her quick response backpack to Yang Ying. Bai Luo accessed the marketplace to select her operational equipment. First, she purchased a new set of pure black winter combat attire and boots, costing her. Considering that her activities in Shanghai would predominantly occur at night, she also exchanged for a set of individual night vision goggles for 50 points. Additionally, she acquired a tactical bulletproof vest along with its complementary accessories, bringing her total expenditure to 95 points. System, open personal panel. Personal panel has been opened. Name: Bai Luo. Age, 8 years and 9 months. Comprehensive physical fitness, 1. 4 adults, 0. 7 to 1, 5 height, 130 cm weight, 32 kg items, none, only system rewarded space items are displayed, personal space items are not shown, points. 235 skills, slightly. Upon reviewing his points, Bai Luo felt that the lives of those little devils were indeed too easily squandered. With this thought, he realized that his endeavor to accumulate points must be expedited. He resolved to venture out tomorrow to gather information. Yesterday, the organization relayed news that the team is already outside Suzhou City, and an operational unit has been dispatched to infiltrate. They are likely coordinating with our people by now, Lao Shu remarked, glancing up at the sun outside. I will promptly contact Bai Ji to confirm the exact arrival time of the supplies. All right, you should head back. After all, there are still 2 children at home. I'll get in touch with the higher-ups this evening and ensure the children are brought along during the retreat. Bai Xiumei contemplated for a moment and responded with a nod. She then tied it up briefly before stepping outside. However, she did not head in the direction of home. Instead, she intended to purchase some vegetables first. Meanwhile, Bai Luo's lips twitched incessantly as he Earlier that afternoon, after organizing his belongings, Bai Luo prepared to rouse the foolish girl from his aunt's bed. The house comprised 2 bedrooms, with the smaller one designated for Bai Luo. The foolish girl resided with his aunt, and he retrieved some of her clothes from the space to place in his aunt's wardrobe. Upon opening the wardrobe, Bai Luo immediately sensed something amiss with its space. Sure enough, after some exploration, he uncovered a concealed compartment containing 4 handguns, several magazines, and around 100 rounds of ammunition. After taking a glance, Bai Luo replaced the compartment's cover and returned the foolish girl's clothes inside. He then accessed the system and modified the radar's monitoring target to the Red Party organization. Thus, he would wait for his aunt's return. If nothing appeared, he would simply switch to monitoring another organization. It was merely a matter of adjusting the target for monitoring. As anticipated, around 4:30 in the afternoon, a red dot gradually approached in the recesses of my mind. Within a minute, the gate of the courtyard was pushed open, and a slight smile graced Bai Luo's lips. Just as she had surmised, if it were the military intelligence, she would have to persuade her aunt for a spell. However, that was no longer necessary. With this thought, Bai Luo set aside her inner musings and stepped out with the simple-minded girl to greet her aunt. Upon entering the courtyard, Bai Xiumei, who was preparing to carry the groceries into the kitchen, was met by her nephew's eager approach. "What delicious treats did you bring, aunt?" Bai Luo inquired, extending her. Yet, the simple-minded girl was quicker, snatching the groceries from Bai Xiumei and dashing towards the kitchen, where the sounds of water running and vegetables being washed soon followed. Bai Xiumei paused for a moment, reflecting on how the girl, seemingly daft, was surprisingly nimble in her tasks. She then affectionately ruffled Bai Luo's hair and proceeded to the kitchen. After dinner, Bai Xiumei excused herself to go out, urging the simple-minded girl and Bai Luo to freshen up and rest early. Understanding her aunt's significance, Bai Luo could make an educated guess about the situation and chose not to follow her stealthily. After Bai Xiumei left, she headed to the shop, retrieved a chipao, and placed it in a box, tucking a note into the collar's hidden pocket. Once she finished her preparations, she nodded at the still-present old Shu and called for a rickshaw at the door, cradling the box as she made her way toward Dahua apartment. After watching the rickshaw disappear from view, old Shu closed the shop and vanished into an alleyway. Knock, knock, knock. At the entrance of room 304 of Dahua apartment, Bai Xiumei knocked a few times before standing silently. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing a woman of approximately 24 or 25 years of age, who paused upon seeing Bai Xiumei at the threshold. "Miss Hu, the chipao you ordered is ready. I've brought it for you to try on. If it doesn't fit, I can alter it for you." "Oh, proprietress, how could I trouble you to deliver it personally? Please, come in, I'll try it on." She stepped aside, allowing Bai Xiumei to enter and then closed the door behind them. "Qingping, what brings you here directly?" "The organization has relayed news that the team has gathered outside Suzhou City, awaiting your confirmation. Their higher-ups require us to ascertain the delivery time and the storage location of the goods promptly. I have confirmed the arrival time of the supplies, but I have yet to secure a storage location. The deputy station master I contacted is also unaware. Shall we proceed with the operation near the train station?" "That is not advisable. The Japanese have recently increased their personnel at the station. An impulsive seizure of supplies, even if successful, would leave us with no time to relocate them." Hu Mengyang replied helplessly. "In that case, the deputy station master will also be at the Palais de Glace tonight. I shall glean some information from him, and around 11 p.m., meet me at the back entrance of the Palais de Glace. I will notify you once I have confirmed the details." Bai Xiumei felt that this was the only course of action and nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, it was already past 7 p.m. After conversing with Bai Luo for a while, she urged her to rest promptly. At 10 p.m., Bai Xiumei glanced at the simple-minded girl beside her, drooling in her sleep, and smiled as she gently wiped away the drool from the girl's lips. Quietly, she slipped out of bed, dressed, and prepared to leave. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back to the wardrobe, opened a hidden compartment, retrieved a pistol, and stuffed it into her bag along with 2 magazines. Only then did she cautiously open the door and step outside. As Bai Luo lay in bed, contemplating where to gather information the next day, she heard a soft sound of the door opening. Focusing intently, she discerned that the footsteps were heading out of the courtyard, followed by the sound of the gate creaking open. What could Aunt be doing out so late? Bai Luo muttered to herself, quietly rising to open her door. Upon arriving at her aunt's room, she noticed the wardrobe slightly ajar and approached it. Opening the concealed compartment, she discovered a missing pistol. Going out at this hour with a gun, Bai Luo thought, feeling compelled to follow her. Ignoring the simple-minded girl, who was sleeping soundly, she made her way back to her own room. Chapter 17, The Fierce Battle at the Bell Poke. Bai Luo returned to his room and swiftly changed into the winter combat uniform he had just exchanged for during the day, though he left the tactical vest unworn. After inspecting the MXC rattlesnake rifle in his possession and the pistol secured at his thigh, he quietly slipped out the door, following the red dot in his mind that belonged to his aunt. Bai Luo leisurely trailed behind her. At this hour, the streets were nearly deserted, and he took note of the surrounding routes as he walked. Had it not been for the need to follow his aunt, he would have adjusted his surveillance target to the Japanese spies, thus earning himself some points. After approximately 40 minutes of walking, Bai Luo spotted his aunt hiding in the shadows of an alley. He crouched atop a wall at the alley's corner, positioned perfectly under a street lamp. Clad in his black combat attire, he lay still on the wall, where anyone looking up would only catch sight of the dim yellow light of the lamp. Despite his modest height, the 3-meter-high wall posed little challenge for Bai Luo to climb. After lying still for a moment and sensing no movement from his aunt, he decided to explore the surroundings. Even the slightest unexpected occurrence warranted a retreat route. This was a lesson learned from his past life, where familiarizing oneself with the terrain was paramount upon arriving in an unfamiliar locale. With this thought in mind, Bai Luo quietly descended from the wall and circled the vicinity a few times, soon discovering that he was behind the bell poke. A sudden idea struck him. prompting him to switch the detection radar to monitor the Japanese spies. Sure enough, the next moment revealed over 10 red dots near the entrance, exceeding the radar's coverage as one ventured further inside. Bai Luo felt the radar's range was rather limited, yet upgrading it required a daunting 1,000 points. He relocated several times, finding the optimal position near his aunt, which allowed for comprehensive coverage of the Belpoke. Other locations were either overly illuminated or situated along a major thoroughfare. Even so, Bai Luo detected over 20 Japanese spies. This led him to inwardly grumble. Were they perhaps enjoying a team-building dinner today, however? Recalling that this was Shanghai, where a stray brick could easily strike 2 spies, he found the reasoning somewhat understandable. His confidence in accumulating points surged. Chuckling softly to himself, Bai Luo returned to his perch atop the wall. Observing the radar once more, he noted that his aunt's red dot remained in the shadowy corner. With a sigh of relief, he switched the radar back to monitoring the spies and began scanning his surroundings. Meanwhile, Bai Xiumei grew increasingly anxious. She had arranged to meet Bai Ji around 11 o'clock, yet it was now nearly 12:30, and Bai Ji had yet to appear at the back entrance. Fearing that Bai Ji might have been delayed by unforeseen circumstances, she could only suppress her impatience and continue to wait. Bai Luo, too, felt at a loss. It had already been nearly 2 hours, and his aunt remained crouched in her spot. With no alternative, he quietly lay on the wall. Time ticked by, and suddenly, the air was pierced by the sounds of gunfire and panicked shouts emanating from within the Belpoke. Hu Minyan's emotions shifted from delight to utter dismay. She had come to the Belpoke, eager to glean information regarding supplies from the vice station master of the train station. Assuming the guise of a dancer known for her exquisite beauty and captivating performances, she had garnered a modest reputation there. After completing a dance, she approached the vice station master, who was engaged in conversation with a Japanese officer, eager to glean vital information. Upon discovering that the Japanese officer was responsible for logistics, Hu Menyang felt a wave of excitement. After a few drinks and with her charms in play, the vice station master began to discuss the matter with the Japanese officer. Having acquired the intelligence she sought, Hu Menyang glanced at the time and realized it was approaching 1 a.m. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol for the sake of the information, she felt somewhat lightheaded. Just as she prepared to excuse herself under the pretense of using the restroom, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance. In the blink of an eye, one drew a submachine gun and unleashed a torrent of bullets upon a man in his 30s who was dressed in a suit. The man had no time to react and was reduced to a sieve, with the assailants firing 2 more shots into his lifeless body before turning their weapons on the Japanese soldiers nearby. As several Japanese soldiers fell, the remaining personnel inside the hall finally began to react, retaliating against the attackers. Hu Menyang crouched behind a sofa, shielding herself from the chaotic gunfire, her earlier delight now completely extinguished. Scanning her surroundings, she witnessed chaos as people scattered, some succumbing to stray bullets, while the vice station master huddled on the ground, clutching his head. Seeing that no one had noticed her, Hu Menyang gritted her teeth and dashed toward the backstage area. She had received news that the supplies intended for Suzhou were now being rerouted to a warehouse at the Shanghai docks, disrupting their plans. The supplies were set to arrive at dawn, and with the outbreak of gunfire, she knew everyone would be questioned, causing delays. Determined, she pressed forward, hoping that Sister Ping was still waiting at the back entrance. Navigating through the chaos unscathed, Hu Menyang finally reached the backstage area, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. She had never encountered such a violent clash before. Her complexion paled, especially after witnessing a waiter in front of her being struck by a stray bullet, blood splattering onto her. The recollection sent chills down her spine. Steadying her nerves, she made her way toward the back door. Bai Xiumei, upon hearing the gunfire erupting from the Belpoke, felt a tightening in her chest. Yet, as the gunfire intensified, she found herself slightly reassured. She knew that Bai Ji was unarmed, and such fierce fighting could not possibly be directed at her. Something else must have transpired, although she still felt a pang of concern for her. As she contemplated whether to enter through the back door, a group burst in, leaving only 2 individuals to guard the entrance, likely Japanese spies. Hearing the gunfire, Bai Luo quickly approached his aunt's hiding spot, concealing himself about 20 meters away. He donned his bulletproof vest and equipped the MXC Rattlesnake assault rifle, placing a helmet on his head as he fixed his gaze on his aunt in the distance. Hu Mengyang, upon reaching the back entrance, found herself intercepted by the Japanese spies who had rushed in, preventing anyone from escaping. The gunfire at the front grew increasingly intense, gradually encroaching upon the main hall of the Belpoke. Initially, only 2 individuals had been exchanging fire with the spies, but that number had swelled to 7. As the gunfire raged on, the resistance from the spies dwindled, and the vice station master collapsed into a pool of blood, his fate uncertain. Chapter 18. Bai Luo takes action. Hu Mengyang was in a state of desperation, trapped at the back door with no means of escape, while the gunfire ahead grew increasingly closer. If she were to inadvertently lose her life, the intelligence would undoubtedly perish with her. At that moment, the sound of fierce gunfire erupted from the back door as Bai Xiumei, feeling a sense of urgency, drew her handgun, preparing to eliminate the 2 Japanese and puppet agents guarding the entrance in order to enter and search for Bai Ji. Just as she was about to make her move, a Ford vehicle suddenly roared to life from a distance, charging towards the back door. The occupants inside brandished submachine guns, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the 2 agents. Simultaneously, Bai Luo detected the sound of numerous footsteps approaching from behind. With a swift push against the wall, Bai Luo propelled herself into the air, vaulting over the wall with agility. Within mere seconds, she spotted a squad of agents emerging from around the corner. A glance at the surveillance radar confirmed that they were all Japanese and puppet agents. The occupants of the Ford also noticed the approaching adversaries, swiftly dispatching 2 agents before immediately returning fire. Several agents, caught off guard, fell to the ground instantly, while the remaining agents retaliated fiercely, employing submachine guns. In the blink of an eye, one of the individuals in the Ford was knocked down, while another found himself pinned down, unable to raise his head. Realizing that she could no longer afford to wait, Bai Luo understood that the agents would soon discover her aunt if they closed in any closer. With this thought, she retrieved 3 hand grenades from her space and hurled them towards the agents. At this distance, they were far more effective than firearms. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions resonated, sending the agents tumbling to the ground, some of them howling in agony. Bai Luo, too, drew her handgun and sent them to their demise. Bai Xiumei, noticing the commotion, braced herself for a desperate fight as the agents drew closer. The thought of her nephew finding her only for her to leave him behind filled her with regret, and she could only hope that Lao Shu would manage to escort the 2 children to safety. She aimed her gun at the approaching agents, only to witness the aftermath of the explosions that had sent the agents crashing to the ground. The remaining agents inside the back door, hearing the gunfire, rushed out. One individual beside the Ford continued firing at the agents at the entrance with a handgun, catching 2 agents off guard and bringing them down. The remaining 3 agents quickly sought cover to retaliate. Bai Xiumei, witnessing this, directed her weapon towards the back door. Hu Mengyang, seeing the agents at the entrance rush out, cautiously approached to assess the situation. Upon reaching the back door, she observed 2 agents lying motionless on the ground and quickly recoiled. As the 3 agents noticed the gunfire from behind the Ford Cs, they gradually advanced. Bai Xiumei felt conflicted. The individuals behind the Ford were undoubtedly not allies, yet they were engaged in combat with the enemy. Should she open fire on the 3 agents, however, the recent explosions had suggested the presence of reinforcements, urging her to remain concealed. Bai Luo, unaware that her aunt mistook her for an ally of the Ford, would have exclaimed, "Aunt, I am on your side." If only she had known her aunt's thoughts. In the brief moment of hesitation, the 3 agents encircled them, discovering that the individuals hiding behind the vehicle had perished. Hu Mengyang peeked out once more, noticing the absence of gunfire, and cautiously stepped forward. The instant she emerged, Bai Xiumei spotted her and waved her hand urgently. As Hu Mengyang raised her head, she caught sight of a hand beckoning her from the shadowy corner, filled with joy. Just as she was about to dash out, one of the agents pointed a gun at her, instructing her to crouch aside. With no choice, Hu Mengyang gestured discreetly to the shadowy figure, signaling Bai Xiumei to remain hidden. Meanwhile, the cornered Hu Mengyang pondered how to convey intelligence to her sister Qingping across the way. However, Bai Xiumei, unable to contain her impatience, prepared to fire at the 3 agents. Bai Luo, observing her aunt lift her weapon, immediately raised her own rifle to aim. Bang bang bang. The three agents fell to the ground in unison. Hu Mengyang, witnessing the agents' collapse, recognized Bai Xiumei's actions. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed toward the corner where Bai Xiumei was concealed, silently admiring her sharpshooting skills. 2 shots had dispatched 3 agents. At that moment, Bai Xiumei was perplexed. She had only fired 2 shots, yet 3 individuals lay dead. Moreover, she had aimed at only 1. Before she could comprehend the situation, she saw Hu Mengyang rushing towards her. Bai Luo swiftly aimed her weapon at Hu Mengyang, recognizing her as a woman without a firearm, and deduced that she must be the individual her aunt awaited. Did you secure the intelligence? Yes, but the situation has changed. Let's discuss it elsewhere. This place is not safe. Bai Xiumei interrupted Hu Mengyang, urging her to flee from that perilous location. After quickly surveying their surroundings, Bai Xiumei urged Hu Mengyang to retreat towards the direction of the ford. Although the route behind them was closer, the inexplicable deaths of the agents deterred Bai Xiumei from taking that path, opting instead to proceed forward. Just as they emerged from the corner, a throng of agents surged forth from the back door. Spotting Bai Xiumei and Hu Mengyang, they raised their weapons and shouted, "Don't move, who goes there?" Bai Xiumei felt a surge of anxiety. They could not afford to be captured here. Before she could formulate a plan, several agents staggered and collapsed to the ground, causing the ordinary individuals who had followed the agents to scream and retreat, forcing the reinforcements from the hall back as well. With no time to ponder, Bai Xiumei seized Hu Mengyang's hand and sprinted forward. However, after just a few steps, they found themselves retreating behind the ford, as a new wave of approximately 20 agents charged towards them. Bai Xiumei retrieved a submachine gun from the ford and said to Hu Mengyang, "Bai Ji, I will hold them off. You retreat from the back and contact Lao Shu at my shop. Inform him of the intelligence and ensure he takes care of my nephew. Qinping, no time for that. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to escape at all. The intelligence is paramount." Bai Luo, observing the increasing number of agents within the radar's range, had initially intended to discreetly assist her aunt in eliminating a few nuisances, but the situation had escalated beyond her expectations. She had not wanted her aunt to worry, nor was it a matter of keeping her identity secret. Now, if she did not act, her aunt would certainly be unable to escape. With that thought, she descended from the wall and swiftly made her way to her aunt's side. As Hu Mengyang turned, tears brimming in her eyes, she suddenly spotted a large rat darting beside her, causing her to scream in fright. Bai Xiumei, equally startled, assumed reinforcements had arrived and quickly swung her weapon around. Just then, a familiar voice reached her ears. "Aunt, it's me, Luo Bo." Bai Luo sighed, exasperated by the nickname. Without allowing her aunt a moment to respond, she hurled 2 grenades into the midst of the agents. With 2 resounding explosions, Bai Luo executed a tactical role, emerging from behind the fort to pepper the disoriented agents with gunfire. As the last round of bullets rang out, Bai Luo swiftly exchanged her empty magazine for a fully loaded one, executing the maneuver in less than a second. The submachine gun resumed its fiery onslaught, while she deftly retrieved the spent magazine and tucked it into her storage pouch. Seeing that all the agents had collapsed, Bai Luo patted her aunt's shoulder, signaling her to follow. Chapter 19, Bai Xiumei's astonishment. After being tapped on the shoulder, Bai Xiumei instinctively rose to follow. Behind her, Hu Mengyang opened her mouth in surprise but quickly joined in pursuit. The two could only hear the incessant ding-ding-ding sound as they trailed behind. Whenever a spy peeked around the corner, Bai Luo would promptly shoot them down. After navigating through a labyrinth of 7, 8 alleyways, they finally halted at the farthest corner of a secluded passage. "We are temporarily safe," Bai Luo remarked, having scanned the vicinity with his radar, revealing no red dots within a 100-meter radius. Bai Luo had already exhausted 6 magazines, and the storage bag behind him was overflowing. Hu Mengyang, trailing behind, clutched 2 empty magazines in her hands. Bai Luo's chest rig contained only 6 magazines, while 5 remained in his spatial compartment, yet the presence of 2 companions made retrieval cumbersome. These individuals were not easily swayed like the naive girl. In light of the potential unforeseen circumstances ahead, Bai Luo resolved to pause in this seemingly secure location to reload his ammunition. He reached into a small pouch at his waist and retrieved 200 rounds, placing them inside. Subsequently, he handed the bullets and empty magazines to his aunt and an unnamed woman behind him, instructing them on how to reload. Bai Xiumei was jolted from her stupor by the weight of the bullets and empty magazines in her hands. "Are you Xiao Luo? Where did you get that gun? How did you end up here?" She had believed she would never see him again, having resolved to sacrifice herself to ensure Hu Mengyang could convey the intelligence. From a state of resignation to a dramatic rescue amidst enemy forces, her emotions surged uncontrollably. Clinging to Bai Luo, she wept. It took a considerable time for Bai Luo to soothe his distraught aunt, and as they loaded ammunition, he provided explanations. Once the reloading was complete, Bai Luo had likely managed to placate his aunt. In this moment, under normal circumstances, her gullibility would have been insufficient to deceive someone like Bai Xiumei, who had established an underground intelligence network behind enemy lines. After securing the magazines, Bai Luo patted her shoulder and said, "Aunt, please lead the way." All right." Under Bai Xiumei's guidance, they spent approximately 2 hours before finally returning home. Upon entering the house, Bai Luo opened his aunt's door, roused the dazed girl, and instructed her to sleep in her own room. The three of them then gathered in the master bedroom, exchanging glances. Ultimately, it was Bai Xiumei who broke the silence, saying, "Bai Ji, please share the intelligence." Subsequently, Hu Mengyang relayed the information she had gathered to Bai Xiumei. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Bai Xiumei concluded that if the supplies were to be relocated to Shanghai, intercepting them would prove exceedingly difficult. She immediately rose to inform old Shu, urging him to contact higher-ups. Observing this, Bai Luo quickly followed suit. The outside world was in disarray, with gunfire and explosions echoing throughout the French concession. Bai Xiumei glanced back at Bai Luo as he accompanied her outside. She opened her mouth but remained silent, gazing at her obedient nephew, clad in black attire, his vest brimming with magazines. She felt the weight of the magazines, which were surprisingly light, made from unfamiliar materials, and the bullets were of an unknown caliber. Her eyes then fell upon the rifle connected to the vest's straps, a weapon she had never seen or heard of, which boasted a firepower surpassing that of a light machine gun, accompanied by a helmet that framed his palm-sized face. Who could have imagined that such a little one, alongside her and the inexperienced pair, would cut through 4-5 waves of foes with such prowess? Bai Xiumei, upon this realization, became acutely aware that her little radish had eliminated at least 70 or 80 spies that very evening. This was a notion she had scarcely dared to entertain. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the spherical object tucked into his waist, presumably a grenade, though one of a design she had never encountered before. Bai Luo, observing the tears welling up in her elder aunt's eyes as she scrutinized him, noted that her attention ultimately settled on the grenade at his side. Wishing to spare his aunt any further unfounded speculations, Bai Luo removed the grenade from his waist. The explosive power of this grenade surpasses that of any she has encountered before. With precise aim, a single one could neutralize approximately 7-8 adversaries. Their intelligence outpost is equipped with merely 4 handguns, one of which is defective, and the ammunition consists mostly of a haphazard assortment of blanks. Bai Xiumei did not object to Bai Luo's company. She recognized that having him by her side was the safest way to ensure the intelligence reached its destination securely. This was also the reason she remarked to Bai Luo that he had grown up. Placing the grenade into her bag, she took Bai Luo's hand and made her way towards the door, allowing Hu Mengyang to rest for the time being. Old Shu paced anxiously within the secret base, his heart racing as he heard gunfire emanating from the direction of the bell poke. He dared not venture outside to gather information, as the streets were teeming with police and agents. All he could do was wait and pray fervently for Bai Xiumei's safety. Suddenly, a series of Old Shu swiftly drew his handgun and chambered around, cautiously approaching the entrance. "Who is it?" he inquired. "It's me." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Old Shu promptly opened the door, and upon seeing the familiar figure, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Before he could utter a word, a voice came from behind Bai Xiumei. "Hurry inside, someone is coming." Without waiting for Old Shu to react, Bai Luo pushed Bai Xiumei and himself into the room. As they crossed the threshold, Old Shu noticed another person behind Bai Xiumei. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Bai Xiumei's nephew, though his attire appeared rather peculiar. What was he holding? A weapon, a rather odd-looking one at that. Bai Shumei offered no explanation to Old Shu, hastily briefing him on the intelligence. Old Shu's expression turned serious. Their plans had been disrupted, and time was of the essence. The intelligence needed to be transmitted immediately. Without further delay, he slipped into an inner chamber and opened a concealed door. Bai Shumei displayed little emotion upon witnessing this, leading Bai Luo to speculate that she was likely aware of what was happening. Approximately 20 minutes later, Old Shu emerged from the hidden passageway. The situation has been reported to the higher-ups. We shall await further instructions. Upon hearing this, Bai Shumei felt a genuine sense of relief. She then turned to Old Shu and said, "We should depart at once. If anything arises, we will communicate at the shop tomorrow. White Dove is still at home and needs to be arranged for a swift evacuation. She cannot withstand scrutiny in her current predicament." "Understood, I will make the arrangements," Old Shu nodded in response. After they concluded their discussion, Bai Luo scanned the area around the surveillance radar, ensuring no agents were present, before taking Bai Shumei's hand and leading her outside. Utilizing the radar and Bai Luo's acute hearing, they returned home safely after a little over 10 minutes. Upon arrival, they found Hu Mengyang still seated in the room, wide awake. After informing her that the intelligence had been successfully transmitted, she finally relaxed. "White Dove, once the organization has arranged everything in a few days, you must evacuate." Hu Mengyang opened her mouth to respond but ultimately nodded, fully aware that her escape would inevitably attract inquiries regarding the events of that day. In such circumstances, should she fall into the hands of agents, her chances of escape would be severely diminished. The work of intelligence demands absolute vigilance. Chapter 20. The Harvest. Having realized that her matters were concluded, Bai Luo stealthily returned to her chamber, wishing to avoid any further inquiries from her aunt. Upon entering her room, she cast a glance at the blissfully slumbering Charnu. System. The battle has concluded. The host has successfully eliminated 99 Japanese and puppet agents, earning a total of 495 points. The host has achieved the milestones of slaying 150 and 200 individuals, thus triggering a special reward, the Weapon of Humanity. Would the host like to proceed with the fusion? The fusion duration is 5 minutes. Bai Luo was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. She had not anticipated that accomplishing 2 achievements simultaneously would yield a special reward. System. What exactly is the Weapon of Humanity? Bai Luo inquired, recognizing that the term fusion evidently referred to something beyond a mere weapon. The host, a terrestrial weapon, encompasses all techniques of close combat, the adept use of melee weapons, extreme sports skills, stealth weaponry, and assassination methods. During the fusion process, the host's physical attributes will be elevated to meet the minimum requirement of 2. 5. Does the host wish to undergo fusion? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Bai Luo was filled with exuberant joy. It is worth noting that his overall physical condition was only at a modest 1. 4, comparable to that of an average adult. Given his height and age, Bai Luo had always relied on firearms for combat and had never contemplated engaging in close-quarter encounters. He intended to devise a training regimen gradually once he settled down in Shanghai. To his astonishment, the system's reward had elevated his physical prowess to an impressive 2. 5, accompanied by various techniques to enhance his abilities. This windfall was simply extraordinary. Bai Luo was about to inquire about the fusion when a thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to rephrase his question. Does it hurt? A little. At that moment, Bai Luo felt a twinge of frustration with the system. He glanced at the blissfully sleeping fool beside him. Fusion. In the next instant, a torrent of knowledge and diverse techniques flooded his mind, enduring excruciating pain. His body. After 5 minutes, the agony gradually subsided, and Bai Luo opened his eyes, sensing a formidable power surging within him. He stretched his limbs and discovered that his body had become notably more agile and robust. Various combat techniques seemed to have ingrained themselves as instinctive responses. Furthermore, he had assimilated skills for extreme sports, the art of using concealed weapons, and assassination techniques, as if he had genuinely undergone such training. A wave of joy surged within Bai Luo. This fusion had significantly augmented his strength, Clenching his fists, he felt a sense of power coursing through him, convincing him that his current physical capabilities surpassed those of his former life. However, the pain was undeniably real. Those 5 minutes felt like an eternity, akin to enduring 5 years. System, open personal panel. Personal panel activated. Name, Bai Luo. Age, 8 years and 9 months, physical fitness score. 2'5" height, 135 cm weight, 35 kg. System space items, none points, 730 skills, expert in handguns, proficient in rifles, proficient in sniper rifles, proficient in battlefield medicine, master of hidden weapons. Upon viewing his status panel, Bai Luo was utterly elated. This human weapon had significantly enhanced his capabilities. His height had increased considerably as well. Moreover, his points had reached 730, bringing him closer to the coveted 1,000 points, and he believed that it would not be long before he could upgrade his detection radar. After removing his gear, which could no longer be stored in the space due to being seen by his aunt, he anticipated that she would undoubtedly question him once she realized it. The thought made Bai Luo feel a slight headache, prompting him to brainstorm a plausible excuse. 5 minutes later, he concluded, "Never mind, I'll just feign ignorance. If asked, I shall say it's a secret." The recent fusion had left him feeling damp, and he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep without a proper cleanse. Before long, after freshening up, Bai Luo surveyed the scattered equipment on the floor and glanced around his small room, realizing there was nowhere to store it. The cupboard was also deemed unsafe. After contemplating, he decided to take down the handgun. Noticing that the light in his aunt's room was still on, he carried the remaining gear over to her. "Knock, knock, Auntie, are you asleep?" "Little Radish, come in. I'm still awake." Upon hearing the response, Bai Luo pushed the door open and found his aunt and Hu Mengyang in the same positions as when he had slipped out earlier, one sitting on the bed and the other. Bai Xiumei gazed at the freshly cleaned Bai Luo, her eyes reflecting a fondness as she noted his fair and tender complexion, while also sensing that he appeared to have grown a tad taller. "Auntie, where should I put my things?" "There's no room in my place," he said, lifting his hand to indicate the gear he held. Bai Xiumei then noticed the peculiar vest in his hands, adorned with numerous pockets, presumably an armed vest. She recognized that the front pockets were meant for magazines, and a small pouch on the side was intended for ammunition. In truth, the side pouch was a tool bag, but Bai Luo had used it as a cover for the bullets, which still contained dozens of rounds. "Where did you keep this before?" "Never mind, just hand it over to me," Bai Xiumei said, extending her hand to accept the vest and rifle from Bai Luo. The rifle felt manageable, considerably lighter than any she had previously encountered. However, the vest nearly caused her to stumble. She was taken aback by its unexpected weight. It seemed deceptively light when Bai Luo had been carrying it, leading her to believe it was an ordinary harness. Once she regained her balance, she lifted it again, estimating it to weigh at least 15 kilograms. She marveled at how someone of his young age could manage such a hefty vest. The fabric was unfamiliar, yet it shouldn't be this heavy. "Little Radish, why is your vest so heavy?" she inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Considering he was her own nephew, Bai Luo observed his aunt's astonished reaction as she took hold of the tactical vest, and just as he reached out to assist her, she managed to stabilize herself. Hearing her question, he noticed her inquisitive gaze fixated on the tactical vest, then shifting back to him. Bai Luo refrained from responding directly, instead removing the 6 magazines from the chest rig and detaching them from the vest. He also extracted 2 ballistic plates from the bottom of the vest. Bai Xiumei watched as Bai Luo swiftly disassembled the vest, and within a minute, the floor was strewn with various items. "Auntie, these are the magazine holders." Bai Luo pointed to the 6 magazines, partly because he had personal space and did not carry unnecessary gear, and partly because many items, such as the night vision goggles costing 50 points, were not commonly used in this world. The scope on his rifle already had this functionality, and his purchase of the night vision goggles was merely precautionary. Hu Mengyang approached, intrigued by Bai Luo's explanations, as she had never encountered such items before. "The weight of this vest is primarily due to the 2 ballistic plates." Bai Luo indicated the 2 plates that had been removed and lay on the ground. "Ballistic plates? They can stop bullets. Do they really work?" "They do seem quite robust," Bai Xiumei said as she crouched down to lift one, estimating it weighed nearly 10 pounds. Bai Luo merely smiled and nodded in response, choosing not to elaborate further, knowing that the more he disclosed, the more questions his aunt would likely pose. Chapter 21 Untitled. After quite some time, Bai Shumei finally rose from the ground, gesturing for Bai Luo to tidy up the items. Observing his aunt's signal, Bai Luo swiftly reassembled the belongings and handed them back to her. "Where did you hide them before?" Bai Shumei inquired as she carried the items towards the cabinet. "In an abandoned house outside. I was living there with Sharnu until I found you. I thought it would be inconvenient to carry these items, so I hid them there," Bai Luo replied earnestly, fabricating a story. Upon hearing her nephew mention that he had been living in a derelict house, Bai Shumei felt a pang of sympathy and chose not to press further. As she opened the cabinet, Bai Luo discovered a large compartment beside it, perfectly suited for his belongings. After placing the items inside, Bai Shumei retrieved her own handgun and stowed it in the smaller compartment. Bai Luo recognized the gun. It had jammed during their retrieve. He reached for the handgun Bai Shumei had just placed in the compartment, disassembling it with ease. This weapon, an FNM 1910, was famously known as their flower pistol. Bai Luo noted that it appeared to be a replica, as he identified numerous flaws, including a bent fire. He examined the other firearms and found them to have various issues as well. Bai Shumei observed her nephew's methodical disassembly of the gun, intrigued by his mysterious demeanor. Although she was not one to delve deeply into matters, she could sense that Bai Luo was deliberately obfuscating the truth. After examining all the guns, Bai Luo addressed the issues he could manage and handed them back to his aunt. "Aunt, all these guns are faulty and entirely domestic replicas. They won't last long. Allow me to fetch you a reliable handgun." Without waiting for Bai Shumei's response, he returned to his room and retrieved his retired Glock 18C from his personal space, along with 2 empty 17-round magazines, totaling 3 magazines with the one in the gun. He also extracted 200 rounds of ammunition, dismantled the boxes, wrapped the gun and bullets in a cloth, and returned to Bai Shumei's room. Upon seeing the small package in Bai Luo's hands, Bai Shumei took it eagerly. Upon opening it, she discovered a firearm she had never used before, made from materials other than iron or steel, and surprisingly light. It resembled the long gun used by Xiao Luobo, crafted from different materials. "Aunt, this gun can fire continuously like a mirror box, and one magazine holds 17 rounds. If you run out of ammunition, feel free to ask me for more. You can practice in a secluded area to acclimate yourself," Bai Luo explained, briefly demonstrating how to use the Glock 18C. Bai Shumei grasped the concept quickly. The operation was not significantly different from that of a standard handgun. Moreover, with a capacity of 17 rounds compared to the usual 6 or 7, this weapon's ammunition capacity was astonishing, hence the Glock's popularity. "Xiao Luo, do you have any more to spare?" Bai Shumei inquired, despite her fondness for the gun, not wishing to take her nephew's weapon. After the previous night's skirmish, she believed it would be far more beneficial for Bai Luo to have it than herself. If there was only one, she would prefer not to take it. Bai Luo, sensing his aunt's concerns, recognized that family always puts each other first. With a grin, he replied, "Aunt, I have more. This gun is too large for me to handle with one hand." He raised his hand to demonstrate. Bai Shumei noticed Bai Luo's small hand and then the Glock 18C's considerably wider grip compared to a standard handgun, realizing it would indeed be cumbersome for him. After gesturing, Bai Luo pulled out the smaller Glock G26 from his waistband, indicating that his words were not mere exaggerations. Bai Shumei was momentarily taken aback by the much smaller gun in Bai Luo's hand. Resembling a miniature version of the handgun she had just seen, satisfied that Bai Luo was truthful, she accepted the gun and began loading it with bullets from an empty magazine. Meanwhile, Hu Mengyang, watching nearby, felt a surge of desire. She possessed a Mauser C96, which she had scavenged from a corpse, but the small gun in Bai Luo's hands captivated her attention even more. However, she felt too shy to voice her wish, merely fixating on the Glock. Observing this, Bai Luo decided to unload the gun's bullets before handing it to her. Sensing that this girl had little experience with firearms, he prioritized safety. "You can borrow it for a while, but I currently have no spare handguns. If I acquire another in the future, this one can be yours. Hu Mengyang eagerly accepted the offer, exploring the gun with curiosity. In Bai Luo's mind, while Hu Mengyang was not an exemplary intelligence officer, he held her in great esteem. At her age, she should have been living a carefree life surrounded by her parents' affection and a boyfriend's companionship, yet, here she was, struggling to survive in the chaotic environment of the Palais de Danse, lacking any training, and striving to gather vital information amidst a den of wolves and tigers. For these endearing individuals, Bai Luo offered his utmost respect and understanding, recognizing that a firearm is akin to a second life for a warrior. As the two examined their firearms, Bai Luo leisurely returned to his room to rest. The following morning, Bai Luo awoke early, disturbed by Xiaonu's restless sleep. However, a day or two of insufficient rest did not significantly affect him. Around 6 in the morning, his aunt rose as well, and upon hearing the commotion, Bai Luo also got up. Upon seeing Bai Luo awake, Bai Xiumei instructed him to fetch water for washing up while she went out to buy breakfast. After Bai Xiumei returned with the meal, everyone had risen. Xiaonu hurried over to receive the breakfast, exclaiming, "Thank you, aunt, I'll help you carry it, I'm strong." Bai Xiumei smiled at her enthusiasm, handing the food to Xiaonu, genuinely feeling for the girl. Though not particularly bright, Xiaonu was obedient, and Bai Xiumei thought it would be nice to have her accompany Xiao Luobo in the future. After breakfast, Bai Xiumei said, "Mengyang, stay here for the next couple of days and do not go outside. Be prepared for a sudden evacuation and avoid returning home to prevent being spotted. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will go buy it," she added. "Understood, I will follow the organization's arrangements," Hu Mengyang responded promptly. "I'm off to the shop now. Are you two coming with me, or will you stay here?" Bai Xiumei inquired. "Aunt, I'll go out for a stroll, not too far. Xiaonu can keep you company, and I doubt we'd be of much help at the shop," Bai Luo replied. Bai Xiumei cautioned, "Don't wander too far, be back before lunch." Bai Luo nodded in agreement. After ensuring Bai Luo would follow her instructions, Bai Xiumei left the house for the shop, while Bai Luo prepared to scout the area of Hoshir occupied by the Japanese. Chapter 22. A quick step. Not long after Bai Xiumei had stepped out, Bai Luo sauntered out as well, leaving the foolish girl to keep Hu Mengyang company at home. "The young master has arrived," he announced the rickshaw puller. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo nimbly leaped down from the carriage, all the while keenly observing the routes around him and committing them to memory. After passing through the checkpoint, Bai Luo activated the system's monitoring radar, vigilant for any gatherings of Japanese puppet agents. During this period, in Hoshir, which had fallen under the occupation of the Japanese, the streets were rife with beggars and refugees, while the number of ruffians from all walks of life was staggering. His current attire, crafted by his aunt, was made from fine materials, unmistakably indicative of a wealthy family's child. Thus, as he journeyed, he attracted the attention of thieves. After deftly fending off a hand that reached toward his waist, Bai Luo noticed a few individuals trailing him, who did not appear to be ordinary thieves, nor did they resemble agents. Unable to comprehend the situation, he resolved to confront the source of his confusion. Pretending to suffer from a slight stomach discomfort, he bent over and swiftly darted towards the depths of a nearby alley. The individuals following him exchanged glances and promptly pursued him. Upon entering the mouth of the alley, they observed that the child had already turned into another side street. Although they did not believe the child could detect the presence of several adults trailing him, they nonetheless quickened their pace. "Here they come, 4 of them." Bai Luo silently counted 3, 2, 1 in his mind. In a swift motion, he knocked the leader unconscious with an elbow strike, while his right hand gleamed with a cold light, as 3 dagger-like objects instantaneously pierced through the necks of the remaining 3 individuals. The struck trio clutched their throats, their eyes wide with shock as they sank to their knees, appearing as though they were in the throes of self-strangulation from a distance. Observing them collapse, Bai Luo felt no compunction, delivering a final kick to one of them, sending them straight to the depths of hell. He was unaware of their affiliations or the extent of their sins. However, he recalled a poignant truth: mercy shown to enemies is cruelty inflicted upon oneself. Regardless of their motives for targeting him, their fates were sealed. They had to die. Dragging the unconscious leader to a secluded corner, Bai Luo plunged a knife into his leg, the immediate pain jolting him awake. Li Zhu, roused by the agony in his leg, was about to shout an expletive when a cylindrical object was thrust into his mouth. Stunned, his gaze fell upon the unmistakable shape of a gun. Looking up, he was startled to find that the gun was wielded by the very child he had been fixating on. His interest in Bai Luo stemmed from the latter's neat attire and fair, delicate features, which unmistakably marked him as a child of affluence. After observing for some time and realizing that Bai Luo was alone, he had planned to abduct the child. If Bai Luo hailed from a wealthy family, he would extort a hefty ransom. If not, he could sell the pretty child to the highest bidder. After extracting the reasons behind his pursuit from this Li Zhu, Bai Luo continued to inquire about other intelligence. Once he had exhausted the useful information, he mercilessly ended Li Zhu's life. Such individuals were a menace, and in this moment, they continued to harm their own countrymen. Death was too lenient a punishment. Bai Luo scanned his surroundings, cautiously erasing any traces he had left behind. Finding no significant evidence, he wiped the gun on Li Zhu's body and departed with a pat on his backside. Following the incident with Li Zhu, Bai Luo realized that his solitary presence in public was exceedingly conspicuous. To those with nefarious intentions, he appeared as a mobile treasure trove. Although Bai Luo was unafraid of what these individuals might do to him, their presence could undoubtedly complicate his plans. He retrieved a pocket watch, which he had pilfered from Li Zhu and his companions, along with a Mauser pistol and over 10 pieces of silver. The Mauser was an authentic original, looking quite new. He wondered where this man had procured it, having forgotten to inquire earlier. Yet, the most significant information gleaned from Li Zhu was the location of the Japanese command in Haishur. However, it seemed that there were no special agent bases like number 76 at this time. The Japanese spies were primarily stationed near the Shanghai command, mostly tasked with patrolling or guarding checkpoints. Noticing the time approaching 11, Bai Luo hurried home, arriving just as the simple-minded girl had finished preparing dinner, her culinary skills proving quite commendable. Her cooking surpassed that of Bai Luo's aunt, and since learning of his aunt's true identity, he had refrained from probing into his uncle's affairs. Even if he had asked, it would likely have been mere deception. When Bai Luo returned home, Bai Xiumei had yet to arrive. After waiting for a while with no sign of her return, Bai Luo deduced that his aunt must have been delayed due to some matter, so he left some food for her to enjoy after he had finished his meal. After dining, the simple-minded girl tidied up the dishes while Hu Mengyang assisted in cleaning the table. Bai Luo, carrying the packed food, made his way to his aunt's shop. At in Chengchapao's shop, there were hardly any customers left. Upon noticing the last group preparing to leave, Bai Xiumei exchanged a glance with Lao Shu. Understanding her cue, Lao Shu escorted the final customer out, hung their closed sign on the door, and proceeded to the inner chamber. Lao Shu, has there been any response from the organization? The organization has replied, advising us to act according to the situation. If absolutely necessary, we should abandon the mission to preserve our strength. Engaging in Haishur poses significant risks. Even if we manage to seize the goods, retreating would be a formidable challenge. The intelligence previously received indicated that the supplies were to be stored in Sioux City, but from the information obtained from Bai Ji last night, it appeared the Japanese were changing locations. Alas, they would have to seek another opportunity. Lao Shu, do you know which faction was responsible for the incident at the Bailman last night? I have found out, it was the Blue Party's counter-espionage team. Lao Shu replied. They nearly derailed our plans, but only disguised agents were sent in. Otherwise, this group would have been apprehended. Even so, very few managed to escape. I heard that those who attempted the assassination were quite formidable. The team that broke through the back door eliminated dozens of agents. The police station was busy transporting corpses until this morning. Bai Xiumei froze momentarily upon hearing this, her thoughts drifting to her nephew. Did the Japanese regard them as members of the counter-espionage team? Just as she pondered Bai Luo, she heard a voice call out, "Aunt, are you inside? I brought you some food." Chapter 23. Bombardment of the Japanese command. One upon hearing the commotion at the door, Lao Shu and Bai Xiumei instinctively ceased their conversation. Bai Xiumei walked to the entrance and saw Bai Luo standing there with a food container in hand. A wave of warmth washed over her as she observed the scene. Since her husband's passing, no one had brought her food. After ushering Bai Luo inside, he noticed Lao Shu was also present. "Uncle Shu, have you eaten?" Come join me, Bai Luo said generously, moving toward the inner room to place the food container on the table. Lao Shu, hearing this, did not hesitate. He had lunched with Bai Xiumei. As he watched Bai Luo arrange the dishes, he reflected on how, had his wife been alive, their son would likely be of similar age. Observing Bai Luo's small frame, Lao Shu's eyes revealed a wistful reminiscence. With this thought, he couldn't help but curse the damned Japanese in his heart. After Bai Xiumei and Lao Shu finished their meal, Bai Luo did not linger, swiftly placing the empty plates back into the food container in preparation to depart. He still had matters to discuss with Lao Shu, and Bai Xiumei did not insist on keeping him there. After returning home with the food container, Bai Luo found Hu Mengyang reading at the desk in the main bedroom. He approached her, retrieving the Mauser pistol he had stored in his personal space. As he drew nearer, Hu Mengyang looked up from her book, puzzled, and asked, "Little Radish, is there something you need?" Bai Luo couldn't help but twitch at the nickname, but he brushed it off, acknowledging that Radish was indeed his childhood name. Extending his hand, Hu Mengyang's eyes lit up as she saw the pistol he offered. The mirror-finished gun she had previously found was nice but too large to fit in her handbag. She looked up at Bai Luo, a mix of excitement and curiosity on her face. Bai Luo understood her thoughts. "I just got it this morning," he replied straightforwardly. Hu Mengyang was not surprised. She held immense admiration for her resourceful nephew, though not in the same league as taking the enemy general's head amidst a sea of foes. He had managed to fight his way out from a dense encirclement of spies. If Bai Luo had been alone, he could have easily slipped away by ducking into alleys and scaling walls. However, with his aunt and Hu Mengyang in tow, it was a different story altogether. Hu Mengyang cheerfully accepted the gun, having returned the Glock G26 Bai Luo had lent her the previous morning. Finally possessing her own weapon, Bai Luo briefly instructed her on its operation and maintenance before retreating to his room for a nap. He planned to carry out a mission that evening, with specific actions to be determined based on the situation at hand. Despite the formidable defenses of the command, Bai Luo was not overly concerned. He required no intelligence from within, he merely needed to ascertain where the Japanese presence was most concentrated. Later that night, after dining with the simple-minded girl and Hu Mengyang, Bai Xiumei still had not returned. Bai Luo checked the shop but found both his aunt and Lao Shu absent. Upon returning home, he retrieved his gear from his aunt's room. In his own room, he organized his equipment while Hu Mengyang taught the simple-minded girl how to read. Bai Luo refrained from commenting, hoping Hu Mengyang could impart some knowledge before the simple-minded girl drove her to madness. After 10:30 p.m., with Bai Xiumei still absent, Bai Luo bid farewell to the two girls, donned his gear, and scaled the courtyard wall. With the enhancement of the human weaponry, his movements across the rooftops were nearly silent. He tested his parkour skills along the way, moving with the agility of a monkey, silently bypassing the concession checkpoint without alerting the soldiers below. Bai Luo advanced towards the occupied district. The Japanese command lay a mere 3 to 4 kilometers from the docks, close to the anchored warships. Bai Luo soon arrived atop a building approximately 500 meters from the command. Raising the night vision binoculars he had just exchanged, he surveyed the layout surrounding the command. The command's location was quite strategic, situated in a large, independent courtyard. The surrounding area lacked any tall buildings within 200 meters, and there were 2 large gates and 1 small gate, each manned by a guard post, with around 4 Japanese soldiers stationed at each. Bai Luo estimated that about 200 Japanese troops, roughly a company, were stationed in the barracks on the eastern side of the courtyard. He then examined the central office building, noting that only a few rooms were illuminated from the outside. If only I could pinpoint the commander's location, Bai Luo mused to himself. Meanwhile, within the Japanese command, Major General Fei Yuanjing was reprimanding 3 individuals. 1 colonel and 2 majors. The Lixiang they had recruited last night had been eliminated by the counter-espionage team in the French concession. They had intended to appoint him as the mayor of Haishar to help the Japanese establish a foothold economically, but now, with his death at the hands of the counter-espionage team, the Japanese had suffered a significant blow to their credibility in Haishar. However, they dared not deploy troops into the concession and could only send spies to conduct covert investigations, yet the fleeing members of the counter-espionage team remained elusive. Lacking the confidence to challenge the French, they could only endure Fei Yuanjing's scolding. As they observed the simmering anger of Fei Yu and Jinbian Jingxiong, and the two majors quietly released their breaths. Your Excellency, we have not returned empty-handed. We have confirmed that this counter-espionage team was sent by the Blue Party of the Dragon Kingdom. They utilized weapons likely sourced from Western countries, specifically automatic firearms, which led to our substantial casualties. We will promptly arrange for our spies to infiltrate the French concession for investigation and eliminate them all. Meanwhile, Bai Luo had selected a convenient escape route atop a 4-story building, situated over 800 meters from the Japanese command. After calculating the distance, he set up two 81mm mortars, one aimed at the office building and the other at the barracks. After opening all the ammunition boxes, he found a total of 30 shells. These items, combined with the previously acquired night vision binoculars, had cost him 90 points, 20 points for the binoculars, 40 points for the two mortars, and 30 points for the shells, which were the most expensive due to their consumable nature. The system was adept at generating points. After confirming the angles, Bai Luo activated the monitoring radar to check for any Japanese or puppet spies in the vicinity. After a thorough scan, he earned an additional 20 points. After eliminating the few threats nearby, he returned to the previously set-up bombardment position. He loaded the shells into the mortars and, with a resounding boom, launched the first shell. Bai Luo quickly raised his binoculars to observe, and in the next moment, a shell accurately struck the command's courtyard, obliterating two parked vehicles in a fiery explosion. Chapter 24, Bombardment of the Japanese Command. 2. Bai Luo had chosen high-explosive shells, far surpassing the capabilities of the Japanese artillery of this era. The explosion shattered every window in the command. Inside, Fei Yu and Jinbian Jingxiong were caught in the blast's aftermath. Shards of glass scattered across the room, propelled by the shockwave, and one of the majors was struck in the temple by the debris, meeting his end before their deity. Fei Yu and Jinbian cried out in agony as glass fragments pierced his thigh, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Jinbian Jingxiong and the other major hurried to drag the fallen Fei Yu and Jinbian behind a table. However, this was merely the beginning. Bai Luo marveled at the destructive power of the high-explosive shells, yet his actions remained swift. He adjusted the mortar sights while continuously loading shells into both mortars. 2 minutes later, he stored the now scorching mortars into his personal space. Looking up at the chaos he had wrought, he nodded in satisfaction. The area was now level. Upon arriving home, Bai Luo noticed the lights were on inside. Bai Xiumei hurriedly approached him as he climbed into the courtyard. "Little Radish, where have you been? Was that explosion just now caused by you?" Bai Luo observed the concern in Bai Xiumei's eyes as she anxiously scanned him for injuries. A wave of warmth surged within him. "Aunt, I'm fine, I wasn't hurt. I was just nearby, surveying the terrain. Sister Mengyang is here, so I had to keep an eye out for any strangers and potential escape routes." Bai Luo had no intention of revealing the details of his recent activities to Bai Xiumei. He could hardly concoct a plausible explanation for the mortars. Upon hearing his words, Bai Xiumei felt relieved but was simultaneously pleased with his attentiveness and caution. She understood that her actions could expose Bai Luo to danger. She had long been prepared to make sacrifices. Looking at her little Radish, Bai Xiumei realized that even in her absence, he would endure in these tumultuous times. With that thought, she refrained from pressing further, merely reminding Bai Luo to be cautious when going out and to inform her in advance. After taking Bai Luo's gun and discreetly checking it for the scent of gunpowder, she finally felt at ease. Once she had dealt with Bai Luo, she confiscated all his equipment and locked them away, then sent him back to his room. The simple-minded girl had already fallen asleep, so Bai Luo retrieved bedding from the cupboard and set up a bedding on the floor, deciding against sharing a bed with her due to her restless sleeping habits. Bai Luo opened the system and accessed the settlement page. Battle concluded. Host has killed 235 Japanese soldiers, 54 Japanese puppet spies, with special kills including 3 majors, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 colonel, and 1 major general. Host has achieved the milestones of 250 kills, 300 kills, 350 kills, 400 kills, 450 kills, and 500 kills consecutively, triggering a special reward, Eye of Truth. System monitoring radar upgraded to level 3, and personal space expanded to 15 m. Rewards have been issued to the system space. Please check, Host. Upon seeing this, Bai Luo exclaimed in delight at his considerable gains and hastily opened his personal panel. Name, Bai Luo. Age, 8 years and 9 months. Physical fitness assessment, 2. 5 height, 135 cm weight, 35 kg item, Eye of Truth, radar, with space and automatic upgrades completed. Points, 3065, special kills, Major 50, Lieutenant Colonel 100, Colonel 200, Brigadier General 500. The 4 individuals killed this morning are also included in the tally. Upon seeing his score surpassing 3,000 points, Bai Luo was engulfed in ecstatic delight. Indeed, artillery fire was the ultimate truth. However, he was also aware that his success was somewhat fortuitous. Had he been on the battlefield, he likely would not have achieved such a tally. 30 shells would scarcely make a significant impact on the front lines. He steadied himself, resolving not to act recklessly. Reflecting on the introduction of the Eye of Truth, he noted that it could reveal all identity information of a person upon use, albeit limited to once per day. The potential of this skill left Bai Luo in profound shock. Despite its restriction, it was an invaluable asset for someone like him navigating the complexities of Haishar, where almost everyone had multiple layers of identity. Merely relying on the monitoring radar would only yield one aspect of a person's identity. If Bai Luo were to undertake an assassination, and the target turned out to be not just a traitor but also an undercover operative from either faction, the embarrassment of a mistaken kill would be considerable. He then activated the monitoring radar for a test, discovering that it had a detection range of 300 meters and could simultaneously monitor 3 different identities. Without hesitation, Bai Luo marked his targets as Japanese agents, Red Party, and Blue Party. As for the Japanese troops, they were currently barred from entering the French concession. After organizing his belongings, Bai Luo finally lay down on the makeshift bed and drifted into a peaceful slumber. As for the chaos unfolding outside, it was of little concern to him. He was merely a 9-year-old child. At this moment, the deputy commander of the Japanese naval fleet stood amid a sea of ruins. Kawamoto Ken gazed grimly at the scene before him, secretly relieved. Due to the incident in the concession the previous day, he found himself working from a temporary camp at the docks. He was the one who had proposed Li Xiong for the position of deputy mayor of Haishar, but now, with Li Xiong murdered, he had yet to identify another candidate to further his family's interests. To make matters worse, the command post had been shelled that night. He had just confirmed the death of Fei Yuanjing, which ignited a furious blaze within him. This bombing had effectively rubbed the Empire's face in the dirt. The demise of Fei Yuanjing marked the first loss of a general officer in this theater of war. Deputy Commander, the investigation report has arrived. The enemy utilized 2 mortars from the rooftop of a 4-story building located 800 meters south. The explosion debris indicates no fewer than 20 shells were fired, exhibiting significant power. At least 90mm shells would be required to inflict such damage. The confusion regarding the caliber was due to Bai Luo exchanging for high explosive shells from a future era, an impossibility to access in this time, considering the cost of 1 point per shell and Bai Luo's current capacity to redeem only around 3,000 shells. Subsequently, Kawamoto Ken ordered the troops to collect the bodies and return to his quarters. Such a significant event in Haishar warranted a report to the rear headquarters, necessitating the dispatch of a new commander to oversee the situation. With the upper echelons of Haishar essentially buried in the rubble, many corpses were so close to the explosion that they were beyond recognition. The bombing of the Japanese command post further intensified the already tumultuous situation in Haishar. Upon receiving the report, various factions dispatched intelligence agents to investigate the developments. Chapter 25, a reunion with Wang Wu. Meanwhile, at the underground contact point of the Red Party, Old Shu had also reported the recent attack on the Japanese command post in the occupied area to the rear base. Shortly after, he received a reply from the organization: maintain close observation and report any updates promptly. The immediate priority is to confirm the storage location of supplies and whether it has changed due to this attack. Indeed, the supplies had arrived at the Haishar train station and were currently stored in its warehouse. According to inside information, they included urgently needed medical equipment, medicines, and bandages. As the war effort escalated, the organization had been preparing a field hospital to provide better medical conditions for injured soldiers. From what he gathered, doctors and nurses were already on site. They only awaited the arrival of this batch of medical equipment. due to the Japanese forces' sudden change in the storage location, their plans had been thrown into disarray. The organization had issued orders to adapt to the situation based on task difficulty, but he knew that many frontline soldiers were in dire need of these supplies. Moreover, for Old Shu, this presented a rare opportunity, coinciding with the Japanese forces' most lax surveillance of the train station. After reading through the report, he ignited the encrypted message for translation. Given the exposure of the carrier pigeon, the channels for gathering intelligence had effectively been severed. With this in mind, he resolved to send more personnel to the train station to gather information. The Japanese were likely in disarray, with little time to manage these supplies. Securing the train station seemed feasible. A 20-member team had already been dispatched from Sioux City to lie in wait in Haishar, stationed at one of his designated safe houses. Determined, Old Shu prepared to discuss strategies with the commander of this team regarding the quickest means of evacuating with the supplies. At the safe house, Wang Wu and his comrades sat neatly attired in the room. Several alert team members were stationed nearby, their heightened vigilance stemming from the explosion heard half an hour prior. Due to their unfamiliarity with Haishar's terrain and circumstances, Wang Wu had refrained from sending his team to investigate the explosion site. The city was rife with Japanese spies, and with his mission at hand, he could not afford any unforeseen incidents. Despite the fact that they were in the French concession, it was perilously close to the occupied territory. Wang Wu could only passively await news from the local underground organization. "Captain, Comrade Old Shu has arrived," one team member announced as Wang Wu finished his third cigarette. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu felt a surge of energy and quickly stepped outside. "Wang Captain, the Japanese command post in Haishar has just been bombed. A significant portion of the soldiers at the train station has been reassigned, leaving only about 10 soldiers to guard it," Old Shu stated, bypassing pleasantries as he launched straight into the matter. After taking a breath, he continued, "Now should be the optimal time to secure the warehouse, but evacuating such a large quantity of supplies poses a challenge. If we engage in a firefight, the command post is merely 5 kilometers from the train station. Reinforcements would arrive in about 15 minutes. Wang Captain, do you have any ideas?" Wang Wu sensed the gravity of the situation. The supplies were considerable, and transporting them would take at least an hour. Unless they could ensure their actions went undetected, the prospect of success seemed bleak. Despite there being only 10 Japanese soldiers, enduring an assault from their 20-strong group would not be a trivial matter. Even if they gained the advantage of a surprise attack, as long as the Japanese could delay them for around 15 minutes, their plans would be thwarted. Yet this was indeed the best moment to secure the supplies, as the Japanese defenses were at their weakest. Should this opportunity slip by, the Japanese would likely transfer the supplies to a more secure location, making it even more difficult to seize them. Wang Wu paced the room, his hand resting on the grip of his holstered gun while Old Shu sat on a stool, frowning as he took a drag from his cigarette. The room fell into silence, save for the soft sound of Wang Wu's footsteps. He traced the patterns on his firearm, deep in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he glanced down at the gun in his hand. He recalled the boy named Bai Luo, who possessed a firearm that made no sound. Should they execute their plan to attack the train station without firing a shot, the Japanese at the command post would remain oblivious, granting them ample time to evacuate with the supplies. Yet just as his spirits lifted, they dampened again. He knew of only 2 individuals who possessed such firearms, neither of whom were present. One was Bai Luo, and the other was Bai Luo's sister. He inwardly cursed himself for not having the audacity to procure one. While such a weapon may not have been particularly useful on the battlefield, it would prove invaluable in Haishar, where Japanese spies were as numerous as dogs. Time was of the essence. Returning to fetch the gun from Bai Luo's sister or seeking out Bai Luo felt impractical. The Japanese would likely prioritize the safeguarding of these supplies, possibly relocating them by the next day or dispatching troops to reinforce their guard. Old Shu, observing the shifting expressions on Wang Wu's face, ventured, "Captain Wang, have you devised a plan?" Wang Wu, forced to smile wryly, replied, "I have thought of something, but time is against us." Before Old Shu could respond, Wang Wu suddenly recalled the situation in Haishar and urgently inquired, "Comrade Old Shu, have you ever heard of a soundless gun?" One that has a cylindrical suppressor at the muzzle to significantly reduce noise. Old Shoe looked bewildered and shook his head, genuinely unfamiliar with such a weapon. Does such a gun truly exist? What purpose would it serve? Old Shoe pondered aloud. If we had such a weapon, we could quietly eliminate the guards, even if the Japanese managed to react and fire a few shots. As long as it wasn't an intense exchange, the command post likely wouldn't notice. We would merely need to secure the duty room at the train station beforehand. Upon hearing this, Old Shoe recalled that Bai Ji often dealt with the Japanese. She might know where to find such a gun. Moreover, if they missed this opportunity, the chances of success would dwindle further once the Japanese caught wind of the situation. With so many of them concealed for an extended period, they would inevitably be discovered. If they missed this chance, Wang Wu and his team would have to retreat, allowing Bai Ji to escape with them. With this in mind, Old Shoe immediately stood up and declared, "I will contact other comrades from the underground party and return in an hour." "Very well," Wang Wu replied. As Old Shoe exited, he surveyed the surroundings for any suspicious individuals before hastening toward Bai Xiumei's residence. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was 11:45 p.m., with approximately 6 hours until dawn, and quickened his pace towards Bai Xiumei's home. Chapter 26. Encounter with Wang Wu. Again at this moment, in Bai Xiumei's household, having just equipped Bai Luo, Bai Xiumei did not take off her clothes to rest, nor did Hu Mengyang. They were acutely aware that the supplies at the train station should have arrived by now, but outside, explosions were echoing. Had the explosions not been from an incorrect direction, they might have suspected that someone was attempting to seize the supplies. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the courtyard door interrupted Bai Xiumei's thoughts. She quickly retrieved her pistol from beneath her pillow, concealing it behind her back. As she approached the door, Bai Xiumei cautiously reached the door and peered through the crack, immediately recognizing the sweaty figure of Old Shoe, prompting her to hastily open the gate. Upon seeing the door swing open, Old Shoe glanced around the alley, ensuring no one was in sight before stepping inside the courtyard. Just as Bai Xiumei was about to close the gate, she heard Old Shoe murmur, I have something to ask her." Nodding in affirmation, Bai Xiumei gestured for Old Shoe to enter the house. Once inside, Old Shoe spotted Hu Mengyang approaching and quickly inquired, "Comrade Bai Ji, have you heard of a type of gun that fires without making a sound? It has a short cylindrical silencer attached to the muzzle." He proceeded to relay Wang Wu's description of such a firearm to Hu Mengyang. Bai Xiumei was momentarily taken aback. They were well aware of this weapon. In fact, the Glock 18 she held in her hand was precisely that type, and she had heard that Hu Mengyang had tested it earlier that afternoon, confirming its near silence. Upon hearing Old Shoe's question, Hu Mengyang turned to Bai Xiumei, who sensed the shift in attention and turned to face them as well. "Comrade Qingping, do you know where we can obtain such a gun? I'm willing to pay any price." Bai Xiumei nodded in response to Old Shoe's inquiry. Seeing her affirmative gesture, Old Shoe's face lit up with excitement as he pressed on, "Where can we find it? Is it available now?" "Old Shoe, what do you need this gun for?" Bai Xiumei countered with a question of her own. After all, she had only seen this weapon in Bai Luo's possession, and she was reluctant for Bai Luo to be in any danger. Old Shoe, undeterred by Bai Xiumei's concerns, recounted Wang Wu's plan to her. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiumei raised her pistol and declared, "This is the one." Old Shoe's gaze turned towards the weapon, which he had never encountered before and could not identify. However, he noted the short cylindrical attachment at the muzzle, approximately 5 to 6 centimeters in length, which Bai Luo had opted not to modify with the system, as it was intended for use with a conversion kit. "Is this the only one? Are there any more?" Old Shoe inquired, brimming with enthusiasm at the prospect of having such a weapon readily available. Though he held little hope for acquiring additional firearms from Bai Xiumei, he was determined to find out where more could be obtained, willing to purchase them if necessary. Even if they only secured this one, with careful planning, they could eliminate those troublesome adversaries without drawing undue attention. Bai Xiumei and Hu Mengyang exchanged knowing glances, their eyes instinctively drawn to the cabinet. Inside lay a more powerful firearm, one they had experienced firsthand when Bai Luo had wielded it to lead them to safety. From a distance, the sound of gunfire was barely audible, which was precisely why Bai Luo had neutralized enemies before they could fire, preventing their pursuers from discerning their escape route. Noticing where the two women were gazing, Old Shoe followed their line of sight and realized they were focused on the wardrobe. He was aware that he had assisted in modifying the cabinet's interior. It appeared that another firearm was concealed within, further bolstering Old Shoe's confidence in their plan. As he moved towards the cabinet, Bai Xiumei seized his arm. There is another one inside, but I cannot make decisions about that weapon. This one in my hand is available for you. Old Shoe was momentarily taken aback by Bai Xiumei's words and asked, is the one inside not yours? How did it end up with you? Can I borrow it for now? I promise to return it once we're done. After a brief pause, he added, given the importance of that batch of supplies, you know how crucial it is. Having one more of such a gun significantly enhances our chances. Bai Xiumei recognized this as a golden opportunity and, after a moment of contemplation, bit her lip. Wait a moment. Without waiting for Old Shoe's reply, she proceeded towards Bai Luo's room. Knock, knock, knock. Is Luo asleep? Bai Xiumei rapped on the door to Bai Luo's chamber. Hearing the commotion, Bai Luo responded, not asleep. She had awoken when Old Shoe knocked at the courtyard door and, spotting him through the window, had chosen to return to slumber. Once Bai Luo rose and opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of her aunt, who appeared hesitant to speak. Aunt, what is the matter? She asked. At that moment, Hu Mengyang and Old Shoe approached as well, prompting Bai Luo to acknowledge them. Noticing her aunt's reticence, Bai Luo turned her inquiring gaze towards Hu Mengyang, silently urging her to elaborate. Hu Mengyang, recognizing the unspoken prompt, abandoned any hesitation and disclosed the reason for Old Shoe's visit regarding the firearms. After grasping the situation, Bai Luo asked, who informed Uncle Shoe about this type of gun. Old Shoe, caught off guard by the child's inquiry, hesitated before Bai Luo interjected, is it someone with the surname Wang? Bai Luo had deduced that the inquiry about the firearm, described in a manner akin to her own, likely pertained to someone familiar, specifically, Wang Wu, who had previously requested a similar weapon for use in Shanghai. Old Shoe was taken aback and instinctively asked, do you know Captain Wang? Bai Luo smiled, Uncle Shoe, I came to Shanghai with Captain Wang's team. Could you lend us the gun for a while? I assure you we will return it in its original condition, Old Shoe implored eagerly. I'll accompany you, you won't know how to use my gun anyway. Although Old Shoe was unsure where the child had procured such a weapon, he did not wish to involve her further in the matter. He quickly signaled to Bai Xiumei to persuade Bai Luo. Bai Xiumei felt torn. She recognized Bai Luo's capabilities yet was reluctant to expose her to danger. She was more than capable of handling the situation herself. Before she could voice her concerns, Hu Mengyang interjected, Comrade Old Shoe, Luo is incredibly resourceful. It was Bai Luo who helped us escape from the Palais de Glace. Disregarding their conversation, Bai Luo entered her room to don her combat attire, securing her helmet before entering her aunt's room to put on her tactical vest. She retrieved her MXC assault rifle, conducted a thorough inspection to ensure it was in excellent working condition, and affixed the sling before stepping back outside. Upon witnessing Bai Luo's attire, Old Shoe was taken aback, unable to comprehend the sight yet profoundly impressed, particularly by the weapon she held, one he had never encountered before. However, time was of the essence, and trusting in his comrades, the four of them swiftly departed, heading towards the secret safe house where Wang Wu awaited. As Wang Wu received the notification from his team, overjoyed, he exclaimed, Xiao Luo, what brings you here? Chapter 27, A Lesson for Wang Wu in Silent Combat. Uncle Wang, have you missed me in these few days apart? Bai Luo inquired with a cheerful smile. Wang Wu scrutinized Bai Luo, glancing at Hu Mengyang and Bai Xiumei beside her, and finally responded to Bai Luo's question, well, young lad, I never anticipated we would meet again so soon. Where is that silly girl? She is at home sleeping, Bai Luo replied. Have you located your eldest aunt? This is her. Bai Luo gestured towards Bai Xiumei, addressing Wang Wu. Captain Wang, it is a pleasure to meet you. I sincerely appreciate your care for Xiao Luo throughout this journey, Captain Wang. Bai Qingping is also one of our comrades, Old Shoe interjected. The individual beside me is Comrade Bai Ji. She is the one who transmitted this intelligence. After a brief introduction, Wang Wu turned to Bai Luo and said, Xiao Luo, Uncle Wang truly requires your assistance this time. There is no need for formality, Uncle, just tell me what you need. I will certainly help if I can." Without further ado, Wang Wu recounted the situation at the train station in detail to Bai Luo. Upon hearing Wang Wu's account, Bai Luo patted her chest confidently and declared, "No problem, it's straightforward, Uncle Wang, allow me to demonstrate what silent combat entails." Seeing Bai Luo's unwavering confidence, Wang Wu felt a surge of reassurance. He proceeded alongside Old Shu to arrange for vehicles to transport supplies and establish the retreat route. Given the urgency of the situation, Bai Xiumei and Old Shu contacted the organization's members to coordinate the evacuation routes and vehicles. Meanwhile, Hu Mengyang and 5 team members remained at the safe house to guard against any unforeseen circumstances and provide immediate support if needed. Bai Luo, along with Wang Wu and the remaining 15 team members, set out to eliminate the guards at the train station's warehouse. "Let us move," with Wang Wu's commanding voice, Bai Luo and the 15 guerrilla fighters stealthily advanced towards the train station. At precisely 12:15 a.m., a diminutive soldier leaned against a pillar at the train station warehouse entrance, remarking, "Kawashita-kun, you mentioned something significant has transpired at the headquarters. Why are only we 12 entrusted with such vital supplies? How could that be? As warriors of the Empire, we must simply follow orders. Are you afraid? Fear is out of the question. Our Imperial soldiers are invincible. The 12 of us are more than sufficient to guard this warehouse." Just as Kawashita's words registered, Koz felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if all his strength had been drained away. In that fleeting moment of darkness, he witnessed Kawashita's head and chest erupt with a torrent of crimson liquid. He knew it was blood. The last thought to cross his mind was an alarm. Enemy attack. Upon arriving at the warehouse behind the train station, Bai Luo noticed 12 red dots scattered around the perimeter on his mental radar. He understood that the supplies Wang Wu needed were stored within that very warehouse. Gesturing for Wang Wu to halt, Bai Luo drew his pistol and stealthily approached the 2 nearest guards. With a series of faint gunshots, ding 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 ding, the 2 sentinels fell to the ground. The remaining guards, positioned at a distance, remained oblivious. Bai Luo continued to his next target, and Wang Wu, observing Bai Luo's swift dispatch of the 2 sentries, silently thanked his fortune for encountering him. 5 minutes later, as Bai Luo withdrew his dagger from the chest of the last soldier, he had finally sent all 12 of them to report to their deity, Amaterasu. Despite possessing the physical prowess of an adult and prior combat experience, Bai Luo had refrained from engaging in close combat due to his smaller stature and shorter limbs. Any delay in neutralizing an enemy could be a reckless gamble with his own life. After acquiring the skill known as a human weapon, he dispatched the remaining 5 soldiers with his dagger. The first enemy was nearly cleaved in 2 because Bai Luo had yet to adjust to his newfound strength. After wiping the blade clean, Bai Luo signaled Wang Wu's hidden position with a flash of light. Upon seeing the signal, Wang Wu was astonished. Had it really only been a matter of minutes to resolve the situation? Nevertheless, he quickly rose, signaling his team to follow. As they reached the warehouse entrance, Wang Wu instructed his subordinates to open the doors, while he joined Bai Luo, casting a glance at the fallen corpses, particularly at the one that was almost severed in half. He couldn't help but admire Bai Luo's ruthlessness, such a young child wielding such ferocity. He wondered who had taught him. "Xiao Luo, you've truly imparted a lesson to your Uncle Wang here. When you have the chance, do lend me a hand in training my subordinates." He jested. "Uncle Wang, you jest. Let us first ascertain whether the supplies within are what you seek," Bai Luo replied, deflecting the conversation. Wang Wu recognized Bai Luo's intent and chose not to press further as they stepped into the warehouse. "Captain, we indeed have pharmaceuticals. I counted earlier, 8 boxes of equipment, 20 boxes of medicine, and 40 boxes of bandages." Wang Wu let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The intelligence was accurate, however. The sheer volume of supplies raised concerns about whether Old Shu and his team would have adequate transport. If necessary, they would have to conceal a portion of the medicines. With this thought in mind, Wang Wu hastily ordered his team to move the supplies towards the warehouse entrance. Bai Luo then ascended to the rooftop to maintain vigilance. Shortly thereafter, the team stationed outside escorted Old Shu and his group inside. Old Shu had brought 3 vehicles, 1 truck and 2 cars. Bai Luo, intrigued by the cars he had only seen in dramas, watched as Wang Wu and his team began loading the supplies. All 3 vehicles were packed to capacity, yet 5 boxes of bandages remained unfilled. However, this was inconsequential. Bai Xiumei, seeing that the loading was complete, promptly headed to the driver's seat of the lead car. Bai Luo followed suit, standing beside the driver's seat as there was no room elsewhere. The remaining guards, including Hu Mengyang, had also arrived, coincidentally retreating together. After driving for over 10 minutes, they reached a checkpoint. Bai Luo, spotting the checkpoint ahead, raised his gun, ready to eliminate any threats. However, Bai Xiumei extended a flashlight from the front seat and waved it. Immediately, the checkpoint lifted the barriers. Bai Luo felt a surge of admiration. The meticulous planning had ensured their safety, with their own personnel at the checkpoint. He had anticipated an experience akin to the dramatic confrontations depicted in television shows. As they neared the checkpoint, Bai Luo discerned that the individuals present were likely from the French Concession's police department. A French soldier lay slumped within a booth, presumably incapacitated by alcohol. Bai Xiumei nodded at them without stopping. The checkpoint personnel reciprocated with nods, and once the convoy had passed, they re-established the blockade. Bai Luo continued to monitor the radar in his mind. Finally, after traversing through the third checkpoint, they exited the city and stopped approximately 15 kilometers into the outskirts. Old Shu hurriedly disembarked and signaled to a group of civilians in the nearby woods with a series of light flashes. Moments later, a throng of individuals dressed as commoners emerged, immediately commencing the offloading of supplies. After half an hour, Bai Luo, with a somewhat dazed expression, watched as they meticulously divided and transported all the supplies away. In Chapter 28, the realization dawned that love can indeed fade away. Wang Wu observed the somewhat dazed Bai Luo and chuckled. In that moment, the child appeared to be just that, a child. He patted Bai Luo's shoulder, rousing him from his stupor. Comrades Lao Shu and Qingping, we too must take our leave, until we meet again. May your journey be smooth. Certainly, Captain Wang. Wishing you safe travels, Old Shu replied in kind. Bai Xiumei smiled and nodded at Wang Wu. Meanwhile, Hu Mengyang approached Bai Xiumei and embraced her. Sister Qingping, I too must depart. Please ensure your safety. I will await your return. Bai Xiumei reciprocated the embrace, knowing that this girl was one she had nurtured and cherished deeply. Bai Ji, you have fulfilled your mission splendidly. Upon reaching the rear, follow the organization's arrangements and embark on your new life. Upon hearing Bai Xiumei's words, Hu Mengyang released her grip, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye. Sister Qingping, I will. You have provided me with direction in life, preventing me from succumbing to the allure of this vibrant city. I must go now. Take care of yourself. With one last glance towards Haisher, where her past resided, she turned to Bai Luo and said, Little Radish, I am leaving. You must also take care of yourself. Bai Luo nodded in response. All right, Minyanjie. You too must look after yourself. I will come to visit you when the opportunity arises. Old Shu raised his hand to check the time, indicating that it was nearly time to part ways, and both teams set off towards their respective battlegrounds. It had been 7 days since they last separated, and the Japanese had discovered their supplies had been pilfered. They were now frantically scouring Haisher, not only within the occupied territories but even in the French concession, where Japanese spies were on the prowl. Bai Luo, heeding Bai Xiumei's warning, refrained from venturing outside alone until the situation calmed. Consequently, he remained at home, idle and restless. One day, while amusing himself with birds in the courtyard, he was startled by a knock at the gate. Opening the door, he found a middle-aged stranger in a grey long robe and glasses, exuding an air of refinement. May I inquire who you are seeking? Bai Luo asked. Is this the residence of Boss Bai Qingping? The middle-aged man inquired. Indeed, it is. And you are? Bai Luo replied, perplexed. Splendid. I have come upon recommendations. I heard that Boss Bai possesses a batch of superior fabric, and I wish to purchase some, the stranger said with a smile. Before Bai Luo could respond, Bai Xiumei's voice echoed from behind. That batch of fabric has already been sold. However, we have recently acquired a new batch of high-quality Yunnan silk fabric. Would you be interested? Sir, how much do you have? I require quite a bit. The man queried. How much does the boss need? I'll start with 20 rolls. Unfortunately, we don't have that many. Would 15 suffice? That works. Then please, come inside to discuss further. In Bai Luo's bewildered gaze, his aunt had already ushered the man into the living room, giving him a gentle nudge to close the gate. Once inside, Bai Xiumei poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of the middle-aged man. He began, Comrade Qingping, Bai Xiumei understood his implication and nodded. They are aware of my identity. Upon hearing this, the man did not hesitate. Comrade Qingping, my name is Li Hua. I am responsible for organizing the action team in the Haisha region. I have already assembled the personnel for the action team. I am here for two matters. One concerns weapons, and the other is to establish a connection with you, as the middle-aged man elaborated. Bai Xiumei gleaned the purpose of Li Hua's visit. Due to the absence of an action team in Haisha, previous missions had required personnel to be dispatched from Su City, making transportation of weapons perilous. Consequently, the organization sought to establish an action team in Haisha. With the recent commotion, bringing in weapons had become increasingly difficult, and they wished for Bai Xiumei's assistance in procuring them, considering her extensive experience in the area over the past 3 years. Comrade Li Hua, I will provide you with a response in 3 days. How many guns in total do you require? 22, ideally half long and half short, Li Hua stated without hesitation. Then let us meet at the Yinxiang Chapao store at noon in 3 days to discuss further. Li Hua nodded in agreement and took his leave. After the middle-aged man departed, Bai Xiumei tied it up briefly before heading out to find Old Shu, intending to verify Li Hua's information with the organization. In espionage work, even the slightest oversight is intolerable. Meanwhile, when Bai Xiumei had led the man into the living room, Bai Luo had utilized his true side to gather information. Name: Li Hua, age 41, identity: head of the Red Party's action team in Haisha. After his aunt left, Bai Luo summoned Xiaoyu from inside, beginning to teach her some combat techniques. Despite her lack of intelligence, she exhibited remarkable progress in martial arts, learning at a pace far exceeding her ability to read or write, effectively channeling her physical strength. The strength of the silly girl surpasses even his current abilities. It is noteworthy that his physique is now rated at 2.5, nearly double that of an ordinary individual. After engaging in practice with the silly girl for approximately 2 hours, Bai Xiumei hurriedly returned. Observing the two of them drenched in sweat, she felt no surprise. She had witnessed such scenes frequently over the past few days. She refrained from commenting, instead offering her unwavering support. Aware of the silly girl's hearty appetite, she consistently prepared an abundant amount of dishes. She held a particular fondness for the silly girl, appreciating her industrious nature, her quiet demeanor, and her willingness to assist in the shop whenever possible. This was in stark contrast to the troublesome Radish, who had caused her much concern. Ever since the previous nights when she awoke to find Bai Luo absent, he had taken to waiting in the living room, only to return home at 4 in the morning, reeking of blood and bearing the heat of gunfire, undoubtedly having sore trouble with the little devils. This left Bai Xiumei in a state of constant anxiety, prompting her to secure all his equipment in a locked cabinet, resulting in restless nights. The mere thought of it ignited her anger, leading her to stride over to Bai Luo and deliver a swift kick. The blow caused Bai Luo to stumble, and he understood the reason behind his aunt's actions. Attempting to curry favor with Bai Xiumei, he offered a silly grin before hastily retreating to the kitchen to boil water. "Aunt, please don't kick Xiao Luo, it hurts," the silly girl implored upon witnessing the scene. Upon hearing her words, Bai Xiumei affectionately tousled the silly girl's hair. "Silly girl, that brat deserves a good thrashing. It won't hurt him. What would you like to eat tonight? How about I prepare braised pork for you?" Upon hearing this, the silly girl immediately disregarded her aunt's treatment of Bai Luo. She nodded enthusiastically and tugged at Bai Xiumei, leading her towards the vegetable market. Bai Luo cautiously peeked out from the kitchen, only to exhale a sigh of relief upon seeing the silly girl escorting his aunt outside. For the past few days, he had either endured a pinching ear or a kicked backside. Observing the affection his aunt displayed towards the silly girl, he realized that love does not vanish but merely shifts its focus. During these days, he hadn't dared to indulge in even a moment of slumber. Chapter 29, Engaging in conversations with Bai Luo. Nonetheless, there is nothing inherently wrong with this arrangement. My aunt has been alone for many years, and having a companion like Xiaoyu is quite comforting. In recent days, Bai Luo has successfully ambushed several patrol teams of the Japanese, resulting in a notable decrease in their patrol frequency. The number of personnel in these patrols has nearly doubled, yet for Bai Luo, who benefits from systematic assistance, this remains inconsequential. Had it not been for Bai Shumei catching him during her late-night excursion, he would have continued to surprise the Japanese daily. During this time, he attained the remarkable achievement of slaying 600 foes. The accolades for the two accomplishments were separate, with the reward for slaying 550 enemies being a super alloy dagger, and the reward for 600 being an M200 intervention sniper rifle. His points have also surpassed 3,600, during which he procured a batch of ammunition and some daily necessities. Within his base, there are dozens of weapons he has collected from the enemies he has dispatched, including those used by spies and the Japanese. Due to limitations in his space, Bai Luo did not collect all the firearms, choosing instead to store only the ammunition and grenades within his personal realm. After finishing dinner, Bai Luo approached Bai Shumei, who appeared deep in thought, and inquired, "Aunt, what are you pondering?" Startled by his voice, Bai Shumei instinctively raised her hand to strike him. Bai Luo quickly dodged, exclaiming, "Why are you hitting me?" Embarrassed, Bai Shumei refrained from admitting her fright and, adopting a tone befitting an elder, retorted, "What's wrong with hitting you? Shouldn't it be done?" Hearing this, Bai Luo felt somewhat deflated and tactfully redirected the conversation, saying, "What are you thinking about, Aunt? Share with your nephew, I can help you brainstorm." Casting a sidelong glance at him, Bai Shumei replied, "What does a child know? Hurry and help Shan boil some water, you have no sense of initiative at all." Bai Luo, unfazed by his aunt's words, shamelessly moved behind her, dutifully massaging her shoulders. Bai Shumei chuckled at his antics, yet her expression darkened upon recalling the perilous escapades Bai Luo had undertaken in secrecy. The abrupt shift in her demeanor left Bai Luo momentarily taken aback, silently lamenting his misstep. He quickly interjected, "Are you concerned about that matter regarding Li Hua wanting firearms this afternoon?" Upon hearing this, Bai Shumei's irritation subsided, and she sighed, "Indeed, it's difficult to procure so many guns in a short time, especially with the recent stringent checks in the concession and the Japanese spies rampant on the streets. Securing such arms at this juncture is quite challenging." This thought weighed heavily on her, for despite the formation of their operational team and the establishment of hidden bases, lacking firearms rendered them akin to a toothless tiger. Then, as if struck by a sudden revelation, she recalled the inexplicable arrival of firearms at their home and swiftly turned to Bai Luo, startled by her sudden movement. He stammered, "Why do you ask? Do you know where to buy guns?" Relieved that she was not about to reprimand him again, Bai Luo replied with a hint of bravado, "Yes, but they are not of the kind I prefer. They are Japanese Type 38 rifles and mirror boxes, would that suffice?" Bai Shumei's eyes brightened at this revelation. "How many in total?" Bai Luo discreetly glanced at his personal space before responding, "A total of 55. 30 short ones and 25 long ones. Including over 4,000 rounds of ammunition," he added. "Are you certain?" Bai Shumei exclaimed, sitting up in astonishment. "Where did you acquire them? Having seized so many guns, how many Japanese did you eliminate? If you put yourself in danger, how could I face your late grandmother? Now, tell me, where are the guns hidden? If you dare to sneak out and kill more Japanese, just wait until I get my hands on you," she warned, applying a bit more pressure, though she eased her grip upon noticing the reddening of his ear. "Luobo, you are still young. Such matters should be handled by us adults. When you grow up, I will surely not hold you back." Observing his aunt entering lecture mode once more, he hastily changed the subject. "Do you want the guns or not?" "Absolutely." Bai Shumei responded eagerly. "Where are they hidden?" Bai Luo swiftly escaped from her grasp, replying, "Just wait a moment." He then slipped outside the courtyard wall and sought out a nearby room that had long been uninhabited. This particular room was one he had scouted earlier, rumored to belong to a proprietor who had traveled abroad. Bai Luo skillfully climbed into the second floor of the house, retrieved the firearms from his space, and placed them in the bedroom. He also pocketed a few mirror boxes before deftly making his exit. Bai Shumei watched as Bai Luo returned within mere minutes, with 4.5 handguns tucked at his waist. She hurriedly approached him and relieved him of the firearms. After a brief inspection, she inquired, "Where did you conceal these weapons?" "Just in that uninhabited house not far from here," Bai Luo replied. "Come, lead me to it." Bai Shumei returned the guns to the room and, taking Bai Luo by the hand, opened the courtyard gate, heading towards the deserted dwelling. Upon arrival, they discovered the door was locked. Bai Shumei furrowed her brow, preparing to scale the wall to gain entry. However, lacking the necessary agility, she searched in vain for a foothold. Bai Luo, seemingly discerning his aunt's intentions, deftly produced a slender needle with a flick of his wrist and, in a matter of moments, unlocked the door. The sudden sound startled Bai Shumei, leading her to momentarily believe someone was inside, only to realize it was Bai Luo who had opened the door. "Ruo Bo, how do you—" Bai Luo merely raised the needle in his hand, stating, "With this." Bai Shumei fell silent, feeling a sense of awe that her nephew possessed such diverse skills. Shaking off her chaotic thoughts, she promptly entered the small courtyard, following Bai Luo to the bedroom. There, she beheld a chaotic array of firearms strewn about. A weight lifted from her heart. While acquiring weapons had not been an urgent matter, earlier in the day, Li Hua from the action team had visited the shop, declaring an urgent need for firearms. He had urged her to procure as many as possible, yet her own channels were currently evading scrutiny, leaving her with limited stock. She had even contemplated gathering the sidearms of her comrades in the line to assist them. Thus, the urgency she felt was palpable, and upon seeing the abundance of firearms, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Under the cover of darkness, with the alleys devoid of passers-by, Bai Shumei and Bai Luo discreetly divided the task into 3 trips, transporting the weapons and some ammunition required by Li Hua to their home. As they surveyed the 10 long guns and 12 handguns that had been transferred, a chilling detail caught their attention. Some of the firearms bore traces of blood, most of the chambers were still loaded, and the thought that these weapons had once been aimed at Bai Luo sent a shiver down Bai Shumei's spine. Chapter 30, Berliner 1-inch Comrade Qingping, I am immensely grateful to you. At this moment, within Bai Shumei's residence, Li Hua gazed at the firearm resting on the ground and the pile of ammunition nearby, his heart brimming with joy. To be honest, he had long since abandoned hope of arming everyone in such a short span of time. However, with the sudden turn of events in the mission, he had prepared himself for an assault on the sentry post to seize some weapons if they failed to procure any that day. But this gun, it bears traces of blood, does it not? Li Hua inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo winced. Bai Shumei had indeed endured a few harsh slaps upon bringing the gun back. As long as it functions, what does it matter if it is stained with blood? Bai Luo whispered irritably. Standing nearby, Bai Shumei cast a sharp glare at Bai Luo before responding. These were all confiscated previously, stained with the blood of the enemy. Li Hua nodded in understanding. He realized that they were all rifles belonging to the Japanese, while the ones available in the black market were typically the Hanyang model. He waved a hand to the 2 individuals behind him, and upon receiving the signal, they promptly began to transport the supplies, swiftly loading them onto the cart at the entrance and covering them with a cloth. They had come under the pretense of purchasing fabric to retrieve the firearms. Observing their nimble movements and the seasoned air they exuded, along with the calluses on their hands, Bai Luo sensed that this action team consisted solely of battle-hardened veterans. Take care. Stay safe. While Bai Luo remained lost in thought at the entrance, Bai Shumei and Li Hua had already approached, interrupting his contemplation. After Li Hua and the others departed, Bai Shumei also exited, and Bai Luo surmised she was seeking old Shu. Upon returning indoors, Sharnu brought in some water. Xiao Luo, wash your feet, time for bed. Bai Luo pulled out his pocket watch and noted the time, nearly 10 p.m. After washing up, he had barely settled into bed when Sharnu wrapped herself around him, leaving Bai Luo speechless. She had once again taken to sleeping with him for the past couple of days. The reasoning was simple. To ensure that Bai Luo did not sneak out at night, Sharnu executed her task with remarkable diligence, enveloping Bai. If he exerted too much force to break free, she would awaken. Bai Luo rolled his eyes at Sharnu, who merely responded with her silly giggles. He felt the urge to leave Haisher, yet his concern for his aunt lingered. If she were an ordinary citizen, he would not worry, but the fact remained that she held an underground party affiliation. Danger could strike at any moment, and as these thoughts swirled in his mind, he gradually succumbed to sleep. Gunfire. Cocooned in Sharnu's embrace, Bai Luo was abruptly roused by the cacophony of intense gunfire. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Sharnu had also been disturbed. He gently patted her arm, and she instinctively loosened her grip. As he opened the door, he spotted Bai Shumei emerging from the opposite room, draped in clothing. Go back to sleep, you are not to go anywhere, she admonished upon seeing Bai Luo. He responded with a sheepish grin, not taking her words to heart, and made his way to the courtyard to fetch a bamboo ladder, propping it against the eaves before swiftly climbing up. Bai Xiumei, observing this, did not intervene but waited a moment before inquiring, Luobo, where is that gunfire originating from? It seems to be from the Japanese-occupied area, though I am unsure of the exact location, Bai Luo replied. Bai Xiumei's heart tightened, and she promptly ascended to the rooftop. From her vantage point, it was clear that the sounds were indeed originating from the occupied zone. Could it be them? As this thought crossed her mind, a sense of urgency welled up within her. Wanting to verify the situation, Bai Luo sensed his aunt's anxiety and suggested quietly, "Aunt, should I go take a look?" Bai Xiumei instinctively wanted to refuse, but then considered her nephew's capabilities, coupled with the worry that it might truly be Li Hou'er and his team. Although she was unaware of their specific mission, an instinctive feeling told her that the skirmish in the occupied area involved them. Bai Xiumei found herself in a state of internal conflict. Before she could dwell on it further, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Bang, 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 the knocking was frantic. Upon hearing it, Bai Xiumei quickly descended the ladder and opened the courtyard door. A wave of bloodshed wafted in as she opened the door, revealing two individuals, one standing and the other seated. The standing figure was indeed one of those who had come to procure firearms earlier that night, while the seated woman was bleeding profusely from her thigh. A gunshot wound evident. Her complexion was pale, indicating significant blood loss. Upon seeing the door open, the man's face lit up with relief as he hurried to assist the woman into the courtyard. "Comrade Xingping, you must save her. She cannot die." Bai Luo then realized that the woman was a foreigner, presumably from the Soviet Union, or in other words, from the bare country of this world. However, Bai Luo felt a surge of frustration. This woman was bleeding heavily, and her trail of blood could easily attract the attention of spies or the enemy. He himself was unconcerned, but his aunt was still in this vicinity, which could potentially expose her. However, Bai Xiumei was not preoccupied with such thoughts. She rushed to support the woman into the house. Bai Luo sighed and darted toward his bedroom. Inside, Xiaoyu was also awake. Bai Luo, bearing her on his back, opened the wardrobe and retrieved an unused first aid kit from behind its cover. Bai Xiumei helped the foreign woman onto the bed and crouched down to examine the wound. Fortunately, it had not struck a bone, but the bullet remained lodged within, and she lacked the means to extract it. The young man beside her wore an anxious expression. This was a task assigned to him by his captain, and he was determined to bring the woman back. Initially, he had not intended to come to Bai Xiumei's place, but the woman had accidentally been shot in the leg by spies, leaving him with no choice. She was far too important. For this reason, his captain was currently engaged in battle with the enemy to buy them time. He understood that his comrades were unlikely to return. "Step aside." The young man suddenly felt a push. A child carrying a box squeezed past him. "Aunt, let me through, I need to tend to her wound. You hurry and gather essentials, we must prepare to flee. This foolish giant probably has not considered the blood trail we leave behind. We will soon be tracked down by spies following the scent of blood." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiumei was taken aback and quickly made way, dashing out of the courtyard, seemingly to inform old Shu to evacuate as well. "You should follow my aunt." Bai Luo called out to the young man who stood frozen nearby. "If anything happens to my aunt, I will not spare you." Bai Luo added menacingly. The man, upon hearing this, felt a shiver run down his spine. For reasons unknown, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from the child before him and instinctively obeyed, rushing out behind Bai Luo. Turning back, Bai Luo asked the woman, "Can you understand me?" The woman, her face pale, nodded slightly. "I am going to treat your wound now, bear with it. We are pressed for time, and if the anesthetic does not take effect quickly, bite down on your arm." After saying this, Bai Luo disregarded the foreign woman momentarily, using scissors to cut away her pants, disinfecting the wound before administering an injection of anesthetic. With the support of battlefield first aid skills, he efficiently extracted the bullet and sutured the wound, wrapping it with bandages before finally raising his gaze to the foreign woman. Chapter 31. Belina too. At this point, the foreign woman was sweating profusely from the pain, clenching the fabric of her arm tightly without uttering a sound. As she observed the child complete his task, she finally relaxed slightly. "Sharnu, bring me a cup of water," Bai Luo instructed, simultaneously retrieving some anti-inflammatory medication from the first aid kit and placing it into the woman's mouth. Belina obediently opened her mouth to swallow the medication before accepting the water Sharnu handed her. Meanwhile, Bai Luo opened the cabinet's hidden compartment and began to don his gear, urging Sharnu to return and dress properly. After securing himself, Bai Luo retrieved Sharnu's heavy bulletproof vest and an M249. Lying on the bed, Belina was oblivious to Bai Luo's preparations, having lost too much blood and now feeling drowsy. Once Sharnu was dressed, Bai Luo hurriedly assisted the semi-conscious woman onto Sharnu's back, securing her with ropes while ensuring Sharnu's movements were not overly restricted. Belina, already exhausted, was roused by the commotion, her pallid face taut with clenched teeth, yet she remained silent. Bai Luo admired her resilience and retrieved a bottle of glucose from the first aid kit, slicing it open with a knife and handing it to Belina. "Drink this." Without hesitation, Belina gulped down the chilled glucose. She understood that this small boy was saving her and knew that her cooperation was crucial to not burden him. After preparing for their escape, Bai Luo assessed the surroundings. It was truly time to flee. He had already heard the sounds of patrols and vehicles from outside. In less than 20 minutes, those individuals had approached the vicinity, and it seemed he could not wait for his aunt to return. Uncertain if she had left behind any urgent documents, he realized time was running short. Slinging the M249 over Sharnu's neck. He grasped his own MXC assault rifle and kicked the stove over, tossing a blanket atop it before charging out of the courtyard. The radar system displayed an increasing number of red dots, indicating a significant presence of incoming individuals, while the gunfire from the occupied area had ceased. It was likely that Li Hua and his team were in dire straits. Bai Luo felt a surge of curiosity about the foreign woman's origins but knew that her significance was paramount, or at least the intelligence she carried was crucial. However, such considerations were not his priority. His immediate focus was to fight his way out with Sharnu. As they exited the courtyard, Bai Luo's weapon instantly swung to the left. Ting, 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 the two spies who had just emerged collapsed to the ground. Bai Luo swiftly advanced, simultaneously tossing a grenade toward the alley's corner behind him. The explosion echoed as a few screams followed, plunging the area into silence. Gunshots rang out nearby, and Bai Luo, using it seemed that his aunt and the others had also encountered spies. Belina's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this child truly so formidable? She had never seen such a weapon before she could dwell on her astonishment. Sharnu, trailing closely behind Bai Luo, jogged along, jolting the already weak Belina, who grimaced in pain but remained silent, gritting her teeth through it all. The gunfire grew louder, and as Bai Luo rounded a corner, he spotted his aunt, Old Shu, and the young man taking cover inside a shop. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled 2 grenades inside. Bang, bang. After the explosions, Bai Luo executed a tactical roll, emerging from the corner to fire precise shots at the remaining spies. "Aunt, hurry out." Bai Xiumei, upon hearing her nephew's voice, quickly stepped out of the shop. By this time, Bai Luo had eliminated the spies and patrolmen surrounding her. He swiftly reloaded his magazine. The young man, following closely behind, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the foreign woman on Sharnu's back. He had felt a twinge of regret for chasing after them, as his home held only 2 children and this woman. If he further burdened them, it would be a death sentence for him. Thankfully, he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, simultaneously wishing to approach and take the woman from Sharnu's back, fearing that the naive girl, merely 17, 8 years of age, would be unable to bear the weight, especially with numerous pursuers hot on their heels. Bai Luo discerned the man's intentions. He waved a hand to halt him, realizing there was no time for a change of plans, and handed over the M249 slung around the girl's neck, along with the ammunition pouch that hung from her chest. "I want you to fire when instructed." "This is a light machine gun," Bai Luo remarked as he chambered a round in the weapon for him. There was no time to impart extensive knowledge on the use of firearms to this young man. Knowing how to pull the trigger was all that mattered. The young man gazed blankly at the gun in his hands. He had seen light machine guns before, but this particular model was unlike any he had encountered. Bai Luo, facing a dilemma, noted that only 2 belts of ammunition had been removed from the M249, and the naive girl was not carrying a backpack, nor did he have one himself. There was no suitable reason to produce additional ammunition pouches. They would have to conserve what they had. Turning to Lao Shu, Bai Luo inquired, "Which way shall we go?" He was aware that the underground operatives must have an emergency escape route. Without hesitation, Lao Shu took the lead. The sound of ding 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 echoed around them as they proceeded. Upon reaching a corner, Bai Luo glanced at the Japanese soldiers surrounding the inspection point not far off. This marked the 3rd checkpoint they had encountered. The Japanese forces found it inconvenient to enter the French concession, opting instead to seal off all exits and trap Bai Luo and his companions within. The others behind him continued to load bullets into their magazines, as Bai Luo primarily took charge of the gunfire to avoid revealing their position. Only when absolutely necessary did he allow Lao Shu and the others to fire or throw grenades. Bai Luo's weapon was now heated from continuous fire, emitting puffs of white smoke in the cool moonlight. Fortunately, he had brought all the magazines with him in exchange for an additional 1,000 rounds, which he secured in the ammunition pouch on his back. "This won't do. We must devise a way to break through," Lao Shu remarked, eyeing the small squad of soldiers ahead. They could not remain hidden in the French concession for long, especially since Bai Luo had already eliminated a significant number of the local patrols, making it difficult to ascertain whether the consulate would permit the Japanese soldiers to enter. Just beyond this checkpoint lay a thicket of trees, a mere 3 kilometers away. Once they reached it, evading the Japanese would become considerably more feasible. "You all wait here, I will change weapons and break through," Bai Luo declared, not waiting for a response before slipping away. In an open space devoid of cover, less than 300 meters from their position, Bai Luo retrieved an 81mm mortar from his supply and exchanged it for 10 high-explosive rounds. In the next moment, the sound of explosions erupted from behind the checkpoint, reverberating with the bang bang bang. After firing, Bai Luo scaled the wall to observe through his binoculars, noting that very few Japanese soldiers remained standing. He swiftly descended from the wall, stowed the mortar, and hurried towards the hiding place of Bai Xiumei. Chapter 32, The Evacuation from Haisher, a difficult breakout point. 2 minutes later, Bai Luo rushed to the hiding place of a few individuals, where old Shu and a young man gazed at him in astonishment. "Where did you get the mortar, Luo?" "I stumbled upon a supply truck and seized it from the Japanese," Bai Luo replied nonchalantly. "Stay close to me," Bai Luo instructed, not allowing Bai Xiumei the chance to inquire further. He led the charge outwards, swiftly dispatching the remaining small Japanese soldiers with a few shots. He then tucked several grenades beneath the bodies of a few fallen enemies, adhering to the philosophy of causing trouble for the enemy's recovery team. Spotting a Japanese troop transport vehicle nearby, the group hastily climbed aboard. The sounds of enemy vehicles echoed behind them. Bai Luo directed the young man to set up a machine gun at the rear door while he aimed forward. ZZZT, ZZZT, the young man opened fire, and Bai Luo glanced back to see the pursuing Japanese soldiers closing in. However, under the suppression of the M249's firepower, the enemy scrambled for cover, clutching their heads in panic. As their click of the machine gun ceased, the young man finally set down the M249. This was the last bullet. The ammunition box had been exhausted at the 2nd checkpoint, and he regretted firing so quickly, realizing they had no heavy firepower left. Yet Bai Luo remained unconcerned, for they had already exited the city. He took another precise shot, eliminating the leading driver among the pursuers. The vehicles behind collided instantaneously, buying them a moment's respite as they continued to focus ahead. At last, under old Shu's exceptional driving skills, they reached the edge of the forest. They quickly disembarked and plunged into the depths of the woods. Along their way, Bai Luo intermittently laid traps behind them to buy time. The enemy was in hot pursuit, and scarcely had they entered the forest when they heard the shouts of the Japanese behind them. With the occasional explosion resounding, the small Japanese soldiers gradually slowed their chase. After running for another half-hour, Bai Luo noticed that Dagu was looking pale from exertion, prompting him to halt for a brief rest. The foreign woman on the back of the silly girl had already lost consciousness, likely due to the jostling. Bai Luo reached out to touch her forehead and was relieved to find she did not have a fever. Uncle Shu, the Japanese haven't caught up for now. Where should we head? Bai Luo inquired as he seated himself on the ground. Our current base is in Zhejiang province, and it's not far from here, so let's head in that direction. The young man glanced at the woman on his back, his expression somewhat grim. If all went as expected, he was the sole survivor of their group that had come to Shanghai. With no clear plan, he could only take it one step at a time and contact headquarters once they reached the base. Bai Luo noted the young man's M249 was devoid of ammunition and remarked, "Hand me the gun, I'll hide it. Carrying an empty weapon is merely a burden, and I can retrieve it later when we have time." Reluctantly, the young man handed over the gun. Bai Luo took it, surveyed the surroundings, and walked a short distance into the underbrush to stow it away in his personal space. After a brief rest, Bai Luo secured the foreign woman from the silly girl's back to the young man. The young man, known as Dianyo, explained that their mission was to establish an operational team in Shanghai, but they had received an urgent order to escort the woman to safety. During the pickup, an unexpected encounter had occurred, and the woman had become a target for the Japanese, resulting in a firefight. Ultimately, Li Hua had instructed Dianyo and another soldier to take the foreign woman and retreat. The woman had also sustained a gunshot wound to her thigh, and with no other options, Dianyo had brought her through the checkpoints into the French concession to seek Bai Xiumei. Being new to Haisher, he was unfamiliar with the area and only knew that Bai Xiumei could assist them. Bai Luo listened, feeling a mix of exasperation and sympathy. This incident had effectively dismantled the Shanghai Underground Party. However, on the bright side, Dagu could now be relocated to safety, freeing him from her constant supervision. He planned to escort Dagu and the others to the base before quietly slipping away with the silly girl, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fearing Bai Xiumei might notice his pleased expression, he quickly composed himself. 3 days later, as the group evaded the relentless searches of the Japanese, they finally entered Zhejiang province on the third night. Bai Luo, now resembling a mud monkey, had only 2 magazines worth of ammunition remaining. He clutched a .38 caliber rifle and had finally broken through numerous blockades. Observing the exhausted faces of his companions, Bai Luo found a sheltered spot and crouched down. The previous day's blizzard had completely obscured their tracks from the Japanese, otherwise, they would likely still be pursued. Looking around, he noted that Bai Yan had awakened, thankfully without a fever, while Uncle Shu had taken a bullet to the arm, but fortunately, the bullet had not lodged itself. The silly girl had shielded Bai Xiumei from 2 bullets, but with her bulletproof vest, she had only sustained bruises on her back. Bai Luo had also been shot in the chest, ruining 2 magazines and greatly alarming Bai Xiumei, who had only relaxed after confirming the bullet had been deflected. Currently, Bai Xiumei was resting on the silly girl's back, having twisted her ankle during the escape. She felt immense resentment towards herself, believing the injured foreign woman was stronger than she was, as the latter could occasionally walk after receiving treatment for her leg wound, even assisting in loading ammunition. In contrast, she had fallen behind during the breakout, prompting the silly girl to turn back and carry her, only to receive 2 bullets in the process, while Xiao Luo had also returned to shield her, taking a bullet to the chest. Bai Luo ignited a smokeless stove, filling his water jug with snow and placing it by the fire to melt. He skinned and prepared a wild rabbit over the flames. Glancing back at Dagu's despondent demeanor, he felt at a loss for how to help. The silly girl, however, appeared blissfully unconcerned, eagerly watching the rabbit roast before her, the drool almost as difficult to contain as an AK. Once the water began to boil, Bai Luo approached Bai Lian, who timely extended her injured leg. Upon inspection, Bai Luo noted that it had begun to scab over, with the surrounding swelling gradually subsiding. He retrieved some bandages and redressed her wound. Bai Lian was immensely curious about Bai Luo, unable to fathom how such a young child could possess so much knowledge. Yet she understood the boundaries of inquiry. Bai Luo, in turn, briefly learned about her name and origin but refrained from questioning her mission. They both shared a tacit understanding. Approaching Dagu, Bai Luo checked Bai Xiumei's injured ankle. After Bai Luo finished his examination, Bai Xiumei noticed the indentation in his chest where a magazine had been lodged, with a bullet still stuck in place. "Does it still hurt?" she asked, gently touching his face. "Not at all. It hasn't hurt for a while. I'm fine, Dagu. If you don't believe me, just ask the silly girl. Hearing her name, the silly girl turned her gaze from the rabbit to Bai Xiumei. Dagu, I'm fine. Don't be upset, she chimed, reaching out to touch the bullet holes in the silly girl's vest. Good child, Dagu isn't he upset. Once we reach our destination, I'll make you something delicious, Bai Xiumei promised. The silly girl beamed with joy at the prospect. Chapter 33, Arrival at Jia City. Encountering an acquaintance, Bai Luo observed the slightly improved mood of Bai Xiumei and secretly sighed with relief. He turned to old Shu and inquired, Uncle Shu, how are you feeling? It's just a minor issue. A bullet grazed me, but I see you are unscathed, old Shu replied. Bai Luo shook his head, unwrapping the bandage around old Shu's arm. Upon seeing the bullet wound, he retrieved some first aid ointment from his bag and carefully redressed the injury. After disposing of the soiled bandages into the fire, they pressed on, knowing the snowfall had ceased and the enemy would soon resume their pursuit. Although they had crossed into Zhejiang province, where there were still cities not occupied by the enemy, Bai Luo remained cautious. After sharing the rabbit meat, they took a brief respite before continuing their journey. As night deepened, the chilling wind howled through the trees. Bai Luo and his companions advanced with vigilance, striving to minimize any noise that might attract the enemy. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged ahead, prompting Bai Luo to signal for everyone to halt. He cautiously crept forward, discovering a wild rabbit ensnared in a trap, desperately attempting to free itself. He gestured for the others to join him. Old Shu remarked, there must be hunters in the vicinity. Such traps are clearly set by seasoned hunters. Everyone, be mindful of where you step to avoid triggering any traps yourselves. With that, he removed the rabbit from the trap and handed it to Dan Yu, who accepted it with a grin, grateful for the meal to come. They continued their cautious advance and, after about an hour, stumbled upon a well-concealed wooden cabin nestled in a hollow. Bai Luo concealed himself behind a stone approximately 100 meters from the cabin and used the scope of his rifle to survey the area, deducing that the cabin was likely inhabited, though its current occupants remained unknown. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Luo said, Uncle Shu, this cabin does not appear abandoned. It seems someone frequents it. What do you think? Should we circumvent it or enter to rest? Old Shu glanced at the frostbitten faces of their companions and suggested, let us. If there are people inside, we may gather information about our current location. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo set his .38 caliber rifle down and quietly approached with his assault rifle. As he neared the door, he inadvertently stepped on a snow-covered branch, producing a sharp crack. Cursing his carelessness under his breath, he was met with a voice from inside demanding, who goes there? Bai Luo, realizing he had been detected, replied, hello, I'm lost in the mountains and saw this cabin. I was hoping to take refuge from the cold and rest my feet. The person inside, surprised by the unmistakably youthful voice, opened the door to reveal a short, oddly dressed individual clad in black and wearing a dark cap. Come in, the old man holding a hunting rifle invited. Bai Luo decided to enter first. As he approached, Li Quan, the old man, scrutinized the peculiar attire of the child, especially noting the bullets visible in his ammunition pouch and the distinct scars from gunfire. Yet, he refrained from stopping Bai Luo from entering. Once inside, illuminated by the flickering oil lamp, Bai Luo's strange garb became apparent. The black cap resembled a helmet, adorned with 2 ear flaps. His clothing was thick and sturdy, unlike that of a commoner, and he sported a handgun on his thigh, with another firearm slung at his side, its magazine clearly visible. Young lad, where do you hail from? What brings you to these mountains? Li Quan inquired, activating his true sight. Name, Li Quan. Age, 64. Status, civilian of Longguo. Bai Luo responded, Sir, we are fleeing from the enemy and took refuge in these mountains. May I bring my friends in? Li Quan considered this, then nodded, tightening his grip on the rifle. Bai Luo sensed the old man's wariness. Had he not appeared so youthful, he likely would have been met with a gunshot instead of an invitation. Bai Luo stepped outside, signaling for old Shu and the others to come forth. Li Quan turned to look in that direction, spotting 5 figures approaching. Moments later, they arrived. Li Quan assessed the group. 3 women and 2 men, some appearing quite young, and one who did not seem to be a Longguo national. yet all bore signs of injury. Old Shu approached and greeted, "Good sir, we apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour. Li Quan, it's cold out. Don't catch a chill." Once inside, Old Shu initiated a conversation with Li Quan, and soon the atmosphere in the room warmed as they chatted. Through their discussion, Old Shu learned their exact location. They had reached Jiao City in Zhejiang province, not far from where regular troops of the Red Party were stationed. Upon hearing this news, Bai Xiumei and the others rejoiced. Upon realizing they were associated with the Red Party, Li Quan became quite hospitable, quickly offering food and drink to the weary travelers. Observing their gaunt figures, he urged the injured Bai Xiumei and Balian to rest on the bed.at dawn the next day. The group followed Li Quan to the area where the Red Party troops operated. "All right, you'll need to cross that slope and walk another mile. I want to accompany you further. I must return to gather my game to sell to my granddaughter down the mountain." Upon hearing this, Old Shu and the others expressed their gratitude. Bai Luo handed over his .38 caliber rifle along with about 50 rounds of ammunition. "Sir, please take this gun as a token of our appreciation for your assistance." Li Quan attempted to refuse, but Bai Luo insisted, forcing the rifle into his hands. "You must keep it. We cannot take advantage of your generosity, and besides, I have better firearms." Li Quan accepted the rifle, visibly pleased with the gift. After parting ways with Li Quan, they walked for another hour and soon encountered a sentry from the Red Party. Following Old Shu's negotiations, a soldier hurried back to report. Before long, a group of individuals could be seen approaching from a distance. Old Shu quickly stepped forward to greet them. As they drew closer, a voice called out, "Old Shu. Is that you?" Startled, Old Shu squinted to see more clearly. "Old Yang, what are you doing here?" The man, known as Old Yang, laughed heartily. "I am now the political commissar here, where else would I be?" He embraced Old Shu warmly and then, noticing Bai Xiumei behind him, exclaimed, "Comrade Qingping, you've come as well." Chapter 34. Arrival at Jiao City. Encounter with acquaintances. Bai Luo and his companions were now seated upon an ox cart, making their way towards the military encampment. Through their conversation, Bai Luo learned that the elder Yang had previously been engaged in clandestine intelligence gathering in Haisha, operating in conjunction with Old Shu. However, due to exposure, he had been relocated under the arrangements made by his aunt and Old Xu. It was quite unexpected that their paths would cross once more. Observing the injuries that marred the countenances of his companions, Elder Yang refrained from reminiscing too much and promptly instructed several soldiers to exit. Their journey was marked by silence, and upon their arrival at the medical facility, it was nearly noon. After escorting the injured aunt and Bailaner into the care of the medics, Old Shu chose not to linger. Instead, he followed the political commissar, surnamed Yang, to establish contact with headquarters. Meanwhile, Bai Luo and Sharnu reclined languidly on the cart. "Xiao Luo, I am famished." Sharnu's voice broke through Bai Luo's hazy reverie. Startled, he opened his eyes to find Sharnu staring intently at a soldier clad in a cook's attire, who was distributing lunch to the recuperating warriors. Each soldier received a single egg and a bowl of rather thin millet porridge, garnished with a touch of pickled vegetables. Upon witnessing this, Bai Luo instinctively placed a hand on his stomach. Due to a recent surge in his physical constitution, his appetite had grown considerably, and at the tender age of 9, he required at least double the portion of an adult at every meal. However, it was evident that the cook's rations would scarcely suffice to satisfy the hunger of both himself and Sharnu. "Wait here," Bai Luo declared, and with a sudden burst of energy, he sprang to his feet. This spectacle caught the attention of the surrounding soldiers, who erupted into enthusiastic applause, leaving Bai Luo feeling rather embarrassed. He chuckled awkwardly before swiftly exiting the medical station. The medical facility was situated at the foot of a mountain, and upon leaving, Bai Luo hurriedly ascended the slope, intent on securing some game. Venturing into the woods, he did not travel far before he activated the combat settlement interface. He had been evading pursuit for so long that he had neglected to access the system. As the combat settlement interface unfolded before him, it announced, battle concluded, host has eliminated 536 Japanese soldiers and 184 Japanese traitors, earning 600 points. Host has achieved 11 milestones, specific data will henceforth be omitted. After slaying 1,000, each additional 100 counts as a milestone, rather than 50. Upon the continuous completion of achievements, a hidden reward has been triggered, a miniature army from the Second World War, along with an expansion of personal space to 30M. The system has also upgraded to Radar version 2.0, granting a special reward for the 1,000-kill achievement, Crisis Awareness. Bailuo was momentarily taken aback upon encountering this miniature army, only after reading the description did he comprehend its capabilities. This army can be deployed to any location within a 2-kilometer radius and can be effectively camouflaged. It is equipped to supply armaments for approximately 50 personnel, with the ability to generate any firearm from the Second World War era. The replenishment of weapons occurs once every month, however, this army is limited to generating ammunition, pistols, rifles, and grenades, lacking submachine guns and machine guns entirely. For Bailuo, it serves merely as a source of firearms for personal use or as an opportunity to sell the equipment within, thereby earning a modest profit. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he redirected his gaze towards the system monitoring Radar version 2.0 and opted to utilize it. A minute later, upon witnessing the successful upgrade displayed before him, Bailuo immediately began to investigate, noting that the monitoring range had expanded to an impressive 1,000 meters. Any individual within this 1,000-meter radius would be actively marked with their identity. Subsequently, Bailuo accessed the system space, where a singular luminous point unmistakably represented the danger perception feature. From its name alone, Bailuo could surmise its general purpose. Upon clicking to use it, the orb of light vanished from his consciousness in an instant. After a brief pause, Bailuo felt no significant changes within himself, suspecting that the true efficacy of this tool would only manifest in the face of imminent danger. He chose not to dwell on it further and continued to browse the weapons available in the points shop. With a current total of 7,095 points, he deliberated carefully before deciding on a sniper rifle. Although he already possessed an M200 in his personal space, its caliber and noise were excessively pronounced, making it all too easy to reduce game to mere fragments with a single shot. After some deliberation, Bailuo exchanged his points for an R93 LRS-2 sniper rifle. The firearm utilized by Ji Yushun in the Red Sea operation was a rifle with a .7.62 caliber barrel selected by Bailuo. The rationale behind this choice was straightforward. It was aesthetically pleasing, exhibited remarkable accuracy, and, most importantly, featured a straight pull bolt. This design eliminated the need for the rotational bolt lock. This was a point Bailuo had frequently lamented about the outdated .38 rifle he had been using over the past few days. After exchanging for a superior firearm and ammunition, Bailuo meandered through the mountains in search of traces of prey, a task he was well acquainted with, having often hunted for sustenance while playing hide-and-seek with the enemy alongside Wang Wu and others. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Bailuo returned to the medical station, a stick slung over his shoulder, adorned with 3 wild chickens and 2 rabbits. He harbored doubts that any large foreigner remained in these mountains, as he had spent over an hour wandering without encountering any substantial game. Upon noticing the stick Bailuo was carrying, the silly girl rushed over, her eyes lighting up. She was absolutely famished, feeling as if her stomach was touching her back. "Silly girl, keep 1 chicken for yourself and prepare a stew for auntie and the others. The rest can go to that uncle over there," Bailuo instructed, gesturing towards a man at the corner of the medical station by the stove, who had just distributed the rations. As for Bailuo, he had already satiated his hunger by redeeming food through the system. The uncle noticed Bailuo's arrival and waved at him eagerly. Bailuo, puzzled, approached, and the cook said, "Little, hurry and eat them." He then produced 2 eggs from his pocket and placed them into Bailuo's hands. Bailuo regarded the eggs, contemplating that in this era, they were likely among the finest foods available. After a moment's thought, he decided to keep them for the silly girl as a snack. He gestured towards her. "Uncle, could you please prepare this wild chicken and the 2 rabbits? Let us add some meat for these uncles tonight. I'll keep 2 for my aunt and sister." Did you hunt these? The cook inquired, taking the wild chicken and rabbits. Bai Luo nodded affirmatively. Old Pan, observing the bullet holes in the game, glanced at Bai Luo and noticed the ammunition still lodged in his magazine. You're so young and already serving in the army. Just come down from the battlefield, you're quite lucky. Thankfully, the bullets got stuck in the magazine. Old Pan, the cook, remarked. It was at this moment that Bai Luo remembered the damaged magazine on his chest that he had yet to remove. He pulled out the 2 broken magazines and tossed them aside. Uncle, I'm not a soldier, but I do hunt the enemy. I won't chat any longer. I need to check on how my aunt's injury is healing. Upon hearing the cook's barrage of questions, Bai Luo hastily excused himself and slipped away. Old Pan gazed at the young child, so small yet already on the battlefield, and felt a pang of sadness. Bai Luo entered the ward, finding his aunt still asleep, while Biliana leaned against the bed, conversing with a nearby doctor. Upon his entrance, both ceased their discussion and turned to look at him. Biliana immediately waved him over. Bai Luo, come here, she called, directing the doctor. He is the one who performed my surgery and removed the bullet. The doctor, astonished, inquired, are you sure this child is the one who removed your bullet? Biliana nodded firmly. When she first arrived, he had come to assist in examining her wound. The swelling had subsided, with no signs of inflammation or infection. The wound was healing remarkably well, and she would only need stitches removed in a couple of days. Through conversing with Biliana, Bai Luo learned that her injury was less than 6 days old, yet her recovery was far swifter than that of the soldiers. Bai Luo noticed the doctor scrutinizing him intently, almost making him uncomfortable, prompting him to blurt out, "What are you staring at?" Chapter 35. The assault of the enemy's special forces begins. The male doctor paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Hello, young comrade. My name is Li Xiang, and I am the doctor here. He extended his hand to Bai Luo, who, upon hearing the doctor's introduction, reciprocated the handshake and replied earnestly, Hello, Dr. Li. I am Bai Luo, a relative of this patient. Gesturing towards the resting Bai Xiumei, Bai Luo felt a sense of respect emanating from the doctor. It was the first time someone had shaken his hand since arriving in this world. Unlike Wang Wu, who only ruffled his hair or patted his shoulder, Li Xiang was different. One of my older sisters is an excellent surgeon, and I learned from her, Bai Luo added, maintaining the pretense. As they briefly exchanged experiences regarding surgical procedures, particularly gunshot wounds, Bai Luo found the discussion trivial. Given his battlefield first aid skills, shortly after 2 in the afternoon, Bai Xiumei awoke. Just then, old Shu entered the room and approached the bedside, saying, Comrade Qingping, how are you feeling? Much better, she replied. Old Shu, you still have injuries on your arm, you must take care to rest, she admonished. It's nothing serious, just a hole from headquarters has requested we recuperate well. Once Biliana has healed, we will return to headquarters together. As for Haisher, they will arrange for others to take over. Indeed, the headquarters has specially commended us for assisting Comrade Danu in successfully protecting Biliana's return. Today marked the 3rd day at this encampment, and Bai Luo had thoroughly scoured the surrounding mountains. Yet, he had seen no sizable animals at all. Checking his pocket watch, he noted it was already past 9 in the morning. Bai Luo resolved to pay a visit to the elderly Li Quan to inquire where he might find larger game. As subsisting soul, after determining the direction, he set off towards the mountain where Li Laozi resided. With Bai Luo's current physical condition, he reached the vicinity of Li Laozi's wooden cabin in under 20 minutes. Striding confidently along the path with his R93 rifle slung over his shoulder, he spotted Li Quan just as the elder was about to step outside. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the boy from the other day and chuckled, Xiao Luo, what brings you to Grandpa's side? Bai Luo replied, I came to seek your wisdom. Where might I find larger game? The biggest creatures I've seen on the adjacent mountain are merely wild chickens. Bai Luo expressed his frustration. Li Quan laughed heartily in response. Of course, ever since the troops stationed there, the wildlife has naturally retreated farther away. Come, I'm just about to check the traps for any captures. Along their way, I'll share where the wild boars roam, Li Quan said, slinging his gun over his shoulder and approaching Bai Luo. Bai Luo, not wishing to appear ungrateful, interjected, "Li Grandpa, what do you think of this rifle? Is it effective?" "Har har, it's fantastic, far superior to my hunting rifle," Li Quan replied. Bai Luo then produced 2 boxes of ammunition from the pouch at his back and handed them to Li Quan. "Grandpa, please take these bullets. There are a total of 200 rounds. Li Quan exclaimed, "So many, I cannot accept this, you should keep them for your unit to use against the enemy. I'm too old for that now, or else I would join in the fight." However, Bai Luo insisted, stuffing the bullet, "This ammunition is mine, so please accept it." He added, "Besides, I have a new toy," and nudging the R93 sniper rifle resting on his shoulder. Li Quan had noticed the peculiar design of the rifle and remarked, "Xiao Luo, why does your gun look different from the usual ones? It has a round tube on top." "Li Grandpa, that's a scope, it allows me to see great distances, this rifle can shoot over 2,000 meters." Li Quan's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Is it truly capable of distinguishing targets at such a distance?" he mused, contemplating Bai Luo's claim about the scope with skepticism. Bai Luo, sensing Li Quan's intrigue, proposed, "Wait here, I'll let you try it out." As a fellow gun enthusiast, Li Quan cherished his own .38 rifle, meticulously wrapped in animal hides, unlike Bai Luo, who treated his gun as a mere walking stick. Upon hearing Bai Luo's offer, Li Quan eagerly agreed, "All right, let us see if this rifle can indeed shoot over 2,000 meters." With that, Li Quan led Bai Luo towards where he set his traps. Just a few steps into their journey, Bai Luo's expression shifted. He tilted the rifle on his shoulder and climbed a nearby thick tree, ascending to about 20 meters high, where he raised the rifle to scan the surroundings. In the distance, near the foot of a hill by a small stream, a group of Japanese soldiers was seen attempting to break the ice to fetch water. "Yamamoto-kun, we've been pursuing them for 3 days. Is that foreign woman truly so significant?" one soldier, resembling a squat gourd, questioned. "Mariko-kun, that foreign woman possesses crucial intelligence, we must capture her alive, or at the very least, ensure she is eliminated. She must not establish contact with the Red Party," came the reply. "Beyond this point lies the Red Party's defensive zone. What if that foreign woman has already encountered them? Mariko-kun, according to our intelligence, that foreign woman has sustained injuries. If she has indeed met with the Red Party, she will likely seek medical attention first. My subordinates are all carefully selected personnel. With the special operations tactics I learned in Germany, we can silently." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp sound pierced the air next to Mari Chuan. Suddenly, he witnessed his companion, Chuan Ben-kun, have his head explode. The splattering blood and brain matter showered Mari, startling him awake. "Enemy attack," he managed to gasp before his own head met the same fate. The remaining 50 soldiers immediately dropped to the ground, scanning their surroundings for potential threats, yet their comrades' heads continued to burst around them, leaving them blind to the source of the attack. It was absurd. Bai Luo was firing from over 1,000 meters away, and the sound of the gunfire was muffled by the trees, rendering them incapable of pinpointing its origin. Any soldier who dared to stand up and attempt to flee found their heads blown apart in an instant. Meanwhile, Li Quan observed as Bai Luo ascended the tree and raised his rifle. After a brief moment, he opened fire with Bai Luo's expert sniper skills. He fired almost rhythmically, the sound of each shot resonating in Li Quan's ears. Chapter 36, The Assault of the Japanese Special Attack Team 2. As bullets continuously rained down from the trees, and the occasional magazine fell, Li Quan, who had just reached the base of the tree, swiftly ducked aside. He hurriedly retrieved a bullet casing from the back of his collar, flinching as the hot metal made contact with his skin. However, he soon heard the sound of gunfire emanating from the foot of the mountain, dense and rapid, reminiscent of a Japanese machine gun. Being an experienced hunter, Li Quan deduced that the source of the gunfire was at least 2 or 3 li away. He looked up in the direction where Bai Luo had aimed his rifle, silently exclaiming in astonishment, "Can that gun truly shoot so far?" After a swift barrage of shots, Bai Luo descended from the tree 3 minutes later. Come on, Grandpa Lee, we didn't hit our target, but we've certainly taken down a number of beasts. Let us go take a look. Without waiting for Li Kuan's response, he rushed downhill, leaving behind the empty magazine scattered on the ground. The urgency in Bai Luo's demeanor stemmed from the unusual attire of this group of Japanese soldiers, which differed markedly from their typical garb. They were clad in tactical vests akin to those worn by Yamamoto's special agents in The Bright Sword, and wielded rare Japanese weaponry such as the Type 100 submachine gun and the Type 97 sniper rifle. Seeing Bai Luo hastily rush down the mountain, Li Kuan quickly followed, continuously calling out, "Xiao Luo, be careful." By the time Li Kuan reached the base, he found Bai Luo collecting weapons from the fallen bodies. He had never encountered Japanese soldiers dressed in such a manner, but the sight of most of their heads blown off made him feel queasy. Observing the copious amounts of blood splattered around, interspersed with mysterious white substances, Li Kuan realized that the soldiers' heads had been obliterated. Meanwhile, Bai Luo, unfazed, rummaged through their corpses. At that moment, Bai Luo approached him, holding a Type 97 sniper rifle. "Grandpa Li, this rifle is for you. The scope is similar to mine, but it's just a fixed 4-power magnification." Li Kuan, unable to comprehend Bai Luo's mention of a 4-power fixed, took the rifle in a daze. He marveled internally at how this young lad was truly a harbinger of death, remaining calm and composed amidst such carnage. Noticing Li Kuan's silence, Bai Luo waved the rifle in front of him, snapping him back to reality. "Grandpa Li, could you please head to the unit and summon some men to clean up the battlefield?" Li Kuan felt a jolt of clarity. Indeed, they needed to hastily find their comrades. At that moment, Old Yang and Old Shu had already heard the gunfire. Since Bai Luo had not equipped his gun with a silencer, the occasional shots would lead the troops to believe that nearby hunters were at work. However, the semi-automatic cadence of Bai Luo's gunfire clearly indicated that a skirmish was underway. Although no other shots were heard, Old Yang still assembled a company to investigate, and they marched swiftly to the vicinity where Bai Luo had fired. A scout soon returned and reported, "Comrade Political Commissar, we've found a multitude of bullet casings beneath the trees. Along with this." As he spoke, the scout handed over an empty magazine, causing Old Shu's eyes to narrow. Such a magazine belonged solely to Bai Luo, and instances where Bai Luo neglected to collect empty magazines were exceedingly rare. Even during their breakout, he would always gather them. A sense of foreboding crept into Old Shu's mind as he pressed, "Where was it found?" "Take me to see." The scout glanced at Old Yang, who nodded, and then led Old Shu to the site. Upon arriving at the tree, they indeed discovered numerous casings scattered about, including 5 in addition to the one in Old Shu's hand. The R93 magazine comes in capacities of 4, 5, and 10 rounds. Noticing the wooden cabin belonging to Grandpa Li nearby, Old Shu speculated that something had transpired when Bai Luo had come to hunt with him. While Old Shu was lost in thought, a sentry's voice suddenly rang out, "Who goes there?" Old Shu dashed forward, exclaiming, "Grandpa Li, what was that gunfire about? Is Xiao Luo with you?" Li Kuan inhaled deeply, trying to steady his rapid breaths from running. "Xiao Luo, he has down the mountain, by the creek. He has killed a lot of Japanese soldiers." Upon hearing this, Old Shu sprinted towards the location Li Kuan indicated. Meanwhile, Bai Luo sat on a rock, toying with a Type 100 submachine gun and firing a few rounds, offering a disdainful critique. "Garb, the spread is too wide, the barrel overheats easily, and most importantly, the magazine is side-loaded, making it difficult for my smaller hands to operate." He casually discarded the now empty weapon into a pile, neglecting it entirely. He then opened the system's settlement interface. Battle concluded. Host has eliminated 50 Japanese soldiers, including 1 special kill of a colonel and 1 major. Reward, 500 points. Achievement completed. 1. It emerged in a luxurious gift box, prompting Bai Luo to appreciate the system's taste. Upon opening the box, he found a compact, scaled-down M1911 lying gracefully within, accompanied by 3 matching magazines, each capable of holding 11 rounds in a double-stack configuration. The gun, described as gilded, had a matte silver finish, with only the magazine release button, safety, trigger, and hammer exhibiting a golden hue. Holding it in his hand, Bai Luo found it perfectly sized, not too large, not too small, just right. As he prepared to load a few rounds to test the gun, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. prompting him to hastily stow the box away and secure the pistol on his tactical belt, ready to claim it as a trophy if questioned. Old Shu, peering through the gaps in the trees, caught sight of Bai Luo sitting on a rock, seemingly engrossed in some activity, surrounded by a multitude of corpses, yet displaying no fear. He had rushed towards this location, thinking there might still be enemy soldiers nearby. Bai Luo turned to see Old Shu and waved him over. "Uncle Shu, come quickly, let me show you a fine weapon." As he spoke, he kicked the pile of weapons beside him. Old Shu watched in alarm, fearing for his own toes as Bai Luo waved the sword around. Stepping forward, Old Shu firmly grasped Bai Luo's hand, halting the wild swings, and then scrutinized Bai Luo from head to toe, finally relaxing when he confirmed that Bai Luo was unharmed, with no additional bullet holes in his vest. "Did you kill all these?" Old Shu inquired, astonished. Bai Luo nodded affirmatively. Upon witnessing Bai Luo's admission, he felt little surprise. After all, he had personally witnessed the young demon before him take the lives of no fewer than 450 individuals. How much was that, really? He then began to survey his surroundings and soon realized that this group of specters was dressed rather unusually, their attire resembling that of Bai Luo, sporting tactical vests with all magazines, he mused, turning his gaze towards the pile of firearms, which predominantly contained submachine guns, with only 2 rifles present, the latter equipped with scopes. Lao Shu inhaled sharply. This group of phantoms was clearly up to no good. Chapter 37, Confronting Old Yang. Old Shu suspected that this group of enemy soldiers was undoubtedly headed toward the camp. With such a formidable band of adversaries, if they truly managed to infiltrate the base, the casualties would be catastrophic. He quickly interrupted his errant thoughts, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief that the little devils had stumbled into Xiao Luo's line of fire. At that moment, Old Yang, accompanied by his team, hurriedly descended the hillside. Upon witnessing the scattered bodies of the enemy, he cast a puzzled glance at Old Shu. Just moments ago, they could still hear gunfire echoing in the distance. Had the battlefield already been cleared? However, Old Shu noticed that the weapons employed by this group of foes were unfamiliar to him. Perceiving Old Yang's confusion, Old Shu shared what he knew about the situation, along with his speculations. "Old Shu, are you certain that this small squad of enemies was dispatched by that child?" Old Yang inquired, gesturing toward Bai Luo, who was perched on a rock, observing the soldiers as they stripped the uniforms from the fallen foes. Old Shu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, while I am unsure of the specifics of how he accomplished this, there is no doubt that he was responsible. He also led us, a few non-combatants, through the enemy's blockade." They beheld Bai Luo, brandishing a Type 97 rifle, proudly showcasing it to Old Li. "Grandpa Li, what do you think? This rifle is quite effective, isn't it?" Li Quan lowered the rifle he had aimed, having successfully struck a branch 300 meters away, his chosen target. "Indeed, it is quite effective. This scope truly allows for distant viewing. Grandpa Li, your shot was still too close, watch me hit something farther away." With that, he raised the Type 97 sniper rifle, nearly as tall as himself, and expertly chambered a round, taking aim. With a resounding bang, the bullet shot forth. Li Quan quickly raised his rifle to observe, noting a small object falling from the tree in the distance. "What did you shoot, Xiao Luo?" "A wild chicken," Bai Luo replied nonchalantly. "Who told you to fire recklessly?" "Put the rifle away immediately. We will distribute the weapons later," Old Yang shouted instinctively upon hearing the second gunshot. Upon hearing the command, Li Quan instinctively lowered the rifle, preparing to return it to the pile. Bai Luo abruptly grasped Li Quan's arm. "Grandpa Li, this rifle is a gift from me to you, you should keep it." Afterward, he turned his gaze toward Old Yang, who had approached to retrieve the rifle from his hands, and deftly evaded, saying, "Excuse me, leader, but did you kill these enemies?" Old Yang was momentarily taken aback, and before he could respond, Bai Luo continued, "I did this. All of these are my spoils of war. I can give them to whomever I please, and you are not in a position to dictate to me. I am not a member of your organization, nor am I one of your soldiers, so I expect you to speak to me respectfully." Old Yang's face shifted through shades of blue and white as he was taken aback by the child's audacity. He had shouted those words without considering their implications, but now, faced with Bai Luo's bold retort, the surrounding soldiers cast their eyes upon the scene, their interest piqued. Initially, Bai Luo had not intended to confront old Yang, especially since his aunt was acquainted with him. His sudden gunfire had indeed been somewhat inappropriate, however, for old Yang to claim ownership of the captured weapons without consulting him was intolerable, even if he deemed those items worthless. Bai Luo had no intention of indulging him. This was merely a parallel world where his sole purpose was to vanquish enemies, and he had never considered joining any organization. His association with the Red Party stemmed from his aunt's connections, and the organization's mission resonated with the ideals of his former nation, aimed at benefiting the common people. Bai Luo was not averse to assisting when within his capabilities. Seeing old Yang's complexion darken, old Shu quickly intervened. Come now, old Yang, children often speak without restraint. He pulled old Yang aside and added, you made a mistake. Xiao Luo indeed has not joined our organization, and you have no right to allocate those weapons. Old Yang felt regretful, realizing that in his haste, he had instinctively echoed the admonishments he usually directed at Attempting to seize Bai Luo's rifle was a reflexive act. Now, however, he found himself ensnared by a child who was not his subordinate but rather the nephew of the comrade who had once saved his life. What a precarious position he found himself in. Old Shu noticed old Yang's expression gradually improving and understood that he had absorbed the advice. After giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, he turned and shot Bai Luo a fierce glare. Bai Luo, upon noticing, responded with a playful grimace. Old Shu, momentarily exasperated, found himself laughing despite the irritation, thinking to himself about the impudent child, whose tongue was remarkably sharp. Uncle Shu, please take these weapons back. Grandpa Li and I are off to hunt, to help restore my aunt's health, Bai Luo declared, not waiting for old Shu's reply. He then pulled out 2 ammunition belts from the pile and handed them to old Li before turning and departing with him. By midday, Bai Luo returned to the infirmary, carrying the 10 pounds of cured meat that Li Quan had given him along with several wild chickens he had shot. Upon seeing Bai Luo return with such a bounty, old Pan, who was Bai Luo did not resist and instructed the simple-minded girl to assist old Pan while he entered the room where Bai Xiumei was recuperating. Now, Bai Lianer was able to rise and walk on her own, while his aunt, having sustained a more serious injury, would require a few more days of rest. Upon entering, he noticed old Shu wielding a command knife, conversing with Bai Xiumei and Bai Lianer. Bai Luo instinctively felt a wave of dread wash over him and considered retreating. However, the room was small, and his entrance had already captured their attention. Bai Xiumei, noticing his movement, called out, Luo Bo, where do you think you're going? Come here. With no choice, Bai Luo lowered his head and approached. Bai Xiumei scrutinized him up and down, relieved to see that her nephew appeared unscathed, just as old Shu had described. Luo Bo, your aunt does not prohibit you from fighting the enemy, but you must promise me that if danger arises, you will flee and never underestimate the situation. Bai Luo, surprised that his aunt did not scold him, shot a glance at old Shu, wondering if he had refrained from mentioning his confrontation with old Yang. After Bai Xiumei finished speaking, she noticed Bai Luo's silence and shot a glance at old Shu, chuckling as she scolded, You little rascal, old Shu has informed me of your exchange with old Yang. I won't chastise you because you were correct. Old Yang has also come to discuss the matter with me and has asked me to convey his apologies. What do you plan to do with that batch of weapons? Bai Xiumei inquired further. Aunt, you may handle that as you see fit. I have no interest in them. I'll go check on the food that the simple-minded girl is preparing. I'm quite hungry, Bai Luo replied, snatching the command knife from old Shu's hand and darting out. He intended to keep this knife as a memento. Hey, that brat. Chapter 38, Iron Bull. A week had elapsed since the previous incident, and old Shu had reported the activities of the enemy to headquarters. Bai Lina's leg injury had nearly healed, and Bai Xiumei's foot was also recovering well. That morning, old Yang came to inform old Shu that headquarters had dispatched personnel to escort Bai Lina to the rear base. The commander-in-chief wished to personally meet Bai Lina, and both old Shu and Bai Xiumei were required to report to the rear for the assignment of new duties. During this period, Bai Luo and the simple-minded girl had not been idle. Bai Luo took it upon himself to train the girl in close-quarters combat and armed off-road maneuvers each day, with a little shadow following along. This shadow was none other than Dianyo, who, having witnessed Bai Luo's prowess, was eager to learn. Seeing Bai Luo train the girl each morning, he mustered the courage to join their sessions. Bai Luo did not dissuade him. After all, if one could learn, it was an asset gained. Teaching one or teaching two bore the same effort, and it provided the simple-minded girl with a sparring partner. The simple-minded girl, in terms of her fighting aptitude, truly did not live up to her name. After a few demonstrations from Bai Luo, she quickly grasped the techniques, and by the end of the day, she was executing them with considerable skill. As for now, one glance at the bruises adorning Dianyo's face revealed the extent of the simple-minded girl's practice. Dianyo was no ordinary soldier. He had been through the rigors of battle for 3 years, having claimed the lives of numerous foes. However, aside from the initial days when he managed to outmaneuver the simple-minded girl with his techniques, he had since been on the receiving end of her strikes. The strength of that foolish girl is remarkable. Bai Luo's physical fitness has now reached 2.7, yet even with Xiaoyu exerting herself fully, Bai Luo cannot withstand her punch. Upon returning for lunch, Bai Luo learned from his aunt that they were set to depart today. According to the analysis from headquarters, this elite squad of Japanese soldiers was likely targeting Berliner. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, the command given to the support team sent from headquarters was to return immediately after securing the personnel. At 2 p.m., Bai Luo meticulously organized his gear. He handed his 97 type rifle to Xiaoyu to carry, while he confidently slung his command knife over his shoulder, striding behind Bai Xiumei. His assault rifle's ammunition was replenished. During the day spent training Xiaoyu, he had taken over a day to explore the nearby areas and even strolled around the county town guarded by the Blue Party. Upon returning, he had a backpack and had also retrieved an M249, which led to a scolding from Bai Xiumei for his antics. Arriving at the command post where Old Yang was stationed, they finally met the reinforcements. Approaching was a burly man with a bushy beard, standing at least 1.9 meters tall. Comrades Lao Shu and Qingping, greetings, the robust man saluted from 2 meters away. I'm Tainyo, the squad leader of the Special Operations Company from the Headquarters Security Regiment, tasked with escorting Miss Berliner and the 2 comrades back to headquarters. Bai Xiumei and Old Shu promptly returned the salute. We appreciate your assistance, Captain Tai. This is Miss Berliner. Old Shu introduced her to Tainyo. Upon hearing her introduction, Berliner stepped forward, extending her hand. Hello, Captain Tai, I am Berliner. I will be relying on you. I didn't expect Miss Berliner to speak Mandarin so fluently. I even brought along a comrade who understands their country's language. It seems my concerns were unwarranted. Bai Luo found himself impressed by the man named Tainyo. Though he appeared rugged, there was a depth to him. After a brief exchange, they became somewhat familiar with one another. Tainyo had brought a total of 23 men, making 24 in total, including 3 women, one dressed as a medic, another carrying a small radio, and the last likely a translator. The other soldiers were also well equipped. 2 machine gunners wielded Czech light machine guns, 2 snipers carried Mosin Nagant rifles, while the remaining 20 were armed with a mix of Pischer submachine guns and Hanyang rifles. This group regarded Bai Luo with interest, examining the unfamiliar weaponry he sported, with magazines tucked into his chest and waist, and peculiar ear protectors beside his steel helmet. The firearm in his hands resembled a short submachine gun, the origin of which was unknown to them. A girl, not much larger than a child, wore a heavy vest that seemed quite substantial, slung a 97 type sniper rifle over her shoulder, and carried a large backpack, clutching an unknown weapon. As they scrutinized one another, Tainyo could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Who are these 2 young comrades?" "They are my niece and nephew from my hometown. They have no one left there, so they have come to seek refuge with me," Bai Xiumei explained to Tainyo. "Will they be accompanying us? Is that permissible? What inconvenience could there be? They are the family of our revolutionary comrades, our kin. However, may I inquire about the origin of their weapons?" "I purchased them," Bai Luo interjected. Tainyo nodded, no further questions posed, though he remained vigilant. Bai Luo was unperturbed by the potential inquiries, confident he could navigate them. With so many countries in the world, any claim he made would be unverifiable by Tainyo. Noticing that Tainyo had ceased his questioning, the group deliberated and set off immediately, the time being 2:30 p.m. They mounted a cart, with Bai Xiumei, Belliner, and several female soldiers taking their seats, and set forth. Initially, Tainyo intended for Bai Luo and Sharnyu to join them, but the space was rather limited, making it slightly cramped for the 5 of them. Bai Luo thought better of it, deciding it would serve as a good physical exercise, especially considering Sharnyu's gear would not fit. After approximately half an hour, a soldier armed with a Mosin-Nagant stealthily approached Sharnyu. "Hello, young comrade, are you also a sharpshooter?" Sharnyu, puzzled by the question, replied, "What is a sharpshooter?" The soldier hesitated, realizing her ignorance, and after a moment's thought, explained, "It means someone who can shoot very accurately." "Is that so?" Xiao Luo said, "I don't need to shoot accurately." Bai Luo, overhearing their conversation, chuckled, observing the soldiers struggle to formulate a question. He intervened to ease the tension. "That rifle belongs to me." The soldier immediately shifted his focus to Bai Luo. "What is your name?" "I am Bai Luo." "You may also call me Xiao Luo, as she referred to me." "I am Shunzi." "Hello, comrade Bai Luo. Are you a sharpshooter?" "I suppose so." "Could I see your gun? I have never seen one like it." He pointed to the 97 type sniper rifle slung over Sharnyu's shoulder. "Certainly. You may hold onto it until we reach your headquarters." The soldier, Shunzi, beamed with joy upon hearing this, and Bai Luo was equally pleased to have someone else carry the weapon. He found it cumbersome to carry the rifle himself, as the butt often bumped against his heels, hence his request for Sharnyu to bear it. Discarding it felt wasteful, and with a willing volunteer, he was eager to seize the opportunity. His commandeered command knife had been confiscated by Bai Xiumei, as he had taken to swiping at any higher dry grass or small sapling he encountered along the way. Initially, the nearby soldiers kept their distance, but eventually, Bai Xiumei could tolerate it no longer and kicked him, seizing the knife. Chapter 39, Cavalry Brigade 1. Meanwhile, in the command post of the Japanese 3rd Division, a man in his 50s, clad in the uniform of a Japanese Major General, inquired, "Have we received any word from the Yamamoto squad?" The questioner, Yamamoto Yoji, also a Major General and the uncle of the squad leader Yamamoto Kenjin, awaited a response. Reporting to the division commander, "We have yet to receive any information regarding the Yamamoto squad," came the reply. Yamamoto Yoji felt an unsettling anxiety. He had never before encountered such a loss of contact. Over a year ago, in support of his nephew, he had helped facilitate the formation of a special operations team upon Kenjin's return from studying abroad. This team had not disappointed him, as they had successfully carried out numerous assassination missions and intelligence gathering for the 3rd Division. The most recent operation had been a night raid on the Blue Party's command post during the Battle of Anshan, leaving their forces in disarray. "As soon as you have any news, report to me immediately. Once contact is made, instruct Yamamoto Kenjin to locate that Bear Country woman promptly, and aim for her capture." "Yes," the adjutant replied before promptly exiting to relay the message. Just then, the adjutant encountered the deputy chief of the communications department rushing toward him. He quickly approached the deputy. "What has happened?" The deputy breathlessly reported, "We have received news from the front lines. Gunfire has erupted in the Jiao City frontline positions, and upon investigation, it appears that the Yamamoto squad has engaged in combat with the Red Party forces. The entire Yamamoto squad has been annihilated." The adjutant was taken aback. "What, you can't be serious?" The deputy chief of communications remained silent, head bowed. Seeing the deputy's demeanor, the adjutant refrained from pressing further, snatching the document from his hands to read. His expression darkened as he hurriedly made his way back to the command post. Yamamoto Yoji was about to question the returning adjutant when he heard the grim news that the Yamamoto squad had been completely wiped out. The shocking news nearly caused him to lose his balance, and the adjutant rushed to support him until he slowly regained his composure. "Order an immediate investigation into which unit annihilated the Yamamoto squad. Additionally, verify the exact location of that Bear Country woman sought by headquarters. Once located, instruct the 1st Brigade to launch an immediate operation to retrieve her." Also, notify the cavalry brigade to conduct a thorough search around Jia City. Any foreign women must be brought back. I want to see what kind of woman could lead my beloved nephew to his demise. After issuing a series of commands, the adjutant quickly left to disseminate the orders. Once he departed, Yamamoto Yoji sat at his desk, pondering before calling the airport in the suburbs of Haishir, commanding them to dispatch reconnaissance aircraft to monitor the movements of the Red Party forces in Jia City. Meanwhile, Bailuo and his group, due to Tainyo's rapid pace, had effectively been marching at a brisk rate. From 2:30 p.m. until now, they had already covered 20 kilometers. It was now 7 p.m., and they had not entered any villages to rest. Instead, they were camping in a valley. Tainyo explained that Berliner's appearance was too conspicuous. Although the city had not yet been occupied by the Japanese forces, many strategic locations in the countryside were under their control. This further underscored the significance of Berliner in the eyes of the Red Party. The soldiers dispatched for their support were not only elite, but also equipped with a dedicated radio communication system. It was noteworthy that many regiments within the Red Party lacked even 1 or 2 radios. This support team was well equipped, highlighting their regard for Berliner. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Bailuo and his companions had been marching rapidly for 3 days. Report, Division Commander. We have determined that the foreign woman departed 3 days ago from the Red Party's hideout in Jia Mountain, heading west. The identity of the assailants who annihilated the Yamamoto squad remains unknown. Intelligence suggests that the attackers are not the Red Party forces hiding in Jia Mountain. Given the scene's condition, they likely encountered another elite unit, as the battlefield had been cleared, leaving no further clues. Barker. Investigate further. We must uncover who was responsible. Additionally, instruct the reconnaissance aircraft and the cavalry brigade to search westward. Report any intelligence immediately. Yes. Xiao Luo, could you show me that golden pistol of yours again? Just a glance. At this moment, a young girl dressed in commoner's attire, appearing to be in her 20s with 2 braided pigtails and carrying a square box on her back, approached Bailuo. She was the team's telegraph operator, Xiao Yu, who was eagerly blinking her bright eyes at Bailuo. No way, firearms and my wife are not to be lent out, Bailuo firmly declined. Then how come you let Shunzi take that rifle? That's different. He won't accidentally discharge it. Indeed, when Xiao Yu first handled Bailuo's small pistol, it had gone off, puncturing Tainyo's canteen and nearly causing him significant injury. Infuriated, Tainyo had scolded Xiao Yu and forbade Bailuo from lending her any firearms. Seeing no chance of obtaining a weapon, Xiao Yu pouted in disappointment and wandered off. Bai Xiumei, witnessing this, chuckled and pulled out the Glock 18 that Bailuo had given her, removing the magazine before handing it to Xiao Yu. Here, play with this. It's similar to your other pistol, just a bit larger. Upon seeing it, Xiao Yu's face lit up with delight as she eagerly accepted it, moving beside Bailuo to compare, discovering that it indeed resembled the black one strapped to his leg. Meanwhile, Tainyo shot a stern glare at Xiao Yu but chose not to comment further. Over the past 3 days, they had traversed over 100 kilometers, and they estimated that with another day's travel, they would exit Jia City and enter Hang City. Once in Hang City, they would be considerably safer. According to Tainyo, arrangements had already been made for a boat to take them via waterway to Huang City, their headquarters base. All right, gather your gear, and let's continue onward. By this time tomorrow, we should reach the vicinity of Hang City, and there, I'll treat you all to fish, Tainyo declared, stuffing the last bun into his mouth. The group rose simultaneously, tidying their belongings, and Bailuo did the same, patting his backside and adjusting his gear, donning his mask and helmet. They had barely set off when Shunzi, who had been scouting ahead, rushed back. Captain, we've discovered numerous hoofprints ahead. Judging by the tracks, they likely belong to the Japanese cavalry. Tainyo's brow furrowed at this news. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the flat terrain with no cover. Should they encounter the Japanese cavalry, they would be in a dire predicament. Which direction are they heading? Toward the west, ahead of us. After a moment of contemplation, Tainyo instructed, Yuan Anzi scout 3 kilometers ahead. Report any developments immediately. We are in open plains, and there is a forest about 10 kilometers ahead. We will reassess our situation upon reaching there. Understood. Shunzi responded, taking off to rejoin Anzi, the name of another sniper. Chapter 40, Cavalry Troop 2. Iron Bull turned back to urge everyone to hasten their pace, then approached Old Shu. Captain Iron Bull, what is the matter? Old Shu inquired, as he had been standing some distance away and did not catch what Shunzi had said. Comrade Old Shu, there is likely a cavalry unit in our vicinity. We are currently exposed, so we must quicken our steps and enter the woods ahead. We have already scouted that area when we arrived. The forest is vast, and we can easily conceal ourselves within. Very well, I shall follow your lead, Old Shu replied. With that, everyone quickened their pace, sprinting towards the woods. At this juncture, Bai Luo began to monitor the radar for any developments. An hour later, upon spotting the forest 500 meters ahead, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Along their route, they had also encountered numerous hoofprints. The Blue Party did not possess cavalry units in Jia City, let alone the Red Party. Thus, the sudden appearance of such a multitude of hoofprints was indeed telling. Not long after entering the woods, Shunzi arrived within the thicket. Captain, we have spotted the enemy. They have established a camp near a small river approximately 4 kilometers ahead. It appears they do not intend to move today. Moreover, they have dispatched several small teams, seemingly searching for something. Upon hearing this, Iron Bull surmised it was highly probable they were searching for Beliner, and a sense of dread settled within him. Cavalry, one charge could decimate the 20 or so men on their side. How many are there? Approximately 300, possibly over 400 when including those they have sent out, Shunzi recalled. This constituted a significant enemy force. A detour would require considerable effort, as a river lay ahead with a small stone bridge, and the next bridge would be over 20 miles away. This was assuming everything went smoothly. Should they encounter an enemy patrol, a single shot could summon the main force of the enemy to encircle them. Contemplating this, Iron Bull felt a deep sense of unease. After much thought, he concluded they would have to wait until the next evening to reassess the situation. Noticing Iron Bull's troubled expression, Old Shu approached and asked, Captain Iron, have you encountered the enemy? Indeed, a large contingent of enemy cavalry, Iron Bull replied grimly. Upon hearing this, Old Shu's expression darkened as well. If they were discovered, escape would be impossible. Is there a way to circumvent them? Iron Bull shook his head. Ultimately, the two decided to remain in the woods for the night and see if the enemy would depart the next day. For safety, they ventured deeper into the forest, hiding their cart in a small depression at the edge of the woods, bringing only the horses inside. Should the enemy still be present the following day, they would have no choice but to contact headquarters for assistance, though there were no organized troops nearby. Sending reinforcements would require at least a battalion. Each individual occupied themselves with their respective tasks, and the night passed in silence. The following afternoon at 5 p.m., Shunzi returned to the woods and informed Iron Bull, Captain, the enemy remains stationed there, and the number of dispatched teams is increasing. Today alone, 10 small teams have gone out. Iron Bull was nearly certain this group was seeking them, though how their presence had been leaked remained a mystery. Although they had not deliberately avoided encounters, they had steered clear of villages, opting for less frequented paths. Furthermore, they had never disclosed their route to anyone, and now they found themselves cornered, uncertain whether it was mere chance or fate that had brought them to this predicament. In truth, while Iron Bull's group was moving, they had inadvertently been spotted by spies mapping the Jia mountain terrain and had reported their presence. Consequently, the enemy cavalry had followed this direction, arriving ahead of them. Iron Bull now found himself at a loss for viable options and could only instruct Xiao Yu to send a message to headquarters. Shortly thereafter, headquarters responded, advising them to remain in position. The nearest troops were those stationed at Jia Mountain. However, they were currently engaged in a conflict with the enemy and could not provide immediate assistance. Iron Bull realized they were unlikely to pass through anytime soon. At that moment, Anzi rushed back, appearing quite flustered. Upon seeing Iron Bull, he exclaimed, Captain, trouble, an enemy patrol has reached the edge of the woods. It is uncertain whether they will venture inside. Bai Luo, upon hearing this, glanced at the monitoring radar. which did not display any red dots, indicating that the enemy patrol had yet to enter the woods. Given that it was now evening, it was highly probable they would not enter, but the following day remained uncertain. Iron Bull seemed to have come to the same conclusion, stating, "At this hour, the enemy is unlikely to enter the woods, but tomorrow is another matter. With so many teams dispatched in search, if they are indeed hunting for us, they will undoubtedly return to scour this area. They certainly will not overlook this forest." Recognizing the necessity of action, Iron Bull gathered everyone to share his conjecture. The group collectively acknowledged the likelihood of this scenario and unanimously decided to scout the area for a potential crossing point across the river that night. They resolved to abandon the cart and deliberated on how to best approach the riverbank to identify any feasible crossing locations. Fortunately, being winter, the river's water was not deep, making it reasonable to expect they could locate a suitable crossing point. Iron Bull issued orders for the scouting party to return by 10 p.m., while the others prepared to rest and conserve their energy for the impending nighttime maneuver. Around 10:30 in the evening, the dispatched individuals returned. Through their discussions, it became evident that the most suitable location for crossing the river was adjacent to a village situated over 10 miles to the northwest, where a fallen, desiccated tree lay across both banks of the river. However, the village was occupied by enemy forces, the exact number of which remained uncertain. This predicament caused Iron Bull some distress. Other potential crossing points were either too distant or had water levels that reached waist height. Given the frigid winter conditions, any illness among the group would prove exceedingly detrimental. Gritting his teeth, Iron Bull resolved that the group would conceal themselves nearby and subsequently investigate the precise strength of the enemy troops within the village. Chapter 41, Ambush 1. At 11:40 p.m., Bailuo and his companions arrived at the entrance of an unnamed village. The night was shrouded in darkness, with thick clouds obscuring the moonlight. Despite the presence of unmelted snow on the ground, it offered little illumination, and the biting northern wind caused everyone to instinctively huddle closer together. Bailuo had already raised his MXE, aiming through the scope at a soldier stationed at the village entrance. The moment he exhibited any signs of suspicion, Bailuo would not hesitate to eliminate him. In his mind's eye, the detection radar displayed 26 red dots, 2 at the entrance, 1 within a haystack 50 meters away, and the remainder situated in a nearby house not far from the entrance. Tainio squinted as he searched for the sentry. Bailuo cautiously crawled over to him and tapped his shoulder, drawing Tainio's attention. Bailuo then gestured to convey the information he had gathered, but Tainio appeared somewhat skeptical. He was unsure how Bailuo had acquired this knowledge, yet he was aware that there were individuals in that courtyard. As a campfire flickered within, the other 3 sentries were nearly impossible to discern in the inky blackness of the night. Noticing Tainio's hesitation, Bailuo handed him the rifle, indicating he should use the scope. Tainio, puzzled by Bailuo's intentions, lifted the rifle and aimed it at the indicated location. In the next moment, through the scope, Tainio discerned 2 figures clearly visible against the greenish backdrop. With a foot peeking out from behind the haystack, his expression turned to one of astonishment, as he raised and lowered the rifle multiple times, confirming his sighting. Once Bailuo was satisfied with Tainio's certainty, he swiftly reclaimed the rifle, sensing Tainio's unspoken desire to keep it. With the rifle back in his possession, Tainio felt a flush of embarrassment at being caught in his moment of greed, but there was no time to dwell on that. He quickly focused, leading the 2 soldiers as they stealthily advanced. The enemy in the courtyard remained oblivious, intent on resolving the sentry issue before making their escape. The distance to the enemy cavalry was not great. Should a fight erupt, the sound of gunfire would surely carry far into the night, alerting the enemy forces and leaving them with no means of retreat. Bailuo's rifle was fixed firmly on the sentry at the entrance. They had to act simultaneously, for the 3 enemies formed a triangle, and if one were to be alerted, the others would undoubtedly notice. As the trio crept closer, the inky darkness provided ample cover, and upon nearing the corner of the house at the village entrance, the sentry remained unaware. Suddenly, 3 enemy soldiers emerged from the courtyard, causing Tainio, who was about to vault over the low wall, to instinctively withdraw. The 3 soldiers were oblivious to the encroaching danger, preoccupied with their duty rotation. At this moment, the enemy soldier hidden behind the haystack also stood up to approach the 3 exchanging posts. After the handover, the relieved soldiers headed back towards the courtyard. Bai Luo only shifted his aim away from them after the three had entered the house. The soldiers returning from their shift did not immediately resume their positions. Instead, they gathered at the village entrance to chat, which made Tai Niu uneasy. If they remained clustered together, any attempt to strike would likely alert them. Perceiving the stalemate, Bai Luo recognized that the longer they waited, the less time they would have to escape. Resolving to act, he raised his rifle and fired 3 quiet shots, the soft thuds breaking the stillness of the night and catching the attention of the special operations soldiers nearby. Before they could ponder the source of the noise, Bai Luo stood up, beckoning them to follow. Tai Niu and the 2 soldiers were startled, ready to fight, but to their astonishment, the 3 enemy soldiers suddenly fell to the ground, their bodies. Instinctively, Tai Niu and his comrades rushed forward to catch the collapsing enemies, only to discover the fatal wounds on their heads. Clearly, they had been sniped, yet no gunshots had been heard. As confusion reigned, Bai Luo and his team swiftly approached, stripping the enemies of their weapons and concealing the bodies behind the haystack. They then made their way towards a dead tree, the village entrance not far across the brook, approximately 100 meters away, but the darkness rendered the path nearly invisible to all except Bai Luo. Leading the group to the dead tree, Bai Luo drew his Glock 26, activating its rarely used flashlight. The sudden illumination startled the others, but they soon realized it emanated from Bai Luo's pistol. He directed the beam towards the dead tree, which was substantial enough for a person to pass easily, yet in the pitch-black night, it was almost blinding. After illuminating the dead tree spanning the brook, Bai Luo signaled for Shunzi to proceed. Without hesitation, Shunzi advanced, followed by the others in succession. When Bai Luo was the last to cross, it took them less than 3 minutes. Once across, Bai Luo did not move on immediately. Instead, he approached the simple-minded girl and rummaged through her backpack, retrieving 5 grenades to set up traps. He also placed a delayed action grenade at the center of the dead tree. Having completed his preparations, Bai Luo paid no heed to the perplexed gazes of the special operations soldiers and continued onward. The opposite bank was also wooded, albeit more sparsely, and taking advantage of the occasional moonlight that broke through the clouds, the group advanced swiftly. After approximately an hour of hurried marching, they finally emerged from the thicket. Tai Niu took a moment to ascertain their direction before leading the group forward. Just a few steps in, the sound of an explosion echoed from the forest, confirming their fears that the enemy had discovered the fallen sentries. At this point, Bai Xiumei and the 3 female soldiers were drenched in sweat, particularly Xiao Yu, who was burdened with a radio. Observing this, Tai Niu took the radio from Xiao Yu's back, and the group continued their flight. They were acutely aware that their window for escape was limited to less than 6 hours. Once dawn broke, they would undoubtedly be pursued by enemy cavalry across the plains. By around 6 in the morning, they found themselves exhausted, resting at the mouth of a valley. Bai Luo estimated they had covered approximately 30 kilometers, with over 30 more kilometers to their rendezvous point in Hang City. While Bai Luo could reach the location in an hour, the others lacked his physical stamina. Particularly, the elder aunt and the 3 female soldiers were struggling. Although Bailiana appeared to have a better condition than Lao Xu.As, Tai Niu observed the sky gradually brightening. He estimated the enemy cavalry would arrive within the hour. Gazing at the not-so-tall valley ahead, which was less than 20 meters wide in the center, he realized it was an ideal spot for an ambush. Tai Niu recognized that during the day, they would never outrun horses. Someone had to remain behind to delay the enemy. He turned to Shunzi and said, "Shunzi, take 4 men to escort Bailiana and Xiao Yu ahead. The rest will stay with me to hold off the enemy." The group understood that it would be an arduous task for 15 individuals to stall over 400 enemy cavalry. Essentially, Tai Niu's team was sacrificing themselves to buy time. "Squad leader, squad leader, squad leader, enough, execute the order," Tai Niu interrupted Shunzi and Xiao Yu. Chapter 42, Ambush 2. Once the voices of dissent were quelled by Tai Niu, Shunzi casually selected 4 soldiers and allocated half of their ammunition to those remaining to hold the line. At this moment, Bai Luo approached Bai Xiumei. "Auntie, I'm staying here with Sharnu, otherwise, they won't last long." Radish, Bai Xiumei began to respond, but Bai Luo interrupted. "Auntie, you are well aware of my capabilities. We still have bulletproof vests. We will be safe. If I'm not here, their firepower will be insufficient, and if the enemy cavalry catches up, I won't even have the chance to engage in an ambush." The terrain here is quite favorable. I assure you we can hold for 3 hours before retreating. Bai Xiumei fell silent, recognizing the truth in Bai Luo's words. Without Shan Yu's heavy machine gun, the mere 15 men under Captain Tai likely wouldn't last an hour. Observing this, Bai Luo nudged the nearby Lao Shu, signaling him to assist Bai Xiumei in retreating. Xiao Luo, auntie, rest assured, I will definitely return for you. Shan Yu and I will be fine, Shan Yu chimed in, patting her chest confidently. Bai Xiumei was pulled along by Lao Shu, joining Shun Zi's group. Where's Xiao Luo, did he not follow? Xiao Yu inquired. Xiao Luo stayed behind to hold the line, Lao Shu explained. But he is still just a child, how can he stay back? Xiao Yu insisted, preparing to go retrieve him. Beside her, Belainer grasped Xiao Yu's arm. Lo is quite formidable, Shan Yu is also skilled, they led us through the chaos at Haishar, so there is no need for concern. Indeed, although Radish appears youthful, he has likely dispatched more enemies than you have ever witnessed. If you were not there, Captain Tai would probably struggle to last an hour, Lao Shu added. Seeing Xiao Yu silent, Belainer urged her to hurry along. Why did you stay behind as well? Tai Nyo queried, not sharing Xiao Yu's concerns about Bai Luo's age hindering their efforts. On the contrary, he was curious about Bai Luo's remarkable skills, his weaponry, and his adeptness at setting explosives, abilities he had never encountered before. Captain Tai, without me, you might not last even an hour. Bai Luo replied, offering no further conversation. He took the backpack from Shan Yu's back, withdrawing 6 boxes of 200-round ammunition, along with 2 350-round belts. He placed them on the ground, then retrieved his own spare ammunition. He also extracted the disassembled R-93 from its case and set it aside, along with over 50 grenades and 6 empty magazines. In truth, there were fewer than 20 grenades in the pack. Bai Luo had discreetly drawn some from his personal space. Had he not been concerned about appearing overly extravagant, he would have liked to produce a mortar as well. Indeed, it was his personal space. Bai Luo had preemptively exchanged a substantial quantity of ammunition and grenades, stowing them away to save time. The space also contained over 50 fully loaded magazines. Observing Bai Luo magically produce a multitude of bullets, grenades, and a long box, which held the disassembled R-93, he had no intention of using them. In the context of this valley ambush, the distance did not exceed 100 meters, and the passage in the valley was not a straight line but rather an S-shaped route. Captain Tai, have your men gather some stones here to create a makeshift barrier, he instructed, gesturing towards the second bend while tightening the bulletproof helmet on Shan Yu's head. Tai Nyo summoned several soldiers to transport nearby stones, constructing a wall approximately 3 meters long and 40 centimeters wide. Captain Tai, you lead your men up the slopes on either side. Take 40 grenades from the ground, divide them up, remove the safety pins, and just toss them. Will the 2 of you be sufficient down here? Absolutely. I patted Shan Yu on the shoulder. The firepower from her weapon is equivalent to that of all of you combined. Seeing this, Tai Nyo ceased further discussion and divided his men into 2 groups, each ascending the slopes on either side of the valley. They too faced challenges. If the enemy abandoned their mounts and began to ascend, they would be responsible for the ambush, which was precisely why Bai Luo had distributed so many grenades. Once everything was arranged, less than half an hour later, Bai Luo felt the ground tremble slightly. The enemy cavalry was approaching. Sure enough, upon looking up, he saw Tai Nyo signaling that the enemy had arrived. According to their initial agreement, they would wait for the detonation of the concealed mines Bai Luo had laid about 10 meters from the first bend before opening fire, aiming to inflict maximum casualties on the enemy. The sound of hooves grew increasingly closer. The enemy, undeterred by the valley, charged forward with unyielding speed. They likely did not anticipate an ambush from a force of over 20 men. As the enemy surged past the first bend, Bai Luo and Shan Yu remained concealed behind their cover, refraining from revealing themselves. The next moment, bang, 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 bang. 4 explosions erupted. The enemy was immediately thrown into disarray by the sudden blasts, with the shockwaves from the M67 grenades carrying shrapnel and the small stones Bai Luo had strategically scattered around them, creating a deadly rain of projectiles. Any enemy caught within the blast radius was effectively turned into a sieve. Hearing the explosions, Bai Luo and Shan Yu simultaneously raised their weapons. Shan Yu did not fire immediately but awaited Bai Luo's command. Upon raising his head, Bai Luo swiftly overturned the enemy soldiers who had rushed in without the time to halt, sending them sprawling to the ground. This wave alone had likely killed or incapacitated over 30 enemy soldiers, with only a few horses remaining on their feet, while the rest were toppled by the explosions. Tainyo, witnessing the devastating effectiveness of Just for grenades, was astonished how different from the grenades produced by his own unit, which often resembled firecrackers, barely lethal when tossed at the enemy's feet. The other soldiers of the Special Operations Unit also observed the terrifying power of these grenades, instinctively tightening their grips on the grenades distributed by Tainiu. In truth, it was primarily due to the advantageous terrain and Bai Luo's ingenious enhancements that such catastrophic damage was inflicted. As the remaining enemy soldiers realized the situation, they hastily retreated from the valley. For a brief moment, the small hill fell into a hushed stillness, the only sound being the chilling wind that swept through the valley, dispersing the dust stirred up by the explosions. Nishikawa, who had not charged headlong into the valley but had remained towards the front middle of his formation, now felt fortunate. His caution had spared him from disaster. Gazing at the shortened line ahead, his expression darkened. He ordered a small detachment to dismount and scout ahead, but as soon as they entered the valley, they were all felled by the fire from the Special Operations Unit positioned above. It is worth noting that the soldiers remaining for the ambush primarily wielded submachine guns, providing formidable firepower. Nishikawa's countenance grew increasingly grim. His men were equipped with rifles and sabers, relying on speed and maneuverability to prevail. Now, their once proud velocity was rendered useless, as they had not even brought along machine guns, let alone mortars or grenade launchers. Momentarily, he felt somewhat at a loss. Observing the enemy's lack of aggression, Tainyo remained unperturbed. His goal was to buy time, and he was content to watch as the enemy refrained from advancing. Nishikawa contemplated that, although the ambushing force possessed considerable firepower, mostly automatic weapons, it was evident that their numbers were limited, likely comprising only the 20 or so soldiers they had split off. With this thought, Nishikawa commanded all soldiers to dismount, forming two small teams to attack the slopes on either side, ensuring the defenders on the slopes could not attend to the valley, while arranging for 100 men to engage in crossfire once the battle commenced in the valley. Confident in the formation they had prepared, Nishikawa immediately issued the command to attack. Chapter 43. The ambush. Iron Bull also detected the movements of the enemy and immediately altered the formation to commence an ambush against the advancing foes on the hillside. Upon hearing the exchange of gunfire on both flanks, Shinagawa issued an immediate order for 100 of his troops to advance into the valley. Inside the valley, as the Special Operations soldiers on both sides were engaged, there was no resistance near the first bend, emboldening the enemy to press forward and launch an assault on the second bend. However, as soon as they exposed themselves, 3 enemy soldiers were instantly felled, causing the leading attackers to freeze in terror beside the cliff at the bend. Observing this, the squad leader of the remaining troops erupted in anger, urging his men to continue their charge. Bai Luo, hearing the fierce gunfire on either side, prepared to let the enemy advance further before striking, reasoning that if they were met with sudden death upon exposure, the enemy would be too intimidated to continue their assault, potentially overwhelming Iron Bull. As the squad, prompted by their leader, emerged from cover without encountering immediate fire, they boldly surged toward the second bend. When Bai Luo noted that the enemy was nearly halfway to the second bend, he swiftly turned and unleashed a full magazine upon them. Clang, 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 clang. In less than 3 seconds, Bai Luo deftly dodged to reload. The foolish girl continued to fire short bursts, only switching to suppressive fire when Bai Luo was reloading. Their coordination was seamless. Under Bai Luo's exceptional marksmanship, over 70 enemy soldiers were eliminated in less than 3 minutes, with the exposed 100-meter stretch offering no cover, merely a target for slaughter. Ultimately, out of the 100 who had advanced, fewer than 30 managed to retreat. Shinagawa, watching his men emerge from the valley, was filled with suspicion. Had the engagement truly concluded in mere minutes? Suddenly sensing something amiss, he called a soldier over for inquiry, and was enraged to learn that the majority had perished. In such a short span, a quarter of his 400-strong force had been lost. The assault on the valley's flanks was not faring any better. Though the valley was not particularly high, the steep terrain proved unfavorable for the already vertically challenged enemy soldiers. Consequently, they could only maneuver to assault from the relatively gentler slopes at a distance of over 100 meters. Yet, their firepower paled in comparison to their opponents, resulting in over 30 casualties on their side. Shinagawa had never anticipated a day when he would find himself suppressed by enemy fire. As he observed the mounting casualties among his ranks while the opposing fire remained relentless, he had no choice but to order a withdrawal. The gunfire ceased once more, this time for an extended period, approximately half an hour. Iron Bull also peeked out to assess the situation, grimacing at the sight of the valley littered with bodies. Shinagawa adjusted his tactical approach, regrouping his remaining forces. Discovering that only over 270 men remained, he felt a pang of regret. Deploying cavalry as infantry was a costly miscalculation, especially without heavy weaponry. Bitterly reflecting on this, he dispatched 100 men to assault the flanks, while only 30 were allocated to maintain pressure in the center. Thus, another 2 hours of conflict ensued, during which the Special Operations Unit's ammunition was nearly depleted, a deliberate outcome of their careful management. Yet casualties ensued. Initially a 15-member squad, only 7 remained, all bearing injuries. Had Bailuo not intervened with timely support, it was likely that the right flank of the Special Operations Unit would have faced total annihilation. The enemy was equally beleaguered. By the time Shinagawa recalled his forces, only 125 men remained. At this juncture, Bailuo had instructed the foolish girl to bring weapons up, eyeing the enemy at a distance of approximately 600 meters. Bailuo swiftly assembled his R93 rifle. Anzi, watching in astonishment, set up the bipod and loaded a 10-round magazine. Chambering a round, Bailuo targeted a short, stocky officer on horseback. Noting his rank of major, he would be the target. Bang, 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 firing at a rapid. By the time the third magazine was expended, the enemy had retreated to over 1,000 meters away. Observing the remaining enemy, Bailuo fired off another magazine before ceasing fire. The enemy was thrown into disarray. Upon hearing the gunfire, Major Shinagawa had his life extinguished. His comrades fell one after another to the relentless gunfire, prompting the remaining soldiers to hastily retreat on horseback. Once they felt they had sufficiently distanced themselves, they realized that comrades continued to fall, and the remaining enemy cavalry no longer dared to linger, fleeing in the direction from whence they came, ultimately leaving behind approximately 70 soldiers. Iron Bull hobbled over, having sustained a bullet wound that had taken a chunk of flesh from his leg. Seeing each of his injured men, he quickly sought out a medic to tend to their wounds. After searching in vain, he remembered that the medic had already evacuated. Bailuo, noticing this, retrieved a first aid kit from his waist and began to treat the wounds of the injured soldiers. Iron Bull was taken aback, staring in disbelief. "You can do this." Bailuo simply replied, "My sister is a surgeon." Upon hearing this, Iron Bull nodded dumbly, gazing at the multitude of enemy corpses scattered across the terrain, feeling a mix of joy and sorrow. Elated at the abundance of cavalry equipment, much needed by the Red Party, he also lamented the loss of life, having captured over 80 horses. However, with fewer than 10 men remaining, and only 5 capable of scouring the battlefield, including Bailuo and the foolish girl, they could only hastily gather supplies from the valley and the nearby cliffs, herding the horses together to load the equipment. After collecting what they could, they also retrieved the bodies of their fallen comrades, preparing to find a place for burial. Just then, a thunderous noise filled the sky. Bailuo was startled. Damn, enemy aircraft were approaching. He shouted to Iron Bull below, "Scatter and run." Grabbing the foolish girl, he dashed toward the nearby woods. Iron Bull, hearing the sound of the aircraft, gritted his teeth and slapped the rumps of a few horses, causing them to bolt. He and the remaining 6 teammates took cover in a sheltered nook beneath the cliff. They were all injured. There was no way they could outrun an aircraft. However, after a prolonged wait without hearing any bombing, Iron Bull cautiously emerged, realizing the planes had moved on and that they could not linger any longer. He promptly mounted his horse along with several teammates and exited the valley. Bailuo, cursing under his breath, emerged from the woods. Damn, it was just a reconnaissance plane. What a nuisance. Upon exiting the valley, Iron Bull was elated to see that the horses he had released earlier had not strayed far. and he hurried over to retrieve them. Spotting Bai Luo and the foolish girl also emerging from the forest, he finally felt a sense of relief. If anything had happened to Bai Luo while he returned unscathed, how would he ever face Comrade Bai Qingping? 2 hours later, the group arrived at the rendezvous point, only to find a mere 7 survivors, all injured. Seeing the sorrowful expressions on the faces of Shunzi, several soldiers and 3 female soldiers brought tears to their eyes. After burying the bodies of the 8 fallen warriors, Iron Bull led the wounded and equipment to seek assistance from a nearby guerrilla unit, accompanied by the medic and Xiaoyu. The remaining personnel followed Shunzi as they boarded a boat headed for headquarters. Chapter 44, Supplies Procurement in the Small Town. Shunzi, how long will it take us to reach the Huangshe base? Half an hour into their departure, the group shared a simple meal aboard the boat. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Old Shu broke the silence. If all goes well, it should take around 2 to 3 days, Shunzi responded in a subdued tone. Old Shu nodded, realizing it was not the time to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Bai Luo rested his head on the foolish girl's lap, while Bai Xiumei embraced her, allowing the girl to lean against her for a moment's respite. Bai Luo closed his eyes, delving into his mind to check the system. Battle settlement page. Battle concluded. Host has eliminated 127 Japanese soldiers, including 1 major and 1 captain, earned 885 points. Host has completed the reward of slaying 1,500 enemies, receiving a Benelli M1014 shotgun. Opening the personal panel opened. Name, Bai Luo. Age, 8 years and 11 months. Comprehensive physical fitness, 2. 7 height, 136 cm weight, 37 kg items, Benelli M1014 1 points, 82-48 skills, expert in handguns, proficient in rifles, proficient in sniping, mastery in battlefield first aid, human weapon. Upon noticing that his points had exceeded 8,000, Bai Luo promptly accessed the specialized shop and spent 2,000 points to upgrade his rifle to expert level. Recalling the reconnaissance aircraft that startled him earlier in the afternoon, he exchanged 1,500 points for 5 domestically produced Vanguard for portable anti-air missiles to store in his personal space. He replenished his consumed ammunition and grenades, considering the Japanese forces' large-scale assault earlier that day, and purchased over 20 anti-infantry directional mines. These mines, which can be triggered actively, are particularly suitable for countering the Japanese infantry's charge. After a spree of purchasing in the shop, Bai Luo, who was on the verge of breaking the 10,000 points threshold, found that he had already spent nearly half of it. He currently had 4,062 points remaining. Satisfied that he lacked for nothing at the moment, he then feigned retrieving a few chocolate bars wrapped in tin foil from the side pocket of his waist and stuffed them into the hands of the silly girl. After all, he was resting his head on her lap, and the faint rumbling of her stomach was distinctly audible to Bai Luo. Upon sensing the treats in her hands, the silly girl immediately sprang up from Bai Xiumei's embrace, swiftly tearing the wrappers and stuffing the chocolate into her mouth. Between bites, she exclaimed, "Xiao Luo, how did you know I wasn't full?" Bai Luo, upon hearing her words, couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking to himself that it was her belly that informed him. Bai Xiumei, observing this interaction, smiled warmly at the silly girl, fully aware that she had only consumed 4 steamed cornbread buns, whereas she typically devoured over 15. Especially after engaging in a battle, it was only natural for the silly girl to be hungry. However, their rations were limited, with 2 of the buns shared by Bai Luo and herself with the silly girl. The group sat aboard a large canopy boat, navigating upstream. Though their speed was not swift, the journey was remarkably steady. A night passed in silence, and the following morning, they arrived at a small town beneath Hangzhou. After disembarking, they prepared to rest briefly in the town and purchase some supplies, having discarded most of their food in the woods. Although the town had no station troops, the group still stowed away their long firearms, carrying only handguns. Bai Luo and the silly girl changed into the attire of common folk, while Berliner, along with 2 soldiers and 2 boatmen sent to receive them, remained on the vessel to guard the equipment. Berliner's striking appearance could easily draw unwanted attention in this small town, where the presence of a foreigner would not go unnoticed. They also chose to disperse, as 8 individuals traveling together would attract attention. Upon arriving in the town, the silly girl was immediately captivated by a stall selling buns and couldn't move on. The group, also feeling hunger pangs, decided to indulge in some food first. The town was not particularly large, but it was bustling due to its proximity to a small dock, with numerous vendors lining the streets. Bai Luo and his companions ordered several baskets of buns, and upon taking a bite, Bai Luo found them quite delicious and generously sized. Meanwhile, the silly girl was busy holding a large, fluffy bun. After their meal, Lao Shu and Shunzi went to procure necessary supplies, while Bai Xiumei took charge of food shopping. They agreed to reconvene at the dock in an hour before parting ways. Bai Luo bid farewell to Bai Xiumei and strolled along the street with the silly girl. Bai Xiumei felt assured about Bai Luo, merely reminding him to keep track of time before allowing the two to depart. In this town, which had thus far escaped the ravages of war, Bai Luo was struck by the lively atmosphere. Although it was not so crowded as to be overwhelming, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and the bargaining of townsfolk imparted a sense of tranquility to Bai Luo. While meandering through the various shops with the silly girl, he suddenly noticed dozens of yellow dots appearing on his radar. Blue Party. Bai Luo was mildly surprised but did not dwell on it, as the nearby cities were predominantly under the control of the Blue Party, and the present. However, he decided against lingering any longer. Although the Blue Party and the Red Party appeared to be cooperating on the surface, there were many clandestine maneuvers aimed at undermining the Red Party. Bai Luo was not particularly worried, but his aunt was a staunch member of the Red Party with considerable experience. To avoid any potential issues, he turned back with the silly girl to reunite with Bai Xiumei. Upon seeing Bai Luo return shortly after departing, Bai Xiumei was somewhat surprised but did not inquire further, assuming he had simply had his fill of wondering. By the time Bai Luo returned, Bai Xiumei had almost completed her shopping, accompanied by translator Xiao Jing and 2 soldiers, each carrying 2 bundles. Upon noticing Bai Luo and the silly girl had rejoined them, Bai Xiumei led the group back to the dock. There were still a few individuals on the boat who had not eaten, and this was the last opportunity to replenish supplies, as due to Bellina's significance, they decided to stock up thoroughly. As they approached the dock, Bai Luo sensed something amiss. Numerous undercover Blue Party personnel were present. This was something Bai Luo had not encountered upon disembarking, but the positioning of these individuals indicated they were not there for Bellina. The encirclement they formed was not aimed at the docked vessels, but rather targeted a nearby warehouse. Bai Luo was uncertain as to what had transpired here since their departure. Had his aunt not been present, he would have sought a way to investigate the warehouse. Now, however, he deemed it wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Bai Xiumei and her companions were oblivious to the situation. As they passed the dock, only a few Blue Party agents glanced over before turning their attention elsewhere. This group, mostly comprised of women and children, clearly did not fall within their surveillance parameters. Upon returning to the boat, they handed the food to the few who had remained behind. "Uncle, did anything unusual happen at the dock after we disembarked?" Thinking of the warehouse, Bai Luo added, "For instance, were there any large shipments of goods being moved or significant vessels arriving?" The boatman, queried by Bai Luo, replied, "Indeed, shortly after you left, 2 cargo sailing ships docked, and their crew unloaded dozens of wooden crates." Upon hearing this, Bai Luo surmised that the warehouse they were monitoring likely held the items unloaded from those 2 ships. "Xiao Luo, why do you suddenly ask about this?" Bai Xiumei, having overheard their conversation, inquired. Bai Luo shared his observations and speculations with Bai Xiumei. After listening, her expression grew somber as she prepared to depart. As soon as Lao Shu returned, the Blue Party's stance towards their Red Party was decidedly unfriendly. Their most pressing task was to escort Bellina to headquarters without any complications. Chapter 45. Encountering Yang Ying again after approximately half an hour, Lao Shu had yet to arrive, while the radar in Bai Luo's mind began to register the presence of more Blue Party personnel within the town. It appeared they had come to either receive supplies or reinforce the warehouse. As the time for their rendezvous drew near and Lao Shu and Shunzi still had not appeared at the dock, Bai Xiumei grew increasingly anxious, sensing that something was amiss at the dock. Her field of vision revealed another group of Blue Party personnel, this time in uniform, which she immediately recognized. They had begun clearing the unloading area at the dock, indicating that more supplies were arriving. Just as Bai Xiumei contemplated whether to send someone to locate Lao Shu, he and Shunzi appeared at the town entrance. Upon seeing them, Bai Xiumei breathed a sigh of relief. Lao Shu, noticing the dock swarming with Blue Party soldiers, felt a tightening in his chest despite the numbers not being overly large. He quickly looked up toward the docking area and locked eyes with Bai Xiumei. Upon confirming that his comrades were unharmed, he too relaxed subtly. He promptly followed Shunzi toward the docking area. As they approached the dock, they noticed a large ship approaching from a distance, laden with a substantial cargo that nearly blocked half of the river, which was originally only about 40 meters wide. Lao Shu and Shunzi hurried aboard, signaling the boatman to set off immediately. Upon receiving the signal, the boatman swiftly untied the vessel. Bai Luo and the silly girl were already seated in the canopy boat, equipped and ready to respond to any unexpected situations. The two soldiers aboard also gripped their weapons tightly. The Blue Party personnel, upon noticing a vessel departing from the dock, did not intervene. Their responsibility was to ensure the safe arrival of the cargo at the port and its transport to Hangzhou. Lao Shu settled at the bow of the boat, which glided smoothly into the waterway thanks to the boatman's expert handling. Observing that the Blue Party soldiers did not attempt to stop or inspect them, Lao Shu finally felt a sense of relief. Once the boat rounded a bend in the river and the dock disappeared from sight, Lao Shu breathed easy, entering the cabin to signal to everyone that the danger had passed, prompting Bai Xiumei, Bai Luo, and the others to finally. Han Cheng has fallen. After we reach Huangshi, we will likely need to continue retreating. Hangzhou will soon be besieged by the enemy from 3 sides. A hush fell over the group upon hearing this. 2 days later, they arrived at Taxian, still a distance from Huangshi. The journey had not been smooth. Initially projected to take 3 days, they had covered just over half the distance due to the abundance of refugees and bandits along the way. The waterway had been completely blocked, forcing the group to abandon their boats in favor of land routes. Most of these refugees had fled from Jincheng, where reports indicated that the situation was also becoming dire. Bai Luo had just dispatched a group of disheveled soldiers attempting to seize their rations. From their accounts, he learned that Jincheng had fallen to a significant degree, urging them to hasten their journey. To save time, they opted for a more direct but secluded mountain path. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, they reached their destination. It was here that Bai Luo encountered a silly girl. Bai Luo and the silly girl assisted Shunzi, who had sustained a leg wound from a collapse, to the field hospital near headquarters. Just as they settled down at the entrance to rest, they heard someone calling out to them. Turning around, Bai Luo spotted Yang Ying in a white coat. "Sister, I didn't realize you were assigned here." Bai Luo was pleasantly surprised, having thought it would be challenging to see Yang Ying again. To his astonishment, less than 2 months had passed since their last encounter. Yang Ying approached, affectionately ruffling the hair of both Bai Luo and the silly girl, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Come, let us sit with me. We can catch up." Bai Luo, upon hearing this, stood and patted his backside, signaling Yang Ying to lead the way, as he and the silly girl followed her to her office. It was a modest room with 3 desks. Yang Ying went to a desk by the window, moving 2 chairs over for Bai Luo and the silly girl to sit. "When did you arrive here?" "We just got here this morning. One of the soldiers sent to meet us was injured, and I brought him and the silly girl to the hospital for treatment. Just as we exited the hospital, we ran into you." Yang Ying then inquired about Bai Luo's circumstances. "If you had arrived a day later, it would have been challenging for us to meet again. Comrade Lao Shu, Comrade Qingping, thank you for your hard work along the way. The organization has arranged new positions for you. In light of your outstanding performance in operations behind enemy lines, your willingness to sacrifice, and the excellent completion of the tasks assigned by the organization, report to the 316th Regiment this afternoon. Your regiment and the Guard Regiment are specifically tasked with protecting the headquarters base, which is a daunting responsibility. Rest assured, Chief Yang. We will comply with the organization's arrangements." Chief Yang smiled and added, "Comrade Qingping will wait until we reach the new base to commence work. I hear you have 2 little dependents accompanying you. Take some time to be with them. Once we reach the base, you will have your hands full. Thank you for your concern, Chief. Xiao Luo and the others are very understanding. They won't interfere with my work." Chief Yang chuckled, "I'm quite curious about your little dependents. Tianyu sent me a telegram, mentioning that if it weren't for him, you might have been in danger this time. Now, it seems you not only I heard they are not even 10 years old, correct?" Yes, Chief, they are nearly 9 now. Xiao Luo isn't he as formidable as you described? He can be quite mischievous at times. Lao Shu interjected, Xiao Luo is a fine child. He has taken down several hundred enemy soldiers and spies during this time. I have no idea where he learned those skills. He is exceptionally capable. If it weren't for him, we would never have been able to rescue Belina. If he were not so young, I would have wanted to be his introducer to the party. Chief Yang was taken aback upon hearing this. The telegram had not mentioned this detail, only stating that Bai Luo had assisted them in defeating a battalion of enemy cavalry and seizing approximately a company's worth of cavalry gear. Where is this young comrade Bai Luo? I can hardly wait to meet him. I want to see if the little hero who has slain hundreds of enemy soldiers possesses 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 46, Sneaking away with the foolish girl. By the time Chief of Staff Yang encountered Bai Luo, it was after the midday meal. Bai Luo scrutinized the middle-aged man before him, who bore little resemblance to the second-in-command of the Eastern Theatre headquarters. He appeared rather refined, akin to a scholarly instructor. Young brother Bai Luo, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your contributions to our nation, Chief of Staff Yang said solemnly, offering a salute. Bai Luo quickly rose to return the gesture, executing a perfectly standard military salute, which left Chief of Staff Yang momentarily astonished. Have you previously served in the military, little Luo? Not at all. I spent some time under Captain Wang Wu's command, learning from him. Bai Luo fabricated. Chief of Staff Yang nodded in understanding and retrieved the pistol holstered at his waist, presenting it to Bai Luo. Our Red Party is rather impoverished and lacks suitable means. This firearm has been with me for a considerable time, and today I gift it to you. Bai Luo gazed at the well-maintained pistol, its usage evident, and opened his mouth to decline. Do not refuse. This is my personal token of gratitude. Uncle Yang, you are being overly formal. My aunt is also a member of the Red Party, and as her family, it is my duty to assist, Bai Luo protested, still wishing to decline. Yet, Chief of Staff Yang stepped forward, pressing the weapon into Bai Luo's hands. After a moment's contemplation, recognizing that this pistol was evidently dear to Yang, Bai Luo removed the officer's dagger slung across his backpack and turned to Yang, saying, Uncle Yang, then allow me to gift you this blade. It is the commander's sword of a Japanese major, whose skull I shattered with a single shot. Yang erupted into hearty laughter, accepting the dagger without hesitation. Little Luo, I would certainly refuse other offerings, but this blade I shall keep. Frankly, it is the first time I have encountered a commander's sword used by a Japanese major. Do not mock me, our military district has yet to claim the life of a major-level enemy. After exchanging a few more remarks, Chief of Staff Yang instructed Bai Luo to reach out to him whenever necessary before he was hastily summoned by a guard, as the troops were on the verge of withdrawal and many matters required his attention. Bai Luo also learned from Yang that his aunt would henceforth serve as the deputy director of the propaganda department at the rear. Reassured by the knowledge of his aunt's impending safety, Bai Luo felt emboldened to execute his clandestine escape plan. At 9 p.m. that night, Bai Luo first met with Yang Ying. Despite Yang Ying's earnest attempts to dissuade him, he could not persuade Bai Luo to stay. The following morning, Bai Xiumei discovered the letter Bai Luo had left for her, filled with both urgency and anger. However, her little rascal had already absconded with the foolish girl, leaving her at a loss as to where to pursue them. She could only stew in frustration, reminding herself of her nephew's capabilities, and decided to wait for his return to settle the matter. Meanwhile, Bai Luo and the foolish girl were en route to Jin City when they unexpectedly encountered Japanese soldiers. Huzi, you retreat first, I will provide cover, Zhang Weiguo urged. Captain, I won't leave. If we are to go, we go together. Get lost, if you don't leave now, I will shoot you myself. Zhang Weiguo exclaimed, aiming his pistol at Huzi's head. They had been forced out of Jin City, their entire unit scattered. Zhang Weiguo had been rendered unconscious by enemy artillery, only to be carried down from the position by Huzi. Shortly after Huzi's departure, the position was overrun by the Japanese. Upon regaining consciousness, the two began their retreat, searching for their respective units. However, they soon stumbled upon Japanese soldiers massacring fleeing refugees. With Zhang Weiguo's persuasion, over 10 demoralized soldiers rallied behind him, forming a defensive line to hold off the advancing Japanese. Yet, within half an hour, due to a lack of ammunition, their position became untenable, and they were forced to fight while retreating. At this point, only Jiang Weiguo and Hu Zi remained alive. Upon hearing gunfire, Bai Luo and the foolish girl hastened toward the source, stopping approximately 200 meters from the battlefield. Raising his binoculars, Bai Luo observed a group of Japanese soldiers engaging in combat with a contingent of Blue Party troops, noting that only 2 Blue soldiers remained against over 30 Japanese adversaries. Determined, Bai Luo set up his R-39 sniper rifle, locating the enemy machine gunner, and fired a single shot. Jiang Weiguo and Hu Zi, hearing the shot, had yet to react. Bang, 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 bang. A series of rhythmic gunshots echoed in their ears. Jiang Weiguo quickly assessed the situation, peering toward the enemy, witnessing one Japanese soldier's head explode with each shot fired, especially at the enemy machine gun position. Anyone who approached was met with a fatal fate. Within a mere 2 minutes, fewer than 10 Japanese remained, cowering behind trees or in low-lying areas, too fearful to raise their heads for fear of being the next to be shot. Observing 3 Japanese soldiers hiding behind a tree, Bai Luo swiftly changed the magazine in his sniper rifle for one loaded with armor-piercing rounds. As he squeezed the trigger, the bullets pierced through the trees, toppling the 3 soldiers to the ground. The remaining Japanese soldiers, concealed in roadside depressions, were subsequently dispatched by the foolish girl, who flanked them unseen. Jiang Weiguo, calculating the distance from the source of the gunfire, estimated it to be nearly 400 meters, with each shot resulting in a headshot. The term sniper flashed through his mind. With his experience studying at a German military academy, he understood the terrifying prowess of snipers. Only overwhelming firepower could eliminate such a threat. Realizing this, he rose to confront the sniper, while Hu Zi remarked, "Captain, this sharpshooter is incredible, single-handedly decimating a large portion of the enemy squad." "Indeed, it is a sniper. A mere sharpshooter could not achieve such results," Jiang Weiguo replied earnestly. Hu Zi paused, contemplating the nature of snipers. Before he could ponder further, he noticed Jiang Weiguo moving toward the rear. Bai Luo had initially wished to avoid engaging with the Blue Party, but their demeanor suggested he concluded they were perhaps earnestly resisting the Japanese, rather than merely surviving. With this in mind, Bai Luo resolved to approach them. As the 2 soldiers drew closer, he disengaged the safety on his pistol, standing ready. Upon rising, Jiang Weiguo was taken aback by the figure before him. The attire was unlike any military uniform he recognized, yet, instinctively, he sensed that this garb was indeed designed for combat. The unfamiliar helmet and tactical gear, coupled with a scarf concealing all but the eyes, presented a striking figure, notably shorter than the Japanese soldiers, almost like a child. Before Jiang could contemplate further, Bai Luo spoke, "Are you retreating from Jin City?" "Indeed," a child's voice. Upon hearing Bai Luo, both Jiang Weiguo and Hu Zi momentarily froze, exchanging bewildered glances, each fearing they had misheard. Yet, the mutual understanding in their eyes confirmed that their ears had not deceived them. Chapter 47, Jiang Weiguo. As Jiang Weiguo and Hu Zi scrutinized Bai Luo, the latter was equally assessing the 2 men. Both appeared to be under the age of 30, one tall and the other short. The shorter of the 2 donned an officer's uniform, and Bai Luo took a closer look at the insignia on his collar. Lo and behold, he was a lieutenant colonel, quite a significant rank, indeed. At that moment, Jiang Weiguo, recovering from his astonishment, inquired, "Which division do you belong to, young brother?" "I am Jiang Weiguo, lieutenant colonel and commander of the 36th Regiment of the 3rd Division of the Blue Party National Army. I am responsible for the defense of Jinshi. Due to the large-scale deployment of mechanized troops by the Japanese, Jinshi has fallen, and my unit has been dispersed." Having obtained the information he sought, Bai Luo chose not to respond to Jiang Weiguo's question. Instead, he waved at the returning Xiaoyu, picked up the R-93 at his feet, and continued toward the bodies of the Japanese soldiers, preparing to clean up the battlefield. He had no intention of forming a close bond with the personnel of the Blue Party. Jiang Weiguo watched as the 2 departed nonchalantly, momentarily bewildered. Hu Zi muttered, "This young brat seems rather arrogant." Noticing Hu Zi's reaction, Jiang Weiguo patted him on the shoulder and joined. 10 minutes later, Bai Luo had thoroughly searched the bodies of the 30 or so Japanese soldiers, discovering over $50 and 2 wristwatches. Observing Zhang Weigua and Huzi standing by a pile of weapons, Bai Luo remarked, "Take whatever firearms you need. Once we finish gathering our spoils, we'll part ways." Seeing Bai Luo's demeanor, Zhang Weigua tentatively asked, "Young brother, are you with the Red Party?" "Not at all." Then why? Before Zhang Weigua could finish, he suddenly recalled the poor reputation of the Blue Party forces in the eyes of the public, and it dawned upon him. He refrained from pursuing the matter further and, along with Huzi, picked up 2 seemingly new rifles and a couple of boxes of ammunition from the ground. "Young brother, run!" Bai Luo's urgent exclamation cut Zhang Weigua's words short. Before either could react, they witnessed Bai Luo, without taking any of the Forlan soldiers' gear, sprinting away with the nearby 17 or 18-year-old girl. Zhang Weigua and Huzi stood in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. However, they soon felt a slight tremor beneath their feet, reminiscent of the vibrations felt when a train arrives at a station. They looked up, scanning their surroundings. Damn, an armored division. Without hesitation, both men hurriedly followed in Bai Luo's direction. 5 minutes later. "Commander, those 2 kids, they're as fast as rabbits." Zhang Weigua lamented his inability to catch up to the 2 youngsters despite years of military training. Who could he turn to for an explanation? They had been running for 10 minutes, yet the Japanese forces were still within sight, no more than a kilometer away, with vast plains surrounding them. There were no places to hide. Clad in military uniforms, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Japanese, who would dispatch reconnaissance cavalry to eliminate them at the first opportunity. "Stop talking, conserve your strength, there's a river 5 kilometers ahead. Once we reach it, the Japanese armored units won't be able to keep up." Meanwhile, Bai Luo and Sharnu could faintly see refugees crossing a bridge in the distance. Bai Luo was taken aback by the swiftness of the Japanese advance. Jincha had just fallen, and already, the Japanese were moving toward the next city. Bai Luo seized a moment to turn and survey the approaching enemy with his binoculars. The Japanese ranks seemed endless, composed entirely of mechanized units, with over 20 tanks leading the charge. Bai Luo had no illusions about confronting this formidable force. Even though his weapon could penetrate the armor of Japanese tanks, he knew they were far from foolish. A few shells would render him unable to escape. Within 2 minutes, propelled by their desperate sprint, Bai Luo and Sharnu reached the bridge's edge. Observing the refugees ambulating slowly across the stone bridge, he noted that this particular group was not overly large, with only a few having yet stepped onto the bridge. Bang! Bang bang! Without hesitation, Bai Luo raised his 1911 and fired 3 shots into the AIR.AT the same time. He shouted, "Run, the Japanese are right behind us, and they'll be upon us shortly." The 3 gunshots startled the lethargic crowd of refugees. Upon hearing Bai Luo's command, they erupted into a flurry of movement, akin to boiling water. They pushed and shoved their way across the bridge, with some astute individuals discarding non-essential belongings along the way, scooping up children in their arms as they hastened to the opposite bank. Within 5 minutes, the bridge was nearly deserted. Bai Luo scanned the area. The river spanned approximately 20 meters, and in winter, the water was not particularly deep, with the surface beneath the bridge measuring less than 5 meters across. The stone bridge appeared to be about 3 meters wide, a rather ordinary structure, seemingly lacking in load-bearing capacity. The Japanese tanks would likely struggle to cross, but with the low water level, the Japanese engineers could easily construct a passage suitable for armored units within 2 hours. Realizing this, Bai Luo decided to make the most of the time he had. Reaching the middle of the bridge, he retrieved C4 explosives from his backpack and affixed them to the junction between the bridge surface and the supports. Then, without a backward glance, he ran toward the opposite side with Sharnu. In contrast to the vast plains on the bridge's side, which were filled with abandoned farmland, the opposite bank featured a sizable, albeit sparse, forest. As it was winter, only the bare trunks of trees remained, offering little in terms of cover. Bai Luo had no intention of ambushing the Japanese here. It would be tantamount to seeking death. Instead, he headed toward a rocky hill more than 800 meters away. As he passed along this route earlier, Bai Luo had taken a moment to explore the area, discovering an abandoned temple atop the hill. By the time he reached the foot of the hill, Zhang Weigua and Huzi finally caught sight of the bridge. The two released a small sigh of relief before gritting their teeth and pressing on. The Japanese reconnaissance unit had already spotted them, with 3 motorcycles breaking off from the main force in pursuit. After crossing the bridge, they too made for the rocky hill 800 meters away, hoping to evade the Japanese pursuit. Given that the Japanese were mechanized troops, their motorcycles would be of little use in the hilly terrain. Upon reaching the hill, Bai Luo discovered dozens of refugees hiding within the derelict temple. After a brief glance, he opted not to enter the temple but instead sought a vantage point below it to set up his R-93 sniper rifle. Carefully attaching the silencer to the barrel, Sharnu busily loaded the sniper rifle with ammunition nearby. Once the camouflage net was in place and the scope covered to prevent reflections from revealing his position, Bai Luo prepared himself. With his backpack serving as a cushion, he aimed towards the bridge 800 meters away, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Japanese forces. Meanwhile, he noticed Zhang Weigua and Huzi not far beyond the bridge. The Japanese vanguard had already detected them, chasing the 2 men on motorcycles while they retaliated as they ran. With their precise marksmanship, Zhang Weigua and Huzi managed to hold their ground, striking down the motorcycle drivers whenever the Japanese drew nearer. For the time being, the Japanese were unable to gain the upper hand, merely maintaining their distance to wear down the 2 soldiers' stamina. Chapter 48, The Bridge Explosion. Bai Luo once again aimed his firearm at the bridge's entrance, observing that the enemy troops were less than 200 meters away, yet their advance had begun to decelerate. Without hesitation, Bai Luo redirected his weapon, targeting the enemy soldier who was pursuing Zhang Weigua and his companion. Adjusting the scope's magnification, he pulled the bolt back, chambered around, and squeezed the trigger. The rifle trembled slightly, and a 7.62mm bullet erupted from the muzzle of the R-93. In the next instant, a splatter of crimson blossomed from the chest of the enemy soldier at the forefront, causing him to stagger and veer off with his sidecar. Bai Luo swiftly ejected the spent cartridge and chambered another round, repeating the process, as another enemy driving a sidecar was dispatched with a single shot to the head. Simultaneously, the bullet, bearing residual kinetic energy, struck the neck of the small enemy sitting in the rear. Zhang Weigua and Huzi were momentarily bewildered. Was someone aiding them? They had not heard any gunfire. However, the 2 men, exhausted and gasping for breath, had no time to ponder such distractions. With the mountain's base less than 200 meters away, they strained their bodies, nearing their physical limits, as they hurriedly raced towards safety. Meanwhile, Bai Luo redirected his aim towards the 2 remaining enemies who had leapt from their vehicle, sending them off to the afterlife with a bullet each. After completing this task, he replaced the magazine with a fresh one and aimed again at the bridgehead over 800 meters away. Given the number of tanks, it appeared to be a division. At that moment, the leading enemy tank came to a halt, seemingly oblivious to the destruction of their motorcycle squad due to the trees obstructing their view. Through the scope, Bai Luo observed a small unit of enemy soldiers ascending the bridge, likely engineers, measuring something on either side. Bai Luo paid them no mind. The C4 explosives had been concealed within the crevices, and they would not discover them anytime soon. With the sniper rifle's magnification set to its maximum, he searched for the enemy commander's presence. Given the division scale, the commander would surely be of a general's rank, though he and the fool could not hold up an entire division. Bai Luo was confident that if the enemy commander dared to show himself, he would ensure a fatal end. Steadying his breath, he diligently scanned for his target, dismissing one figure after another. After nearly 5 minutes of waiting, over 10 enemy officers appeared in the scope, the highest rank among them being a colonel, undoubtedly not the division commander. Meanwhile, at the bridgehead, an enemy soldier reported, "Report to Colonel Yamano, this bridge lacks the load-bearing capacity for the Imperial Mechanized Division. We must establish a new route." The engineer squad leader, having inspected the stone bridge, hurried to Yamano's side. "Barker, how long will it take? We are crucial to the blitzkrieg plan devised by Division Commander Shou Yulang. We must reach our designated location and launch the attack on schedule." The engineer squad leader, frightened, replied, "To construct an emergency bridge capable of supporting the Imperial mechanized forces will take approximately 3 hours. You have 2 hours. You must produce a bridge that allows the Imperial tanks to pass without obstruction. Otherwise, you can explain to Major General Shou Yu, the division commander, back at headquarters." Hi. After witnessing the engineer squad leader rush off to dispatch another infantry squad to scout within a 3-kilometer radius, especially on the opposite mountain. Hi. The major immediately arranged for a squad of infantry to cross the stone bridge towards the rocky mountain. Bai Luo, observing this, silently cursed the cunning enemies, yet he remained unfazed by this group. His position was not near the mountain path, and even if the enemy scoured the area inch by inch, they would not discover him and the fool. He was resolute in his belief that they would not encounter anyone of higher rank. As time ticked by, the enemy searching the bridge stumbled upon the corpses of the now-defunct motorcycle squad. Through the scope, Bai Luo watched as one soldier from their unit returned the way he came, likely to report back. He remained motionless, showing no intention of firing. Zhang Weiguo and Hu Zi had now crawled to the top of the dilapidated temple, astonished to find refugees hiding within. They had not anticipated the presence of others. "Quickly, flee deeper into the mountains, the enemy is approaching," Zhang Weiguo urged, stepping inside the broken temple. "Commander, the enemy is merely passing through, they won't ascend the mountain, will they?" A man, approximately 60 years old, stood and responded to Zhang Weiguo's warning. Frustrated and anxious, Zhang Weiguo knew that facing mechanized forces across the river, the bridge could not withstand the weight, and the enemy would surely deploy engineers. This location was the only advantageous position. Without a doubt, during the engineers' operations, the enemy commander would send men to scout this area to ensure the stability of their work. After arguing with the refugees for a few minutes, Zhang Weiguo, realizing he could not convince them, ceased the debate. He had done all he could, their fate was their own. He swiftly exited the temple to assess the situation, only to have Hu Zi rush in. "Commander, a squad of enemies is already ascending the mountain." At this, Zhang Weiguo had yet to respond when the refugees erupted in panic, rushing towards the temple's exit to peer down the mountain. Indeed, a squad of enemies was climbing the narrow path, prompting the refugees to dash back inside the temple, hastily gathering their belongings to flee into the woods behind. Zhang Weiguo chuckled in exasperation and said nothing further. "Commander, we should retreat as well." Zhang Weiguo scanned the area but did not spot the two children. He nodded in agreement and made his way towards the rear mountain. Meanwhile, Bai Luo remained quietly hidden in the grass, seamlessly blending with the surrounding dry foliage under the cover of his camouflage net. The advancing enemy soldiers were of no concern to him. A skilled sniper must possess ample patience. Bai Luo was prepared to wait out the enemy, but one piece of news brought him joy. The newly opened route, aimed at expediting the engineers' work, was constructed alongside the stone bridge. Even if he did not see an enemy commander of general rank, Bai Luo could detonate the explosives, rendering the enemy's efforts futile. If fortune favored him, he might even take out a tank or two. It was worth noting that Bai Luo had concealed a substantial amount of C4, 20 kilograms, to be precise. This thought lifted his previously gloomy spirits. An hour later, observing that the enemy engineers had completed a significant portion of their work, he could not help but admire their speed. At this rate, they would likely finish within the next hour, allowing the enemy to pass normally. Glancing at his wrist, he noted the time displayed on his waterproof military watch, a prize from the systems store, indicating it was already. Yet, the sky remained overcast. It would not be long before snow began to fall. Chapter 49. Bridge Explosion 2. At this moment, the enemy forces on the mountain had indeed failed to detect the presence of Bai Luo and the foolish girl. Instead, they were following the traces left by the fleeing refugees. Once they ensured the area was clear, they did not leave any personnel to guard, as they were also tasked with scouting a 3-kilometer radius. Upon reaching the back mountain, the enemy troops split into two teams. One pursued the group of refugees, while the other descended to continue their reconnaissance. Bai Luo watched as the enemy soldiers across the stone bridge began to light a fire to prepare their meal. He exchanged some food from the system shop to quell his hunger, while the foolish girl beside him felt her stomach rumble. Bai Luo chewed slowly on the beef jerky in his hand, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the scope, anxious not to miss the enemy commander. As time ticked by, a military jeep command vehicle slowly emerged from behind a tank. Upon seeing this, Bai Luo immediately dropped the beef jerky, wiped his hands on his clothes, and carefully aimed his weapon for a closer inspection. Xiao Yulang, having just finished his meal, grew restless upon hearing no news of the road being cleared ahead. The Lightning War plan had been devised by him personally, aimed at swiftly capturing Yuan County and forming a pincer movement with the This would compel the Blue Party forces in Chang City to retreat. Should they choose to hold their ground, they would find themselves encircled and annihilated. As for the Red Party forces in nearby Huang City, he had received reports of only 2 regiments of troops, and a single battalion could easily obliterate them. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Yulang glanced at his watch and urged the driver to accelerate. He was eager to ascertain the progress of the engineering operations. If the Blue Party discovered this was not a scenario he wished to encounter. Through the scope, as the military off-road vehicle drew closer, Bai Luo became increasingly convinced that a high-ranking official was arriving. The group of enemy officers dining at the bridgehead had already risen to receive the newcomer. A slight smile crept onto Bai Luo's lips as he thought, finally, a big fish has arrived. Even if he is not the commander, he must be a high-ranking officer. Bai Luo adjusted his aim to track the approaching vehicle, which halted just over 20 meters from the bridge. The door swung open, revealing a young enemy officer clad in a military overcoat stepping out of the jeep. Major General, Bai Luo murmured to himself. Realizing this was the target. He disengaged the safety and aimed the suspected enemy commander's head. However, a row of enemy officers obstructed his line of fire, leaving Bai Luo uncertain whether the bullet could pass through and still eliminate the Major General. Bai Luo remained calm. Before long, the Major General stepped out of the crowd and approached the bridge, likely to inspect the progress of the work. The moment the enemy Major General was fully exposed to Bai Luo's sights, he decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet sliced through the frigid air, accurately striking the Major General's head. Without pausing, Bai Luo swiftly adjusted his aim and began to take down the surrounding enemy officers, starting with the closest one, a colonel. The sound of gunfire echoed, and as Bai Luo entered the magazine, chaos erupted among the enemy ranks. A crowd of enemies had gathered around the spot where their commander had fallen. Observing the nearly completed emergency bridge, Bai Luo murmured, "Goodbye," and pressed the detonator. In the next moment, a deafening explosion resonated. The stone bridge and the enemy's makeshift structure collapsed in an instant, the shockwave and flying debris reducing the enemy engineers and those nearby to mere remnants. Satisfied with the outcome, Bai Luo quickly gathered the spent shell casings and erased any traces left behind, hastily retreating with the foolish girl. The enemy across the way was sure to go into a frenzy, turning the surrounding The violent explosion also caught the attention of Zhang Weigua and Tiger, who were currently engaged in a firefight with the enemy troops that had followed the refugees' tracks. As the sound of the explosion reached them, both sides momentarily ceased fire. Upon hearing the blast, the enemy squad leader's expression shifted, abandoning thoughts of capturing the Blue Party commander and quickly retreating with the remaining 10 soldiers. Zhang Weigua felt a nagging suspicion in his mind. Could it be that someone had blown up the bridge? Bai Luo had scarcely crossed the temple and trekked a short distance down the mountain when he noticed the detection radar indicating the presence of enemy troops 1,000 meters ahead. He recognized them as the ones who had previously searched the mountain but did not pause his advance. A mere 10 enemies were of no concern to him. Continuing forward, he and the foolish girl took cover behind a nearby rock when they were less than 200 meters away from the enemy. The muzzle of his MXC assault rifle peeked out slightly. A minute later, a group of enemy soldiers materialized in Bai Luo's sights. Without granting the enemy any time to react, both Bai Luo and the foolish girl opened fire simultaneously. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the 10 or so enemy soldiers fell before they could even fire a shot. Ignoring the fallen enemy's equipment, the duo continued their flight down the mountain. In less than 20 minutes, Bailuo spotted Zhang Weiguo and Tiger. Bailuo was not surprised to find them there. This group of enemy soldiers had essentially been drawn in by their presence. Hearing the commotion behind them, Zhang Weiguo and Tiger immediately turned to aim their weapons backward. Bailuo swiftly raised his gun, and upon recognizing the two children who had previously aided them, Zhang Weiguo was taken aback. Had they not been ahead of them, how had they ended up behind? Nevertheless, he quickly relaxed his weapon. Seeing them lower their guns, Bailuo also cradled his weapon and continued forward. Zhang Weiguo was about to speak when he noticed the two children did not acknowledge him, instead sprinting as if something were pursuing them. In the next moment, Zhang Weiguo recalled the previous explosion, and a thought suddenly struck him. Could these two children be responsible for it? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. How else could one explain the sudden appearance of the two children behind them when they had been ahead? Moreover, he had specifically kept an eye out for them on the mountain and had not seen them. Then he noticed the sniper rifle strapped to the foolish girl's back and recalled the inexplicable deaths of the enemy soldiers pursuing them. A realization dawned on him: they must have helped eliminate the threat. Suddenly, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Their pursuers were an enemy engineering regiment, and these two children had undoubtedly stirred up a hornet's nest. They were now the closest individuals to the swarm. Realizing this, Zhang Weiguo's face turned pale. He shouted at Tiger, who was still staring in astonishment at Bailuo and the foolish girl, "Run! Those two kids must have caused quite a commotion. If we don't run now, we'll be surrounded by an entire regiment." With that, Zhang Weiguo began to sprint for his life. Tiger, still trying to comprehend the situation, followed suit. Chapter 50. The enemy's explosive demise. As Zhang Weiguo had surmised, the enemy was now in utter disarray, akin to a camp in flames, with numerous high-ranking commanders meeting their demise at the hands of Bailuo's sniper fire. Those fortunate enough to evade Bailuo's aim were subsequently claimed by the ensuing explosions, positioned perilously close to the epicenter. A mere distance of less than 20 meters now defined the temporary command of the enemy division, currently helmed by a colonel who led an infantry regiment. Xiao Chuanpu found himself in a precarious situation, effectively elevated to the highest command of this division. The deputy division commander had been ousted back to the headquarters due to his opposition to the Blitzkrieg strategy, courtesy of the influential connections wielded by Xiao Yulang. Had a typical division commander fallen, he might have escaped unscathed. However, Xiao Yulang, being a member of the royal family, had sealed his fate. Yet, with resolute determination, Xiao Chuanpu insisted that his communications officer send a telegram to them. Following Xiao Chuanpu's command, all infantry disembarked from trucks and assembled rapidly. Over 1,000 cavalrymen led their horses and began fording the river. Upon reaching the opposite bank, they immediately surged forward in search of the assassin who had taken their division commander's life. Meanwhile, the darkening sky commenced to unleash a heavy snowfall, blanketing the ground in less than an hour with snow deep enough to cover their feet. Yet the snowfall showed no signs of abating, which inadvertently hampered the cavalry's speed. Bailuo, casting aside his white cloak, rose from the ground, evading yet another wave of reconnaissance aircraft. The foolish girl was similarly adorned, while Zhang Weiguo and Tiger had already been rescued twice by Bailuo, leaving their fates. Within the span of this hour, Bailuo and the foolish girl had traversed no less than 20 kilometers. Had the snow not continued to thicken, they might have covered even greater distances. Zhang Weiguo and Tiger had long since vanished from sight, having been outpaced by Bailuo and the foolish girl 40 minutes prior. Just as Bailuo stood and took a few steps, he quickly pulled the foolish girl down, using his cloak to camouflage themselves. Shortly thereafter, a troop of cavalry thundered down the dirt road from the side. As the sound of hooves grew increasingly louder, Bailuo turned his head slightly to observe a large contingent of enemy cavalry racing past, scarcely 200 meters away. A wave of frustration washed over him. The enemy would undoubtedly establish a blockade ahead, necessitating a change in direction. He resolved to head west. Two others shared his sentiments. When Bailuo encountered Zhang Weiguo and Tiger once more, the four exchanged glances, their intentions aligning. It was now past 6 in the evening, yet the snowfall showed no signs of relenting, significantly impeding the enemy's search efforts. Zhang Weiguo and Tiger had also evaded several waves of enemies, having witnessed the direction in which the enemy regiment had passed. After a brief discussion, the two decided to head west as well. As darkness enveloped the landscape, Zhang Weiguo sought a sheltered spot to escape the relentless snow and wind. They were utterly exhausted. The day's events had been overwhelmingly exhilarating. From dawn to dusk, they had either been engaged in combat with the enemy or fleeing from them. Just as Zhang Weiguo finally spotted a suitable location, he approached only to find Bai Luo and the foolish girl already watching him. Startled, he steadied himself and could not help but voice his exasperation at encountering these two misfortunate souls yet again. Since their first meeting earlier that day, he had scarcely found a moment to rest. Bai Luo had already detected their presence through his radar, yet chose to remain indifferent, surprised that they had managed to survive thus far. However, as the two drew nearer, he pondered whether they too had set their sights on his chosen resting place. True to his thoughts, 3 minutes later, they converged at the same spot. The location was a low earthen slope, barely 3 meters high, with a large tree that had fallen, compressing the earth on one side and creating a steep incline. Bai Luo utilized a spade to excavate a modestly spacious area beside the tilted tree, securing one end of a camouflage net to the tree while anchoring the other end to a wooden stake driven into the earthen wall. At that moment, 2 opportunists arrived. "Hey, brother, was that explosion you're doing? Did you blow up the bridge? The enemy outside has gone completely mad, killing at sight. Luckily, I managed to dodge them swiftly. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing me here," he said, unabashedly snatching dried beef from Bai Luo's hand and stuffing it into his mouth. "Indeed, it was destroyed," Bai Luo replied, unfazed by the theft, as he retrieved 2 bags of military biscuits from his backpack and offered them. Zhang Weiguo, too preoccupied to respond, eagerly accepted the biscuits. He and Tiger had spent the entire day on the run without a single bite to eat. After tearing open the packaging, the two wasted no time, stuffing the biscuits into their mouths, and when the foolish girl observed in astonishment, recognizing that she had encountered formidable opponents. Seeing that the two were engrossed in their meal, Bai Luo leaned against the earthen wall, closed his eyes, and began to review the information stored in his mind. Battle concluded. Host has eliminated 356 enemy troops, including 2 colonels, 6 lieutenant colonels, 3 majors, and 1 prince, gaining a total of 7,975 points, 5,000 points for royal members. Host has achieved a total of 1,600 enemy kills and 1,700 enemy kills. A special achievement has been triggered for eliminating royal family personnel. Reward: small automated artillery base. Note: small automated artillery base, effective strike range of 15 kilometers, with a caliber of 75 millimeters, composed of 3 M1897 field guns, akin to the Italian artillery used by the 2nd Battalion commander in the Sharp Sword. The range has been slightly enhanced. Please do not nitpick. Once deployed, the small automated artillery base cannot be retracted. Fully automated firing, capable of launching 30 shells per minute at a cost of 20 points per shell, with upgrade options available. After reviewing the system's explanation, Bai Luo felt a twinge of frustration. Although the artillery base was fully automated, once deployed, it could not be retracted. The deployment site needed careful consideration, and the cost of ammunition was exorbitant, 600 points for a full minute of firepower. Setting aside the dilemma of managing this small artillery position, he still possessed a small army of World War II equipment, which could be addressed later. For now, he needed to focus on escaping the enemy's search radius. As he closed the system interface and opened his eyes, he noticed that Zhang Weiguo and Tiger had nearly finished their meal, prompting him to ask, "Commander Zhang, where are you planning to head next?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Weiguo replied, "I intend to first venture westward to ascertain the location of my troops." "Did you truly blow up that bridge?" "Indeed, along with the enemy engineers," Bai Luo chuckled at the thought. Most of the enemy casualties were indeed engineers, as many had been stationed perilously close when he detonated the explosives. The group exchanged a few more words before settling down to rest, utterly worn out from the day's exertions. Chapter 51:2 Unfortunate Souls. As dawn broke the following day, Bai Luo stirred from her slumber. The previous night, Zhang Weiguo and Huzi had taken turns standing watch. After all, their provisions and shelter were provided by others, and it seemed rather inconsiderate to impose upon them further. Zhang Weiguo, in particular, felt a sense of dignity about the matter, noticing that the simpleton was still in deep sleep. Bai Luo quietly rose and ventured outside. To her relief, the snowfall had ceased, and upon inspecting the ground, she estimated the snow to be approximately 15 centimeters thick. She glanced at Hu Zi, who was still on watch, and gestured for him to come inside and rest. A quick look at the monitoring radar revealed no signs of enemy presence within its range. Yet, Bai Luo remained vigilant. After stretching her limbs, she retrieved her binoculars to survey the surrounding terrain, contemplating the best route for their journey. Ultimately, she resolved to head towards Jin City. The forest they found themselves in was not particularly vast, especially with a small river, over 2 meters wide. Bisecting it, the riverbed lay dry and desolate. Before long, the simpleton and Zhang Weiguo awoke and emerged to find Bai Luo examining the landscape. Zhang Weiguo approached her and exchanged greetings. Bai Luo pointed towards the forest ahead and said, "Let us prepare to explore the woods in front of us, with the intention of heading south." "And you too? Where do you plan to go?" Zhang Weiguo glanced at the dimly lit sky and then checked his watch, saying, "It is currently 5:30 a.m. Let Hu Zi rest for another half an hour, and then we shall continue westward, seeking out. Please keep these rations for the road." Zhang Weiguo accepted without hesitation, replying, Then, brother Bai Luo, may our paths cross again." From their conversation the previous day, Bai Luo could sense that Zhang Weiguo was a man of pure military spirit, harboring no significant bias against the Red Party. In his own words, had the Blue Party's equipment not been superior, he might have considered joining the Red Party, as the bureaucratic demeanor of the Blue Party left him quite uncomfortable. Bai Luo gestured to the simple-minded girl nearby, urging her to organize their gear. As he decided they should set off immediately, they walked along the riverbank for about half an hour, munching on beef jerky and sipping warm milk. With only the simple-minded girl beside him, Bai Luo did not feel the need to conceal his ability to produce food at any moment. He trusted her implicitly. As long as he instructed her not to disclose anything to others, she could keep secrets even from her aunt. Of course, this was also because she was easily misled and not particularly bright. If he told her it was magic, she would naively believe him and never question where the food came from. All she cared about was that there was something to eat. The rest was of no concern to her. Bai Luo looked up at the overcast sky, remarking, "With this weather, it seems like the snow will continue." Before he could finish his thought, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Bai Luo grimaced, cursing his own foreboding words. He and the simple-minded girl had donned waterproof shoe covers, otherwise, their feet would be uncomfortably damp in the winter chill. After finishing their meal, they proceeded towards the edge of the forest. Suddenly, his mental radar detected over 10 enemy markers. Noticing their advancing direction seemed to be toward them, he signaled the simple-minded girl to halt. After waiting a moment and confirming no additional enemy appeared from behind, Bai Luo led her to sidestep the enemy's path. The two of them crouched behind a tree, quietly awaiting the enemy's approach. However, before the enemy could come close, the sound of a signal flare exploded through the forest. Through the gaps in the branches, Bai Luo saw it was a signal flare from the west of the forest. He muttered in dismay, hoping it wasn't those two unfortunate souls again. The enemy, over 200 meters away, noticed the flare and began to run northwest. Seeing the prize slipping away, Bai Luo swiftly raised his rifle. Ding ding! After removing the nearly depleted magazine, he replaced it with a full one and hurriedly made his way toward the signal flare with the simple-minded girl. If it truly was those two, this Captain Zhang ought to go to the temple and burn some incense. His luck was indeed unmatched. In just over 10 minutes, propelled by their extraordinary physical prowess, Bai Luo's radar indicated a large cluster of red dots, approximately 500 in number. After running a bit further, he finally spotted 2 blue dots on his radar. Unable to contain himself, Bai Luo scoffed. It was indeed his 2 brothers. However, they were currently running north, evidently wishing to avoid leading the enemy toward Bai Luo. Bai Luo held them in high regard and, believing in the virtue of helping whenever possible, thought of the enemy's lives as mere. As he ran, Bai Luo began to lay traps and directional mines, commonly known as Qijian mines. After marking the locations, he reminded the simple-minded girl to stay close to his footsteps, and the two quickly pursued northward, as the number of enemies continued to swell. Bailuo could already see the enemy beginning to form an encirclement. Spotting the enemy's backs from a distance of 200 meters, Bailuo removed his suppressor. The two of them then opened fire on the unsuspecting foes before them. Bang 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 bang, zed 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 zed. With the sound of their gunfire, over 10 enemies fell to the ground in an instant. The pursuing enemies quickly realized they were under attack from behind and hastily took cover. The last few enemies turned to retaliate, while the remaining ones continued their pursuit into the northern woods. Bailuo found their dismissiveness amusing, prompting him to halt his advance and begin precise targeting, dispatching each enemy lying on the ground with a headshot. The enemy, surprised by Bailuo's accuracy, quickly sought refuge behind trees. Noticing that over 20 enemies were hiding behind the trees, Bailuo took out the M200 intervention sniper rifle, which he had never used before. He loaded a magazine, chambered a round, and aimed at the tree sheltering the enemy. Boom! The deafening gunshot echoed, sending the enemy hiding behind the targeted tree flying. Bailuo continued to chamber another round, aiming for the next target. With the armor-piercing rounds, no tree could withstand the devastating force of their 408 caliber bullets. After depleting the first magazine, the remaining enemies realized that taking cover behind trees was futile against the incoming bullets. They scrambled from their positions, charging toward Bailuo in a desperate attempt to close the distance. Bailuo silently admired their combat training, but it did not prevent him from sending this group of foes back to their homeland. Bang 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 bang, zed 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 zed. With the synchronized efforts of Bailuo and the simple-minded girl, the enemy could barely endure for 2 minutes. He swiftly planted a few more traps beneath some of the fallen enemies and continued to pursue the remaining foes ahead. Chapter 52, The Two Unfortunate Souls. When the enemy was once again ambushed from behind by Bailuo, they began to realize that those behind them were not to be underestimated. Damn it! Matsumoto Kentai cursed vehemently. Having been attacked twice from behind, his squad had suffered considerable casualties, with at least 40 of his soldiers laid low before his eyes. He hastily rallied the remaining 100 men to mount a counterattack. On Bailuo's side, he noticed that over 100 enemies had halted to obstruct him and the foolish girl. With their superior physical prowess, it was exceedingly difficult for the enemy to lock onto Bailuo and the girl's figures, especially as they were cloaked in white capes, making it easy for the enemy to misfire in confusion. Gradually, Matsumoto Kentai sensed something amiss. The retaliatory fire from his side was dwindling. Surveying the remnants of his troops, now fewer than 50, panic began to set in, prompting him to gather his soldiers and call for reinforcements. At this moment, Zhang Weigua and Huzi were each gasping for breath, hiding behind trees. "Commander, did you hear the gunfire behind the enemy just now?" Zhang Weigua nodded and replied, "It must be Bailuo and his companion. Otherwise, I cannot fathom who else would dare come to our aid in this desolate place." Their misfortune was palpable. They had scarcely ventured westward when they encountered an enemy squad. Initially intending to stealthily circumvent this group, they unexpectedly stumbled upon another, nearly colliding face to face. With no choice but to fight while retreating into the woods, they were caught off guard when the enemy brazenly fired a signal flare, causing a swarm of reinforcements to converge upon them. As they neared their breaking point, the enemy pursuing them closely was suddenly ambushed from behind, granting them a brief respite. Seizing the opportunity before the encircling foes could close in, the two men took cover behind a tree to catch their breath. "Huzi, we must continue heading north. Bailuo is buying us time against the pursuing enemies. We cannot squander the opportunity he has created for us. From the sound of it, the enemy fire behind is weakening. Should we not regroup with them? With only 4 of us combined, we would achieve little. Instead, we would merely offer the enemy the chance to surround us. Let us go, continue our retreat northward." With that, Zhang Weigua took the lead and dashed away. Upon receiving Matsumoto Kentai's distress call, the enemy quickly dispatched a small squad from both the east and west flanks. The remaining enemy squad pursuing Zhang Weigua turned back as well. Now, instead of being chased by nearly 500 soldiers, Zhang Weigua found himself pursued by fewer than 50, as the rest converged towards Bailuo. Observing this shift through his radar, Bailuo signaled for the foolish girl to slowly withdraw. Matsumoto, noticing the two were retreating, chuckled sinisterly and commanded his men to pursue and hinder them. He not only informed another squad but also alerted the division headquarters, prompting more troops to rush to their aid. Bai Luo, sensing the enemy's intent to delay them, chuckled at their NAV strategy. He had strategically placed numerous minefields in the forest, and he was aware that a division was stationed nearby. There was no way he would allow these small fry to impede his progress. Realizing that the 2 blue dots on his radar had vanished, he immediately urged the girl to retreat at full speed. Matsumoto Kentai, taken aback by the sudden disappearance of his quarry, hastened his men to accelerate their pursuit. However, the next moment, he tripped over something, and before he could comprehend what had ensnared him, an explosion erupted, plunging him into darkness. The soldiers pursuing him fared no better, particularly one squad inadvertently triggered a directional mine set about a meter off the ground, instantly turning them into a sieve with over 700 steel balls. This sight left the remaining enemy soldiers paralyzed with fear, too terrified to advance another step. The captain of another enemy squad, Liang Chuanjian, felt his scalp prickle at the horror of such mines appearing on the battlefield. However, he had no time to ponder the implications and promptly reported to division headquarters, requesting artillery support. If they employed mortars within the woods, they risked injuring their own troops. They could only order the artillery units stationed in the forest to commence bombardment. Shortly thereafter, the division headquarters consented to the shelling and inquired about the coordinates. Liang Chuanjian swiftly relayed the calculated coordinates to the headquarters. As Bai Luo and the foolish girl maneuvered quickly through the woods, a sharp wail filled the air. Bai Luo's expression changed, and he immediately threw himself down, pulling the girl along as they rolled behind a nearby tree. An explosion resonated 100 meters behind them, prompting Bai Luo to curse the enemy for their lack of honor before urging the girl to continue running. However, instead of heading south, they cleverly veered westward. With the first shell detonating, a barrage of artillery followed, the sounds of explosions resounding relentlessly behind them. The enemy seemed intent on obliterating the forest. Bai Luo and the girl dared not slow their pace, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the movements depicted on his radar. Indeed, the west was devoid of enemy presence, likely having been drawn away by Zhang Weigua and Huzi. After sprinting for approximately 5 more minutes, they finally burst forth from the woods. Beyond the forest lay a vast plain, yet in the distance, a larger, denser thicket loomed. Neither Bai Luo nor the girl dared to pause, sprinting desperately forward. However, as they entered the overgrown expanse, Bai Luo soon found himself regretting their decision. The snow was too deep, and the underbrush severely hampered their speed. With no other recourse, they raced along a narrow path cleared of vegetation. They could only pray that the enemy's bombardment would persist long enough to afford them more time to escape. Yet fate was not on their side. Ominous rumblings echoed from the sky. Damn it, Bai Luo cursed, exasperated by the enemy's audacity to fly aircraft despite the heavy snowfall. As the roar grew ever nearer, Bai Luo retrieved the Vanguard for portable air defense missile from his gear, muttering, "Does he take me for a fool?" He activated the infrared thermal imaging system, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he searched for the aircraft. However, after a prolonged search, he could only hear the distant roar of the engines, unable to spot the plane due to the heavy snowfall. As the sound fluctuated in proximity, he surmised that it might not be headed his way. He quickly stowed the missile and resumed his flight, unaware that the aircraft was conducting aerial reconnaissance over the recently shelled woods, moving from south to north. Whether it was luck for the pilot or for Bai Luo, the heavy snowfall obscured their visibility, allowing both parties to narrowly miss each other. Chapter 53, Arrival at Jinshi. Preparing to blow up the Japanese camp. Bai Luo had been sprinting down this narrow path for nearly 2 hours. At the end of the path lay an abandoned village, where approximately 100 earthen houses had mostly collapsed, clearly having been deserted for a considerable. Bai Luo raised the binoculars in his hand and stood atop the highest courtyard wall in the village, scanning the road from which they had come. Perhaps it was due to the heavy snow blanketing their footprints, or it could be that the Japanese had not realized they had escaped from the forest to the west. Through the binoculars, Bai Luo discerned no signs of pursuing enemies. It seems we have eluded the Japanese, he mused to himself. He glanced towards the dense forest behind the village. Perhaps because of the snowfall, the entire woodland was eerily silent, the thick and towering trees rendering the interior foreboding, akin to an abyss ready to consume lives at any moment. Bai Luo deemed it unnecessary to venture inside, planning to skirt the edge of the forest when they set off in the afternoon, for who could fathom the true expanse of this woodland. Packing away the binoculars, Bai Luo leaped down from the courtyard wall, where Xiaoyu had already found a house and kindled a fire within. She was currently gnawing on the chicken legs and buns Bai Luo had purchased from the market. Bai Luo activated the system and opened the battle settlement interface. Battle concluded. Host has eliminated 128 Japanese soldiers, including a special kill of one lieutenant, earning 690 points. Host has achieved the milestones of slaying 1,800 and 1,900 enemies. Combined rewards: 1 XM556 portable Gatling gun and 2 backpacks containing 2,000 rounds of ammunition each. Bai Luo smiled. Xiaoyu's second weapon had arrived. After a simple meal, Bai Luo exchanged 2 sets of snow combat uniforms from the system. These white uniforms not only provided warmth, but also rendered them less conspicuous against the snow-covered terrain. He also procured 2 pairs of snow tactical skateboards, intending to teach Xiaoyu how to use them while on the move. This equipment was particularly suited for traversing the deep snow. In the future, Bai Luo had trained in the army to maneuver with skateboards for tactical infiltration and assault operations. Xiaoyu was intrigued by the skateboards, resembling a child who had just received a toy. Though her intelligence was not particularly high, she picked up the use of the skateboard quickly, as it primarily tested physical coordination. As they journeyed while learning, Xiaoyu had made significant progress. Without a map, Bai Luo relied solely on his compass to ascertain their direction, content as long as they maintained the correct general heading. Setting aside his thoughts, Bai Luo and Xiaoyu glided swiftly along the forest's edge. The forest seemed endless. They had been skating alongside it for nearly 3 hours, and still, the end was nowhere in sight. 3 days later, Bai Luo gazed at a small village across the way, with smoke rising from its chimneys, tears streaming down his face. Finally, they had reached a populated area. For 3 days, they had traveled by day and camped by night, and now they had finally circumvented the cursed forest. After changing out of their gear and disguising themselves as ordinary villagers, Bai Luo and Xiaoyu made their way towards the nearby village. Upon entering, Bai Luo learned that they had strayed slightly off course, but not by much. They were merely 2 days' journey from Jinshi. Bai Luo's objective for traveling to Jinshi was straightforward: to return to Haishar. Haishar was his promised land, free from the threat of bombardments or aerial assaults, and teeming with Japanese spies. Moreover, he had an automated artillery base in his system space that he intended to study upon his return. The train ride back from Jinshi would take just over a day. However, given that Jinshi had recently fallen, Bai Luo was uncertain whether the train station was operational, yet he wished to take a chance. Without lingering, Bai Luo and Xiaoyu followed the villagers' directions and found the main road leading to Jinshi. Along the way, they encountered civilians returning to Jinshi from the countryside to escape the war. From some well-informed merchants, they learned that the Japanese had not stationed many troops in Jinshi. Bai Luo had already surmised this, having encountered an entire division on the road to Jinshi. It was evident that the Japanese had not left a substantial force in the city. At 1 p.m. Bai Luo and Xiaoyu returned to Jinshi, accompanied by the returning villagers. The remnants of war were still evident everywhere. Many residents were repairing and rebuilding damaged homes. Upon entering the city, they observed that a section of the city wall had crumbled significantly, bearing testament to the ferocity of the recent battles. The brick walls in the alleys were pockmarked with countless bullet holes, and some courtyard walls still bore dark stains of blood. At the train station ticket counter, Bai Luo and Xiaoyu learned that passenger trains to Haishar had resumed. After purchasing tickets for the train to Haishar the following day, Bai Luo led Xiaoyu toward the Japanese garrison located in the eastern part of the city. He intended to stir up some trouble for the Little Devils. Adjacent to the eastern garrison, there was once a grand estate belonging to a wealthy landowner, now appropriated by the Japanese as a temporary base. Due to Bai Luo's youthful appearance, he attracted little attention from the Japanese soldiers. After circling the area twice, he used the radar in his mind to detect that approximately 500 Japanese soldiers from 2 companies were stationed there. Within the estate, around 80 soldiers were present, while the rest camped in the adjacent open space. A patrol team of 6 men made rounds every half hour. Having gathered sufficient information, Bai Luo decided to return that night. After dinner, he quietly took Sharnu to a concealed position not far from the Japanese garrison and lay in wait. Around 11 p.m., the Japanese tents in the open area were shrouded in darkness, save for a few searchlights at the entrance. Dressed in black combat attire, Bailuo instructed Sharnu to remain behind while he stealthily scaled the courtyard wall. Surveying the surroundings, he saw no sentries. He slipped into one of the rooms, discovering it to be a storage area. Bailuo retrieved a C4 explosive from his pack and affixed it beneath a table. After cautiously opening the door and checking for patrols, he slipped out undetected. He continued this pattern, moving through several rooms, encountering Japanese soldiers along the way, whom he dispatched silently without discovering anything of value. He then made his way to the rear courtyard, where 2 rooms were still lit, staying close to the wall to avoid detection. Bailuo confirmed through the radar that one of the rooms was unoccupied. He approached the door, preparing to pick the lock. This was the first locked room he had encountered since entering the estate. In less than 10 seconds, he heard a barely audible click as the lock yielded effortlessly, and he stepped inside. Although the room was small, it was filled with boxes. To his astonishment, Bailuo found approximately 30 to 40 crates containing 97 type mortar shells, along with 5 boxes of Japanese hand grenades. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. He hastily stored everything in his space, quickly clearing the room of its contents without even bothering to leave behind the C4 explosives. After quietly closing the door, he proceeded to the next room, where over 10 Japanese soldiers were housed, likely guarding the munitions. It remained a mystery why there were no sentries at the entrance. Perhaps the Japanese believed no one would dare to steal munitions from their garrison. Hearing faint noises from within, Bailuo deduced that not all of the soldiers were asleep. To minimize exposure, he placed 2 C4 explosives at the door and window before moving on. The next room still had its lights on. Peering through the window, Bailuo saw that it was a telegraph office, occupied by 6 Japanese soldiers and 2 radio sets. The lieutenant within appeared to be the commanding officer of the station troops. Bailuo was uncertain he could eliminate all 6 in an instant, especially with over 10 more soldiers nearby who could easily be alerted by any disturbance. He quietly retreated, planting a few C4 explosives in inconspicuous corners. Upon reaching the opposite wall, he was about to scale it when he noticed a small door at the corner of the wall. Driven by curiosity, Bailuo decided to investigate. Chapter 54, Encounter with the Enemy Samurai, Assault on the Japanese Garrison in Jincheng. Bailuo approached, his mind racing with thoughts as he noticed a small door ajar. Could it possibly be a back entrance? As he reached the threshold and gently pushed the door open, an inexplicable sensation of dread washed over him, sending a chill down his spine and raising the hairs on his body. He instinctively recoiled, and in that very instant, a glimmering blade sliced through the air before him, making him acutely aware that had he hesitated a moment longer, he might have lost his nose. Cold sweat poured down his brow as his mental radar failed to register any presence of Japanese soldiers, nor did he hear any sound of breathing. Had he known that his body was enhanced to detect even the slightest movements within a 20-meter radius, he would have felt more secure. Yet, the assailant inside granted him no time for contemplation. Following an unsuccessful strike, another blade lunged forth through the narrow opening of the door, aimed directly at his chest. Bailuo evaded the thrust by sidestepping, instead pressing forward to close the distance, determined to dispatch his foe with utmost swiftness. He knew that lingering too long could attract unwanted attention, potentially leading to another frantic escape from the enemy. With his left hand, he seized the wrist of the assailant, gripping the hilt, exerting force to pull both man and blade towards him, denying any opportunity for a horizontal counterattack. Simultaneously, his right hand shot forward towards the assailant's face while his left knee propelled upward with fierce intent. A faint, ominous crack echoed, reminiscent of an egg shattering. Through the dim light filtering in from the door's crevice, he discerned the figure of a man, only slightly shorter than himself, whose face flushed crimson in the confrontation. Before the man could utter a sound, his throat was firmly grasped by the right hand, and with the advantage of a physical prowess rated at 2.7, the assailant effortlessly crushed the throat of the man opposite him. He gently retrieved the knife from the man's hand and slowly placed the lifeless body on the ground. Bai Luo took out a night vision device from the side pouch at his waist and affixed it to the helmet's flip mechanism. He flipped it down in front of his eyes, activated the switch, and began to survey the room through the night vision goggles. It was only then that Bai Luo realized the prickling sensation he had felt earlier was indeed a sense of danger. Lowering his gaze to the man he had just laid on the ground, he noted that the individual was quite short, dressed in the garb of a minor warrior. However, he was wearing Japanese Showa 5 military boots, presumably to guard against the cold. Bai Luo had to admit that this Japanese soldier was adept at concealing his presence, nearly catching him off guard. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one else was present, he let out a sigh of relief. This appeared to be a warehouse. There were no windows, only a small door. Inside, he noticed 6 large boxes. Approaching, he casually opened one, and in the blink of an eye, his eyes widened as he discovered it was filled to the brim with gold jewelry and other valuables. He hastily opened another box beside it, which also contained gold, but this time it was all in the form of gold bars. Upon opening all 5 boxes, he found a total of 5 boxes of gold and 1 box of paintings. Turning his attention to the assortment of jars and bottles on the nearby table, he realized they were all antique porcelain. It dawned on him that the man he had slain was likely not a soldier, but rather a Japanese merchant or their hired muscle, engaged in smuggling these treasures back for the Japanese. No wonder his detection radar had remained silent. Bai Luo felt a pang of resentment, planning to target the Japanese Merchant Guild upon his return to Haishai. In certain matters, they were even more despicable than the Japanese themselves. He stored all the items in his personal space, exited the concealed warehouse, and secured the door before scaling the surrounding wall. One side of the Japanese encampment was constructed against the courtyard wall. Bai Luo easily infiltrated the compound, this time exercising caution, fearful of encountering another blade unexpectedly. He placed C4 explosives outside the tents, of which there were over 40, but after circling the area, he found no army, leaving him feeling somewhat short-changed. After planting the explosives, he retraced his steps, avoiding the other directions where searchlights would easily reveal him. On his return, he unexpectedly encountered a Japanese soldier emerging to relieve himself, whom he swiftly dispatched by snapping his neck. 5 minutes later, Bai Luo returned to the side of the foolish girl, signaling her to retreat. Given the presence of Japanese forces in the area, no local residents dared to inhabit this vicinity. Those who did likely belonged to the ranks of sycophants and traitors. Bai Luo was not concerned about collateral damage. Instead, he hurriedly led the girl back to a distance of 1,000 meters, the outer limit for remote detonation. Once there, he took cover behind a seemingly sturdy wall. Bai Luo was uncertain of the explosive's power. He had deployed an excessive amount of C4, each weighing about a pound, totaling nearly 100 pieces. He retrieved the detonator and pressed the switch. In the next moment, a series of resounding bangs echoed, the dull thud of massive explosions reverberating continuously, illuminating half of the night sky over Jincheng with fiery brilliance. Even from 1,000 meters away, Bai Luo felt the intense vibrations, the shockwave sweeping away the accumulated snow within a radius of 500 meters around the Japanese encampment. His ears buzzed painfully, and he shook his head, while the foolish girl beside him patted her head, seemingly attempting to dispel the irritating noise. Some intrepid residents of Jincheng ventured out to peek at the spectacle. Bai Luo returned to the site of the Japanese encampment to assess the aftermath of the explosions. Upon arrival, he found the entire encampment reduced to ruins, the grand estate flattened to the ground. Amidst the debris, a few fortunate Japanese soldiers had survived, albeit missing limbs, moaning in agony, yet from the gruesome state they were in, it was clear their time was short. Bai Luo meticulously scanned the area with his detection radar, executing the fallen soldiers with precision. After all, the dead Japanese were the only good Japanese. At that moment, a thought struck him. Aside from the train station, was there another squad of Japanese soldiers? Were all the others concentrated here? Could he single-handedly liberate Jincheng? Without a moment's hesitation, he considered the small group at the train station would surely rush over upon hearing the explosions. He concealed himself by the roadside and awaited their arrival. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, 2 Japanese trucks approached, Bai Luo expertly placed for directional mines on either side of the street. When the trucks entered the ambush zone, he decisively detonated them, resulting in a series of explosions that echoed through the AIR.IN the next instant. Nearly 3,000 steel balls, propelled by the shockwaves of the blasts, rained down upon the two trucks, eliciting the anguished cries of the wounded Japanese that reverberated throughout the street. Bailuo peered from the alley, tossing 2 grenades into the truck beds. Following the deafening explosions, the Japanese cries abruptly ceased. Scanning with his detection radar, he discovered that one of the trucks still housed a living soldier in the driver's cabin. With a mischievous smirk, he tossed in another grenade. After a resounding bang, as Bailuo prepared to leave, he noticed in his mind that the soldier was still alive. Doubting the situation, he turned back and threw in another grenade, but even after the explosion, the soldier's symbol remained on his radar. Is it really that hard to kill? Bailuo muttered to himself. He approached the truck door, retrieved another grenade, and with a decisive click, pulled the pin, ready to toss it inside. At that moment, a gunshot rang out from the cabin, prompting Bailuo to swiftly evade to the side while simultaneously throwing in the grenade. However, the soldier's symbol had vanished from the detection radar. So it was a suicide, not a gunshot aimed at him. After the final grenade detonated, taking advantage of the absence of witnesses, Bailuo collected all usable firearms. Chapter 55, Encounter with a Red Party Infiltration Team. The news of the explosion that occurred on the enemy's side last night had already spread throughout the city by the following morning. Hey, have you heard? That group of little devils in the east of the city were all blown to bits last night. How could I not know? My house is close to the east side. The blast shattered my windows. I heard from my neighbor's dog that he sneaked over to take a look, and the devils were reduced to mere fragments. Serves them right. I wonder who did it. It's truly satisfying. I heard it was the guerrillas from outside who snuck in to carry out the attack. That's not right. Bailuo stood on the platform of the train station, listening to the surrounding discussions, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. The speculations were wildly varied, with one older man even suggesting that the devils had failed a trial of sorts. It was beyond him how such an idea had come to be. Last night, he had casually found a place to stay with the silly girl, taking the opportunity to organize the items within his personal space. He had also claimed the rewards from the battle settlement interface. Battle concluded. The host has killed 518 Japanese soldiers, including one special kill of a lieutenant, one major, and one master of high-level swordsmanship, earning 240 points. The host has accomplished the achievements of slaying 2,000 and 200 enemies. Combined reward, intermediate piloting skills for aircraft from the World War II era. After claiming the rewards, a wealth of experience in piloting aircraft from that period flooded his mind, akin to having piloted a fighter plane himself, with his body infused with the muscle memory of various flying and combat techniques. Despite having experienced this phenomenon numerous times before, he could not help but marvel at the wonders of the system. About 10 minutes later, the train bound for Haisha slowly pulled into the station. The two entered the carriage and found their seats. Bailuo's points had nearly reached 20,000, and as he pondered how to best utilize them, he noticed on his mental radar 5 Blue Party members and 3 Red Party members. Judging by their trajectories, they were also aboard this train to Haisha, though he was uncertain if they would disembark along the way. Not wanting to dwell further, Bailuo closed his eyes, feigning sleep to rest, as he had not had much sleep the previous night. When he opened his eyes again, his mental radar indicated that one of the 3 Red Party members was seated directly across from him. Bailuo thought to himself how fortuitous this was and glanced at the 5 Blue Party members. They were quite dispersed, each in different carriages. He scrutinized the man in front of him, who appeared to be in his 40s, dressed like a teacher in a dark blue long coat, with glasses perched on his nose. He exuded a gentle demeanor, his complexion not overly fair, and his neatly groomed mustache added to his composed appearance. He was engrossed in a book, and the calluses on his hands suggested he did not handle firearms frequently. The callus on his right index finger was particularly pronounced, indicating that his penmanship was likely superior to his marksmanship. Qixing sensed someone staring at him and slightly lifted his gaze to scan the surroundings. He soon realized it was the young boy across from him, who had observed him closely when he first sat down. A strikingly handsome lad with a fair complexion. Despite his youth, he lacked the plump cheeks typical of affluent children, and his facial features were already well-defined, hinting at a future that would surely attract many admirers. His neatly trimmed hair lent him an air of vitality, and though his attire was modest, it was evident he hailed from a wealthy family. A nearby girl, around 17 or 18, sported a bun hairstyle, her cheeks flushed and glistening. Her long eyelashes graced her eyelids, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled captivatingly, clad in a floral jacket that made her both pretty and charming. One wondered which parents would allow their children such freedom to venture out alone. Qixing contemplated that if these children needed assistance during their journey, he could offer them some care. Noticing Bai Luo's gaze upon him, Qixing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He lifted his head, closed his book, and addressed the boy across from him. "Little friend, do you wish to read this book?" he asked, raising the book slightly as a gesture. Bai Luo realized his scrutiny had been noticed but felt no panic, responding casually, "No, thank you, uncle, you may read it." "Uncle, and where might you be headed?" Bai Luo inquired further. "I am going to Haishur to visit a relative." "Where are you headed, little friend?" Qixing countered. "Then it seems we share the same destination. I am accompanying my sister to Haishur to visit relatives as well." Thus, a conversation blossomed between the two. Perhaps Qixing perceived the boy as harmless and was less vigilant, allowing Bai Luo to extract a fair amount of information, though the veracity of such details remained uncertain. Upon the train's arrival at Hangzhou Station, 3 of the Blue Party members disembarked, along with numerous other passengers from their carriage. After Bai Luo returned from a restroom break, he noticed another Red Party member had taken a seat next to Qixing, a robust man in his 30s, with a square jaw and defined features, standing over 6 feet tall. His clothing appeared strained against his physique, and his slightly tanned skin exuded an air of resilience. Despite the evident care taken to smooth out his calluses, it was clear he was adept with firearms, radiating a strong military presence even in civilian attire, his posture instinctively erect. Bai Luo considered that such a person could easily attract the attention of enemy spies in Shanghai, and he resolved to alert both him and Qixing. Returning to his seat, Bai Luo fixed an unwavering gaze upon the sturdy man. His unabashed scrutiny immediately drew Qixing and Zhang Hu's attention. Zhang Hu felt a shiver run down his spine, pondering who this child was to stare so intently at a stranger. Unable to endure, he shot Bai Luo a glare, hoping to intimidate the boy. However, Bai Luo was unfazed and continued to appraise Zhang Hu. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Hu exclaimed, "Kid, why are you staring at me? Do you want a beating?" Bai Luo, undeterred by Zhang Hu's threatening tone, replied calmly, "Uncle, where are you headed? To Haishur." "How do you know?" "That's not your concern. Keep staring, and I might just hit you," Zhang Hu retorted, regretting his words as they slipped out. He reasoned that since the boy was merely a child, it shouldn't be a significant issue. Meanwhile, Qixing felt a sense of embarrassment creeping over him, thinking to himself that Zhang Hu was utterly devoid of common sense. Given that the next stop was Haishur, which was also the final destination, it was clear that remaining on the train meant they were indeed heading there. Zhang Hu's furious response to being questioned about his destination would only raise suspicions if a spy were to overhear. Bai Luo sighed inwardly, contemplating whether someone like Zhang Hu could truly navigate Haishur successfully. Nevertheless, he spoke up, "Uncle, you were in the military, weren't you?" The moment those words escaped his lips, both Qixing and Zhang Hu exchanged alarmed glances. Before Zhang Hu could respond, Qixing interjected, "Why do you say that, little friend?" He was cautious not to allow Zhang Hu to speak, subtly nudging him to remain silent. Bai Luo, noticing Qixing's eagerness to take over the conversation, paid little mind. He had already peered into the truth. Name, Qiqian alias, Liu Qingshan, age, 40, identity, operative of the Red Party Central Intelligence Bureau, leader of the Red Party Special Intelligence Team in Haishur, codename Mr. Da. Uncle Liu, have you noticed how the man next to you sits so straight? Although he tries to conceal it, his posture inadvertently straightens. Also, the calluses on his hands, though polished, are clearly indicative of a long history with firearms. If you think you can fool the Japanese at the Haishur checkpoint, you might want to reconsider. Unless this uncle here is willing to spend some money to enter through the French concession. Qixing was taken aback, astonished that a mere child could possess such insight. He thought to himself that perhaps he should have Jong-Hu smooth out his calluses and adopt a more relaxed demeanor, believing this might suffice to deceive anyone. Yet, he never anticipated that before even entering Haishar, a child would see through their charade. Chapter 56, Qixing. Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Jong-Hu was utterly taken aback. He had always believed that he had concealed his true self exceptionally well, yet he did not anticipate that even a mere child could see through his facade. This realization left Jong-Hu feeling somewhat defeated. He had exerted considerable effort to regulate his demeanor and conduct. Qixing had no choice but to bring Jong-Hu to Haishar, as an urgent task assigned by their superiors required someone with exceptional skills and marksmanship. Time was of the essence, and he had neither the luxury nor the inclination to select meticulously. Thus, he chose Jong-Hu from the headquarters security team. Prior to the arrival of another team member, Qixing provided Jong-Hu with rudimentary disguises and shared fundamental experiences regarding operations behind enemy lines. However, he never anticipated that before they even reached Haishar, a child would unmask him on the train. Fortunately, it was merely a child, far preferable to being discovered by the enemy or spies, as there remained a chance for damage control. Qixing had grown somewhat complacent, believing that Jong-Hu would return after completing the mission, and that in the brief span of a few days, no significant issues would arise. He felt there was no need for Jong-Hu to gather intelligence. His skills and marksmanship were all that mattered, as he was not intended to remain undercover in Haishar for an extended period. This led Qixing, pressed for time and lacking experienced intelligence personnel, to harbor a modicum of misplaced hope. Upon noticing that Bai Luo's warning had been acknowledged, Bai Luo ceased to elaborate further, resulting in a brief silence. Har, I indeed served in the military for a few years, but I no longer do so. Har, Jong-Hu remarked, scratching his head. Bai Luo, hearing Jong-Hu's somewhat transparent admission, merely twitched his lips in response, choosing not to engage further. Reclining against the back of his seat, he closed his eyes as the train began to move toward Haishar. At 10 p.m., Bai Luo and the simple-minded girl emerged from the train station. Upon witnessing the various signs that appeared in his mind, Bai Luo's lips curled upward. This was indeed his paradise. He observed that the insignia belonging to Qixing and his team had already scaled the walls at the back of the station. It seemed they had genuinely heeded his words, opting to climb over the wall rather than loitering around the station. He hoped all would go well for them. The night in Haishar remained brightly illuminated. After turning into an alley, Bai Luo swiftly dealt with two ruffians trailing him and the simple-minded girl, who had evidently mistaken them for easy prey. A quick search of the thugs yielded nothing more than 2 coins. Bai Luo cursed under his breath. Even in death, they were naught but paupers. Exiting the alley, he led the simple-minded girl to a nearby wonton stall, for they had barely eaten on the train. "Boss, 5 bowls of wontons to start," Bai Luo announced as he approached an empty table. The nearby diners merely raised an eyebrow at the sight of the 2 half-grown children ordering 5 bowls of wontons before returning to their meals or conversing with friends. "Have you heard? A massive Japanese iron ship has docked at the wharf. I heard from old Lee, who carries heavy loads next door, that the ship is enormous." "Indeed, I've heard, it seems to be undergoing repairs," another diner responded. Bai Luo perked up at this exchange, ears pricked attentively. "I can't say for certain, but when I passed by the wharf, the ship was indeed quite large, and the cannons were thicker than my waist." Yes, hearing this confirmed Bai Luo's suspicion that there was indeed a Japanese warship at the Haishar docks. After finishing their wontons, Bai Luo led the simple-minded girl toward the French concession, where he had stashed a cache of firearms he had yet to retrieve. Skillfully scaling the surrounding wall, he reached the 2nd floor and opened the door to the master bedroom. The dust accumulated on the floor indicated that no one had set foot here since his departure. Upon opening the wardrobe, he discovered his firearms still nestled within, which he promptly stored away. The simple-minded girl had already tidied up a spot on the 1st floor, so Bai Luo spread a blanket on the ground, and they prepared to spend the night there. The reason for not using the master bedroom on the 2nd floor was that it could easily be spotted from the window. The following day, Bai Luo intended to find a place to settle down. With a bun clenched between his teeth, he strolled through the streets, searching for a rental. The simple-minded girl followed closely behind, cradling a bag of buns, her cheeks stuffed. Once Bai Luo finished his bun, she immediately produced another from her bag and handed it to him, which he gratefully accepted. Arriving at a district filled with small Western-style houses, Bai Luo deemed it suitable. It was quiet, and the surrounding routes were well connected. Moreover, most residents appeared to be foreigners or the mistresses of high-ranking officials. Spies generally did not venture here, ensuring a degree of safety. At the very least, their home would not be frequently targeted by thieves. Bai Luo planned to survey the area and inquire with the local whether any houses were available for rent. However, as he wandered down a secluded path, he stumbled upon two thugs harassing two women. Judging by their ages, the women appeared to be mother and daughter, their heights similar and their features bearing a striking resemblance. Had it not been for the subtle signs of age on one might have mistaken them for sisters. Bai Luo's expression darkened, just as he had begun to feel assured of the area's safety. This incident occurred. Typically, Bai Luo might have ignored such matters, but now it was a question of personal honor. Instead of shouting as one might see in a television drama, he approached directly. The two ruffians, noticing the children approaching, sneered, "What are you little brats doing here? Scram before I lose my temper." Before he could finish, Bai Luo charged forward, delivering a kick that sent the threatening thug crashing to the ground. The other thug, witnessing this, immediately drew a knife and lunged at Bai Luo, cursing, "You little brat, you're asking for it." Bai Luo effortlessly evaded the strike. To him, the thug's movements were painfully slow and lacking in strength, far inferior to that of the enemy soldiers. As the thug prepared to swing again, Bai Luo swiftly kicked him in the shin, the sound of a bone snapping echoing in the air as the thug crumpled to the ground, clutching his broken leg and howling in agony. "My leg! Arr!" Bai Luo bent down to retrieve the knife that had fallen to the ground, deftly inserting it into the shoulder blade of the incapacitated thug while pressing down on the hilt with his foot, pinning him to the earth. "Scream again, and I'll put you out of your misery." The clear, youthful voice carried a chilling menace, instantly silencing the thug's cries of pain. Meanwhile, the other thug, now recovering from his shock, began to rise. Observing his swift adaptation to the pain, Bai Luo mused that he was indeed a chosen eunuch, albeit born a few years too late for the chance to enter the palace. "You little brat, do you want to die for kicking me in the balls?" he bellowed, drawing a handgun from his waistband. "Watch out!" the mother and daughter cried out in alarm upon seeing the thug brandish his weapon. Bai Luo, however, had already closed the distance as the thug reached for his gun. Just as the thug raised it, he found his target had vanished. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. After breaking the thug's wrist, Bai Luo grasped the ejection port of the gun with his left hand, aiming it at the thug and thrusting the barrel into his throat. The thug felt a searing pain in his throat, followed by a suffocating sensation. He attempted to pull the gun from his throat, but Bai Luo pressed down firmly, ultimately causing the thug to turn purple and die from asphyxiation. Chapter 56, Renting a House. Encountering Liu Ruyan and her daughter beside them, a small thug pinned to the ground by a dagger had been so frightened that he lost control of himself. Upon catching a whiff of the odor, Bai Luo frowned and subtly gestured to the foolish girl beside him. Understanding the silent cue, she stepped forward and delivered a swift kick, breaking the thug's neck with a single motion. Leaving the body of the eunuch-like thug behind, Bai Luo surveyed the surroundings and, finding no one else present, approached the mother and daughter. The pair recoiled in fear, taking 2 steps back as Bai Luo advanced. Their faces were pale with terror, still reeling from the shock. The daughter cowered behind her mother, burying her head against her back, too frightened to look up at Bai Luo. As Bai Luo drew closer, the mother steadied herself and managed to speak. "Thank you, young brother, please accept this small token of our gratitude for saving us. I am Liu Ruyan, and this..." The young girl, chastised, retreated further behind her mother. Seeing her daughter subdued, Liu Ruyan turned back to Bai Luo with a smile. Bai Luo scrutinized the woman before him. Her eyes betrayed a hint of panic, yet her expression was well controlled, exuding an air of calm. "No need for that," he replied, sensing the tension in the air before it became unbearable for the women. As he began to turn away, intent on continuing his search for accommodation, Liu Ruyan quickly called out, "Since you refuse the money, why not come to our home for a visit? You could wash your hands." She gestured to Bai Luo's blood-stained hands. Bai Luo glanced at his hands, realizing they were indeed smeared with blood. This woman was observant. Nodding slightly, he replied, "I am Bai Luo. You may call me Xiao Luo, and this is the foolish girl." "Very well, Xiao Luo," Liu Ruyan said, pleased by his agreement, and beckoned her daughter to help with the body. However, Fang Ting quickly waved her hands in protest. Without hesitation, Liu Ruyan stepped up to her daughter and delivered a sharp slap. "Come here and help." Fang Ting, covering her face in disbelief, looked at her mother. Having never been struck by her before, she was taken aback, but seeing her mother's serious demeanor, she slowly moved towards the body. Seeing her daughter comply, Liu Ruyan sighed in relief, then turned her attention to the thug with a gun lodged in his throat. Closing her eyes, she yanked the weapon free, blood splattering across her face. Wiping the blood with her hands, she used the thug's clothing to clean the gun and handed it to Bai Luo, who weighed, "Whatever you find belongs to you, including the firearms." Liu Ruyan wasted no time, thoroughly searching both thugs without flinching at the stench of urine and excrement. She and her daughter were nearly out of resources. This filth was a trivial concern. With her husband having perished in battle, they were left without a pillar of support, struggling to make ends meet through meager stitching work. In this bustling city, their earnings were insufficient for survival. Today, they had planned to sell the house left by her husband. After disposing of the bodies in the underbrush, Bai Luo and the foolish girl followed Liu Ruyan and her daughter to their home. Bai Luo understood Liu Ruyan's intentions. By disposing of the bodies, she sought to assure him that they would not report him to the authorities, and by taking the thugs' money and weapons, they made themselves accomplices. This act of solidarity earned Liu Ruyan Bai Luo's respect. Liu Ruyan clutched her handbag tightly, which contained 500 yuan and over 30 silver dollars, along with the gun, an item her husband had once claimed was worth at least 240 silver dollars on the black market, and even then, it was hard to come by. As they walked, Bai Luo learned more about the mother and daughter, including their intention to sell their house. An idea began to form in his mind. He would first scout for a place to live before making any decisions. Resolute in his thoughts, Bai Luo and the foolish girl followed Liu Ruyan and Fang Ting. After walking for about 10 minutes, Liu Ruyan led them to a small 3-story villa with a garden. Bai Luo entered, washed his hands, and inspected all the rooms, finally standing on the top floor to survey the surrounding area. Satisfied, he turned to Liu Ruyan, who stood behind him. "Ms. Liu, I'll purchase this house. You need not move out, simply cook for us from time to time," he proposed. "That cannot be, Xiao Luo, you may stay here as you please." After some negotiation, they settled on Bai Luo paying for the rent and meals. Bai Luo and the foolish girl took residence on the 3rd floor, which comprised a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, and a study, entirely meeting their needs. Lunchtime arrived, and Liu Ruyan prepared an extravagant spread. The four sat at the dining table, with Liu Ruyan and Fang Ting watching in awe as Bai Luo and the foolish girl devoured the meal. Liu Ruyan's cooking was indeed exceptional. Even the foolish girl savored every drop of soup. Noticing that the mother and daughter hardly touched their food, Bai Luo felt a twinge of guilt. "Ms. Liu, shall I contribute more for living expenses? Perhaps you could prepare a bit more in the future." Liu Ruyan chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "No need, Xiao Luo, the amount you provided is more than sufficient for the two of you. I simply did not anticipate how much you both could eat. I will make sure to prepare a larger meal tonight," she added, clearing the dishes. The foolish girl immediately set down her chopsticks to assist. Once tidied up, she turned to Liu Ruyan and exclaimed, "Miss Liu, I want a big bowl of braised pork tonight." Liu Ruyan smiled at the foolish girl, affectionately patting her head. "Very well, I shall prepare a large bowl of braised pork for you tonight." From the girl's name, foolish girl, and her mannerisms, Liu Ruyan surmised that she might not be entirely mentally sound, prompting her to treat her with extra tenderness. Fang Ting, delighted to see a girl her age, took the foolish girl upstairs to style her hair, adjusting the slightly crooked bun atop her head. Bai Luo did not intervene. Having previously relied on his aunt to care for the foolish girl, he welcomed Fang Ting's involvement. After exchanging farewells with Liu Ruyan, Bai Luo stepped outside, intending to explore the docks. He had not anticipated finding a house so quickly and felt a sense of gratitude towards the two deceased thugs. Hailing a rickshaw, he instructed the driver to take him to the docks, reclining comfortably as he admired the scenery around him. More than an hour later, Bai Luo settled his fare with the driver and sought a concealed spot. Extracting a pair of binoculars from his belongings, he trained them on the Japanese warship docked at the pier. To his astonishment, it was a battleship, over 200 meters long and 30 meters wide, equipped with 8 main gun turrets, 16 secondary turrets, 12 anti-aircraft gunments, and 24 machine gun turrets. Curious, why are there so few Japanese personnel? Bailuo mused as he observed the temporary naval base beside the dock. After scanning for some time, he noted a significant reduction in their numbers. At least 2/3 were missing. Such a battleship would typically require a crew of around 2,000 men, yet this base housed fewer than 500. Bailuo found it perplexing. Naval forces rarely strayed far from their ships, always prepared for action. Was it possible they remained on board? The distance was too great for radar detection. Well, I shall return tonight, he resolved, stowing away the binoculars and turning to head back. Chapter 57, The Initial Cloud Battleship of the Invaders. Bailuo hailed a rickshaw at the roadside, intending to return to the French concession. Just then, he spotted a familiar face, Qixing, who was using the alias Liu Qingshan. However, Qixing was in a hurry, seemingly preoccupied with urgent matters. Observing his hurried demeanor, Bailuo refrained from approaching him, sensing that their paths would cross again in the future. Yet, he wondered what Qixing was doing in this location. Was he also heading towards the warship? It seemed unlikely, as there were only 3 of them. Nevertheless, it was none of his concern. "Young brother, are we still on our way?" The rickshaw driver, who had been by his side for some time, inquired. Bailuo nodded and climbed into the rickshaw. "Where to, young brother?" The driver, tightening his grip on the handlebars, turned to ask once Bailuo was settled. "Just take me to Guangfu Road," Bailuo replied. The location was where he had previously detonated the Shanghai Command headquarters. "All right then, hold on tight." Observing the driver, who was hunched over and briskly pulling the rickshaw, Bailuo noted his speed and stability, clearly indicative of someone seasoned in this line of work. "Master, do you often pick up passengers around here?" Bailuo casually inquired, leaning back against the rickshaw seat. The driver, while maneuvering, answered, "I mostly work in this area during the day." "Do you know when that Japanese iron ship arrived?" "It seems that ship docked about 3 days ago. At that time, the little devils surrounded the pier, and even now, a substantial portion of the dock is still occupied and sealed off by them." After learning from the driver the approximate arrival time of the Japanese warship, Bailuo pondered for a moment. "Have you heard why this battleship docked in Haishir?" he asked, curiosity tinging his tone. Detecting the boy's inquisitiveness, the driver eagerly divulged everything he knew. "I'm not certain, but I heard from others that it docked for repairs. I can't say for sure if that's true. By the way, that ship can carry a lot of little devils. I saw over 1,000 of them disembarking. Where they went afterward, I have no idea." Upon hearing this, Bailuo realized that indeed, the remaining Japanese soldiers were not aboard the ship, leaving only the over 500 stationed at the base. With this knowledge, Bailuo's mind began to race. He ceased inquiring further about the Japanese warship and instead engaged the driver in other topics. Meanwhile, Qixing had just returned to the safe house, where Zhang Hu and another team member greeted him. "Sir, did you manage to contact them?" Zhang Hu approached, inquiring while taking the items from Qixing's hands. As Qixing walked toward the inner room, he nodded vigorously in response to Zhang Hu's question. Sitting down at the table, Zhang Yu quickly poured him a glass of water. After taking a sip and noticing the eager expressions of the two, Qixing smiled and said, "I've made contact with our comrades here, Zhang Yu. The next steps depend on you." Being called upon, Zhang Yu patted her small chest and earnestly assured, "Sir, rest assured, I am the heir to the ancestral crown." He felt confident in her promise. After all, he had chosen to wait for her arrival before embarking on this urgent mission. They had collaborated successfully many times before, consistently fulfilling the tasks assigned by their organization. Qixing's acquaintance with her was a matter of chance. During his assignment in Harbin, Zhang Yu, a novice, had found herself compromised after being reported. After narrowly escaping encirclement, she suffered a gunshot wound to her leg. If not for Qixing's daring intervention, risking exposure to save her life, she might have succumbed to her injuries. Through an emergency evacuation route organized by their group, she was taken to a nearby guerrilla unit for recovery. During her recuperation, Zhang Yu gradually learned about the organization, and upon her recovery, she joined the Red Party under Qixing's introduction. Let me briefly outline our objective for this mission. Our target is the captain of the initial cloud battleship, Ichimoku Taro. After a moment's rest, Qixing began to explain the mission to the two. According to our informants, he has ostensibly received orders from the Japanese mainland to temporarily assume the position of vice commander of Haishir until a new commander is dispatched. However, he has a secret mission as well. His superiors have entrusted him with the next phase of military plans against Languedoc. We are currently unaware of who this document is meant for, but it is confirmed that the intelligence is still in Ichimoku Taro's possession. Our task is to obtain this document. After his succinct briefing, Qixing took another sip of water. Where is this Ichimoku Taro now? Surely he isn't still aboard the battleship? Zhang Yu's question was direct. No, he is presently at the garrison in Haishir. However, it is heavily guarded by his marine soldiers. Some of the garrison members have been reassigned to patrol around the newly established Japanese command headquarters in Haishir. Why doesn't Ichimoku Taro reside at the command headquarters? Because that headquarters was recently shelled, and the perpetrators have yet to be identified. Ichimoku Taro distrusts the security capabilities of the Shanghai Command, hence he has occupied the garrison with his troops. Upon finishing, Qixing couldn't help but chuckle. I wonder who that brave soul was. They certainly made a statement. Realizing the conversation had strayed, Qixing swiftly redirected it. According to our informants, Ichimoku Taro will be attending an economic exchange. We need to ascertain whether he is carrying the military plan with him. If not, we may have to risk infiltrating the Japanese garrison. Sighing, Qixing continued, Comrades, this task is formidable and perilous, but it is imperative that we undertake it. This matters significantly to the strategic landscape of Langua. Foreknowledge of the Japanese plans will enable our forces to take preventive measures, thus, we must acquire this document. Understood, Zhang Hu and Zhang Yu replied in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Meanwhile, Bai Luo was still unaware of the whereabouts of the over 1,000 Japanese naval soldiers. He circled the newly constructed command headquarters that the Japanese had erected at the original site, astonished that they hadn't shifted locations. The perimeter was patrolled by garrison soldiers within a 3-kilometer radius, clearly a response to the previous assault Bai Luo had inflicted upon them. After eating a simple dinner at a roadside stall, Bai Luo prepared to approach the temporary Japanese garrison at the dock, intending to utilize his detection radar for reconnaissance. It was now 7 p.m., and as he stealthily took his position by the dock, he observed numerous workers busy unloading cargo. The loading and unloading operations were ongoing, yet the area where the battleship was docked remained off-limits, a considerable distance from the workers, approximately 1 to 2 kilometers away. Japanese patrol soldiers were diligently monitoring the entire dock area. Bai Luo skillfully avoided a squad of patrolling soldiers, memorizing the surrounding routes in his mind. After establishing 3 possible escape routes, he gradually inched closer to the Japanese temporary garrison. Now nearing 9 p.m., the unloading area remained brightly lit, contrasting sharply with the encroaching darkness of the Japanese garrison, where the lights had begun to be extinguished. Only the searchlights at the guard posts and the street lamps along the road remained illuminated. Bai Luo swiftly scaled the barbed wire set up by the Japanese, using the surrounding cargo crates as cover as he approached within 500 meters of the battleship. He confirmed that there were indeed a few Japanese soldiers aboard the battleship, only 13, to be precise. Noting their scarcity, Bai Luo dismissed his curiosity about the whereabouts of the remaining soldiers and continued his stealthy approach. His intention was to infiltrate the Japanese battleship and detonate its ammunition depot. Such an act would severely damage the vessel, if not sink it entirely. It is worth noting that sinking a warship of such size is a challenging endeavor. Even a direct bombardment with an Italian cannon would likely struggle to penetrate the battleship's armor. Chapter 58, bombarding the Japanese command in Haishir. Once more acting on impulse, and with the advantage of detection radar, Bai Luo swiftly maneuvered to the ladder on the side of the enemy battleship. Evading the searchlights of the sentries, his movements were as quick as lightning, producing no sound whatsoever, and before the enemy spotlight swept back, he leaped onto the deck of the battleship. Crouched on the deck, Bailuo utilized the detection radar to locate the positions of 13 enemy soldiers, then stealthily approached the 2 closest ones. These 2 soldiers were engrossed in conversation, facing the sea while smoking. Bailuo deftly vaulted over a supply crate on the deck, positioning himself within 3 meters behind the 2 unsuspecting foes, who were oblivious to his presence, lost in their chatter. Tanaka-kun, has Minako accepted your proposal? Yes, Inoue-kun, we've made plans. Once the Empire conquers Longua, I will then you can go marry your Minako in the underworld. Startled by a voice from behind, Tanaka and Inoue turned their heads just as a sharp pain pierced their necks, their vision darkening, and their strength evaporating in an instant. In Tanaka's final moments of consciousness, he glimpsed a dagger piercing through Inoue's chin into his skull, a hand twisting the blade slowly. Bailuo hoisted the lifeless forms of the 2 soldiers, concealing their bodies behind a wooden crate. Within 10 minutes, all 13 enemy soldiers had been sent back to their origins. Bailuo, carrying his pack and humming a cheerful tune, roamed the battleship. The labyrinthine corridors of the ship posed a challenge. Had it not been for his previous life's knowledge of the enemy language and his familiarity with their script, he would have likely been disoriented while searching through the various compartments. Upon descending to the 2nd level, he spotted a hatch-marked ammunition hold. Pushing the door open, he entered a spacious room, divided into numerous smaller sections, each housing different types of shells of the same model. The lower level was interconnected with the 2nd, storing various calibers of artillery shells used by the battleship, ranging from a minimum of 25 mm to a maximum of 356 mm. From his personal space, Bailuo retrieved pre-exchanged C4 explosives, first collecting 10 shells of the 356 mm triple-mounted main cannon. Like a diligent little bee, he flitted about the stacks of shells, diligently affixing labels to each one. 5 minutes later, he surveyed his handiwork with a satisfied nod. Exiting the hatch, he proceeded to the next compartment, occasionally placing C4 explosives along the conduits. Passing through the enemy's food storage area, Bailuo seized several boxes of rice and canned goods, mindful of his home's voracious eater. Continuing forward, Bailuo arrived at the rear of the battleship, where the massive engine assembly loomed before him. This was his final destination. He arranged the previously collected main cannon shells around the engine unit and affixed C4 explosives to the shells. The fuel tanks received special attention. Once his preparations were complete, Bailuo retraced his steps. Just as he ascended the deck, he caught sight of the enormous cannon on the main gun. Being struck by this must be rather unpleasant, Bailuo muttered to himself. Suddenly, he recalled the newly constructed Japanese command in Haishur he had observed earlier that afternoon. Bustling with With this thought, he returned to the lower deck and retrieved another 10 main cannon shells. Upon reaching the deck, he first located the firing chamber of the triple-mounted cannon and placed the shells at the entrance to the control room. Bailuo then ascended further to the lookout tower, gazing towards the enemy command in Haishai. To ensure accuracy, he exchanged for advanced skills in naval artillery operation. The command was not far, merely under 5 kilometers away. In the dark of night, the searchlights of the enemy command provided Bailuo with precise coordinates. Calculating the distance and coordinates with the rangefinder within the triple-mounted turret, Bailuo dashed to the main gun control room, utilizing the space to load 3 shells onto the ammunition tray. After preparing the shells and loading the propellant, he rushed back to the gangway, placing 2 directional mines to delay the enemy's boarding time. If only the cannon's angle were sufficient, he could have obliterated this camp with a single shot. After double-checking the coordinates and confirming their accuracy, Bailuo pressed the launch switch. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 356mm main cannons the shells, bearing a terrifying might, traversed the less than 5 kilometer distance in an instant, accurately striking the freshly established Japanese command in Haishur. Boom, 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 the explosive detonations echoed like enraged beasts within the enemy headquarters. In an instant, flames erupted skyward, and a powerful shockwave rapidly expanded outward from the impact site. Everywhere it swept, debris flew, and thick smoke billowed. A searing wave of heat surged forth, seemingly intent on consuming all in its path. Shrapnel, along with earth and stone, whistled sharply as it shot in all directions. The enemy soldiers at the heart of the explosion were instantly torn to shreds, particularly when one shell landed squarely in the center of their barracks. Windows within several kilometers of the command were shattered by the blast. The fiery illumination of the explosion illuminated the entire Japanese-occupied area of Haishir, adding a vivid hue to the already radiant city. The tremendous blast drew the attention of the Japanese soldiers at the Yunqiu Hotel, where they were engaged in an exchange banquet. Panic erupted among the patrons as they frantically searched for shelter. However, they were soon suppressed by the nearby soldiers protecting Ikemutaro, who quickly regained his composure. He hastily approached the newly appointed commander of the Japanese command in Haishir, Nakagata Ka. "Commander, are you unharmed? Shall we escort you back to the command post? The recently renovated headquarters has significantly improved security, ensuring no repeat of the General Feiyuan incident," Ikemutaro assured, his tone resolute. "Nakagata-kun, I am fine, but what is the source of that cannon fire? I will dispatch someone to investigate immediately." With that, Ikemu signaled to his aide to arrange for an inquiry. The aide, upon receiving the signal, quietly instructed a soldier to step outside and assess the situation. "Commander Nakagata, I apologize for such a disturbance on your first day here, Ikemu. You are being overly courteous. I have only arrived a few days earlier, having just taken over the defense from Kawamoto. Unexpected incidents are inevitable." Seeing that Nakagata did not hold him accountable, Ikemu hastily reported another of his tasks to Nakagata. "Commander, I have military plans from the Imperial Cabinet to deliver to you. I brought them along today." He took a briefcase from his aide to hand over to Nakagata. "I will be staying at the Yunqiu Hotel tonight. Please hold onto the documents and deliver them to the command post tomorrow." Nakagata waved his hand dismissively, then seemed to recall something and spoke again. "However, that explosion outside sounds remarkably like the firing of a ship's main cannon. Upon a ship's main cannon, the blue party wouldn't dare show themselves at sea. The red party certainly wouldn't either. Besides, my Chuyun is still docked at the port. The blue party wouldn't be so brazen." Wait a minute, Chuyun, a thought struck Ikemu, and he recalled that the sound of the explosion indeed resembled a simultaneous firing from the Chuyun's main cannon. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he urgently shouted to a nearby soldier, "Quickly, call the temporary station at the dock." Meanwhile, on the ground, chaos erupted among the enemy soldiers in their temporary camp. Soundly asleep, they were jolted awake by a tremendous explosion. The soldiers in the tents closest to the battleship's cannon were knocked back, some even bleeding from the mouth, while a few unfortunate souls were killed outright. The remaining soldiers hastily fled their tents, witnessing their battleship slightly rocking from the recoil of firing its cannons, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Who could be firing at Haishir from the battleship? Observing their comrades, some of whom were blooded from the shock, they all rushed towards the gangway without a second thought. Bailuo, however, was eager for another round, but the enemy below offered him no opportunity. The shells were far too heavy for a single person to maneuver, and with time running short, he could not reload another round. He hastily affixed more C4 explosives to the remaining shells, hearing the explosions of the directional mines from the gangway. He knew it was time to make his escape. Chapter 59, The Explosive Assault on the Japanese Battleship. Bailuo hurriedly sprinted to the rear of the battleship, keen to make a swift exit. For if the enemy discovered the C4 explosives concealed aboard, his efforts would be in vain. Grasping the fast rope that had been secured to the ship's railing, he swiftly descended into the frigid waters below. The icy shock of the sea jolted him awake. Once submerged, Bailuo rapidly swam towards the shore. A distance of less than 100 meters from the shoreline was a mere minute's endeavor for him. Quietly emerging onto the land, Bailuo's leg muscles surged with power as he dashed towards the storage area. In under a minute, he covered the kilometer distance. Had it not been for the obstacles, he could have achieved it in under 50 seconds. Upon reaching the detonator's maximum range, he promptly pressed the trigger. A deafening roar echoed across the harbor as the battleship was engulfed in flames, a colossal explosion that resonated like a hellish roar, with ferocious flames leaping skyward like an enraged dragon in a furious dance. The shockwave surged outward with a force capable of toppling mountains, instantly obliterating the Japanese soldiers aboard. The wave continued its rampage towards the dock, scattering supplies haphazardly across the ground. Workers at the dock, terrified by the violent blast, fled in all directions, though they were fortunate to be nearly 2 kilometers away from the battleship, thus escaping any mortal peril. The once formidable hull of the Chuyan battleship was reduced to shattered remnants, intermittently accompanied by the sounds of munitions detonating as it sank into the depths. Thick smoke billowed upward, obscuring the sky, while the air became saturated with the acrid scent of gunpowder and burning metal. The once mighty battleship was now but a scattering of debris near the temporary encampment of the Japanese forces. Yumaki Taro, accompanied by his soldiers, raced frantically towards the seaside dock. Upon learning that the cannon fire had indeed originated from his own battleship, he ordered his remaining soldiers to apprehend any survivors. After issuing the command, he discarded the phone and strode towards the exit. Just as he was about to board his vehicle, the dock was rocked by a violent explosion that illuminated the entire harbor as if it were midday. Standing at the hotel entrance, he felt the earth tremble beneath him. Yumaki Taro felt as though the sky was collapsing upon him. He understood that such a powerful explosion could only result from a munitions detonation aboard the battleship. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until he regained his composure, leaping into the vehicle and giving the dazed driver a sharp slap to rouse him. His soldiers swiftly followed suit, scrambling into their vehicles. Meanwhile, Bailuo emerged cautiously from beneath the collapsed wall, muttering to himself, "Cursed negligence, I never anticipated such power, this wretched wall is utterly useless." He surveyed the surroundings, noting that numerous warehouses had succumbed. Fortunately, they housed only supplies, sparing many lives from harm. Finding a secluded corner, he changed into a clean outfit and set off towards Liu Ruyan's home. Just as he began his journey, he detected 3 Japanese military vehicles approaching on his radar, indicating the presence of a squad. Without a moment to spare, Bailuo retrieved his rifle, not even bothering to don his bulletproof vest. As the vehicles raced towards him, he pulled out a grenade, calculated the timing, and hurled it towards the first vehicle. With a resounding bang, the grenade detonated approximately 2 meters in front of the jeep. The front tire of the enemy vehicle was instantly obliterated, causing it to flip over and roll multiple times along the road before crashing into 3 wooden telephone poles, finally coming to a stop. After throwing the grenade, Bailuo intended to charge out and eliminate the remaining enemies. However, as he peeked out, he spotted a rolling jeep barreling towards him. Startled, he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the vehicle. Observing the 2 trucks behind it beginning to slow down, Bailuo silently retrieved another grenade from his stash. Watching the truck screech to a halt just 5 meters in front of him, he promptly tossed 2 grenades towards it. The Japanese soldiers disembarking from the truck had yet to react when several of them were taken down by Bailuo's explosives. He immediately dashed out from behind the wall. The machine gunner on the truck spotted a figure emerging from the alley and aimed his weapon at Bailuo. In the next instant, darkness enveloped the gunner as Bailuo dispatched him with a single shot, swiftly redirecting his aim towards the truck's rear door. As a head poked out from the back, it was met with fatal precision from Bailuo's firearm. The remaining Japanese soldiers hiding in the rear quaked in fear. Utilizing his radar, Bailuo pinpointed their positions and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the rear of the truck, the bullets piercing through the wooden panels to drop the enemy soldiers. The second truck had also come to a halt, and seeing their comrades under heavy fire, the Japanese soldiers disembarked and sought cover behind the vehicle. However, for Bailuo, who possessed an almost supernatural ability to see through their defenses, their efforts proved futile. He activated 2 fragmentation grenades and tossed them over. After a pair of thunderous explosions, the air filled with the anguished cries of the enemy. Bailuo charged forward to deliver the final blows, concluding the skirmish within 2 minutes. Returning to the front jeep, he surveyed the area with his radar, discovering 1 remaining enemy soldier still alive. Approaching cautiously, he found a young Japanese officer clad in a colonel's uniform, clutching a briefcase tightly, blood spilling from his mouth, his left leg trapped beneath the seat, and his head battered and bleeding. Yumaki Taro gazed at the seemingly youthful boy before him, who approached wielding a weapon akin to a submachine gun. He attempted to speak, but blood filled his mouth, and he realized his lung had been punctured by a rib, producing only gurgling sounds. Observing the boy's struggle to utter a word, Bailuo had no time to spare. The commotion would surely attract more reinforcements. He swiftly shot the colonel in the head, turning to leave, but not before yanking the briefcase from the officer's grasp. Even on the brink of death, he clings to this briefcase. "It must contain something of great importance," Bailuo murmured, not pausing to examine its contents as he stowed it away in his space and headed towards the French concession. Meanwhile, on Qixing's side, Zhang Yu, disguised as a waitress, noticed that Yamaki Taro's aide was tightly clutching a briefcase, his demeanor vigilant, his eyes frequently darting to the briefcase in his possession. Zhang Yu surmised that it was her target for the day. Seizing the opportunity while feigning a trip to the restroom, she relayed the intelligence about the document to Zhang Hu and Qixing, who awaited her outside for backup. They were thrilled by the news. With Zhang Yu's skills, even if it were hidden beneath clothing, she could stealthily acquire it. After all, it was merely an ordinary briefcase secured with a clasp. This seemed promising, however, as Zhang Yu prepared to act. A sudden explosion disrupted her plans, sending the frightened crowd surging away from the Japanese aide. When she observed the colonel preparing to hand the briefcase to a lieutenant general, Zhang Yu felt a surge of opportunity, recalling that the general had arrived that afternoon and had booked a suite at the hotel. Yet, it appeared that the general had no intention of accepting the briefcase. As she watched the colonel stride outside with it, Zhang Yu hastily attempted to follow, but was obstructed by Japanese soldiers behind her. She cursed herself for not acting sooner and pondered who had detonated the bomb outside, which had chosen this moment to explode. Now, she could only watch to see if the colonel would return. If he were to deposit the document back with the military police or their headquarters, their mission would become exceedingly challenging. The situation had grown precarious. Chapter 60, The Destruction of the Japanese Battleship 2. As Zhang Yu lamented his missed opportunity for action, a more violent explosion reverberated from outside. The ground trembled beneath him, and the crystal chandelier above the hotel swayed violently. The patrons, still recovering from the previous blast, bore expressions of terror that lingered on their faces. The intensity of the latest explosion incited a frenzy among the crowd within the hotel. Some screamed, while others cried out, creating a scene of utter chaos. The remaining Japanese soldiers formed a protective barrier around Nakagawa Koji. One soldier, witnessing a surge of people rushing towards them, raised his rifle and fired at the approaching crowd. The bullet struck a man, who crumpled to the ground, his body convulsing as crimson blood poured from the wound, staining the pristine marble floor deep red. The gunshot plunged the room into an eerie silence, but upon seeing the bleeding figure sprawled on the ground, the crowd erupted into a more frenzied panic. Some affluent young ladies screamed, "Murder! Murder!" Seeing one of his men shoot a civilian, Nakagawa Koji swiftly slapped the soldier across the face. "Who told you to open fire?" He was unconcerned about the act of murder itself. His priority was the loss of control among the already panicked crowd. His expression darkened as he glanced towards the source of the explosions. Having just assumed his post, he was already faced with two blasts. Judging by the direction, it seemed to originate from the docks, and he could only pray that the naval vessels had not suffered significant damage. After pushing his way out of the hotel, Zhang Yu found Zhang Hu and Qixing, and the three retreated into an alley. The plan was foiled. Those two explosions drew away Ichimoku Taro, Qixing said, his heart sinking. This had been their best opportunity, otherwise, they would be forced to venture into the enemy's stronghold. "It's all that fool's fault for dropping the bomb." Zhang Yu fumed, his chest heaving visibly with anger. "If it weren't for him, I would have succeeded." Qixing, hearing Zhang Yu's complaints, could only shake his head in resignation. "What's done is done. We'll have to seek another chance. It's just our bad luck to encounter others stirring trouble for the Japanese. However, the Japanese are certainly having a rough day. You might not have seen it from the hotel, but the flames from the explosion illuminated the entire city. It shook the ground. I estimate at least 1,000 pounds of yellow explosives were required to create such devastation." Zhang Yu gasped. 1,000 pounds, just how many explosive packs could that create? Zhang Hu interjected, his expression darkening at the thought. "At least 3,000 pounds. Qixing asserted confidently. "Goodness," both Zhang Yu and Zhang Hu exclaimed in disbelief. Which deity orchestrated this? With the current stringent inspections in Haishur, how could anyone acquire such a massive quantity of explosives? What could possibly require that much? Zhang Hu marveled at the capabilities of those behind it. Upon hearing Zhang Hu's words, Qixing and Zhang Yu exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously concluding, the Japanese warship. "Are you serious?" Zhang Hu was taken aback by their revelation. "We can't be certain. Tomorrow's newspapers should provide more information." "We'll know then," Qixing replied. I'll reach out to our comrades in hiding here. You two should return to the safe house, and once we receive updates, we can strategize our next move." Zhang Yu and Zhang Hu nodded in agreement, and the three parted ways. By the time Bai Luo arrived at Liu Ruyan's residence, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Seeing the three seated in the living room, Bai Luo paused and asked, "Aunt Liu, why aren't you resting?" Fang Ting shot Bai Luo a glance. "Silly girl, we're waiting for you to return. Besides, with all that commotion outside, who could possibly sleep? Ouch, mother, why did you hit me?" Liu Ruyan, hearing her daughter's words, smacked Fang Ting on the head. Ignoring her daughter's complaint, she turned to Bai Luo and asked, "Have you eaten yet? There's food left for you in the pot." Bai Luo, realizing he was indeed hungry after a night of labor, felt his stomach rumble. Having been on edge until now, he suddenly felt the pangs of hunger. "Thank you, Aunt Liu." "I'll go serve myself." "Stay seated, Fang Ting will get your food. You still want to eat, silly girl." "I'm not eating, I'm giving it to Xiao Luo," Fang Ting replied, her expression somewhat dazed. "Xiao Luo, take off your outer clothes." "I'll wash them for you, they are all dirty," Liu Ruyan instructed. "Thank you, Aunt Liu." Bai Luo replied gratefully, promptly removing his jacket and handing it to her. As Liu Ruyan took the garment, she noted the pungent odor emanating from it. This scent was familiar to Liu Ruyan. It reminded her of the smell that clung to her husband upon his return from battle. She had once asked him about it, and he had explained that it was the scent of gunpowder, a residue left after firing a weapon. The stronger the smell, the fiercer the combat. Liu Ruyan couldn't fathom how a child as young as Bai Luo could carry such a strong scent of gunpowder. While Liu Ruyan's thoughts wandered, Bai Luo accepted the bowl of rice that Fang Ting handed him. Spotting a large serving of braised pork on the table, he felt a warmth in his heart. After quickly finishing his meal and washing up, Bai Luo lay down on the bed. He opened the system and navigated to the battle summary page. Battle concluded. Host has eliminated 365 Japanese soldiers, including 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, and 2 major lieutenants, earning 225 points. Host has completed achievements for slaying 400, 600, 800, 3,000, and 400 individuals. Reward: Small Artillery Base Fortress. Note: Small automatic artillery base fortress can be concealed within mountains. Defense strength depends on the hardness of the terrain. It is to be used in conjunction with the artillery base and cannot be moved once deployed. Upgrades are available. Upon reading the reward, Bai Luo was momentarily taken aback, but upon finishing the note, he was filled with immense joy. He had initially thought the artillery base was a one-time use item that would be wasted if not moved after use, but to discover that it could be equipped with components was an unexpected delight. He opened his personal panel. Personal panel activated. Name: Bai Luo. Age: 8 years and 11 months. Physical fitness: 2. 8 height: 137 cm. Weight: 38 kg. Equipment: Benelli M1014, a small arsenal outfitted for World War II, a compact automated artillery base, a small artillery elevation fortress. Skills: expert in handguns, expert in rifles, proficient in sniper rifles, advanced in battlefield first aid, intermediate in World War II fighter piloting, advanced in naval gun operation, a weapon of unparalleled might, and so forth. Points: 27, 630. Upon realizing that my points have unwittingly approached 30,000, I pondered the implications. This could sustain the artillery base's fire for a continuous 46 minutes. Alas, with a resigned sigh, Bai Luo acknowledged that such a substantial accumulation. The specter of firepower inadequacy loomed once more. Contemplating this, Bai Luo found his spirits diminished, lamenting the absence of any rewards from the destroyer battleship system, which seemed indifferent to his struggles. The journey to amass points remains a formidable endeavor. Time to rest. Chapter 61. The headache of Nakahara. With a gentle thud, Bai Luo reclined onto the soft bed and swiftly succumbed to slumber. However, Nakahara, at the hotel suite, found himself unable to drift into sleep. He had been awaiting news of an explosion for nearly half an hour, yet no reports had materialized. Attempts to contact the forces stationed at the port were met with persistent disconnection. Pacing back and forth in the suite, Nakahara's visage darkened, causing his aide-de-camp, standing nearby, to shrink back in trepidation, lowering his gaze in fear of inciting Nakahara's ire. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. The aide, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hurried to the entrance. Upon opening the door, he was met by a soldier, bent over and gasping for breath. The aide noted the soldier's drenched brow, a testament to the urgency of his arrival on this frigid winter day. "Is there news?" the aide inquired, his eyes fixed intently on the soldier before him. "Major, the command post has been bombed," the soldier stammered, fearing retribution for his words. "What?" The major's voice involuntarily escalated, clearly taken aback by the shocking news. "Repeat that. What has transpired? Have you identified the explosion's location?" Before the soldier could respond, Nakahara, sensing the gravity of the aide's tone, rushed to the entrance. "Commander, the command post has been bombed, resulting in the loss of over 700 Imperial soldiers," the soldier recounted, carefully reiterating the urgent information he had just received. "Blast it! Have we determined who is responsible?" Nakahara's eyes narrowed with rage as he glared at the soldier, a surge of fury swelling within him. Having just arrived in Haishar, he had yet to officially assume command, and already these enemy agents had delivered him a devastating blow. "And no," the soldier stammered, his head lowered even further in fear. He cautiously shared the preliminary findings. Based on the explosion's radius and the artillery's power, it appears to have originated from the main guns of the Hatsuyun. "What? Have the soldiers aboard the Hatsuyun lost their minds? Where is Ichimoku Taro? Summon him to me." Nakahara barked, his frustration boiling over. He was on the brink of madness. If the shelling indeed came from the Hatsuyun, how could he report such a calamity to headquarters? "Yes, sir," the soldier replied, wiping his face clean of the spittle he had received from Nakahara's outburst before swiftly retreating downstairs. Struggling to contain his fury, Nakahara turned to his aide and ordered, "Mobilize all intelligence units and the military police. By tomorrow morning, I want a comprehensive account of the events." Upon meeting Nakahara's gaze, the aide immediately stiffened, bowing deeply as he responded, "Yes, sir." He then dashed downstairs to relay Nakahara's orders. With a grim countenance, Nakahara returned to his room, gradually suppressing his rage with reason. He reflected on the evening's events, a shiver of fear coursing through him. Had he gone to the command post directly, he could have met the same inexplicable fate as those 700 Imperial soldiers, obliterated by their own artillery. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Approximately an hour later, the soldier who had initially delivered the news returned to Nakahara's suite. One of the sentries stationed at the door gently knocked to announce his arrival. This time, Nakahara himself opened the door. The soldier, swallowing hard under Nakahara's penetrating gaze, mustered the courage to speak. "Commander, Ichimoku Taro has perished, the Hatsuyun has sunk." Upon hearing the soldier's words, Nakahara questioned his own hearing, unable to believe the shocking revelation. "Repeat that." The soldier, now visibly anxious, gritted his teeth and reiterated his previous statement. Nakahara could scarcely process the information, and in a sudden motion, he seized the soldier by his collar, his teeth clenched as he glared menacingly. "Where is Ichimoku Taro's body?" "The body is at the dock," the soldier trembled, trembling under Nakahara's grip. Upon learning that the body lay at the dock, Nakahara forcefully shoved the soldier aside, determined to inspect the scene himself. The soldier, now freed, stood frozen in place, awaiting Nakahara's next command. Nakahara's fists clenched tightly, suppressing his wrath as a tempest of thoughts raged within him. How could a battleship succumb so easily to destruction? Yet, the sounds of the second explosion and the reports from his subordinates suggested the grim reality of the situation. With great effort, he quelled his tumultuous emotions and descended the stairs. A few soldiers followed closely, one hastening to prepare a vehicle. Nakahara exited the hotel and entered the car waiting at the entrance, setting off for the Haishar dock. He needed to witness the wreckage of the battleship for himself. The news was too staggering to accept without personal verification. As the driver accelerated towards the dock, Nakahara closed his eyes, his mind swirling with unanswered questions. After a prolonged period of contemplation, impatience began to set in. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, fixing a determined gaze on the road ahead. "Drive faster." The driver, responding instantly, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the dock, the car coming to a steady halt along the cobblestone path. Stepping out, Nakahara was met with a scene of devastation. The dock was in disarray, and the battleship that should have been anchored there had seemingly vanished into thin air. Yet, remnants of the vessel lay scattered across the temporary encampment, fragments of various sizes littering the area, and the tip of a ship barely visible above the water's surface, all indicators that the battleship had indeed met its end. Regaining his composure, Nakahara turned to a nearby soldier and inquired, "Where is Ichimoku Taro's body?" The military plans for headquarters were still in his possession. I had thought it prudent to have him safeguard them in the hotel, given the many eyes around. Now that he is gone, I find myself at a loss. The soldier, sensing the urgency, wasted no time leading Nakahara to a recently cleared area nearby. As they approached, Nakahara's heart sank, for the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of soldiers. He followed the soldier to one corpse in particular, lowering his gaze to the lifeless body of Ichimoku Taro, a bullet wound to the head. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Mere hours prior, they had shared camaraderie at a banquet, and now he lay cold upon the stone path. Nakahara did not see a briefcase beside Ichimoku Taro's remains, so he asked the soldier nearby, "Where was Ichimoku Taro found? Was there a briefcase in the vicinity?" "Commander, he was discovered approximately 1 kilometer from the dock. There was no briefcase around, either on him or in the vehicle. From the battle scene, it appears that Ichimoku Taro was ambushed while en route to the dock. These shell casings were found at the site," the soldier quickly explained. As he spoke, the soldier produced a shell casing from his pocket and handed it to Nakahara. Taking it, Nakahara examined the casing closely, contemplating its origin. It was a caliber he had never encountered before, smaller than a standard rifle bullet, yet not quite of submachine gun caliber. Nakahara then handed the casing to his aide. "Arrange for an investigation into what type of firearm this casing belongs to." "Yes, sir," the aide replied promptly, bowing respectfully before accepting the casing. Chapter 62, The Search for Chishin. Nakatera rubbed his temples, realizing that he needed to promptly report the incident to headquarters. Not only had the battleship been destroyed, but now even the military plans had been lost. He could hardly fathom that after expending so much effort to relocate to Shanghai, he had not yet reaped any benefits before such a significant calamity struck. The thought alone made his head throb, and in a tone tinged with fatigue, he instructed his aide, "Go to the command post and inform headquarters of the events that have transpired here." The aide beside him opened his mouth, unsure of how to remind Nakatera. As Nakatera turned to head towards the site where Ichiki Taro had been ambushed, he sought to ascertain whether the enemy had left any clues behind. The military plans were of paramount importance and must be recovered. Noticing that his aide had not immediately set off and appeared hesitant, he queried, "Why are we not departing? Is there something else?" The aide swallowed nervously, replying, "Commander, have you forgotten, the command post has also been bombed." Nakatera was momentarily taken aback, and a wave of frustration. Finally unable to contain his exasperation, he raised his gaze skyward and shouted, "Barker! Send a message to the military police station, dispatch everyone in the military police unit, and seal off all the entrances in Shanghai. No one is to be released until the perpetrator is caught." "Yes." The aide hurriedly dashed towards the vehicle. At that moment, the Major General resembled an enraged lion, and the aide dared not linger. Once in the car, he quickly instructed the driver to proceed, who pressed the accelerator and sped towards the military police station. The following day, the entire city was abuzz with discussions about the explosion that had occurred the night before. Bai Luo, after rising and having breakfast, recalled the Japanese colonel who had clutched his handbag tightly, even in the face of imminent death. He ascended the stairs back to his bedroom and retrieved the handbag from his space. Upon opening it, he found a wax-sealed document pouch. Noticing the words "Top Secret" on the seal, Bai Luo understood that the document he had stumbled upon was likely of great significance to the Japanese. With nimble hands, he tore open the seal and extracted the contents. After confirming that the pouch was empty, he tossed it onto the bed and began perusing the documents within. After a considerable time, Bai Luo furrowed his brow, This was a military plan, specifically a combat strategy tailored for the Eastern Province. The scope was extensive, with the Japanese preparing to mobilize 3 divisions to seize the Eastern Province in one fell swoop. Bai Luo felt a headache coming on. This document held little utility for him. His aunt was not in Shanghai, and although he possessed detection radar to locate Red Party infiltrators and had the true eye ability to discern multiple identities, there was little reason for anyone to trust the words of a mere child. Suddenly, a name crossed his mind, Qixing, yet he quickly dismissed the thought. Shanghai was vast, and locating an individual posed a challenge, especially since he was uncertain whether Qixing was still in the city. However, recalling their previous encounter near the docks, Bai Luo decided to take a chance. If he failed to find Qixing, he could simply follow a Red Party infiltrator and discreetly place the document pouch in their residence. As for whether they would believe him, he would leave that to fate. Bai Luo felt he had done all he could. Besides, having acquired the Japanese plans, they were likely to abandon their current strategy and formulate a new one. With this in mind, Bai Luo picked up the pouch from the bed. At the very least, the seal would lend credibility to the document. He returned the papers to the pouch, placed it in his space, and made his way downstairs. After exchanging a quick word with Liu Ruyan, informing her that he might not return for lunch, he hurriedly exited the house. Once outside, Bai Luo muttered to himself, "Old Qi, you'd better hope I run into you, or else this credit will go to someone else." Exiting the villa area, he hailed a rickshaw, directing the driver to the street where he had last seen Qixing. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley behind the dock warehouse area, Qixing and Zhang Hu were enjoying a bowl of noodles at a modest noodle stall. Though the stall was small, it was bustling with patrons, and the air was filled with. At that moment, Qixing and Zhang Hu overheard a middle-aged man at the adjacent table discussing the explosion from the previous night with a skinny, pockmarked individual seated across from him. "Did you hear about the explosion yesterday?" the middle-aged man inquired. "How could I not? Even old Uncle John next door, who has been deaf for over a decade, heard it. My hearing may not be perfect, but it's certainly better than his," the skinny man replied, casting a bewildered look at the middle-aged man, puzzled by the apparent foolishness of the question. The middle-aged man paid no mind to the skinny man's expression and continued, "Do you know where the explosion occurred?" "I only know that the large iron ship at the dock was blown up. I am not sure about any other locations." Before the skinny man could respond, a young man in his 20s at the table behind them interjected, "I know, it was the Japanese command post on Guangfu Road. It was utterly devastated. I heard that many Japanese soldiers died inside, and they haven't finished removing the bodies yet." "Is that true?" the skinny man and the middle-aged man exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing the conversation, Qixing exchanged a glance with Zhang Hu. He stood up to settle the bill and then left the noodle stall with Zhang Hu. Leaning close to Zhang Hu, he whispered, "I'm going to contact the local operatives. You never mind, just return to the safe house and stand by." He had initially intended for Zhang Hu to gather information nearby, as Zhang Yu had already gone to the command post early that morning. However, observing Zhang Hu's imposing stature and muscular demeanor, which seemed to exude an aura of a seasoned warrior, Qixing decided against sending him to investigate further. Zhang Hu, sensing Qixing's slightly exasperated tone, scratched his head and obediently returned. Qixing watched Zhang Hu's retreating figure, shook his head, and turned to head toward the rendezvous point agreed upon with the local infiltrators. An hour later, Bai Luo arrived near the docks, only to find that the area had been completely sealed off by the Japanese, preventing any loading or unloading of goods. Even cargo ships were not allowed to dock. A large crowd had gathered around the perimeter of the blockade, some curious onlookers, others workers, and some merely hoping to assess the status of their own goods in the warehouses. Bai Luo navigated around the crowd, keeping an eye on the detection radar in his mind. After approximately 20 minutes of circling the Japanese blockade, he had yet to spot Qixing. He had not even seen any signs of the Red Party, but Bai Luo did not feel disheartened. He had anticipated this outcome before arriving. He continued onward to the next area, and, at last, fortune favored the determined. Upon exploring the third sector, he finally detected a Red Party insignia in his mind. Bai Luo swiftly made his way toward the location of the insignia, and 3 minutes later, he stepped into an inconspicuous alleyway, where the radar indicated a Red Party hideout. Uncertain if one of Qixing's group was inside, he resolved that if they were not, he would consider this individual a backup option. Should he fail to locate Qixing, he would discreetly leave the document in their residence. With his mind made up, Bai Luo approached and knocked on the door, calculating that if one of Qixing's group opened it, it would be fortuitous, otherwise, he would simply feign a mistake. Knock, knock. Bai Luo rapped on the door and waited, but no one replied. However, the detection radar in his mind indicated that someone inside was moving, yet they did not come to the door. Bai Luo knocked again. Knock, knock. The person inside was none other than Zhang Hu. However, the persistent knocking from outside suggested that the visitor was convinced someone was present, prompting Zhang Hu to grow alert. Fearing it might be an enemy operative. He drew his pistol from behind his waist and chambered around. Approaching the door, Zhang Hu cautiously opened a crack. Holding his gun behind his back. Chapter 63. The search for Qixing. Zhang Hu poked his head out from the side of the door, and a familiar face came into view. What brings you here, you little rascal? Zhang Hu's voice was laced with surprise. Bai Luo felt a surge of joy upon seeing Zhang Hu. He had finally found him. Bai Luo gazed at Zhang Hu, who was still blocking the doorway, his expression filled with astonishment. I came to rent a place, but I didn't expect you, uncle, to live here. Is it convenient for me to step inside and have a word? Bai Luo fabricated a casual lie to brush off Zhang Hu, realizing that the doorway was not the appropriate setting for a conversation. Zhang Hu led Bai Luo into the living room and gestured for him to take a seat. Child, what are you doing here? Where is your sister? My sister is at the hotel. I'm out looking for a place to stay, Bai Luo replied nonchalantly, otherwise, he would struggle to explain how he had found Zhang Hu. I saw this place looked quite suitable, so I knocked on the door to inquire if it was available for rent. He planned to leave once the task was completed and was uncertain about the future utility of this house. He could only shake his head in resignation. I just rented this place too, and there are no vacant rooms left. How about this? I will ask the landlord when he returns later and see if he has any other properties available. Which hotel are you staying at? I'll let you know tonight once I have more information. Is there any water? Bai Luo did not engage with Zhang Hu's response and sought to divert his attention. Yes, just wait a moment. Zhang Hu rose to fetch a thermos from the kitchen outside. Once Zhang Hu had stepped outside, Bai Luo swiftly retrieved a document from his space and hastily made his way into the open bedroom. After a cursory glance at the room's layout, he headed straight for the desk by the window, noticing several books on the surface, presumably belonging to Qixing. He deliberately selected the book Qixing had been reading at the train station and placed the folded document beneath it. After securing the document, he saw Zhang Hu returning with the thermos in hand. Bai Luo quickly exited the bedroom and returned to his original seat. Upon entering, Zhang Hu poured a cup of hot water for Bai Luo, who accepted it without hesitation. After searching for the three individuals all morning, he was indeed quite thirsty. Having finished the water, Bai Luo stood up, stating, I must take my leave now, as I still need to find a place. Without waiting for Zhang Hu to respond, he walked toward the door. Zhang Hu watched Bai Luo exit, opening his mouth as if to say something but then refraining, simply escorting Bai Luo out of the courtyard and watching him disappear around the corner of the alley. After all, his identity was peculiar, and deeper interaction could endanger the brother and sister, especially since he would not be staying in Haisha for long. Once Bai Luo's figure faded from view, Zhang Hu looked around the alley to ensure no one had noticed the encounter before closing the door. Around noon, just before 12 o'clock, Qixing and Zhang Yu returned from outside. Zhang Hu hurriedly poured 2 cups of water and handed them to the duo. Zhang Yu accepted her cup without any hesitation and took a large gulp, wiping the water from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve as she caught her breath. I spent the morning lurking near the headquarters. That place has been reduced to rubble by explosives. She spoke with a hint of excitement. It wasn't explosives, it was the main guns from the enemy's ship, Qixing interjected. What, is that true? Both Zhang Yu and Zhang Hu appeared astonished, mirroring Qixing's initial shock upon receiving the news. Could it be that the enemy is experiencing internal strife? Zhang Yu speculated hesitantly, Even she found it hard to believe. No, someone infiltrated the enemy's battleship, the Chuyun, and blasted their headquarters with the main guns before blowing up the ship itself. Qixing interrupted her conjecture. Who on earth did this? A remarkable individual. Was it someone from the Blue Party? Zhang Hu inquired hastily after hearing Qixing's account. It probably wasn't. If it were them, it would have been reported long ago, Zhang Yu replied after considering Zhang Hu's speculation. All right, the most likely location for that plan is the enemy's garrison, considering the only position left standing after the attack is that one. Qixing redirected the conversation toward their mission. Noticing both of them were now focused on him, he continued, "This situation is not favorable for us. After these two explosions, the enemy's garrison will undoubtedly tighten their defenses. I've already asked comrades here to help gather intelligence, but we cannot simply wait." Qixing waved his hand, signaling them to sit back down. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a book on the desk that appeared to have been disturbed. "Good job, Zhang Hu. Looks like you've taken to studying." Zhang Hu was momentarily taken aback by the comment. "What studying? I only recognize my name, the rest of the characters are completely foreign to me." "Then why were you flipping through the book? Were you just bored staying in the house?" Zhang Hu was further perplexed by Qixing's remark. "I didn't flip through any books, I can't read those characters. I glanced at them once at headquarters, but I couldn't make sense of it." Qixing pointed toward the desk. "I'm certain someone has handled my books." "Zhang Hu, did anyone come here after we left?" Zhang Hu smacked his forehead. "Doctor, do you remember the brother and sister we met on the train about an hour ago? That boy came around looking for a place and happened to knock on the door of our safe house. By the way, doctor, regarding this house, forget it. He didn't leave me any contact information, so it would be difficult to track down the brother and sister." Zhang Hu muttered to himself. The more Qixing listened, the heavier his heart became. He could not entertain the notion that Bai Luo had come solely in search of a place to stay. After he left, did he head toward the alley entrance or continue toward the end of the alley? Zhang Hu, intimidated by Qixing's increasingly serious demeanor, replied honestly, he went toward the alley entrance. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. I watched him walk out of the alley before I returned." Upon hearing Zhang Hu's confirmation, Qixing felt a sinking sensation in his chest and quickly approached the desk. He noticed that the book that had been disturbed was indeed the one he had been reading on the train, and his expression darkened further. However, he discovered something pressed beneath the book. He promptly lifted the book to reveal a folded document pouch underneath. Upon opening the folded pouch, Qixing's entire body trembled. He recognized this time. It was a highly classified document pouch belonging to the enemy. Without a doubt, he had encountered this style of sealed pouch during a previous mission, which had cost the lives of 2 comrades. Although the seal had been tampered with, it was identical to what he had seen before. Qixing hastily opened the pouch and extracted its contents. Upon examining the material, he realized it was their mission objective. Indeed, what seemed elusive had come to him effortlessly. He quickly repacked the documents into the pouch and turned to Zhang Hu and Zhang Yu, issuing orders, "Immediately gather your belongings, we are leaving Haishar, now." Both were taken aback by Qixing's abrupt command. Zhang Hu tentatively asked, "Could it be that the boy is a spy? Have we been compromised?" "No, we have successfully completed our mission, and that boy is not a spy, he is a hero." No more questions. "I will explain everything on the way. Follow orders. We must evacuate Haishar immediately." Qixing was acutely aware that the enemy would be on a rampage, aggressively capturing suspicious individuals, possibly sealing off the train station and all exits. With this thought, his urgency heightened. He could not afford to lose that document. "Forget packing, we need to head straight to the train station." Zhang Hu and Zhang Yu were left bewildered by the unfolding events but obediently followed his instructions. Chapter 64, The Train Station Assassination. At this moment, Bai Luo leaned against the wall at a corner in the adjacent alley, observing the shifting markers of the 3 individuals in his mind. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "Qixing is indeed a clever man, though he seems a tad too hasty. He ought to wait until nightfall to depart." Noticing the group hastily exiting, Bai Luo followed suit, unhurriedly making his way after them. The Japanese had already lost half their lives due to his interference, and all corners of High City were under the watchful eyes of the secret police. Given Zhang Hu's distinctive appearance and stature, it was certain that the agents would take notice of them. Shortly after Qixing stepped outside, he became aware of the occasional glances directed at Zhang Hu. Regret washed over him as he muttered inwardly, chastising himself for his impatience. He lowered his voice and instructed the two, "We should separate. Zhang Hu's height and presence are too conspicuous. Let us regroup in the alley behind the train station." "Understood," replied Zhang Hu and Zhang Yu, parting ways with Qixing at the next fork in the road. Bai Luo observed the three disperse, realizing that Qixing had caught on, and it was not too late. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to follow Qixing, as he appeared to be the weakest link. Bai Luo surmised that the documents were most likely in Qixing's possession. However, he was mistaken. The documents were actually with Zhang Yu. Qixing was acutely aware of his own limitations. Should the Japanese discover them, he would become a liability. To safeguard the documents, he entrusted them to the most agile Zhang Yu, sternly advising her to escape at the first sign of trouble. Approximately an hour later, Qixing took a shortcut to the alley behind the train station. Just as he turned into the alley, he unexpectedly collided with a squad of Japanese soldiers. A jolt of fear surged through him, but years of underground work had equipped him with the skills to navigate such situations. He feigned mild panic, stepping aside to let the soldiers pass, his head bowed slightly. As anticipated, the soldiers did not detain Qixing and continued on their way. He breathed a sigh of relief, yet recognized that lingering in the alley was unwise. The risk of detection by the Japanese was palpable, and he was unaware of the patrol schedule. Waiting for Zhang Hu and Zhang Yu here was not an option. Resolutely, he made his way toward the main entrance of the train station, intending to wait there for the two. Upon arrival at the main entrance, he discovered that the train station had been sealed off, permitting only the citizens of High City to enter while forbidding them from leaving. Qixing realized that proceeding through the train station was no longer viable. Leaning against a telephone pole near the square, he pretended to wait for the station to reopen, blending in with the crowd of locals. Periodically, he would check the back alley to see if the other two had arrived. On his second visit to the alley, he encountered Zhang Yu. A sense of relief washed over him as they feigned unfamiliarity, walking in tandem from the alley to the main entrance. Meanwhile, Bai Luo squatted atop a third-floor rooftop approximately 200 meters from the train station's main entrance, fully equipped and having previously tied a rappel line to the back of the roof. Once the trio reunited, Bai Luo was prepared to create a diversion, providing them with an opportunity to slip through the chaos. Bai Luo raised his hand to glance at his watch, noting that it was already 1:30 p.m. Yet Zhang Hu had not yet arrived. Qixing and Zhang Yu were equally anxious, fearing that something unfortunate had befallen him. Considering his conspicuous nature. At that moment, a red marker suddenly appeared within the range of Bai Luo's detection radar. When the marker came into view through his scope, he could hardly suppress a laugh. There sat Zhang Hu on the ground, supporting himself with his hands as he crawled, his legs crossed beneath him, a tattered burlap sack draped over his lap for modesty, and he clutched a basin in his hands, intermittently soliciting alms from passers-by. Were it not for the monitoring radar, Bai Luo would never have noticed Zhang Hu's beggar disguise. As Zhang Hu finally crawled into the alley, he fortuitously encountered Zhang Ling returning from the same direction. Upon seeing Zhang Hu's outlandish appearance, Zhang Ling couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhang Hu felt helpless. Being a tall man from the eastern provinces, coupled with his imposing musculature, he resembled a towering lighthouse amidst the crowd in Haishar. Ultimately, he had drawn inspiration from the plight of a disabled beggar, swapping clothes with a tall beggar and draping himself in a few ragged burlap sacks. After considerable effort, he had managed. Upon reuniting with the trio, Bai Luo waited quietly. At that moment, a convoy of enemy soldiers approached, led by a car. Zhang Tiaojie found himself in a predicament. The situation was already complicated, yet more troubles seemed to emerge in quick succession. He had just received a complaint call from the Eagle Nation Consulate, stating that their members were being detained outside the train station by enemy soldiers. They had urgent matters requiring Zhang Tiaojie to grant immediate passage. Initially dismissing the call, he hung up, but soon received a reprimanding telegram from headquarters, demanding his personal intervention and an apology. Bailuo aimed his firearm at the slowly approaching vehicle, peering through the window to see the occupants clad in enemy military uniforms, their ranks and appearances obscured by the car's roof. The vehicle gradually rolled to a stop at the train station's main entrance, while the enemy soldiers trailing behind swiftly cleared a path through the crowd. An8 stepped forward to open the car door, and Zhang Tiao, he slung his general's saber at his waist, surveyed his surroundings, and called out, "Which one of you is Mr. Sherman?" The 8 promptly translated in Eagle language, addressing the crowd. "I am," came a response from behind the cordoned-off crowd. Zhang Tiao signaled the soldiers to part the way, and the individual named Sherman, accompanied by 3 companions, emerged from the throng. Zhang Tiao stepped forward, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, his demeanor humble as he sincerely remarked, "Mr. Sherman, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by my subordinate's indiscretion, which has wasted your precious time. I extend my sincerest apologies once again." He bowed again, another 90-degree gesture. However, upon hearing the aide's translation, Sherman did not respond with warmth, but rather with a frosty tone. "Might I inquire, Sir Commander, if I am now permitted to enter the train station? Your so-called soldier's ignorance has already cost me 2 hours." As Zhang Tiao straightened up to offer further explanation, before he could utter a word, a sharp pain struck his head, and he collapsed to the ground. This sudden turn of events startled the aide, who rushed to support him only to discover the muzzle of a gun pressed against Zhang Tiao's head, crimson blood streaming from the wound. Enemy attack. "Sniper, protect Commander Vong," the aide shouted in terror to the surrounding soldiers. Thanks to Bailuo's use of a silencer, the nearby civilians were unaware of the gunshot, merely observing the enemy commander suddenly crumple to the ground. Although there was a moment of panic, it did not escalate into chaos. With the enemy commander finally dispatched, Bailuo's expression of frustration began to fade. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the commander the instant he exited the vehicle. However, as the enemy general stepped out, the aide had inadvertently blocked his line of fire. Seizing the moment while the aide was translating for the foreigner, Bailuo swiftly adjusted his rifle to align with the enemy general's head. In an instant, the enemy general's head vanished from his sights, leading Bailuo to believe he was hallucinating. A slight adjustment of his aim revealed the enemy general bowing to the foreigner. Once the general stood upright, Bailuo readied his rifle once more, only to be confronted by the sight of 2 heads in his scope. The foolish translator had moved in close to interpret for the enemy general. In that moment of distraction, the enemy general bowed once more to the foreigner. Quickly, Bailuo raised his weapon, and the instant the enemy general straightened, he pulled the trigger. A resounding ping echoed as the bullet pierced the enemy general's skull from over 200 paces away. Through the scope, he witnessed the burst of crimson mist erupting from the general's head. What a relief, Bailuo exhaled. Chapter 65, the insignia ring. Upon realizing that they were encircled by enemy soldiers, the lieutenant felt a modicum of safety and called out to the nearest Japanese soldier, "Quickly, summon the driver to bring the vehicle closer." The soldier promptly obeyed, signaling to the driver of the nearby automobile to approach. The driver, upon noticing, immediately started the engine and maneuvered the vehicle to the side of the fallen Nakagawa. The lieutenant and another soldier hastily lifted Nakagawa and placed him inside the car. Just as they shut the door, the lieutenant intended to dash to the passenger seat when he suddenly felt a tremendous impact at the back of his head, akin to being struck by a hammer. Pain surged through him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he collapsed to the ground. This incident caught the attention of many bystanders, inciting a wave of agitation among the crowd at the train station entrance. The Japanese soldiers stationed around the station swiftly rushed towards the entrance, and within moments, 2 squads had tightly surrounded the vehicle. Qixing and his companions observed the commotion at the train station entrance. Exchanging glances, they seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of the fleeing crowd and slipped into the station. Bailuo, keenly aware of the situation, noticed the vehicle besieged by over 100 enemy soldiers and immediately raised his rifle to provide cover for his 3 comrades. The sound of gunfire echoed as Bailuo unleashed a torrent of bullets, depleting an entire magazine in less than 10 seconds. Over 200 meters away, more than 20 enemy soldiers fell, their fear mounting until the remaining ones could no longer contain it and scattered in search of cover. Schulman stood frozen, watching as bullets, seemingly from nowhere, wreaked havoc upon the enemy troops, yet there was not a single gunshot to be heard. This reminded him of a silencer. Observing Schulman lost in thought, his three companions quickly crouched and rushed to his side, dragging him away from the train station entrance. After reloading with a full magazine, Bai Luo continued to shift his aim, unleashing a relentless stream of fire upon the enemy soldiers desperately seeking shelter. A Japanese major, hidden behind a column at the train station entrance, gasped for breath. Once he regained composure, he cautiously peered around, scanning for high ground to locate the sniper who had just targeted the commander. It wasn't long before he spotted Bai Luo's protruding rifle muzzle. Instantly, the major issued orders to his men. The sniper is on the roof of the third floor on the east side. Machine gunners, suppress him. Nearby, a machine gunner crouched behind the car, immediately leveling his weapon atop the engine hood, aiming in the direction indicated by his superior. However, just as he emerged, a .556 bullet pierced through his skull. Witnessing this scene, the Japanese major's eyes turned crimson with fury. "Fetch the machine gun," the major shouted at several soldiers nearest to the vehicle, yet, in his fervor, most of his head was exposed to Bai Luo's gunpoint. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Luo immediately took aim and fired, eliminating him instantly. He had long been aware of this young soldier, who had been hiding behind a pillar, brandishing a command knife in a futile display. After dispatching the young major, Bai Luo swiftly changed the magazine and redirected his firearm towards the vehicle. However, the machine gun had already been removed from the hood by the Japanese. Bai Luo noticed that the identifiers of Qi Xing and his companions had vanished from his mind, replaced entirely by those of the Japanese soldiers. Not daring to linger, he descended the rooftop using a fast rope method. Once on the ground, Bai Luo executed a tactical roll, ensuring that no one was paying attention. He then stowed away his equipment into his spatial compartment and quickly departed, noting the increasing number of Japanese identifiers. By the time Bai Luo returned home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The house was empty, presumably because everyone had gone out, but Bai Luo was unconcerned. Although the occupied area had descended into chaos due to his actions, the French concession remained relatively stable. Upon entering his bedroom, Bai Luo accessed the system's settlement interface. Combat concluded. The host has eliminated 42 Japanese soldiers, including 1 general, 1 lieutenant colonel, and 1 major, achieving a total of 1,360 points, 1,000 for the general. The host has killed 3 high-ranking officers within 3 months, triggering hidden rewards, 3 points wristbands. Note, wearing the points wristband allows the host to gain the same points for enemy kills as the wearer. However, wearing it personally does not add to the host's points. Achievement rewards are not included, as they only count the host's kill tally. Additional features of the wristband include location tracking and time display. He imagined the silly girl wielding a Gatling gun spewing blue flames and decimating the enemy while his points accumulated. After some time, Bai Luo managed to conceal his somewhat greedy expression. He quickly retrieved a points wristband from the system space for inspection. It could not be described as mundane but rather as distinctly unique. Bai Luo had anticipated a sleek and high-quality wristband, but was taken aback to find it resembled a child's toy smartwatch from the future. No, it was even less impressive than that, as at least the latter could take photos and make calls. A simplified version of a Genius phone watch. Bai Luo felt momentarily lost in thought. Just then, noises from downstairs jolted him from his reverie. Collecting his scattered thoughts, he descended the stairs. Upon reaching the first-floor hall, Bai Luo saw the silly girl and spotting the silly girl with her back turned, Bai Luo pulled out the pink smartwatch and gently tapped her arm. As she turned to face him, the silly girl asked, "Xiao Luo, are you hungry? Dinner will take a while." Bai Luo couldn't help but feel a twinge of irony, thinking that it was she who must be hungry. He leaned over to glimpse the basin she was handling, estimating it contained at least 10 pounds of rice. Rather than respond to her question, he swiftly placed their smartwatch onto her left wrist. The silly girl looked down at the pink device Bai Luo had adorned her with. She curiously touched the square screen with her right hand, causing it to emit a soft glow and revealing a watch face before her eyes. She gazed at the points wristband in wonder, exclaiming, "Is this a watch? It lights up too." Bai Luo found himself at a loss for words. It did resemble a watch, given both its design and functionality. Nodding at the silly girl, he instructed, Don't take this off, even when bathing, it's waterproof. The silly girl, hearing Bai Luo's words, nodded eagerly, refraining from questioning why it couldn't be removed. Instead, while washing the rice, she repeatedly submerged the watch in water, clearly enjoying herself. Observing that the silly girl had taken his advice to heart, Bai Luo allowed her to continue, confident that it wouldn't break. He then returned upstairs for a quick nap. When he came down again, several dishes were already laid out on the table. After the four of them finished their meal, Bai Luo sat on the sofa for a while before preparing to leave. Liu Ruyan, noticing his intentions, inquired, "Xiao Luo, are you heading out?" "Yes, Aunt Liu, I'm just going out for a stroll, I won't be late," Bai Luo replied, waving his hand as he hurriedly slipped away. Liu Ruyan didn't fully believe him but chose to remain silent. Just as Bai Luo exited the villa district, he hailed a rickshaw, heading straight for the occupied area, intending to scout the garrison. Chapter 66, The Destruction of the Japanese Garrison. Half an hour later, Bai Luo peered cautiously from the mouth of an alley, roughly 100 meters away from the garrison, scrutinizing the entrance. Even from a distance, he could see two Type 92 heavy machine guns positioned behind sandbag fortifications on either side of the garrison's entrance, forming a rudimentary machine gun nest. Approximately a squad of Japanese soldiers was stationed at the entrance, but Bai Luo furrowed his brow, perplexed by the fact that his mental radar indicated there were fewer than a squad of Japanese soldiers within the garrison itself. Where had they all gone? He scratched his head, dismissing the thought. Regardless, he needed to go in and plant the C4. Surely the Japanese would return eventually. After all, one could escape a monk, but not the temple. With most of the Japanese absent, it would afford him the convenience to set the explosives. With this in mind, Bai Luo's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon the garrison. On this winter night, darkness enveloped the earth like thick ink, as if an endless abyss had consumed all light. Bai Luo slipped into the shadows, donning a black combat uniform and securing his bulletproof vest. Once prepared, he darted out of the alley, quickly taking cover behind the garrison's outer wall under the cloak of night. The wall loomed 3 meters high, reinforced with barbed wire, making it nearly 4 meters tall. Bai Luo cautiously stepped back 2 paces, then, with a burst of speed, he kicked off the wall twice, effortlessly hoisting himself onto the ledge. With his left hand, he retrieved a pair of cutting pliers from his toolkit at his waist, swiftly severing the barbed wire. Gently leaping over the wall, Bai Luo rolled upon landing, swiftly taking refuge in the corner of the nearest room. After his encounter with the Japanese martial artist in Jin City, he had become exceedingly cautious upon entering any room, fully alert and fearful of encountering another adversary. Given the garrison's considerable size, Bai Luo took the artillery shells he had previously collected in Jin City and placed them alongside the C4, maximizing the explosive potential. Each room now contained 2 shells and 1 C4, and to prevent the Japanese from discovering the explosives upon their return, Bai Luo concealed them meticulously. After half an hour, he had successfully planted explosives in most of the rooms and barracks, leaving only a small courtyard guarded by the Japanese unvisited. Bai Luo crouched atop the roof, observing the courtyard, approximately 30 meters away, where Japanese soldiers stood vigilant. In the center of the courtyard was a heavy machine gun position, with 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance of each of the large rooms. Moreover, a patrol of 13 Japanese soldiers circled the courtyard's perimeter, while others were dispersed around the area. Notably, a heavy machine gun nest also guarded one side of the courtyard's entrance. From their no-fire sign written in Japanese on the wall, Bai Luo deduced that this place was likely a munitions depot. However, the defenses were formidable, making it challenging for anyone to infiltrate unnoticed. Yet, Bai Luo had already noted the ventilation window at the back of the building. Although high off the ground and small in size, it was manageable for someone of his stature. After all, he was only 9 years old. With his diminutive frame, he had ample space to maneuver. 5 minutes later, Bai Luo skillfully pried open the window and slipped inside. The interior walls had been removed, confirming his suspicions. The room was filled with munitions, including a Type 92 infantry gun near the entrance, 5 mortars on the left, and 3 Type 92 heavy machine guns. Bailuo cleared the empty crates from the space, ignoring a pile of boxes filled with Japanese Type 38 rifles. He headed straight for the crates containing mortar shells, collecting over 20 boxes, and securing all 10 boxes of shells for the Type 92 infantry gun. Afterward, he gathered 2 Type. Bailuo then tucked several C4 explosives among the pile of mortar shells. After surveying the surroundings to ensure he hadn't overlooked anything of value, he retraced his steps through the ventilation window. He chose not to enter the other room, likely another munitions store, as his space was already nearly at capacity. Quietly, he exited the garrison's perimeter, finding a vantage point to observe the garrison. Bailuo waited for the Japanese soldiers to return, eager to surprise them. As anticipated, nearly 2 hours later, a group of Japanese special agents and a large contingent of soldiers returned. Among them, Bailuo spotted 5 members of the Red Party. They must be. Why send so many soldiers and agents for just 5 individuals? Indeed, the multitude of soldiers was not solely for the sake of these 5 captives. Following Bailuo's assassination of the Japanese commander that afternoon, the Japanese had gone into a frenzy, sealing off it was a blanket sweep where anyone encountered was apprehended and interrogated on the spot. The number of individuals captured far exceeded those confined in the patrol vehicle. Over a dozen were crammed into the patrol car, and dozens more were loaded onto the trucks, most of whom were merely innocent victims of circumstance. Upon arrival at the garrison's entrance, the special agents did not enter. They intended to transport the newly apprehended individuals back for interrogation. The command center, receiving word of this, was in a state of fury, demanding that the assassin of Nakagawa be captured within 3 days, along with the Blue Party action team responsible for the bombing of the Chuyun. The Japanese High Command did not believe a single individual could have destroyed the Chuyun. They suspected the Blue Party, as the Red Party lacked the resources to amass such quantities of explosives, and preparations for a retaliatory plan were already underway. After a brief pause, over 100 special agents escorting the captured individuals continued towards the office of the Special High Command in Haishar. Their headquarters had been reproposed from a prison, and Bailuo felt a sense of relief upon seeing that the captured individuals were not being held at the garrison. Otherwise, he would have been uncertain whether to detonate the explosives. Failing to do so would lead to a thorough search upon the discovery of the stolen munitions, likely exposing the hidden bombs. On the other hand, detonating them would probably result in the demise of all those captured by the Japanese. With a sigh of relief, Bailuo continued to monitor the garrison, disregarding the convoy of over 100 agents. Once he detonated the explosives at the garrison, the only Japanese forces that could be mobilized in Haishar would be the few hundred agents of the Special High Command. Upon hearing of the explosion, they would undoubtedly come to investigate. He would then infiltrate the Special High Command's prison, liberate the captives, and plant more explosives, effectively dismantling the Japanese military presence in Haishar. The thought filled him with exhilaration. Approximately 20 minutes later, seeing that the Japanese soldiers had returned to their barracks, Bailuo retrieved the detonator and pressed the button. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, the garrison echoed with a series of explosions from various barracks and rooms. The noise was not as thunderous as the destruction of the Chuyun battleship, but the destructive power was substantial. The munitions depot within the garrison erupted with the loudest noise, as the detonation of ammunition obliterated the entire courtyard, reducing it to rubble. Chapter 67, A Reunion with Zhang Weiguo. The continuous explosions shattered the tranquility of the surroundings. Bailuo, concealed behind the wall, refrained from executing any remaining Japanese soldiers after the explosions ceased. Instead, he dashed towards the direction of the Special High Command's intelligence department. Meanwhile, the agents who had just returned to their base witnessed the distant flames shooting into the sky. In the Special High Command office, the intelligence director, Chuan Tianjingyi, approached the window, his expression darkening as he gazed at the distant inferno. He pondered the source of the explosion, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Recent events had placed immense pressure on him, with telegrams from the Empire arriving incessantly in his office. Had it not been for his mentor, Tofu Yuan, shielding him from most of the backlash, he would likely be facing a military tribunal in Japan by now. At that moment, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted Chuan Tianjingyi's thoughts. "Come in." Upon hearing his voice, the person outside immediately pushed the door open. Director, the suspects we apprehended have arrived downstairs, and it seems the source of the explosion was in the direction of the garrison, reported the action team leader, Miyamoto Ichiro, in a hurry. What? Chuan Tianjingyi's expression turned pale, and he rushed to his desk to grab the telephone, dialing the garrison's number. After completing the call, he placed the receiver to his ear, only to be met with a busy signal, intensifying his fear. Unwilling to believe it, he redialed, but the busy signal persisted. Frustrated, Chuan Tianjingyi slammed the phone down onto the ground, seeking to vent the pent-up rage that had been building within him. After breaking the phone, he forced himself to regain his composure and shouted to Miyamoto Ichiro, who was standing nearby. Gather all action personnel. Lock up the recently captured individuals in the prison, and we will address that later. Leave a squad to guard the area, and everyone else will accompany me to the garrison. Yes. Miyamoto Ichiro replied immediately, swiftly exiting Chuan Tianjingyi's office to relay the orders. Once Chuan Tianjingyi had calmed down, the anxiety that had plagued him transformed into sheer terror. If the garrison had indeed been attacked, then the last batch of Imperial soldiers stationed in Haishur would be lost. Until reinforcements were dispatched from the headquarters, he would only have over 500 agents at his disposal. Chuan Tianjingyi felt that Haishur had turned into a graveyard for Imperial soldiers. Suppressing the fear that threatened to overwhelm him, he composed his expression and descended the stairs. Downstairs, at the entrance of the Special High Command's compound, over 400 agents had assembled. Upon Chuan Tianjingyi's arrival, he said nothing but waved his hand, signaling everyone to board the vehicles and depart. As the gates of the Special High Command swung open, vehicles began to file out, heading directly towards the garrison. The closer they drew, the more Chuan Tianjingyi's expression darkened. The sight of the explosion's fiery aftermath grew increasingly vivid. The acrid scent of smoke thickened in the air, and as the convoy turned a corner, a gust of warm wind swept through the chilly winter night. When the convoy finally reached the garrison, all the agents were left in stunned silence. The once grand compound lay in ruins, as if it had been plowed through by a relentless force. Quickly, extinguish the fires and rescue any survivors. Hurry, hurry, check if anyone is still alive. Chuan Tianjingyi, the first to regain his composure, shouted. The remaining agents snapped back to reality and rushed towards the debris. Chuan Tianjingyi felt as though he had been struck by a powerful blow, stumbling back a couple of steps and his eyes glazed over. He realized he was finished. His mentor could no longer protect him, and someone would have to take responsibility for this disaster. He feared he would be that person. Meanwhile, Bai Luo had encountered Chuan Tianjingyi's convoy on the way, quickly darting into an alley to avoid them, opting not to attack. His current goal was to save people. Who could blame him for being so compassionate? Unbeknownst to Bai Luo, the capture of those individuals was largely due to his actions. Once the convoy passed, Bai Luo resumed his sprint towards the Special High Command's headquarters. At that moment, in a narrow alley near the entrance of the Special High Command, Zhang Weiguo and Hu Zai were lurking, peering cautiously at the entrance. Hu Zai, are you certain your sister-in-law was taken to the Special High Command? Zhang Weiguo asked for confirmation once more. Absolutely, Hu Zai replied. Hearing this assurance, Zhang Weiguo felt a sense of relief, glad that she was not at the garrison. Captain, how did you end up in this situation? Hu Zai inquired, noticing Zhang Weiguo's disheveled appearance. Zhang Weiguo's expression darkened. After parting ways with Hu Zai to search for Zhang Weie, he finally learned around 10 o'clock that the Japanese had lifted their blockade. Together with Hu Zai, they had ventured into the nearby vegetable market, only to discover from an elderly vendor that Zhang Weie had been taken away. She had intervened when Japanese soldiers were abusing a child, leading to her being detained along with her maid. With no other option, Zhang Weiguo and Hu Zai split up. Hu Zai remained at the entrance of the Special High Command while he followed the recently departed Japanese troops. Zhang Weiguo hurriedly ran towards the vicinity of the garrison, only to find that the Japanese soldiers had already returned to their camp. As he approached within 50 meters of the garrison, preparing to investigate whether the captured individuals had been held there, the garrison suddenly exploded. The resulting shockwave knocked him to the ground, sending him sprawling. The unexpected blast caught Zhang Weiguo off guard. He stumbled back to his feet, shaking off the dizziness as he stared at the garrison, now reduced to rubble. It felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, and upon regaining his senses, he scrambled towards the remains of the garrison. After a thorough search, he found no trace of the patrol vehicle, and a sense of relief, he consoled himself, believing that the captives must have been taken to the Special High Command. He quickly took a shortcut towards the Special High Command's headquarters, recalling that this route was the same one he had traversed during their initial infiltration into Haishar. Otherwise, he would have had a difficult time locating it. Although he was familiar with Haishar, he had not returned since graduating from military school and had no knowledge of the Special High Command's new office location. As he pondered this, Zhang Weiguo turned to Huzai and asked, "Did you hear the explosion just now?" Huzai nodded in response. "The explosion came from the garrison. I have no idea how it happened, but I was right nearby when it went off, and the shockwave knocked me over," Zhang Weiguo recounted while brushing the dust off his clothes. Huzai looked concerned. "Captain, are you all right? Do I look like I'm in trouble?" Zhang Weiguo replied, rolling his eyes. Huzai scrutinized him earnestly, and just as Zhang Weiguo was beginning to feel uneasy under his gaze, Huzai nodded and said, "Indeed, Captain, there's a hole in the back of your pants." Zhang Weiguo shot him a glare, ignoring his comment. He thought to himself, what a nuisance. Can't he see I don't want to discuss this? Of course I know there's a hole in my pants. It's freezing, the cold wind is blowing right in. How could I not notice? Once again, he began to curse the bomb that had detonated at the garrison, lamenting that it hadn't been more careful to check for bystanders before exploding. Chapter 68, A Reunion with Zhang Weiguo 2 in Zhou. By the way, Captain, just now a multitude of vehicles filled with special agents emerged from the Special High Command, Huzai suddenly recalled and reported to Zhang Weiguo. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo pondered for a moment and said, "Let us move closer and see what's going on. We don't have any weapons, so be cautious." Huzai nodded in agreement and followed closely behind Zhang Weiguo as they stealthily made their way around the front entrance of the Special High Command towards the side. At that moment, Bai Luo arrived at the side wall of the Special High Command. Utilizing his mental radar, he observed that fewer than 50 agents remained on guard. Just as he prepared to scale the wall, he heard faint footsteps behind him, so light that an ordinary person would not have noticed. Bai Luo focused on his radar, realizing that there were no Japanese agents or Red Party members in the alley behind him. An involuntary shiver ran down his spine as he recalled the encounter with the elusive Old Six in Jin City. Cautiously, Bai Luo withdrew his pistol, disengaging the safety as he stealthily crept towards the source of the footsteps. When he reached the corner of the alley, the footsteps became clearer, drawing closer. Confirming he had not misheard, Bai Luo executed a roll, kneeling and aiming his gun at the two figures approaching. Zhang Weiguo and Huzai froze, startled as a shadowy figure sprang from the alley, catching them off guard. Upon focusing, they realized it was a person aiming a gun at them. Bai Luo, now able to see their faces, thought to himself that these two were quite fortunate to have escaped. However, he was puzzled as to why they bore no insignia of the Blue Party. Surely, even if they were in Shanghai undercover, they would have some form of identification, had they resigned. Deciding to ask directly, Bai Luo holstered his gun and lowered the mask from his face as he approached Zhang Weiguo and Huzai. The two, caught off guard and unable to comprehend his intentions, were taken aback by the sight of a familiar face they both felt a mix of affection and exasperation towards. Well, if it isn't you, you unfortunate soul," Huzai exclaimed in a hushed tone. Zhang Weiguo, though silent, shared Huzai's sentiment, but he quickly motioned for Huzai to keep quiet. They were still planning to infiltrate the Special High Command. Bai Luo's face darkened at Huzai's words, and he turned to walk away. "What kind of greeting is that? I went through all that trouble to save you, and now this is how you treat me." Seeing Bai Luo turn to leave, Zhang Weiguo and Huzai hurriedly caught up, realizing that he was their best chance to acquire weapons. "Hey, little brother, don't go. I apologize for what I said. You're not an unfortunate soul," Huzai pleaded, reaching out to him. "Then who is?" Bai Luo shot back, leaving Huzai momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, Huzai gritted his teeth and replied, "We are, both of us are the unfortunate ones." He did not agree with this sentiment. Bai Luo halted and softly inquired, "Weren't you supposed to return to the old unit? Why are you here in Haishar, and how did you end up at the Special High Command?" Upon hearing Bai Luo's question, Zhang Weiguo let out a sigh. "It's a long story. Then let's make it brief. I have matters to attend to," Bai Luo urged. Zhang Weiguo was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking, "This kid has things to do, I have things to do too." However, in order to obtain the weapon from Bai Luo, he decided to share a concise version of their story. After their retreat to the north, they had been searching for their unit. Upon finally locating it, they discovered that their former superior, who had cared for them, had been scapegoated for the failures in Jin City. The new commanding officer's first act upon assuming power was to eliminate any potential threats, and Zhang Weiguo found himself reassigned to a company with barely any functioning rifles, much to his dismay. As a graduate of a German military academy, Zhang Weiguo found this unacceptable. Though he understood the reality of the situation, new leaders often replaced old ones, a common occurrence in the Blue Party. Ultimately, Zhang Weiguo's departure from the Blue Party was prompted by a humiliating order to retreat just half an hour after engagement with the Japanese, abandoning an entire county. After barely escaping the encirclement, Zhang Weiguo learned from soldiers at the rear about the reasons behind the retreat. Enraged, he cursed the incompetence of his superiors and lost faith in the Blue Party altogether. He dismissed the few subordinates who had fought alongside him and headed to Shanghai in search of his fiancée, Zhang Weiyue. Despite the challenges, they managed to infiltrate Shanghai and locate Zhang Weiyue. Upon seeing them, she was overjoyed, especially upon hearing she might be able to stay in Shanghai permanently, leading her to rush out to buy ingredients for a home-cooked meal for the two men. However, when she failed to return by evening, Zhang Weiguo grew anxious and, along with Huzai, ventured to the nearby vegetable market for information. After some effort, they learned that Zhang Weiyue had gone to a larger market near the train station. Rushing to the train station, they found it heavily guarded by Japanese soldiers. After inquiring with the locals, they discovered that a gunfight had erupted that afternoon, resulting in the death of the Japanese commander, leading to a lockdown in the area. Zhang Weiguo expressed his frustration. "It's all because of that kid. Why did he have to kill the commander just as my fiancée was shopping there? I know it's all just coincidence, and I truly admire the assassin for his skill. I'm not blaming him, I'm just a bit miffed." Bai Luo's expression darkened, and he chose not to respond, motioning for Zhang Weiguo to continue. "After I parted ways with Huzai, I decided to follow the Japanese troops to see if my fiancée had been taken to the garrison. Just as I approached, the garrison exploded, and I was thrown back by the force of it. Look at my pants, they got torn. I have no idea who set off that bomb without considering the surroundings." Zhang Weiguo lamented, oblivious to Bai Luo's increasingly darkening expression. Bai Luo, not wanting to hear any more, interjected, "So you came here to rescue your fiancée?" "She's my fiancée," Zhang Weiguo corrected him, understanding that the two had indeed resigned from the Blue Party. Bai Luo finally realized why they bore no insignia. "Regardless, it doesn't matter. Go rescue your fiancée. I have my own business to attend to," Bai Luo said, waving his hand dismissively. Huzai quickly grabbed Bai Luo's arm. "Little brother, I need to ask you for a favor." Bai Luo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What is it?" Bai Luo contemplated this for a moment. Since the two had resigned, perhaps he could recruit them to join him. After all, he had plenty of weapons. "That's not out of the question, but first, you both need to answer me one question." "What question?" they chorused. "Are you planning to fight the Japanese again?" Zhang Weiguo and Huzai exchanged glances, then solemnly nodded in unison. "Absolutely." Chapter 69. System upgrade. Bai Luo, upon hearing the resolute responses from the two men, refrained from further conversation and handed over the two handguns along with their corresponding magazines. While Zhang Weiguo remained composed, Huzai, gazing down at the diminutive child-sized 1911 in his hands, fell into contemplation. He had anticipated that Bai Luo would bestow upon him the longer firearm. He parted his lips, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Zhang Weiguo skillfully chambered a round in the Glock 26, casually examining it before inquiring of Bai Luo, "What brings you here, young brother?" "To save lives," Bai Luo replied. Jiang Weiguo, momentarily taken aback, turned to Bai Luo and asked, "Whom are you rescuing?" Bai Luo gestured towards the Japanese special police station nearby. Jiang Weiguo. Huzi. After a brief period of preparation, Bai Luo stepped onto Huzi's shoulder, leading the charge over the wall. As he landed, he swiftly dispatched the two agents who had been smoking nearby. Once all three had entered, they began a precise elimination of the agents under Bai Luo's command, with the sound of muted gunfire echoing softly, reminiscent of distant chimes. Around 50 agents were systematically neutralized within a mere 10 minutes. The last agent suffered the most, enduring 3 bullets to their head simultaneously. Upon concluding their task, the trio retrieved keys from the guards and liberated all the prisoners within the facility. Approximately 100 individuals had been detained by the agents. Aside from those newly imprisoned that very night, the others could barely walk, bearing testament to the brutal interrogations they had endured. The group refrained from excessive chatter within the prison, fearing the sudden return of the agents, which would leave them no opportunity to flee. They expressed their gratitude briefly, with those having homes hastily packing their belongings to escape, while the others made a swift exit. Remaining would surely lead to recapture. As the last of the prisoners evacuated the facility, Jiang Weiguo offered a few comforting words to Jiang Wei before guiding her towards Huzi and Bai Luo. The three exchanged glances before emerging from the Japanese special police station and gradually slowing their pace after traversing several narrow alleys. At Jiang Weiguo's subtle gesture, Huzi reluctantly returned the weapon he had been holding to Bai Luo. After all, what soldier does not cherish their firearm? Though it was somewhat smaller, the silencer provided an excellent feel during use. Jiang Weiguo, having studied silencers during his time at a military academy abroad, recalled those that were bulky and unwieldy, in stark contrast to the compact model Bai Luo possessed. "What are your plans moving forward?" Bai Luo inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Weiguo responded, "For now, I intend to spend some time with my Fianke. My former superior has informed me he will introduce me to a legitimate anti-Japanese unit shortly." Bai Luo nodded in acknowledgement but chose not to elaborate further. Jiang Weiguo glanced upward at the darkening sky. "How about this, young Luo? Please share your address with me. You have been of immense assistance today, and I shall visit you tomorrow." Bai Luo, not wishing to decline, thought to persuade Jiang Weiguo and Huzi to join him. "Very well. It appears that sister-in-law has been considerably shaken. Let us converse further tomorrow," he remarked, observing Jiang Wei, who was being supported by a maid. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Jiang Wei mustered a faint smile, still visibly rattled from the day's events. "Thank you for your help tonight, young brother," she said. "Not at all, sister-in-law," Bai Luo replied. After agreeing on a time for Jiang Weiguo's visit the following day, they parted ways to return home. By the time Bai Luo arrived at his doorstep, it was nearing midnight, yet he noticed light still illuminating the interior. Upon entering, he found Liu Ruyan seated on the sofa, stifling yawns. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, Liu Ruyan quickly looked up, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Bai Luo clad in black combat attire and wielding a firearm, recalling that he had not left in this outfit. However, she refrained from questioning him. "Welcome home, Xiao Luo. Are you hungry? Shall I prepare a late-night snack for you?" Realizing Liu Ruyan's scrutinizing gaze, Bai Luo glanced down and remembered he had forgotten to change his clothes in his haste. As he contemplated offering an explanation, he surmised that Liu Ruyan likely already knew about his nightly escapades. No need, Aunt Liu, please rest early. I have 2 friends coming over tomorrow afternoon, so do buy some extra ingredients for a meal with Sharnu. Liu Ruyan responded with a smile and, yielding to her weariness, retreated into her room to rest. After tidying up briefly, Bai Luo returned to his own room. Lying on his bed, he accessed the system's battle summary interface. Battle concluded. Host has eliminated 796 Japanese soldiers, including 2 lieutenant colonels and 1 major through special kills, earning 9,230 points. The host has completed the 4,000 and 5,000 kill milestones, receiving rewards. 1 upgrade card for the automatic artillery base, 1 upgrade card for the artillery base fortress, and 5 automatic Katyusha rocket launcher vehicles. The host has surpassed 5,000 kills, prompting henceforth The host will receive double points for each kill. The monitoring radar's detection radius has expanded to 3 kilometers, and the coordinate positioning feature has been activated, costing 200 points per use. Upon witnessing this reward, Bai Luo sprang from his bed in astonishment. He had never anticipated that the system could undergo an upgrade, especially one linked to his kill count. System, what is the requirement for the next upgrade? Their host's kill count must reach 15,000. After hearing the system's response, Bai Luo nodded, concluding that it aligned closely with his conjecture, as it required double the number of kills compared to the current upgrade. What about the coordinate positioning? Note, coordinate positioning can pinpoint any person or object, provided the host has personally seen them. It can offer precise coordinates at any time, costing 200 points per use. Hiss! Bai Luo inhaled sharply, and regaining his composure, he quickly prepared to conduct an experiment. 200 points. A mere trifle. System, locate Bai Xiumei. Instantly, Bai Luo observed his points drop from 36,860 to 36,660. In the next moment, a triangular arrow appeared in his mind, accompanied by text indicating Shaanxi Province, Anxi County, Yangshan, with coordinates of longitude and latitude. The coordinates lingered in his mind for approximately 2 minutes before dissipating. Bai Luo inwardly praised the system for its excellence. Once he established a position for the artillery base, it would be a matter of determining who would face the bombardment. After a considerable time, Bai Luo finally emerged from his reverie, suppressing his inner restlessness. He closed his eyes, as tomorrow he had 2 formidable individuals awaiting his persuasion. The following noon, Zhang Weiguo and his companions arrived as promised, with Zhang Huaye in tow, carrying an abundance of gifts to once again express her gratitude to Bai Luo. After the meal, Zhang Huaye followed Liu Ruoyan towards a nearby sitting room, while Bai Luo escorted the 2 men to his study on the 3rd floor. Chapter 70. Zhang Weiguo persuades Bai Luo to join the Red Party. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Weiguo finally broached the questions he had been unable to ask the previous night. Xiao Luo, to which organization do you belong? Zhang Weiguo was genuinely curious about the origins of such a skilled young individual. Of course, if it's inconvenient to disclose, then never mind, he quickly added, realizing that probing into someone else's background right off the bat could easily cause offense. However, his curiosity was piqued, especially given the unprecedented weaponry and equipment that Bai Luo possessed. During his time studying in Germany, Zhang Weiguo had been exposed to various mainstream weapons from different countries, having even handled some of them firsthand. Yet, the gear and attire that Bai Luo donned were entirely unfamiliar to him. Perhaps it was a reflection of his own ignorance. Nevertheless, the weapons, whether it was the sniper rifle Bai Luo had used to rescue them or the one he wielded last night, were beyond Zhang Weiguo's experience. The silencers, in particular, were remarkably stable, unlike the ones he had encountered in military school, which often malfunctioned after just 100 shots. There's nothing inconvenient about it. I don't belong to any organization, but if I must align myself with one, I have relatives in the Red Party, Bai Luo replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo exchanged a glance with Tiger. His former superior had intended to introduce them to the Red Party forces. However, after returning from his studies, he had joined the Blue Party under his family's arrangements, leaving him with little understanding of the Red Party, save for its notorious poverty. Moreover, the Blue Party harbored a strong aversion to the Red Party, often exhibiting an even stricter stance than against the enemy. Reflecting on this, Zhang Weiguo ventured, then why don't you join the Red Party, Xiao Luo? Though you may be young, with your skills, I doubt anyone would decline you. I'm not interested, I prefer freedom and dislike being restrained, Bai Luo responded. Besides, I can handle the enemy on my own. Zhang Weiguo believed this wholeheartedly. Bai Luo had indeed proven his mettle against the enemy. Yet, the strength of one is limited. Just how much damage can one person inflict on the enemy? Even if we dismantled the enemy's high command base yesterday, the impact was minimal, Zhang Weiguo remarked, taking a sip of tea before continuing his persuasion. To be frank, my former superior has seen through the essence of the Blue Party, and we are preparing to join the Red Party. Xiao Luo, why not accompany us? Bai Luo discerned the intentions of these two. They were clearly contemplating involving him in their plans as well. Leaning back in his chair, he he gestured for Zhang Weiguo to proceed. Xiao Luo, I have yet to properly introduce myself. I studied at the German military academy for 4 years, particularly under a mentor who is a figure of great admiration. He possesses a comprehensive theory of special operations, and we engaged in numerous drills during our time there. The outcomes of those exercises far exceeded my expectations, and I learned by my mentor's side for 4 years. As for your preparations, are you referring to special operations as in forming an elite team for behind enemy lines assassinations, intelligence gathering, decapitating high-ranking commanders, and launching raids on local command systems? Bai Luo interjected, unable to contain himself at the mention of special operations theory. Zhang Weiguo was taken aback. How do you know this? He asked, realizing that Bai Luo's marksmanship and equipment were ideally suited for such operations, suggesting he had a mentor well versed in special tactics. Observing the shift in Zhang Weiguo's expression from astonishment to realization, Bai Luo was puzzled. Had he misspoken? Dismissing his concerns, he decided to turn the tables. To address your first point, while an individual's strength may seem insignificant, it varies from person to person. Do you have any idea how many enemies I have dispatched in the past few months? Over 5,000. How many? 5,000. Zhang Weiguo and Tiger exclaimed in disbelief. Are you sure you didn't add an extra 0? Even downstairs, Zhang Wei and Liu Ruyan heard the commotion and glanced upward. Bai Luo gestured for them to lower their voices before continuing. Yeah, I've blown up the enemy's command center twice. When we first encountered them, I sniped their division commander, which is why they've been so persistent in pursuing us. I was also responsible for the deaths of the enemy in Jinshi, not to mention the battleship I destroyed. And I sniped the commander at the train station, as well as the enemy garrison last night. As Zhang Weiguo's expression darkened, Bai Luo's voice gradually diminished, hastily adding, I truly didn't notice you were nearby last night. Zhang Weiguo slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Well done. Excellent work. Bai Luo stared in bewilderment at Zhang Weiguo, wondering why he wasn't angry despite being put in such a precarious situation. However, Zhang Weiguo's next words dispelled Bai Luo's concerns. My dear brother Xiao Luo, do you think I would blame you? You underestimate me, Zhang Weiguo. I owe you my gratitude for avenging my comrades. I've heard about the events in Jinshi, but I never imagined it was you behind it all. For this debt of gratitude, don't even mention having inconvenienced me a couple of times. Even if you had accidentally blown me to bits yesterday, I would have left with a smile. With a hearty laugh, Zhang Weiguo couldn't help but chuckle, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Exchanging a solemn glance with Tiger, they both rose and rendered a military salute to Bai Luo. Startled by their gesture, Bai Luo quickly returned the salute. After a moment, Bai Luo proposed, so, would you two consider joining me in battling the enemy? Zhang Weiguo replied directly, Xiao Luo, we are willing to follow you, but you must consider the matter of weaponry and logistical support. Before he could finish, Bai Luo interrupted, signaling for him and Tiger to follow. Bewildered, Zhang Weiguo and Tiger complied. Bai Luo led them to a small grove not far from the villa. Approaching a tree, he opened a concealed door and led them downwards. This was the small armory Bai Luo had previously acquired as a reward. To bolster his persuasive power, he had temporarily stored heavy machine guns and mortars there, along with his personal Benelli M1014 shotgun and M200 R93 rifles. For firearms, he had chosen the German STG-44 assault rifle. When Zhang Weiguo and Tiger laid eyes on the cache of armaments, their jaws nearly dropped. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Weiguo eagerly grabbed an STG-44, recalling that this weapon had only recently been presented in design sketches. It had barely been over a year since his return, yet here it was in tangible form. He wondered how many such rifles Germany possessed now. Bai Luo, however, had dozens. After fiddling with the bolt and admiring. Chapter 71, The Establishment of Unit 76. By the time Bai Luo, Zhang Weiguo, and Huzi emerged from the army, half an hour had already elapsed. The trio returned to the third floor, where Zhang Weiguo eagerly proclaimed, Xiao Luo, we are joining forces with you. Huzi beside him nodded in agreement. Bai Luo waved his hand dismissively. It is not a matter of merely following me. You both are free to seek out trouble with the little devils on your own. and you may utilize the weaponry as you see fit. Should I require assistance, I will notify you, and of course, if you have a target that necessitates support, do not hesitate to call upon me. We can consider this a collaborative relationship. Upon concluding his statement, Bai Luo retrieved 2 score wristbands from his. They serve the dual purpose of timekeeping while also possessing a tracking feature, enabling you to ascertain each other's locations at all times. Once you don this wristband, it should not be removed lightly, as unforeseen circumstances may arise, leaving you without it when needed. Moreover, these wristbands are quite costly and remarkably durable. They are waterproof, allowing you to wear them while bathing or washing your hands. For the time being, I have only managed to procure 3 of them. Bai Luo exerted considerable effort in persuading the 2 to wear these wristbands consistently, but for the sake of points, he found it a worthwhile endeavor. As Bai Luo anticipated, upon learning that these devices could display their mutual locations, both Zhang Weiguo and Hu Zi were thoroughly intrigued, especially since they could also serve as watches. It is well known that on the battlefield, it is all too easy for units to become scattered, making it challenging to locate one another. With these wristbands, even if they were separated, they could use the devices to find each other. Bai Luo briefly instructed them on how to use their wristbands, and within moments, Zhang Weiguo and Hu Zi had already mastered the operation. Zhang Weiguo, observing the 3 small dots displayed on the wristband screen, asked Hu Zi to walk over to the Villard district to conduct a test. Indeed, as Bai Luo had stated, the functionality was flawless. During this time, you both should focus on enhancing your physical fitness. Brother Weiguo, you must have learned a thing or two in Germany, right? Currently, you 2 cannot even keep pace with the silly girl. In the future, long-distance marches will surely become routine for special operations. Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, the 2 were momentarily inclined to retort, but the reality of the situation was undeniable. They had been left in the dust by Bai Luo and the silly girl, unable to even catch a glimpse of their shadows. Zhang Weiguo sighed and nodded in reluctant agreement. Around 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Weiguo, along with Hu Zi and Zhang Wei, departed from Bai Luo's residence. Bai Luo inquired about their heights and weights, instructing them to return in 10 days to collect their combat uniforms and gear. Zhang Weiguo had long desired to possess a set of Bai Luo's combat gear, which perfectly aligned with his vision of what a special operation soldier should don. There were even attachments that he had not anticipated. The bulletproof vest, in particular, was akin to a second life for a soldier. Meanwhile, at the Japanese Special High Command's base, a wave of panic swept through the ranks as a group of agents returned exhausted, only to discover that their stronghold had been raided. Anxiety permeated the atmosphere, including that of the Special High Command Director, Kawarda Saiki, who, upon realizing that all the prisoners had been rescued, could only seethe in impotent rage within his office. However, Kawarda Saiki refrained from dispatching agents to investigate, for the current climate among the Japanese operatives was one of deep-seated fear instigated by Bai Luo's actions. They were terrified of stepping outside, lest they be inexplicably eliminated. Even if they were coerced into venturing out, it was likely they would merely drag their feet. Consequently, these agents had even designated the attacking force with the code name Ghost Reaper, as they had no clues regarding the number of individuals in the group, their appearances, or their organizational affiliation. The remnants of the scene, including shell casings and explosives, yielded not a single lead. Regaining his composure, Kawarda Saiki promptly sent a telegram to his mentor, Toi Zhen, that very evening, detailing the events that had transpired. Subsequently, he and the remaining agents retreated underground, vowing not to resurface until their Homeland's command provided a solution. Eventually, the Japanese Homeland Command began to take the situation in Haisha seriously and convened discussions. On the 3rd day after sending the telegram, Kawarda Saiki finally received a response from his mentor, Toi General. Upon receiving the telegram from the communications office, he sprang to his feet to retrieve it. It was a disgrace for the esteemed Footbasin Chicken Empire to have been assassinated in Haisha, with only their few hundred operatives remaining, forced to cower in underground bunkers. This left Kawarda Saiki feeling utterly humiliated. He had already mentally prepared himself for the possibility of receiving orders for a ritual suicide from the Homeland headquarters. As he slowly opened the telegram, which was lengthy, he initially skimmed through it hastily. Upon discovering that he had not been instructed to take his own life, he exhaled a sigh of relief and began to read it more carefully. After all, it is better to live than to die in vain. The gist of the telegram indicated that the Japanese would be dispatching an elite battalion from the northern provinces to garrison outside Haishar, in collaboration with the Special High Command to exert control over the entire city. Additionally, Toi Jen was appointed to oversee all affairs in Haishar, with the Japanese successfully swaying the number 2 leader of the Wang Jinglan party to defect to the Footbasin Chicken Empire. A puppet government, the Wang Jing government, was to be established in Haishar, led by Wang Jing, overseeing all economic and trade matters. Simultaneously, the 76th Special Agent Division was formed, with personnel brought in by Wang Jing responsible for intelligence gathering and the apprehension of spies from both the Red and Blue parties. They intended to use the Chinese to combat the Chinese, with the Special High Command overseeing the operation. Kawato was relieved of his position as director of the Intelligence Bureau and demoted to lieutenant colonel, to assist Toi Jen upon his arrival in Haishar in managing Special High Command affairs. Upon finishing the telegram, Kawato felt a tremendous sense of relief, simultaneously yearning for his mentor's swift arrival in Haishar. He was on the brink of psychological collapse from the constant threat of bombing. Days passed slowly for Kawato, filled with trepidation. During this time, Zhang Weigua and Hu Zi also received their gear, including bulletproof vests and helmets. Due to the increase in numbers, Bai Luo also exchanged short-range personal radios for several individuals. Zhang Weigua took Bai Luo's R93 and an STG-44 automatic rifle, while Hu Zi claimed the M249 light machine gun that had previously belonged to the silly girl, both opting for Glock as their sidearm. Bai Luo retrieved 2 Glock 19s from storage and, at their request, equipped them with silencers. The group also practiced basic coordination in the mountains outside the city, a request made by Zhang Weigua. When the silly girl's Gatling gun opened fire, both Zhang Weigua and Hu Zi were taken aback, especially Hu Zi, who insisted on swapping with the silly girl. However, after the subsequent weighted cross-country run, Bai Luo and the silly girl left the two utterly exhausted, and he realized that carrying that gun along with a large box of ammunition would make running even more arduous. Simultaneously, Zhang Weigua and Hu Zi became acutely aware of the significant disparity between themselves and Bai Luo, particularly concerning the weight of the gear, which was indeed substantial. To avoid falling too far behind, they practiced daily with a load of 30 kilograms in cross-country running. During this period, the two primarily trained in the forests outside the city to improve their physical fitness. However, as time progressed, the four began to develop a tacit understanding in their coordination. Thus, half a month slipped by unnoticed. A significant event unfolded across the entirety of Longwa today. Wang Jing, the second in command of the Blue Party, defected to the Japanese and established a puppet government in Haishar. Chapter 72. Wen Fei. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Weigua displayed an expression of foreseen inevitability, clearly having caught wind of something while in the Blue Party's ranks. Bai Luo, on the other hand, was elated. Several days prior, he had sought to create trouble for the Japanese Special High Command, only to discover that they had all fled. He had scanned the occupied territory with detection radar but failed to locate where this group had hidden, resulting in a lengthy drought of points for Bai Luo, alongside considerable expenses. Although Zhang Weigua's STG-44 had numerous advantages, it also bore significant drawbacks, one of which was glaringly apparent. After prolonged firing, the barrel grip would become exceedingly hot. Ultimately, Bai Luo decided to gift Zhang Weigua his MXC Rattlesnake assault rifle. In the confines of his own space, he exchanged for an AK-74U Zenith modification, equipped with a foregrip, a threefold holographic sight, a silencer, and a tactical flashlight, alongside a .7.62 caliber barrel. Additionally, he procured 2 75-round drum magazines and 6 standard magazines. Upon receiving this news, Bai Luo promptly sought out Zhang Weigua, urging him to gather intelligence. At this juncture, Bai Luo's most significant shortcoming was indeed his lack of intelligence sources. Despite Zhang Weigua's recent arrival, he had spent his formative years in Haishar, and although he had not returned in quite some time, the connections he had established far surpassed what Bai Luo could muster. Furthermore, he had a wealthy Fianchi to consider. When Bai Luo found Zhang Weigua, he was furrowing his brow over a newspaper and only shifted his gaze upon hearing footsteps. Upon recognizing Bai Luo, he smiled and rose from his chair. What brings our esteemed team leader to my humble abode today? Just team leader will suffice, there's no need to add esteemed, Bai Luo retorted, feeling somewhat irked by the diminutive title, which seemed to carry a double meaning. Zhang Weiguo merely smiled silently, offering a look that suggested Bai Luo should interpret it as he wished. Slightly exasperated, Bai Luo redirected the conversation. Did you see the news in the paper? Zhang Weiguo's smile faded, and his expression grew solemn. I did. I never anticipated that the vice-chairman would take such drastic action so swiftly. Bai Luo was taken aback by Zhang Weiguo's words, which implied he had foreseen these developments. What, had you heard rumors before? Zhang Weiguo nodded. While I was with the Blue Party forces, I did hear whispers of discord between the president and the vice-chairman, and there were indications that the Japanese had been secretly engaging with the vice-chairman. I never expected him to betray the country so soon. Zhang Weiguo clenched his fists, his tone imbued with anger and helplessness. Bai Luo stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on Zhang Weiguo's shoulder. Since he has chosen to become a traitor, let us prepare the hot pot base and wait for him to arrive. We shall serve him his just desserts and see who dares to be a traitor again. As these words left Bai Luo's lips, the ferocity in his eyes intensified, startling Zhang Weiguo. It was clear to him that Bai Luo, the slayer of over 5,000 Japanese soldiers, emanated an aura of lethal intent that few could withstand. After a moment, Bai Luo gradually calmed himself and turned to Zhang Weiguo. I have no channels for intelligence in Haishur, so I will rely on you to gather information. Zhang Weiguo nodded in response, foregoing further conversation as he descended the stairs to make a phone call. Bai Luo, uninterested in eavesdropping, plopped down in Zhang Weiguo's vacated chair and poured himself a cup of tea from the nearby kettle, sipping it leisurely. It was some time before Zhang Weiguo returned. Observing Bai Luo reclining in the chair, he said with a hint of annoyance, Team leader, I have already dispatched the tasks you assigned. Do you have any further arrangements? Bai Luo, ignoring Zhang Weiguo's sarcastic tone, stood up, brushed off his pants, and left. As Bai Luo swaggered out of Zhang Weiguo's home, the latter muttered irritably, this insufferable brat. That evening, Bai Luo received a reply from Zhang Weiguo, revealing only the approximate arrival time, as Wenqing's itinerary was highly confidential. However, there was an unexpected development. A prince from the Japanese headquarters would be attending to demonstrate their regard for Wang Jing. Upon hearing this news, Bai Luo immediately inquired whether the prince would be arriving by boat or plane, intending to stake out the location, but Zhang Weiguo could not confirm the accuracy of the information. Frustration washed over Bai Luo. After all, a prince was worth a starting point of 5,000 points. This thought propelled Bai Luo into action, prompting him to venture out daily. Recently, his mental radar began to identify an increasing number of traitor markers. Whenever he seized an opportunity, he acted with extreme ruthlessness. In dealing with such traitors, Bai Luo often rendered them incapacitated, allowing them to bleed out slowly, granting them time for regret, yet denying them the chance to amend their ways. Meanwhile, at the temporary operational base of the 76th Special Agent Headquarters, previously the site of the Special High Commission, Kawarder Seiji had willingly ceded this location to the traitors of the Wang puppet government. At that moment, Wang Fei sat in his office, his face dark with concern. In preparation for the chairman's visit to Haishur, everything had initially progressed smoothly, but recently, his subordinates had been under constant attack. At first, he dismissed it as a series of unfortunate events, but as an entire squad went missing, he received reports that their bodies had been discovered in a fetid ditch, each met with a gruesome fate. One had been stabbed 37 times, with each wound non-fatal, leading to a slow death by blood loss. Others bore similar signs of having been bound. It was only then that Wang Fei realized the gravity of the situation. Someone was targeting them specifically. Is it the Blue Party's anti-traitor squad? Wang Fei muttered, cigarette in mouth. He had no reason to suspect the Red Party, confident they lacked the capability. After finishing his cigarette, he rummaged through his desk drawer for 2 large yellow croakers, intending to visit the dock. Wang Fei's destination was a concealed, abandoned air raid shelter hidden within the public concession area. Recently, Kawarder Seiji and his associates had relocated there. Initially, Wang Fei found it peculiar that the Japanese would offer their office building for use, only to retreat to a damp and dimly lit bunker with tight security. At first, he failed to comprehend why, having already taken control of Haishar, they would forsake a perfectly fine building to scurry into a hole like rats. However, after moving in, his subordinates began to gather information, revealing that a team had been relentlessly bombing various Japanese strongholds in Haishar. The news of the Japanese lockdown was tightly controlled, and it was only upon his arrival that he learned of the situation. When he first heard the news, he had felt a sense of schadenfreude, but now he pondered whether the Blue Party was indeed the one targeting them. Realizing the urgency of the matter, Wang Fei hurriedly drove towards the air raid shelter where the Japanese agents were stationed, hoping to glean some intelligence from them. After leaving the Japanese agent's new post, Wang Fei's expression darkened. Holding a bullet casing in his hand, he recalled Kawada Seiji referring to this unit as their Ghost Reaper. With no further leads, the thought of having to pay 5 large yellow croakers for just a bullet casing and a phrase incensed him. In a fit of anger, he tossed the bullet casing to the ground and stormed towards the car parked at the entrance. However, after a few steps, he turned back to retrieve the casing, realizing its value. As he berated the Japanese for their insatiable greed, he settled into the car, preparing to return. He still owed the little Japanese 3 yellow croakers, requiring him to send someone to deliver them. In the following days, Wang Fei's troubles compounded. He had brought 200 subordinates with him, and within just 5 days, only 50 remained. The atmosphere at the 76th headquarters grew increasingly tense, with the first order of business each day being a headcount to see who was absent. Those missing were likely dead, while a few might have fled. Despite their awareness that their activities would not end well, they at least hoped for a moment of respite. Having lost 3/4 of their number in mere days, they would have preferred a swift death over the agony of watching their lifeblood drain away without recourse. The wait for death was perhaps the most excruciating. Just yesterday, they encountered a barely alive comrade, close to death as his blood spilled out. He had lost consciousness. Yet upon seeing his comrades, he emitted faint, inaudible pleas for help, his eyes filled with terror. Soon, the name Ghost Reaper began to circulate among them, spreading fear throughout the 76th headquarters. Unable to endure any longer, Wang Fei urgently reported the situation, requesting reinforcements. Meanwhile, Bai Luo received news from Zhang Weiguo, not about the prince, but regarding the arrival of the Japanese's foremost intelligence chief, Tofu Yuan, in Haishar. Is this confirmed? Bai Luo inquired from his study on the 3rd floor. Yes, Tofu Yuan disguised himself and arrived by boat. Initially, I was uncertain, but one of his subordinates inadvertently revealed his identity. Zhang Weiguo confirmed. Bai Luo nodded. Can we ascertain his location? We lost track of him. He is an experienced operative and exceedingly cautious. The men I have at my disposal, borrowed from my father-in-law, are not sufficient to deal with someone of his caliber. By the way, did you take care of those traitors from the puppet government? Zhang Weiguo suddenly recalled. Bai Luo nodded. They kept flaunting themselves in front of me. I could hardly let them off their hook. Zhang Weiguo raised an eyebrow, skeptical of his claim. They exchanged brief intelligence updates before Zhang Weiguo hurriedly departed. Later that evening, after dinner, Bai Luo stealthily exited his home. Leaving the villa district, he sought a secluded spot to retrieve a bicycle from his spatial storage. This time, he did not head to the former battle zone but rather towards the public concession area. Having thoroughly scoured the occupied territory, he had yet to find the Special High Commission agents, encountering only the puppet government's traitors, hence his repeated complaints about their incessant presence. I, Bai Luo, an honest man, never tell lies. In the public concession area, Bai Luo pedaled leisurely, his mind alert to the monitoring radar in his thoughts. If he could not locate Tofu Yuan, he would aim to find his destination instead. 1 hour, 2 hours passed. Finally, as night approached and the clock neared 11, Bai Luo's radar detected movement. Good heavens, these agents are well hidden. Bai Luo crouched atop a dilapidated rooftop, binoculars equipped with night vision in hand, observing an abandoned air raid shelter 500 meters away. Its location was entirely opposite that of the occupied territory, amidst overgrown weeds and desolation, where even during the day, few would venture. Though designated as a public concession, there was not a single soul in sight for miles around. Peering through the binoculars, Bai Luo scanned the dimly lit sentry posts in his mind. After descending from the roof, he retrieved his gear from his spatial storage. Although he could not be certain if Tofu Yuan was within that shelter, he had come this far. Once properly attired, Bailuo stealthily approached the nearest hidden agent post under the cover of night. This concealed position was expertly camouflaged, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye, yet, on Bailuo's radar, it glowed like a beacon. Moving with the grace of a cat, augmented by his skills in human weaponry, he soon approached the unsuspecting Japanese agent and swiftly dispatched him with a single stab. Once the agent lay still, Bailuo gently released his grip on the agent's mouth and lowered him to the ground before swiftly advancing towards his next target. Half an hour later, Bailuo neutralized the final outer observation post. Exhaling softly, the Japanese had indeed fortified their defenses, with a total of 12 hidden sentries stationed outside. Two groups comprised of 3 agents each posed a considerable challenge, but after much effort, Bailuo managed to eliminate them. At this moment, Bailuo felt a strong inclination that Tofu Yuan had likely entered the air raid shelter. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain the extensive deployment of outer sentries. This location was already sufficiently concealed inside the air raid shelter. However, Tofu Yuan had not yet arrived. Instead, he had sent a telegram to Kawarda Seiji, informing him of his arrival in Haishir and his intention to visit the 76th Special Agent headquarters the following morning. The telegram also contained orders for Kawarda Seiji to assemble his team immediately for a meeting at the headquarters, and to ensure that the internal security task at the train station was completed by the evening. Tomorrow night, Princess Arakameyashi would arrive at Haishir train station aboard a military train, and the 76th would be responsible for external security to ensure the prince's safety. Kawarda Seiji was instructed not to disclose the prince's arrival to the 76th personnel until Tofu Yuan arrived the next morning. Upon learning that his mentor had reached Haishir, Kawarda Seiji felt a sense of relief, confident that with his teacher's involvement, they would soon uncover leads on the Ghost Reaper. He promptly ordered his adjutant to assemble their personnel as they needed to return to the 76th Special Agent headquarters under the cover of night, escaping the oppressive confines of the damp bunker. Meanwhile, outside, Bailuo furrowed his brow. The positioning of the Japanese agents indicated that the air raid shelter featured a straight corridor of at least 60 meters. Should they set up a heavy machine gun inside, the agents would be able to hold their ground, leaving Bailuo with no feasible means of engaging them. He did not have the luxury of time to expend against the Japanese. With this thought in mind, Bailuo resolved to survey the terrain surrounding the air raid shelter for any alternative exits. He meticulously scoured the area for approximately 10 minutes but found no signs of additional entrances. For the first time, Bailuo felt somewhat at a loss against the Japanese, as they had effectively encased themselves in a protective shell. Chapter 74, The Assault on the Enemy's Air Defense Bunker. Just when Bailuo found himself at a loss against the impenetrable shell of the bunker, his mind's radar detected the agents assembling. This revelation filled him with a sense of anticipation, suggesting that a mission was about to unfold. Hastily, Bailuo positioned a directional mine at intervals on either side of the bunker entrance. As he completed the placement of the 15th mine, he observed the agents emerging from the bunker, jogging towards the entrance. Noticing their movement, Bailuo promptly ceased his actions and swiftly ascended the earthen slope above the bunker entrance. Concealed behind the slope, he watched as the agents streamed out of the bunker, yet he refrained from detonating the mines, despite some agents having already ventured beyond the explosion's radius. Remaining patient, Bailuo waited until most of the agents had exited, with only 2 adversaries still inside. Unperturbed, he pressed the detonator, and in the next moment, a series of explosions erupted. Boom! Boom, boom! Accompanied by the agonizing screams of the agents, over 10,000 steel balls, propelled by the shockwaves of the blasts, tore through one enemy after another, causing even those who had narrowly escaped the explosion to drop to the ground in terror. At the moment of detonation, Bailuo was already kneeling, wielding his AK-74U, set to fully automatic mode, its 75-round magazine providing firepower rivaling that of any light machine gun. Bang! Bang, 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 bang! The AK-74U spat fire, its explosive report shattering the surrounding silence. The agents suffered devastating casualties from this surprise attack, yet nearly 200 enemies managed to evade the onslaught. with time running short, Bai Luo had not affixed a silencer to his weapon. The startled agents quickly pinpointed his location. Without hesitation, Bai Luo swiftly reloaded his magazine and took down several nearby agents before dashing into the bunker. Fearing that the agents might retreat, he resolved to press on, disregarding the two remaining adversaries still inside. Upon witnessing the assailant leap into the bunker, the agents momentarily froze, but upon realizing that only one individual had attacked them, they charged forward in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, deep within the bunker, Kawarda Seiji was taken aback, still preoccupied with organizing documents. He intended to present these files along with the intelligence gathered during this period to his superior, Toho En. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by explosions and gunfire outside. Reacting swiftly, Kawarda abandoned his papers and rushed outside with his aide. Upon exiting, he spotted a dark figure swiftly approaching, mistaking the figure for a subordinate reporting back. Bai Luo, noticing the two enemies within, was momentarily puzzled by their lack of aggression as they approached him, but he instinctively raised his weapon. With 2 shots fired, Bai Luo watched as the 2 men collapsed to the ground. Kawarda, clutching his chest in disbelief, stared in shock at Bai Luo, unable to comprehend why his subordinates would open fire on him. As Bai Luo drew near, Kawarda finally discerned that although Bai Luo wore dark attire similar to theirs, his outfit was wholly different. Opening his mouth to speak, Kawarda could utter nothing before his head lolled to the side, lifeless. Bai Luo noted the insignia of a colonel on Kawarda's uniform and speculated whether he was en route to meet someone important. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Unbeknownst to Kawarda, who was left questioning how Bai Luo had infiltrated the bunker past nearly 500 agents, Bai Luo swiftly eliminated the last 2 enemies inside. After dispatching them, he severed the electrical wires along the tunnel, plunging the bunker into darkness, illuminating its already dim interior. After breaking the wires, Bai Luo adjusted his night vision goggles, reflecting on the enemy's resourcefulness in securing electricity in such a remote location. The incoming agents, now enveloped in darkness, found themselves disoriented, each becoming momentarily blind amidst the chaos. Some agents, displaying a modicum of cleverness, retrieved lighters, but as they raised them to ignite, Bai Luo swiftly shot them down. A cry of alarm rang out as one adversary fell, silenced by Bai Luo's handgun, which emitted no audible report. The fallen comrade's sudden demise stunned the others, leaving them hesitant to light their lighters, for none wished to become targets. While the agents remained frozen in place, Bai Luo was far from idle. He produced a grenade and hurled it into the throng of agents. Bang! The grenade detonated, its shrapnel wreaking havoc in the confined passageway, resulting in the anguished cries of the wounded echoing throughout. In a frenzy, some agents, in their desperation, began firing wildly at what they presumed to be their enemy's position, inadvertently harming their own comrades. One agent, in a moment of panic, shot a nearby ally, leaving him lifeless on the ground without a sound. This chaotic infighting escalated, with over 10 agents falling victim to friendly fire. Bai Luo, witnessing the unfolding disarray, felt a pang of urgency. These were his points at stake. He quickly tossed in 2 more grenades. Boom! Boom! The subsequent explosions claimed another 10 lives, yet they also sparked a flicker of reason among the remaining agents. One agent shouted, "Quickly, retreat outside and seal the entrance." Bai Luo, having overheard their intentions, could not allow them to escape. He closed the distance, stealthily positioning himself behind the last agent, and plunged his knife into the enemy's vital point. Steadying the lifeless body, he gently lowered it to the ground before darting towards the next agent and employing the same method to eliminate another. As the first enemy finally broke free towards the bunker entrance, Bai Luo had already claimed the lives of over 10 agents. With his superior agility, he maneuvered through the throng of agents and reached the forefront. This sudden movement elicited a chorus of curses from those he had pushed aside. In an instant, Bai Luo hurled 2 grenades behind him as he burst forth. Simultaneously, his handgun discharged a series of faint ping sounds, as the agents emerging before him barely had time to catch their breath before being struck down. their fates uncertain. After taking down the initial few adversaries, Bai Luo swiftly dropped to the ground. Moments later, the 2 grenades detonated, sending the agents clustered at the entrance sprawling, their cries of agony piercing the air. However, due to the overwhelming panic, the agents were tightly packed, desperate to escape the pursuing enemy, resulting in minimal casualties. Only the 4 individuals at the front were severely wounded by the shrapnel. Bai Luo sprang to his feet, executing a series of precise strikes at the bunker entrance, reminiscent of a masterful American Aikido practitioner. The terrifying lethality of the 7.62 bullets was unleashed upon the agents positioned at the entrance of the air defense shelter. It was only after Bai Luo had donned his 3rd magazine and the monitoring radar in his mind no longer displayed a single agent's marker that he let out a soft sigh of relief. Chapter 75, The Search for Tofu Yuan. Bai Luo surveyed the ground strewn with corpses, refraining from cleaning the battlefield as the majority of the agents had wielded the Southern Model 14 pistols. Such weapons could be a struggle to use even for self-inflicted harm, and the commotion here was considerable. He needed to hasten to the air raid shelter to ascertain whether there was any intelligence regarding the prince. That could yield at least 5,000 points. Donning night vision goggles, Bai Luo swiftly navigated the corridor of the shelter, littered with the bodies of enemy agents. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon the corpse of a Japanese colonel and promptly halted, crouching to search for anything of use upon the body. He did not overlook the nearby cadaver either. Ultimately, he found nothing of value, save for a command knife lying next to the enemy's body, which he stowed away in his space. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a fine item. He had heard that the prince's hilt was made of jade, and he was determined to acquire it if given the chance. After rising, Bai Luo pressed further inside, recalling that he had seen the colonel emerge from within. It was reasonable to assume the colonel's office lay ahead. Sure enough, without expending much effort, he located a room resembling an office. A plethora of documents cluttered the desk, and as Bai Luo entered, his gaze fell upon a solitary sheet of paper placed in the center. He reached out, grasped it, and upon scanning the contents, his face lit up with astonishment. This paper was a telegram from Tofu Yuan addressed to Chuan Tianjing. After reading, Bai Luo found himself in a quandary. Having eliminated all the personnel from the Special High Command, would Tofu Yuan notify the prince to postpone his visit if he did not encounter anyone from the command by tomorrow? Although the likelihood seemed slim, given that the prince had arrived with an entire regiment, Bai Luo was still reluctant to gamble on Tofu Yuan's actions. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to forego sleep that night. He must locate Tofu Yuan and eliminate him before any information could be relayed to the prince. With this determination, Bai Luo gathered all the documents from the desk, not sparing the 2 radios and codebooks from the enemy's communications room. Once he was certain nothing was overlooked, he exited the air raid shelter in haste. As he emerged, he noticed flashlight beams intermittently scanning the vicinity. From the indistinct voices drifting through the air, he deduced that this group was likely the patrolling officers of the international settlement. It made sense. In these tumultuous times, civilians, upon hearing explosions and gunfire, would be far too preoccupied to approach recklessly. Silently circumventing the group, Bai Luo retrieved his bicycle and made his way directly to the headquarters of the 76th Special Agents. An hour and a half later, he arrived near the headquarters, a location with which he was well acquainted. Upon reaching the vicinity of the 76th, he stowed his bicycle in his space and concealed himself in an alley directly across from the main entrance. He intended to lie in wait, as the telegram did not divulge Tofu Yuan's current location. Thus, he had no choice but to adopt this cumbersome strategy. After approximately 30 minutes of waiting, the clock edged closer to 2 a.m. The biting north wind pierced through him, prompting Bai Luo to rub his hands together as he contemplated where the old fox could possibly hide. Waiting idly felt overly passive. With this thought, he retrieved the telegram from his space and meticulously reviewed it several times, hoping to discern something he had previously overlooked. As he scrutinized the telegram word by word, he was suddenly drawn to the mention of the train station. Could it be that the old fox was surveying the terrain near the station? The more he pondered this notion, the more plausible it seemed. At that moment, Tofu Yuan was indeed positioned on a rooftop approximately 600 meters from the train station, accompanied by 2 subordinates. Armed with binoculars, he scrutinized the surroundings for an extended period. Tofu Yuan lowered his binoculars and turned to one of his subordinates, stating, "This is the optimal vantage point for shooting within a 1,000 meter radius." "Tomorrow, you will personally lead a team to guard this area." "Yes," the subordinate replied with a bow upon hearing Tofu Yuan's words. Tofu Yuan then descended, continuing to jot notes in a small notebook. Since arriving in Haishur, he had begun scouting near the train station to gather intelligence and familiarize himself with the terrain, ensuring the safe arrival of Prince Asarkar. After leaving the building, Meanwhile, Bai Luo exchanged his bicycle for an electric scooter from the marketplace. He had ridden his bicycle sufficiently for one day. Given that it was night time with few passers-by, he was unperturbed by the Twisting the throttle, he executed a smooth U-turn and sped towards the train station. Indeed, the electric scooter proved swift, and within 10 minutes, he arrived near the station. Bai Luo slowed his speed, remaining vigilant with the monitoring radar in his mind. As long as the radar indicated any signs of enemy spies, he would act without hesitation, regardless of whether they were Tofu Yuan, the top spy, or not. After exiting the third enemy, he resolved that once the war ended, he would establish a museum to exhibit the fine items he had seized. Shaking off his drifting thoughts, Bai Luo continued to navigate the streets and alleys surrounding the train station. "Let us call it a day," Tofu Yuan instructed his subordinates. "We'll rest at the Black Dragon Trading Company tonight and head to the 76th Special Agents headquarters tomorrow morning." "Yes, yes," his subordinates replied in unison. After conveying his orders, Tofu Yuan tucked away his notebook and pondered whether he had overlooked any details. After deliberating for a while and assuring himself that nothing had been missed, he released a sigh of relief. Upon arriving in Haishur, he discovered the situation was far worse than anticipated. There was a severe shortage of personnel. The Japanese and their agents in the occupied zones were nearly annihilated. This was something Tofu Yuan had not dared to believe prior to his arrival. Currently, the only available personnel in Haishur consisted of the Special High Command hiding in abandoned air raid shelters and the newly established 76th, totaling less than 700 men, an alarmingly insufficient force for the defense and oversight of such a vast area. He learned of this dire situation through Ma Xiangjing, the president of the Black Dragon Trading Company. After gathering detailed information, he had been left utterly dumbfounded. To counter the shortage of personnel, Tofu Yuan hastily sent a telegram to the command in Sioux City, requesting the temporary dispatch of a battalion for reinforcements. He had already devised a plan. Once the prince arrived, he would extract a battalion from the regiment accompanying him to reconstitute the Haishur garrison. "General, we have arrived." His subordinate's voice roused Tofu Yuan from his thoughts. Upon hearing this, a soldier at the back door opened it promptly. Tofu Yuan assessed the street, observing the native Japanese-style architecture, and for a moment felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Shaking his head, he stepped into the Black Dragon Trading Company. Chapter 76, capturing Tofu Yuan. At this moment, Bai Luo had circled an area of approximately 3 kilometers around the train station without uncovering any trace of Tofu Yuan. "Could I have miscalculated?" he mused, glancing at his watch, which was nearly pointing to 3 in the morning. He then surveyed the vicinity once more and suddenly recalled a location, the Japanese Street, not too distant from here. Bai Luo resolved to make one final visit to Japanese Street. If he failed to find Tofu Yuan there, he would have no choice but to wait at the entrance of the 76th headquarters. Twisting the throttle of his electric scooter, he braved the biting cold wind as he sped towards Japanese Street, 5 kilometers away. Indeed, after riding less than 4 kilometers, his radar detected 3 enemy spy indicators. Through the moonlight, Bai Luo could faintly discern the row of traditional Japanese architecture that characterized Japanese Street. Less than 500 meters from the street, he stowed his... Within the Black Dragon Trading Company, President Ma Xiangjing was hosting Tofu Yuan. "Tofu Yuan-kun, how long will you be staying in Haishur? Please grant me the opportunity to extend my hospitality." "Ma Xiang-kun, I have come to Haishur on a mission from the headquarters, and I may be quite busy for the time being. However, I assure you there will be an opportunity. I am here to oversee the Special High Command in Haishar, and I will likely be stationed here permanently. Har har har, Tofu Yuan Kun, then you must often visit me. Bai Luo scrutinized the building before him and, upon observing the sign hanging at the entrance, recognized it as the Black Dragon Trading Company established by the Japanese. Quietly scaling the courtyard wall, he surveyed the entire layout of the premises. Aside from the main entrance, all the other structures were built against the courtyard walls, interconnected by wooden corridors, and constructed entirely of timber. With this realization, Bai Luo formulated a plan but needed to confirm whether Tofu Yuan was among the 3 spy indicators. Having seen Tofu Yuan's likeness in a photograph provided by Zhang Weiguo, he was aware that although it had been taken years ago, there might still be recognizable features. As long as he spotted someone resembling Tofu Yuan, he could verify with his true eye. Observing the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, Bai Luo climbed onto the rooftop. The slope of the Japanese architecture's roof was gentle, allowing him to traverse it effortlessly. In a matter of moments, he reached the roof above the room marked by the spy indicators, where he could distinctly hear the voices within. Without your assistance back then, the Black Dragon Trading Company would not be where it is today. Marcion Kun, you flatter me. I will certainly make time to visit. Then I shall not disturb your rest, Tofu Yuan Kun. We can converse at a later time. Upon hearing the conversation inside, Bai Luo's heart surged with joy. He had finally caught up with the old fox. He then heard the sound of a sliding door, followed by footsteps retreating outside. Peering over the edge of the rooftop, Bai Luo caught sight of a short, plump man in his 50s, donned in black Japanese attire, making his way towards another adjacent room. Disregarding Ma Xiangjing's departure, Bai Luo nimbly leaped from the rooftop, rolling to absorb the impact, and swiftly pressed himself against a wooden wall with a window. The entire process was executed without a sound, and Bai Luo cautiously leaned his head toward the window, peering through the gap to observe the interior. The first sight that met his eyes was a man in his 50s, similarly dressed in black Japanese clothing, kneeling beside a low table, scribbling notes in a small notebook. 2 guards stood at the entrance of the room. Bai Luo activated his true eye on the man seated at the low table. Name, Tofu Yuan Xian. Her age, 59. Identity, General of the Imperial Japanese Army, Head of the Special High Command, and Deputy Commander of the Haishar Command. Upon reading the information provided by his true eye, Bai Luo exhaled in relief. He had finally captured the old fox. With the target confirmed, Bai Luo prepared to act. Drawing his pistol, he chambered around and gently pushed open the window. In the next instant, he leaped into the room like a leopard. In midair, Bai Luo aimed his pistol at the 2 guards at the entrance, the weapon emitting 2 faint ping sounds. The guards had yet to react to the breach when 2 9mm bullets pierced their foreheads, causing them to collapse to the ground like heaps of flesh. Aside from the sound of their bodies hitting the floor, there was no further noise. After dispatching the 2 guards, Bai Luo turned his pistol towards Tofu Yuan, who had just begun to register the danger as he looked up at the figure in black pointing a gun at him. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Luo struck him on the back of the neck with the butt of his gun, rendering him unconscious. Observing how effortlessly he had subdued a man reputed to be Japan's top spy, Bai Luo's initial intent to execute Tofu, he now resolved to torment him before deciding his fate. Retrieving gasoline from his space, he doused the corners of the room. He then poured a generous amount of gasoline on the wooden walls of the adjacent room. Once everything was prepared, Bai Luo returned to the room, hoisted the unconscious Tofu Yuan over his shoulder, and exited. He swiftly made his way to the courtyard wall, glancing around to ensure the coast was clear before tossing Tofu Yuan over. He then ignited a piece of cloth soaked in gasoline and hurled it into Tofu Yuan's room. In an instant, the gasoline-soaked room erupted into flames, the fire rapidly ascending. Thanks to the gasoline's accelerant properties, the entire structure began to blaze fiercely. The heat generated by the inferno drove away the biting cold of winter, and the flames began to spread to the neighboring buildings. The houses in this courtyard were all interconnected, so the fire from Tofu Yuan's wooden structure quickly engulfed the surrounding buildings. The flames grew increasingly intense. Those enemies residing in close proximity soon sensed something amiss. Rushing out of their rooms upon seeing the fire, they shouted for help, awakening even those who had been slightly farther away. Ma Xiangjing, just settling down, was no exception. He too was roused by the commotion outside. Dressing hastily, he stepped outside only to witness the inferno engulfing his trading company, specifically the room occupied by Tofu Yuan. His expression shifted to one of sheer terror and disbelief as he sprinted towards the burning building, shouting, "Barker Yuru, hurry, save the people inside." Bai Luo paid little heed to the efforts of the Japanese to extinguish the flames. After vaulting over the courtyard wall, he seized the still unconscious Tofu Yuan and fled towards Japanese Street. In search of a secluded place to torment Tofu Yuan, Bai Luo decided to seek Zhang Weiguo's assistance. When Zhang Weiguo groggily descended the stairs, he found Bai Luo seated in the living room. His expression darkened as he approached. Noticing the sack at Bai Luo's feet, he remarked, "With over half a month until the new year, you've come early to deliver gifts?" Even if one were to present a gift, who arrives before 5 a.m.? Zhang Weiguo teased, his tone irritable. "Find me a discreet and quiet place," Bai Luo replied, disregarding Zhang Weiguo's jibes. He had not slept a wink, while Zhang Weiguo had at least managed a night's rest. Observing Bai Luo's serious demeanor, Zhang Weiguo recognized that this was no time for levity and promptly led Bai Luo towards a storage shed in the backyard. As Bai Luo lifted the sack to follow him, the bag tightened suspiciously, alerting Zhang Weiguo. "Is there a person inside that sack?" he inquired, scrutinizing the shape it formed. Bai Luo pondered for a moment before responding, "It shouldn't be considered a person." Chapter 77. Interrogation of Tu Feiyuan. 1. Zhang Weiguo was perplexed by Bai Luo's response. How could something simply be or not be, yet still invoke the notion of a shared? Reflecting on the knowledge imparted by his teachers in the past, he was confident in his understanding. However, he chose not to press further, reasoning that the truth would soon be revealed. As Zhang Weiguo led Bai Luo into the storeroom in the backyard, he did not halt but pressed deeper inside. They arrived at a small room partitioned by wooden boards, where he unlocked the door and stepped in. Bai Luo, carrying a burlap sack, followed suit, glancing around and noting the poor soundproofing of the wooden boards. Just as he was about to inquire if there was a better insulated area, he noticed Zhang Weiguo crouching down to lift a wooden board. A staircase descending into darkness emerged before Bai Luo's eyes. Zhang Weiguo gestured for Bai Luo to follow him as they continued downward. Upon reaching the bottom of the cellar, Zhang Weiguo fumbled along the wall near the staircase and flicked on the light. As the illumination brightened the space, Bai Luo, who had just descended with the sack, finally grasped his surroundings. It was a stone chamber, modest in size, approximately 25 square meters. A set of tables and chairs occupied the center, but little else adorned the room, disappointing Bai Luo, who had anticipated a proper interrogation room. "What is in here?" Zhang Weiguo turned to regard the burlap sack. Zhang Weiguo was momentarily taken aback by Bai Luo's words and, disinterested in engaging in wordplay with this young rascal, advanced to the sack Bai Luo had dropped on the ground. He untied it, revealing an elderly man dressed in traditional Japanese attire, soundly asleep. Upon catching sight of the man's face, Zhang Weiguo felt a flicker of recognition and racked his memory. "Holy cow, Tu Feiyuan Xian," he exclaimed in shock, his mouth agape and eyes wide. Fearing he might have misidentified him, he leaned closer to scrutinize Tu Feiyuan's features once more. Confirming his initial impression, he immediately turned to Bai Luo, demanding, "Where on earth did you catch him?" Zhang Weiguo's astonishment was palpable. Tu Feiyuan was notoriously known as their Dragon Country informant, having arrived in Longwa decades ago. He was intimately familiar with the country, often blending in among the common folk, making him elusive to those who sought to capture him. His photographs were scarce, with the few existing ones sourced from a friend in the North Province, dating back over a decade. "I found him on Ghost Street. This old trickster was exceptionally hard to catch. I spent the better part of the night searching for him," Bai Luo admitted, his frustration bubbling to the surface as he recalled the bitter cold he endured while hunting for the old man. Zhang Weiguo rolled his eyes at Bai Luo's revelation, aware that the Blue Party had been driven to madness in their attempts to apprehend Tu Feiyuan, yet Bai Luo had managed to do so within just a couple of days of arriving in Haishar. Zhang Weiguo felt a twinge of resentment towards Bai Luo, sensing a hint of arrogance in his demeanor, but he had no evidence to substantiate his feelings. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Zhang Weiguo asked, "When do you plan to interrogate him?" "This old fox is quite cunning, don't let him deceive you." "Right now," Bai Luo replied, rising to retrieve a length of rope from the side of the stone chamber. He bound the unconscious Tu Feiyuan Xian to the chair. Observing the still dazed Tu Feiyuan, Bai Luo noted the absence of water in the vicinity. Rubbing his head, he unsheathed a dagger from his right side and plunged it into Tu Feiyuan's thigh. The old man awoke with a start, a pained "r" escaping his lips as he realized the predicament he was in. Once fully conscious, Tu Feiyuan scanned the stone chamber, quickly piecing together that he had been knocked out and brought here. He attempted to move, only to discover his hands and feet were bound. His mind flashed back to the sight of his subordinates collapsing before he himself was struck down by a figure clad in black. Now he found himself facing two individuals, one tall and one small. Neither wore a mask, which sent a chill of realization through Tu Feiyuan. These were not thieves after his wealth, but rather individuals specifically targeting him. Judging by their appearance, they appeared to be from Longhua, but were they from the Blue Party? No, perhaps the Red Party. The knife embedded in his leg suggested otherwise. Suddenly, Tu Feiyuan recalled a name mentioned in a telegram from Chuan Qianzheng, Ghost Death. Bai Luo, observing Tu Feiyuan's expression as he contemplated, Tu Feiyuan regarded the boy before him, recognizing that this child must be the one responsible for the demise of his two subordinates and for incapacitating him. "Gentlemen, might I inquire what grievance the Black Dragon Trading Company has caused you?" Tu Feiyuan ventured, invoking the name of his. After all, he had been captured while in the employ of the Black Dragon Trading Company. "Old Tu Feiyuan, you are quite the slippery one," Bai Luo retorted with a grin, swiftly drawing the dagger from Tu Feiyuan's thigh. "R." Tu Feiyuan cried out as the abrupt removal of the blade inflicted further pain. Dark crimson blood streamed from the wound. Bai Luo observed the blood flow, muttering, "Let us stop the bleeding first, losing too much blood would be detrimental." Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Tu Feiyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Zhang Weiguo, too, was taken aback, regarding Bai Luo with disbelief. His impression of Bai Luo had not suggested such kindness, but the moment was fleeting, as Bai Luo's dagger once again plunged into Tu Feiyuan's previous wound, this time deeper. Zhang Weiguo grimaced, instinctively knowing that Bai Luo's intentions were far from benevolent. The sound of the dagger likely piercing bone was unmistakable. Tu Feiyuan had barely registered the pain before the dagger was thrust back into his leg, now feeling as if it had pierced through his very bone. The excruciating agony rendered Tu Feiyuan's once rosy complexion pale, and he let out a shrill scream. "Don't mention it, see, the bleeding has stopped, right?" To prevent the dagger from being pushed out by the blood, I applied a bit more force to ensure it penetrated the bone. This way, it's much more secure, Bai Luo explained, tapping the hilt of the dagger lodged into Feiyuan's leg. The jolt of pain caused Tu Feiyuan to roll his eyes back, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Observing this, Bai Luo quickly interjected, "Don't faint, otherwise, I'll have to pull it out and stab you again." Just as Tu Feiyuan felt himself slipping into darkness, Bai Luo's words jolted him back to reality. Fear of this little demon began to take root within him, struggling against the intense pain in his leg. Tu Feiyuan, his face ashen, fixed his gaze on the child before him. "Since you know who I am, Tu Feiyuan Xian, you must also be aware of my standing in Japan. Is this treatment not a tad ungracious?" Upon hearing Tu Feiyuan's words, Bai Luo reached once more for the dagger's hilt. Tu Feiyuan's eyes widened in alarm. "Do not pull it out, speak your mind clearly. Is it still ungracious?" "And no, not ungracious. Not at all." Chapter 78, Interrogation of Tu Feiyuan. Zhang Weiguo stood nearby, utterly astonished. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Bai Luo was too preoccupied to consider Zhang Weiguo's thoughts. "I have no specific questions. Simply divulge everything you know, but do not deceive me." Tu Feiyuan was momentarily taken aback. How was he to respond? Yet, recognizing the gravity of his situation, he mustered the courage to speak. "I am Tufei Yuan Xian a general of the Japanese army." Tufei Yuan began to relay bits of information, truths that could be easily verified and trivial pieces of intelligence, cunningly ensuring that his captors would not suspect him of lying while simultaneously buying himself time. However, his eyes continuously darted around, brainstorming an escape plan. Bai Luo remained patient, allowing Tufei Yuan to exhaust his knowledge before gradually halting his inquiries. "Is that all?" "That's everything." Bai Luo's hand moved towards the dagger's hilt once more. "Truly, that is all. If you wish to know something, please ask." Tufei Yuan implored, watching Bai Luo's hand inch closer to the dagger. Ignoring the pain in his leg, he strained to push the chair backward, but with each movement, the dagger's sharp edge widened the gash on his thigh, causing blood to flow freely once more. "Oh, it seems I didn't bandage you properly," Bai Luo remarked nonchalantly, and before Tufei Yuan could react, he swiftly extracted the dagger. The sound of the blade scraping against bone was audible even to Zhang Weigua, who stood behind. Bai Luo, having withdrawn the dagger from Tufei Yuan's thigh, plunged it back in before the old man could emit a scream. This time, it traversed the entire length of Tufei Yuan's leg, the dagger's tip embedding itself into the chair beneath. "Ar!" Tufei Yuan howled in agony. As his cries echoed, Bai Luo brandished another knife, twirling it with ease, and remarked, "It seems the bleeding has not yet ceased." Upon hearing Bai Luo's cheerful tone, Tufei Yuan's screams abruptly ceased. His face contorted in pain as he struggled to maintain composure. Tufei Yuan, gazing at the boy, no more than 10 years old, felt as though he were in the presence of a demon. Zhang Weigua discerned the situation. Bai Luo harbored no intention of conducting an interrogation. He was simply tormenting Tufei Yuan for his own amusement. Bai Luo's motive was clear. He merely sought to send the Japanese informant to his demise. Yet Zhang Weigua had many pressing questions. "How about, I take over?" he ventured tentatively. "Oh, do you wish to stab him too? Very well, here," Bai Luo replied, handing the knife to Zhang Weigua. Zhang Weigua grimaced but did not accept the blade. Instead, he took a couple of steps forward, asking the question that had been pressing on his mind. "When will your prince arrive in Haisha?" "Tomorrow evening at the Haisha train station," Tufei Yuan answered without hesitation. This was information that could not be concealed, as it would be public knowledge by the day after. He could only cautiously release bits of valuable intelligence to secure his own safety while buying time for his student, Chuan Qianjing to investigate his whereabouts. Zhang Weigua fired off several more questions in rapid succession, to which Tufei Yuan responded promptly, his answers corroborating Zhang Weigua's own findings. This revelation caught Zhang Weigua off guard. While he suspected that perhaps one or two pieces of information time would reveal the truth, after a moment's consideration, Zhang Weigua posed his final query. "What is the name of the prince coming to Haisha?" "Zhao Xiang Liu Ju." As Zhang Weigua learned that the prince was Zhao Xiang Liu Ju, a fierce wave of murderous intent surged within him. His hands clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands as a torrent of rage flooded his being, causing his body to tense involuntarily. The sharp pain of his fingernails digging into his palm did little to alleviate the inferno of fury simmering within. After a prolonged moment, Zhang Weigua managed to suppress his wrath. Casting a glance at Tufei Yuan, he swiftly exited the stone chamber. Bai Luo discerned the reason behind Zhang Weigua's departure and turned his attention back to Tufei Yuan, whose face was twisted. Bai Luo's desire to continue tormenting Tufei Yuan dissipated. The heinous acts committed by Zhao Xiang Liu Ju ignited a deeper anger within him. It was Zhao Xiang Liu Ju who had issued the orders for the massacre in Jing City. Bai Luo approached Tufei Yuan's yarn and, without hesitation, sliced through his neck with a single stroke. As Tufei Yuan's head fell to the ground, the expression in his eyes reflected shock and bewilderment. Even in death, he could not comprehend why this child, fully aware of the valuable intelligence he possessed, had so easily dispatched him. In Bai Luo's eyes, however, Tufei Yuan's death represented the greatest reward, netting him a total of 4,000 points. Kicking the severed head that had rolled to his feet, Bai Luo exited the stone chamber. Zhang Weigua stood at the entrance of the warehouse, smoking a cigarette, his eyes bloodshot. Hearing the commotion behind him, he turned to find Bai Luo emerging. Bai Luo gently closed the cellar door and approached Zhang Weigua. "Apologies for the disturbance," Bai Luo said, sensing the bitter expression on Zhang Weigua's face. Zhang Weiguo offered a wry smile. Bai Luo, Zhaoxiang Liuju is the one who issued the massacre order in Jing City 2 years ago. He must be eliminated. I need your assistance. Upon hearing Zhang Weiguo's words, Bai Luo nodded solemnly. He then produced a telegram from Tu Feiyuan meant for Chuan Qianzheng and handed it to Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo discarded his cigarette and reached out to take it, opening it with excitement. His joy was palpable upon discovering that one of Tu Feiyuan's purposes for coming was to welcome the prince, Zhaoxiang Liuju. Where did you acquire this telegram? Zhang Weiguo inquired, brimming with enthusiasm. The Japanese Special High Command. Weren't they supposed to be hiding and moving their base? Zhang Weiguo asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Last night, I found them. It was this telegram that led me to search for Tu Feiyuan throughout the night. Will capturing Tu Feiyuan alert the Japanese Special High Command, prompting them to notify Zhaoxiang Liuju to alter his arrival time or even cancel the trip altogether? Bai Luo turned to Zhang Weiguo, admiration in his gaze. Zhang Weiguo felt perplexed by this unexpected attention but sighed deeply. By dawn, the Japanese will be aware of the situation, the public concession and the traitors at 76 will ensure the news circulates. This concern had also crossed Bai Luo's mind on his way to Zhang Weiguo's home. He realized he had caused too much commotion. What does the public concession have to do with it, Bai Luo? What should we do? Should we have Tu Feiyuan send a telegram to the Special High Command to reassure them? No, that won't work. Tu Feiyuan is too clever. If he embeds any code in the telegram, it could lead the Special High Command to bolster their defenses at the train station. Zhang Weiguo cut off his own suggestion mid-sentence. No, I need to interrogate Tu Feiyuan again. Zhang Weiguo paced in circles, ultimately returning to the cellar. Wait a moment, Bai Luo began, but before he could finish, Zhang Weiguo rushed back into the cellar. 5 seconds later, what the hell, how did Tu Feiyuan's head end up on the floor? Chapter 79, Zhaoxiang Liuju arrives in Haisher 1 at the 76th Special Agent Headquarters. Wang Fei had his subordinates, over 50 traitors, rise early to clean. Last night, he received a message from his superiors indicating that the Japanese had dispatched a special team to deal with the Ghost Death Organization, arriving early today, prompting him to ensure everything was in order for their reception. This news eased the tension that had gripped Wang Fei for days. Why is this vase still here with wilted flowers? Get rid of it immediately, and who cleaned the glass on the 2nd floor? It needs to be redone, can't you see the bird droppings on it? Wang Fei directed his subordinates while glancing at his watch. It's almost 7 o'clock, where are they? Wang Fei's impatience grew as he checked the time again, casting his gaze toward the entrance. He waited until 9 o'clock, receiving 2 alarming pieces of news. The Japanese Special High Command had been attacked last night, resulting in total casualties, including Colonel Chuan Qian, who had previously deceived him out of 5 gold bars. Their bodies were now in the morgue of the Public Concessions Police Station. It was reported that the authorities had lodged a complaint with the Japanese headquarters about their unauthorized incursion into the public concession. The second piece of news was that Ghost Street had erupted in flames in the early hours, leaving the entire street engulfed in fire, claiming the life of the Black Dragon Trading Company's president. Bai Luo had not anticipated the extent of the destruction his fire would cause, given that the Japanese were housed in wooden structures and the dry winter weather, the flames spread uncontrollably, especially since Bai Luo had added fuel to the fire. Upon hearing these 2 pieces of news, Wang Fei's heart sank. He hurried back to the telegram room to report to his superiors, his earlier sense of relief now replaced by anxiety. Meanwhile, Bai Luo was enjoying lunch at home when he learned that Ghost Street had burned to the ground. After finishing his meal, he opened the system's settlement interface. Battle concluded. The host has eliminated 508 Japanese agents, including the host has achieved a 6,000 kill reward, granting 3 10-minute experience cards for a medium artillery array. The destruction on Ghost Street speaks for itself. We dare not tally it for fear of harmonization. Note, the medium artillery array consists of 36 M1897 75mm field guns, with a caliber of 75mm, effective strike range of 15 km, and a firing rate of 30 rounds per minute. 8 SFH-18 M150mm heavy howitzers, with a firing rate of 6 rounds per minute and an effective strike range of 25 kilometers. Data has been enhanced, please do not take it too seriously. Fully automatic fire, with unlimited ammunition. Bai Luo felt a surge of excitement. He had hesitated to confront the Japanese directly due to a lack of firepower. Now, with the rewards he had just received, he felt a small portion of that fear dissipate. After his meal, Bai Luo made his way to Zhang Weiguo's residence. Zhang Weiguo was deep in discussion with Huzi about how to eliminate the Japanese prince. Upon hearing footsteps at the door, Zhang Weiguo looked up to see Bai Luo, irritation flashing in his eyes. He had not expected that during his brief moment of respite, Tu Feiyuan's Yan Er's head would end up on the floor. This brat had claimed he was seeking justice for him. How are the plans coming along? Bai Luo asked casually, ignoring Zhang Weiguo's glare as he settled onto the sofa beside them. Huzi glanced between Zhang Weiguo and Bai Luo, puzzled, as he was unaware of the events that had transpired over the past few days. Having returned home for a couple of days, he had just come back to Haisher that morning. As he observed the two, Huzi could not discern anything amiss. Rubbing his head, he returned to studying the terrain map surrounding the train station. Meanwhile, Wang Fei received a reply from his superiors instructing him to immediately set up defenses at the train station, as the Japanese prince was scheduled to arrive in Haisher. This news both shocked and reassured Wang Fei, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. By noon, a Japanese detachment had arrived at the 76th Special Agent headquarters, having been transferred from Sioux City. Lieutenant Inoue Akairu learned from Wang Fei about the incidents involving the Japanese Special High Command and Ghost Street, as well as Tu Feiyuan's disappearance, leading him to harbor a sense of foreboding. He promptly instructed Wang Fei to send a telegram directly to the Sioux City Command. Upon hearing of Tu Feiyuan's Yan Er's disappearance and the annihilation of the Japanese Special High Command, the Sioux City Command did not hesitate to report to the headquarters. Upon receiving this alarming news, the Rear Command ordered Zhao Xiang Gong Niu to expedite his journey to Haisher. Initially, Zhao Xiang Liu Ju was confused by the telegram. Had Tu Feiyuan not already arrived in Haisher? What could have necessitated his urgent arrival? Perplexed, he took the telegram from his subordinate. Upon reading its contents, Zhao Xiang Liu Ju's fury escalated. He had not anticipated the chaos that had unfolded in Haisher. Tu Feiyuan was suspected to have been abducted that morning. The Black Dragon Trading Company had been razed, the Special High Command had been wiped out in the public concession, and they had even drawn the ire of the Eagle Nation. Each event revealed the dire situation in Haisher. Realizing this, Zhao Xiang Liu Ju immediately commanded the train conductor to bypass all stops and head straight for Haisher. Meanwhile, Wang Fei received his superior's orders and handed the telegram to Lieutenant Inoue Akairu. After glancing over it, Inoue Akairu instructed, Wang, we must set out immediately to secure the train station. Sir, didn't the orders specify to set up defenses? Why the sudden change to lockdown? Barker Yuru. If any Longwar individuals interfere with the prince's arrival, can you bear the consequences? Understood, Wang Fei replied, not daring to argue with the agitated Japanese officer. He hurried downstairs to assemble his team. Upon descending, Inoue Akairu's brow furrowed at the sight of only 50-some traitors under Wang Fei's command. He shot a disapproving glance at Wang Fei, who initially appeared confused but quickly grasped the implication. Inoue, these are all the subordinates I have, Wang Fei explained. Narni. You've only brought this many to Haisher, with Mr. Wang arriving soon. How can we ensure his safety with so few men? I've requested reinforcements, but they won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. Initially, there were over 200, but persistent assassination attempts have dwindled our numbers. Inoue Akairu paused, surprised by Wang Fei's admission. He had heard of a group causing chaos in Haisher, leading to substantial losses for the empire. Initially dismissive, he now recognized the gravity of the situation after experiencing the city's treachery firsthand. He had intended to negotiate with Tu Feiyuan for a permanent post in Haisher, believing that wealth would be easily attainable in such a bustling city. However, with the recent developments, he resolved to complete this mission to welcome the prince and then return to Sioux City, realizing that survival came before riches. Chapter 80, Zhao Xiang Liu arrives in Haisha 10 minutes later. The assembled Japanese soldiers and traitors set off toward the Haisha train station. Meanwhile, Bai Luo, Zhang Weiguo, and Huzi had arrived in the vicinity of the station. The trio split up. Huzi headed to the train station's main hall to gather intelligence while Bai Luo and Zhang Weiguo searched for a suitable sniping position. Shortly after parting, they heard Huzi's voice over the radio, reporting a large contingent of Japanese agents and traitors had arrived, effectively sealing off the train station. The three regrouped quickly, with Bai Luo perplexed by the sudden influx of Japanese forces, estimating their numbers to be that of a full battalion. This, however, was a positive sign, indicating that Zhao Xiang Liu had not altered his plans to arrive in Haisha. Within a 3-kilometer radius of the train station, all high ground and main thoroughfares were rapidly secured by the Japanese troops. Citizens within a kilometer of the station were ordered to vacate their homes temporarily. Zhang Weiguo and Huzi felt disheartened, uncertain of how to proceed, having not anticipated such stringent defenses. How about we bombard the train station with mortars when Zhao Xiang Liu emerges? Huzi suggested after considerable deliberation. The range is insufficient. The warehouse is stocked with 90mm Type 97 mortars, which have a maximum range of less than 3,000 meters. Firing from beyond the blockade won't reach the train station, Zhang Weiguo countered. What about midway? Huzi pressed, unwilling to concede. We have no idea which route the Japanese will take or their intended destination. We can't simply cart mortars around the streets, Zhang Weiguo reiterated, dismissing Huzi's proposal and articulating his own plan. The only viable option is to wait until we ascertain Zhao Xiang Liu's landing point and then bombard the perimeter. This suggestion represented the best course of action at present. Bai Luo, however, remained silent, deep in thought. Unlike others, he had the means to reach beyond the standard range. He still possessed the Katyusha rocket launcher. An involuntary grin spread across Bai Luo's face, interrupting Zhang Weiguo and Huzi's conversation. Both turned to regard him with bewilderment, snapping Bai Luo back to reality. Bai Luo, what has you laughing? You're about to drool, Zhang Weiguo chided. Nothing, Bai Luo replied, hastily wiping his mouth with his sleeve, discovering he had indeed been salivating. I was just a bit hungry. Zhang Weiguo and Huzi exchanged skeptical glances but chose not to press further. In fact, I have a cannon with a range of 30 kilometers, Bai Luo declared, a hint of pride in his voice. What? Both Zhang Weiguo and Huzi gasped in astonishment. If so, the feasibility of our bombardment just skyrocketed. Which cannon? Never mind, that is irrelevant. Can you transport it here today? Zhang Weiguo inquired, his excitement palpable. Bai Luo nodded affirmatively, adding, I can bring it over anytime. Zhang Weiguo's face lit up with joy. With a 30-kilometer range, we could launch from outside the city. We can signal you to fire with a flare. The only remaining issue is determining the exact time Zhao Xiang Liu will arrive. With each word, Zhang Weiguo's enthusiasm grew. They discussed the specifics of their plan. Zhang Weiguo and Huzi would monitor the train station while Bai Luo sought a suitable location outside the city for the rocket launcher. After finalizing their strategy, they each set off on their respective missions. Bai Luo retrieved items from his personal space, freeing up room for the Katyusha rocket launcher, which was not a one-time use weapon and could be reloaded with ammunition. Bai Luo was reluctant to abandon it. Once everything was organized, Bai Luo rode his bicycle to the outskirts of the city, an area surrounded by dense woodland. He found a relatively concealed position with an excellent line of sight. Extracting the Katyusha rocket launcher from his system space, he positioned it, adjusted the firing angle, and meticulously verified the coordinates of the train station before sitting atop the vehicle, his gaze fixated on the skies above. With all preparations complete, Bai Luo sat cross-legged atop the vehicle, eyes unblinking, as he awaited the arrival of the prince. Upon glancing at the clock, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Weiguo was holding a high-powered telescope provided by Bai Luo, intently observing the train station from within the bell tower, situated approximately 5 kilometers away. Despite the distance, the vantage point offered a splendid view, encompassing the entire vicinity of the train station. Initially, Zhang Weiguo contemplated moving closer for a better observation. However, after firing a signal flare, both he and Huzi would undoubtedly attract the attention of the enemy, making their escape from the encircled adversaries exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, Bai Luo exchanged a high-powered telescope for Zhang Weigua. As time ticked away, at the train station, Jingbian Yisalang and Wang Fei were also awaiting developments. I guarantee that there isn't even a stray dog within a kilometer's radius. Upon uttering these words, Wang Fei sensed the impropriety of his statement. By implying there were no dogs, was he suggesting that he and the enemy were akin to mere dogs? He quickly added, except for the Imperial Army. Initially, Jingbian Yisalang did not grasp the implication of Wang Fei's addition. However, upon realization, his countenance darkened. Yet, this was not the moment for reprimanding Wang Fei. Wang Fei recognized that his subsequent remark had been ill-advised, akin to praising a horse only to strike its leg. It was too late for reparations. He had clearly incurred the animosity of this minor enemy officer and discreetly chastised himself. Not daring to linger in the train station hall, Wang Fei, along with over 50 subordinates, commenced a patrol of the surrounding area to ensure that no residents were concealed within their homes within the kilometer radius. Should anything go awry, he feared he would be left to bear the consequences alone. As seconds turned into minutes, winter days being notably brief, darkness began to envelop the surroundings by around 6 o'clock. Jingbian Yisalang received a telegram from Xiao Shangliujiao's subordinates, informing him that their military train would arrive in approximately an hour, 3 hours ahead of the previously scheduled time. Upon receiving the telegram, Jingbian promptly instructed his men to intensify patrols, ensuring that all buildings suitable for sniping were evacuated, with personnel stationed on the rooftops. Wang Fei undertook yet another thorough inspection of the houses within the kilometer radius, and to guarantee absolute security, he further pushed back residents waiting to return home, creating additional distance. Finally feeling reassured, he returned to the train station. At this point, a line of vehicles had halted at the entrance of the station, with the central vehicle, the one prepared for Xiao Shangliujiao, being bulletproof, underscoring the meticulous preparations made. As the train arrived, accompanied by the sound of its whistle, Jingbian Yisalang and Wang Fei hastily made their way to the platform. Xiao Shangliujiao had arrived.